The top-tier assassin hunting down street scum. Surprise, he's just a teenager named Araji, just a high schooler, while his peers are still busy figuring out how to hook up and create life. Araji's on a whole other level. He skipped straight to times taking asterisk, lives from those who don't deserve them. But if that was it, it'd be boring. Suddenly, Araji and his whole class got yeeted into a totally strange world and gifted with some absolutely broken abilities. But in this new place, will the skills and assassin instincts of Araji still put him above the rest? Let me break it down for you. Dead of night. Silence. Some guy is running for his absolute life. He just couldn't understand how he ended up in this hellish situation. He was getting close to the main road now. He thought if he could just reach a crowd, he'd be safe. But nope, dream on. Buddy, a cold blade was already pressed against his neck before he even realized it. The guy realized he was about to kick the bucket and freaked out. He started begging and bargaining immediately. He hoped the assassin, holding that blade to his throat, might spare him. He promised he'd hand over every single cent he had, but we don't speak money here. Professional ethics check. This assassin isn't going to get blinded by some cash and forget his mission. The result, don't even ask. No way that guy was escaping his fate of meeting his maker. Early the next morning, let's get introduced to our sleepyhead teen, Araji, just a high school student. Wait. Scratch that. His main gig isn't studying. It's definitely assassin. He's the guy who hunted down that man in the dark alley last night. Thing is, Araji actually gets a lot of attention from his classmates. He walks in, and the whole room goes wild, especially the class rep. Suji. He acted super friendly saying hi to Araji. But in response to all that hype, Araji just gave him the cold shoulder, left the class rep looking completely awkward. Looks like Araji isn't famous for being a top student or having god-tier visuals, but because he completely ignores everyone. Rina, the girl with the flashy pink hair, told Suji not to bother trying to bond with Araji. It's totally useless. I mean, Araji's just tired. Working overtime at night means he just wants to crash when he gets to class, not chat. Plus, with his assassin job, Araji probably sees his classmates as being on a totally lower level. But Araji isn't even the rudest guy in class. Nope. The guy taking the #1 spot just walked in. That's Arashi. Don't know if he's even hit puberty yet. But supposedly, he's the leader of a notorious criminal gang in the area. This guy has way too much free time. Walks in, locks eyes on Araji, and stomps over to start some drama just for kicks. But Araji was deep in dreamland. So, do not disturb. Please. Arashi realized his trash talk was just talking to the air, and he got pissed. He reached out to grab Araji's collar to throw hands, but you don't just touch a pro assassin like that. Araji instinctively reached out and snatched Arashi's wrist, while still half asleep from the rude awakening. And clearly, Arashi couldn't break free from that grip, so the guy switched to trash talk jutsu, screaming at Araji to let go. Starts a fight. Gets dominated instantly. He probably wasn't used to that. All this noise from Araji and Arashi, well, mostly from the punk Arashi, really annoyed Jin. This girl isn't just gorgeous. She's a literature whiz, so her insults hit harder, and she knows martial arts. She ain't scared of a guy like Arashi. Arashi was already tilted, he couldn't bully Araji. Now Jin jumps in, making him want to switch targets real bad. Then Mirai, the disciplinary vice rep, jumps in to lecture Arashi too. Honestly, this class is pure chaos. What a loving morning greeting style. Even Narumi, who everyone thinks couldn't care less about life, joined the party. Everyone here is in class 2 at Shinzo High, and this morning drama is just their daily bread. But right at that moment, Araji sensed something was off. Something suddenly appeared under class rep Suji's feet and exploded into a massive beam of light. A ginormous magic circle took shape, covering the whole classroom and sending the students into a total panic. It all happened way too fast. But Suji actually reacted pretty quick. He immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the classroom, just to be safe. But Araji knew for a fact running, it was too late for that. Here we go again. That magic circle did its thing. By the time Arashi finally snapped out of it, he found himself and the whole class laid out on the floor of this massive, humongous room. Arashi figured that giant light just swallowed them whole and yeeted the entire class to who knows where. Now everyone's starting to wake up, and they are totally freaking out, having zero clue where the hell they are. Then there's Suji, stepping up like a total leader. He calms everyone down and starts checking on the squad one by one. Arashi nah. He ain't wasting a single second. He signals his two boys to go scout the area, see if there's anything useful. But wait, Arashi has to stop his bro immediately. Someone's coming from outside, just by the footsteps. Arashi clocked it instantly, one guy. One girl. Heading straight for them. The only real question now is whether his class can actually have a chill conversation with whoever's about to walk in. The two figures behind the door, one's a girl dripped out like a high priestess or a princess or something, and the old dude following her, definitely a bodyguard. No-brainer. The girl speaks up first, calling the students heroes. Arashi stays hidden behind a huge stone pillar, scoping out these two new arrivals. He knows they're the real deal. This ain't some cheap cosplay for fun. The princess-looking girl introduces herself as Leonora, Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom, and the bodyguard is Gaius. Honestly, Arashi isn't trying to hear all this yapping. It sounds like total nonsense to him. But Suji is way more chill. He knows Leonora holds the answers to what just happened to them. Leonora asks for permission to break down the situation for the group, the TL-DR version. They've been summoned to another world to become heroes and throw hands with the Demon Lord to save the world. Hearing this absolute BS is making Arashi lose his patience fast. He doesn't care if Gaius looks jacked, he'll wreck anyone who acts up. But Gaius is toxic too. He barely just showed up, and already wants to make an example out of someone. Seeing Arashi charge and barehanded against a sword, even Gaius has to admit the kid's got guts. Or maybe he's just crazy. Arashi's confidence is real, though he's fought dudes with weapons before. Just dodge the first strike. Get in close. And it's good game. But, yeah. That was just Arashi being Delulu. Gaius swings his sword and slices Arashi's forehead before the kid can even process what happened. He got speed blitzed. Now the whole class is shook. Leonora puts on her friendly face, saying some soothing words to calm the teenagers down, promising to explain everything clearly. But let's be real. Her vibe is kinda sus. She ain't actually that friendly. Leonora explains that humanity in this world is basically going the way of the dinosaurs totally cooked because of the Demon Lord's invasion. Her holy kingdom tried to fight back, but resistance was futile. They just kept taking L's, because the Demon Lord and his army are just too OP. Honestly, the story Leonora is telling feels super generic, like she copy-pasted it from a bad script. Bottom line, humanity here is trash tier right now, full of useless scrubs. So Leonora summoned the students to come carry the team. This ain't a joke. And the students are confused AF. With their basic stats, how are they supposed to beat a demon lord with the power of friendship and hope? Yeah, right. Forget fighting demons. Some of the girls are already breaking down and crying their eyes out. They just want to go home. Then Gaius drops a line. And I can't tell if he's trying to hype them up or if he's just micromanaging like a toxic boss setting KPIs for his employees. Whether they can do it or not, they have to lock in. It's their only choice. If they don't beat the Demon Lord, they can forget about ever going back home. Arashi feels like this quest is basically impossible. His classmates are just regular kids trying to grow up, suddenly forcing them to grab weapons and start stabbing people. Who can even do that? Not everyone was trained from childhood like Arashi. You gotta admit, to be a gang leader, Arashi has to be a little crazy. He is itching to punch Leonora and Gaius right in the face, dragging everyone here, then telling them to shut their mouths and obey. Yeah. No. Gaius is starting to get really annoyed with Arashi too, even though Arashi's fighting spirit could make him a useful unit. He's also a massive pain in the neck. Gaius is raging. He wants to just end Arashi right here and now. But Leonora moves faster. She steps up to Arashi, invokes the name of Tonda Forest, and uses her healing ability to patch up the cut on Arashi's forehead. Leonora acts like a total saint, apologizing to the students for how rude she and Gaius were. Leonora claims this power is a gift from their god. But to dumb it down for the students, she says you can just call it magic. Whoa. Hold up, that's a key detail. Leonora actually knows the culture of the student's world, so this implies it isn't the first time she's summoned people from another world. Leonora stepped up to Suji, raised her hand in front of his face, and cast a spell. Instantly, his hand glowed with a blinding light that converged into a sword. Leonora explained that all students can utilize magic power to awaken their innate divine guardian ability. Leonora decided to keep it 100, admitting she was selfish for summoning the students here with no way to send them back. But she clarified that her only goal was to borrow the students' power, and she wasn't trying to snake them or anything. But let's be real. You can't just yeet a group of students onto a battlefield and expect them to fight immediately. Leonora promised the group would receive training for a while, and during that time, her country would cover their living expenses. Hearing that, they really had no choice. What else could they do? Suji turned around to hype everyone up, saying they should just secure the power for themselves first. Since they can't return yet, they need enough intel and protection to survive. Basically, the students need to awaken their divine guardians as soon as possible, just to have a foothold in this new world. Suji's leadership skills are actually kind of cracked. Everyone felt his logic was sound, and that it was the right move for now. Very quickly, every single student obtained their own unique ability. The last person to receive their power was Araji. The moment Leonora triggered the awakening by touching Araji's shoulder, his vision started spinning, like crazy. Leonora's status screen popped up right in front of his eyes, clearly showing all her stats and the skills she could use. Leonora also realized that the divine guardian Araji awakened was the appraisal ability. It's a type of power that lets the user see target information, and Araji can even appraise his own status. But honestly, his stats aren't exactly OP, probably because superpowers in this new world are a dime a dozen. So the peak, assassin skills he had in his previous world aren't really considered broken here. While Araji was focused on analyzing his own ability, that delinquent suddenly tried to ambush him with an explosion power. Of course, Araji's physical skills haven't rusted one bit, so he dodged that sneak attack like it was a joke. After getting a destructive ability that was actually kinda scary, that thug felt the need to go find someone to mess with just for fun. He looked at Araji with total contempt. Seeing that Araji's eyes just turned red, he assumed Araji's ability was absolute dog water. It wasn't just him. The other classmates' attitudes changed completely after they got their superpowers. They didn't hesitate to roast and mock Araji for being weak and acting like an edgy poser. Araji felt his classmates were childish as hell. Do they even know what's meta and what's not yet? Got a tiny bit of superpower and suddenly they're acting like they own the place. Regardless, a divine guardian is just borrowed power. There's no guarantee it won't be stripped away. However, for Araji, that's not even an issue. He is still leagues above his classmates, because his hands are already soaked in the blood of countless people. Leonora did one final check to see if any guy missed out on getting their magic, or not. Then she decided to let them rest and get used to the new world for a day before making the next move. Later that evening, the student group, now dubbed the Hero Candidates, was taken to their private quarters. But obviously, Araji has zero intention of sleeping at this hour. He's used to being a night owl. First things first, he needs to scout the perimeter and gather more intel before getting any shut-eye. Immediately, Araji leaped out the window, blending perfectly into the darkness. In a corner of the castle, two guards were stuck carrying torches on patrol, in the middle of the dead silent night, and it was clear that one of them hated this job with a passion. But what other choice did they have? The hero candidates were just summoned, and their safety had to be guaranteed. Yeah, the students got their powers and all, but right now they can't do jack squat. To be blunt, they're just a bunch of brats still wet behind the ears. If they aren't protected and are told to fend for themselves right now, that would be totally unrealistic. The guards just need to do their duty. As for how to arrange the hero candidates, the Saintess is already handling that, so it's not like they have a say in it anyway. Araji hid behind a tree, hearing every single word of their conversation loud and clear. He had already encountered the third patrol group, so he could confirm that the castle's defense was being heavily beefed up. Araji used his appraisal ability on one guard and found out his stats were absolute trash. All this guy could use was a basic swordsmanship skill. And to make it worse, it was only level 1. Araji initially thought this squad might be able to use some special power to detect him, but obviously, not everyone in this world can use magic. Aragi just dipped. He was replaying the castle's layout in his head, the place where he and his classmates were crashing. Classic medieval city vibes, separated by tons of walls and split between high and low hills. Aragi was kinda curious about what's inside the central castle. But the guard count was insane. So sneaking in was gonna be a pain. Whatever. It's only day one anyway. No need to rush. He figured he'd just head back to his room and figure it out later. While cutting through some tall grass, a group of classmates caught his eye. 3 girls, led by Rina. What are they doing out here in the middle of the night? One of them was like, let's just go. We shouldn't be out this late. If the Saintess finds out, we're cooked. But another one was like, we just want to get used to our new powers. Chill out. It's fine. Solid excuse. I guess. The girls started activating their magic, playing around with fire, water, and plants, whatever their specialty was, hiding in the distance. Aragi was actually pretty curious. What does God's guardian even mean anyway? Might as well stay and watch these 3 show off their magic for a bit. Just then, a chill ran down his spine, making him flinch. Meanwhile, his 3 classmates also heard some weird noise coming from the tall grass nearby. Just as they got curious, the source of the noise decided to show itself. It was some massive, terrifying monster. Looked like a lizard. But what normal lizard is as big as a baby elephant? Aragi activated his appraisal skill and grabbed the lizard's basic stats. And yeah, its stats were on a whole other level compared to Rina's group. The lizard opened its massive mouth and let out an ear-splitting screech, scaring the soul out of the girls. Then, without hesitation, it rushed straight at them. Rina's group didn't even think about fighting back, they just turned and bolted instantly. Aragi stood back, calmly analyzing this aggressive beast. The lizard was actually pretty fast, considering it was running on all 4s, but it could only move in a straight line. Big body, peanut brain. Aragi wasn't sure if his dagger could pierce that thing's tough hide. But hey, you never know, until you try. Right, he flicked his wrist, pulled out a dagger, and hurled it straight at the lizard, tearing right through its skin. Meanwhile, the girls were running for their lives. But I guess bad luck is real. Because Rina tripped over a rock and face-planted hard. By the time she managed to sit up, that lizard was already right on top of her. Rina stared at the giant monster, completely frozen in fear, unable to move a muscle, as it raised its massive leg to stomp on her head. Luckily, since they just got to this new world, newbie protection was still active. No hero candidates were gonna die today. Well, something actually did die, but the one kicking the bucket was that lizard. A dagger pierced straight through its skull, dropping it instantly. The students had no clue what just happened. They figured someone must have saved them. But that didn't matter right now. The girls just needed to scramble back to their rooms to be safe. They didn't want to run into any more monsters. Aragi killed the lizard, but he was trying to act all cool about it. He tried to tell himself he had no reason to save Rina, but ignoring it would have weighed on his conscience. So, he just did a good deed this one time. As Aragi walked over to the lizard's corpse to retrieve his dagger, he sensed a presence behind, a large rock nearby, putting him on high alert. Just as he decided to bounce, a figure appeared and scoffed. These hero candidates are so weak, totally useless, but not all of them are trash. He had watched Aragi the whole time and sensed that the guy was just like him. Does that mean he's an assassin too? Early the next morning, the lizard monster's corpse was brought out in front of the students. It gave the faint-hearted kids the creeps. Gios announced that this monster was found near the royal capital last night. He said the Demon King stimulated its nerves, making the monsters go berserk and crave human flesh. These are the things the hero candidates have to learn to defeat first before they can even think about fighting the Demon King. Another guy, a blonde named Teddy, was acting as the forensic examiner on the monster's body, and he found traces of a hex, likely caused by a mid-rank demon or higher. The Demon King's side probably sent scouts to test the waters. Let's check out the power levels of the hero candidate squad after those summoning rumors dropped. Araji still has that habit of lurking behind pillars and eavesdropping on everything. And get this, he's super interested in hexes. That's a new one. Like, Is there even a difference between hexes and regular magic? Suji hit the nail on the head with that question. He wants to know if that monster was being puppeteered by a demon, or some big-shot entity. Bingo. Teddy explains that demons can use spells to manipulate stuff, specifically controlling weaker monsters. Teddy's practically role-playing as a professor giving a crash course right now. He says monsters are just creatures mutated by mana until they go feral and get absolutely cracked. Mana is basically power created by the Demon Lord. It's just a toy for him and his minions to play with. Teddy was yapping away until Gios told him to shut his trap. But Araji's taking notes. Teddy looks like a researcher type. He could be a goldmine for info. But the real issue, that monster Araji turned into sashimi last night, was being controlled by someone. That explains its glitchy status line. So that presence Araji sensed last night, definitely a demon. And Araji's betting that thing is seriously OP. Because for a split second, he couldn't even detect its presence. If that demon is lurking nearby right now, things could get messy. But some people are just built different like Araji. He's got that fearless mindset. He knows if they don't clap the Demon Lord, they can't go back to their world. So whoever shows up is catching these hands. The others are on the same page. Panicking won't help now. If they wanted to stay, they could just chill. But the problem is, everyone wants to return to their original world. Araji feels like his classmates finally locked in. Best thing to do, master their skills as fast as humanly possible. Leonora shows up and tells everyone to stop stressing out. They just don't know how to use their powers against demons yet. A little grinding and they'll be fine. Since they're hero candidates, their growth speed is going to be leagues above the people in this world. Fast forward 1 week. Instead of training his abilities, Araji is camping in the library. He's researching ancient texts while everyone else is grinding their faces off at the training grounds. They told him his Divine Guard skill is trash for combat. So he's not allowed to do combat training. Instead, he got a pass to study. But the library's collection is mid at best. Barely anything there. And zero info on demons. Being stuck inside was driving him crazy. So Araji decided to go spectate the training. And for real, his classmates are leveling up fast. The 5 standouts are Narumi, Adachi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Rina. But there's one guy who completely outscales them all. He's not even in the same rank. That's Suji. He's looking like a proper hero now. And his swordsmanship is actually fire. Araji pops his appraisal skill and sees Suji's stats are already hitting B and A ranks. Meanwhile, just a week ago, he was sitting at D and F ranks. You gotta admit, Suji is gifted at this hero stuff. But Araji is wondering, does the Divine Guard buff affect things unrelated to raw power? Like, did it boost his potential? Just then, Muta's squad walks by. They start clowning Araji for being too weak to fight and just lurking at the training ground. The others are getting arrogant too, looking down on everyone just because they got some powers. The leader is the worst. He thinks he's special, so he reaches out to grab Araji, tried to embarrass him in public. Big mistake. Bro picked the wrong opponent. A shin kick flies out at blinding speed. Whoosh. That entitled brat Muta gets absolutely yeeted into the air before he even processes what happened. Araji's attack speed was way faster than the human eye could track. They blinked, and suddenly Muta is face-planted with his butt in the air. Muta is salty. Bro tried to bully someone and ended up owning himself. He wants to get up and throw hands, but Araji stops him, not because Araji's being nice, but because someone's coming. And of course, it's Leonora and Gios. Leonora's arrival makes everyone in the arena freeze and bow respectfully. She's praising everyone for leveling up super fast. Way faster than she even imagined. That is definitely some good news. At least for Leonora it is. And because of that, she's moving the schedule up. Okay. Saying that out loud feels kinda sus. Not gonna lie, is she planning to push the students to the front lines to throw hands with the Demon Lord right now? Nah. No way. Leonora wouldn't pull a suicide mission like that. Her real goal is to get the squad used to clashing with monsters right away. Keeping the heat up. That is actually low-key terrifying though. Telling a bunch of students to fight monsters. It basically means she wants them to get blood on their hands. Leonora really doesn't waste any time. Does she? She just announced the hero candidates would get combat training. And boom. She drags them straight into the forest immediately. Gauss chimed in to announce that this place is going to be a serious grind. So, they can't just run around as one big group. Best move is to split the hero candidates into squads of 2 or 3, so they can get the full experience of how absolutely insane this combat training is. Suji, being the model class president and the hero candidate leveling up with the most broken speed, was instantly scouted by Rina and another classmate begging to team up. Arashi goes without saying his little minions were obviously going to simp for him and join his squad. The situational duo Mirai and Narumi paired up, and their team is actually looking pretty solid. In the end, it was just Jin and Araji left over. For some reason, nobody wanted to party up with Jin, probably because they're terrified of her ability. Now, this is the real awkward duo. Jin was forced to stick with Araji. Araji actually has a pretty specific impression of Jin, though she's super confident and completely indifferent to everyone around her. On top of that, she's got a lot of pride and definitely doesn't like anyone getting in her way. Jin noticed Araji staring at her, so she dropped a hint for him to watch where he's looking, or else she's gonna wreck him. Ooh. Wow. Araji is so scared, but honestly, regarding those meaningless clashes, he's not interested anyway. To hype up the hero candidates so they'd go all out, Leonora dropped a hint that the team with the best performance is going to get a super surprise reward. And just like that, the hero candidates' first real combat training officially began. Araji and Jin headed into the forest, but he kept a certain distance and had zero intention of getting close to her. Jin didn't need Araji's support anyway. She was confident that her ability was way more broken than anyone else's, so Jin didn't need Araji to do a single thing. He just needed to be a good boy, stay put, and not get in her way. If Jin wanted to hog all the hard work, Araji wasn't going to stop her. He'd let her have the whole stage. Even though this might make Jin think Araji has zero pride or desire to show off in front of a girl, but Araji didn't care. He wanted to observe Jin's combat skills first, just to see exactly how cracked she really is. Right then, Araji sensed 4 presences surrounding them, boxing his squad right in the middle. These guys weren't exactly boss-level threats or anything. Just a few goblins, facing the short, green goblin charging with a wooden club. Jin didn't panic at all and started casting her skill. She issued a command ordering the monster to get down, while her hand radiated a dreamy purple energy. Instantly, that goblin face-planted right into the dirt. It couldn't twitch a single muscle. That was Jin's ability, called domination. This power lets her force opponents to obey whatever command she gives, but just controlling one monster wasn't going to cut it. There were still other enemies lurking around, waiting to jump them. Jin gave another order, commanding the goblin to toss its wooden club aside and put its hands behind its back. She only gave a few basic commands like that, but it was already enough to make Jin sweat buckets. You could tell the mana cost was no joke. Araji felt like they didn't have the time to be playing around with some trash mob goblin. They needed to send it to the afterlife fast. There were still other monsters creeping up on them. This was making Jin hesitate a bit, because she saw that the goblin looked kinda human-like, and she couldn't bring herself to finish it off. But Jin needed to get her head in the game. Just a second ago, that thing was trying to attack them. If it's an enemy, you can't show mercy. Araji felt that even though Jin had a broken ability, it didn't change the fact that until recently, she was just a normal student, living in a peaceful world. Araji didn't know if Jin could make the right call when staring danger in the face, especially since 3 more goblins were closing in right now. Seeing those 3 new goblins pop up, Jin had no choice but to use her ability again, commanding them to hit the deck. But now that they were face down in the dirt, what was next? Jin yelled at Araji to do something. Don't just stand there watching. But Araji threw her own words right back at her. She was the one who told him not to lift a finger. Jin was speechless. He got her there. Fine. She'd handle it all herself. Jin issued her final command. She ordered the monsters to snap their own necks. And they actually listened snap. Just like that. They all got sent to the afterlife. Araji didn't think Jin had it in her to give an order like that. But turns out, she's actually capable of going that hard. But the harder the command, the lower the success rate. Plus, Jin clearly wasn't prepared for actual combat. Seeing the corpses of the monsters she just killed was way harder to stomach than she thought. Araji had to give her a little reality check. It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. The second they try to attack you, you have to take them out. Immediately, Jin was shook. She couldn't understand how Araji could be so ice-cold about it. Of course, he was calm. Who knows how many lives he's taken to stain his hands that red. He sent countless enemies to their graves. But Araji wasn't about to drop the lore on his dark past. He just claimed that having a strong mental game was his specialty. Then, he walked over to loot the goblin corpses, but looks like they didn't drop anything good. Trash loot. So, what's the move now? Keep pushing forward or call it quits. Unless you can't handle getting your hands dirty anymore, Araji's little taunt was annoying as hell. So obviously, Jin chose to keep going. Araji knew she was just fronting to save face. But he had to admit, her attitude wasn't half bad. Meanwhile, wonder how the other squads were holding up. Over on the other side, Narumi and Mirai were running for their lives. Looks like those two bumped into a real nightmare. Running wasn't gonna cut it anymore. They had to go all in. It was do or die. One summoned a wind vortex. The other created rocks. They combined their powers to launch a boulder at breakneck speed. It smashed right into the beast, chasing them. But after the dust settled, realized it didn't do a damn thing. That monster barely felt it. The massive boulder was reduced to dust. And the thing chasing Narumi's group, a gigantic, overpowered bear, plus, its body was covered in layers of thick skin, like some kind of god-tier armor. Jin had her own reasons for being so determined. She needed to get back to her world as soon as possible. Her grandfather was waiting there. He sacrificed everything to raise her. And she hadn't even had the chance to pay him back yet. Jin really wanted him to see how much she'd grown up, to make him proud and happy, but since she disappeared out of nowhere, her grandfather was probably heartbroken. Suddenly, Araji interrupted her thoughts. He asked where they should go next. Jin had no clue. But she figured they should just head straight forward. How the hell can we get lost? Araji was so done with her. If Jin's thinking was that simple. She was seriously underestimating how dangerous this forest actually was. That actually annoyed Jin a bit. She didn't get what gave Araji the right to talk to her and act all high and mighty like that. Just then, a blood-curdling scream caught their attention. Jin instantly recognized it. That was definitely Mirai screaming. Araji called it immediately. Looks like your classmate Mirai ran into something nasty. What was Jin's move? She didn't even hesitate. She went straight to help. She wasn't actually some arrogant snob who looked down on everyone. She genuinely cared about her friends. Back with Mirai's group, she had been beaten black and blue. And Narumi was freaking out. Mirai tried to act like she was fine, telling Narumi not to worry about her and to just run and save himself. Obviously, Narumi couldn't just leave Mirai there. But that bear monster wasn't about to let the two of them chill and have a dramatic moment. Just as the bear raised a front paw as thick as a pillar, getting ready to smash it down on their heads, Jin showed up just in time and ordered the bear to freeze, making it stop dead in its tracks. Narumi saw Jin and felt lucky as hell. Guess his and Mirai's time wasn't up just yet, but the situation wasn't exactly peachy. Jin couldn't control the bear for long because it was just too massive, and its power stats were definitely off the charts. Araji wanted to check if Mirai was even still alive. Narumi, being the legend he is, shouted back that Mirai was just a little battered and bruised, but she was still breathing fine, not dead yet. Araji tells Narumi to carry Mirai and get out of here. Right now, Narumi wants to stay and back up Jin and Araji, but he can't let Mirai suffer like this. Araji reminds Narumi to get help. Go find Midu or Leonora to heal Mirai as fast as possibly. Now for the main event. Araji feels like this bear standing in front of him is going to be a real headache. Araji activates his appraisal skill on the bear to see just how cracked this thing is. Even though this mob doesn't have any special skills, and relies purely on its swole body to fight. The problem is its defense stats are straight up A rank, and it's currently under crowd control too. With that bear's defense level, Araji doesn't trust that his attacks will even scratch it. Plus, the fact that this thing is classified as a mutant variant is something Araji has to keep in mind, but thinking time is over. Jin can't hold the bear down anymore, and it goes into a rage mode the second it breaks free. Araji feels Jin bought enough time already. Next step. They gotta run. The strategy was solid, but the execution, kind of messy. Jin overused her ability, to the point she can't even stand, let alone run away. No choice then. Araji has to leak a bit of his true power. He reaches inside his shirt, pulls out a smoke bomb, and yeets it straight at the bear. By the time Jin realizes what's happening, She's already being princess carried by Araji out of the bear's zone, hiding behind a massive tree. Then Araji signals Jin to keep it down, or that bear is gonna hear them and it's game over, before putting her down. As for the smoke bomb, Araji explains he whipped it up while the others were training their powers. Of course, that's just a lie. Araji always keeps that strap on him for self-defense. It's just that he's running low on inventory, so he didn't want to waste it. What's a few pistols, daggers, and smoke bombs? Araji has them all. Basic assassin starter pack. If he wasn't trying to hide his true strength, Araji would just pull out the power of capitalism and feed that bear a few rounds of lead to end the movie right there. Jin starts to apologize. It's all because she was too eager to support Mirai and Narumi, but ended up becoming a feeder, so Araji had to save her. But why apologize at a time like this? Araji doesn't need an apology. If she wants to say something, say thank you. Suddenly being asked to say thanks makes Jin feel weird or something. Her face turns bright red, stuttering for a while before she can even get the words out. Araji feels like if Jin could always be this meek, wouldn't she be more popular with friends? Jin opens her mouth to explain herself. But now is not the time. If she draws the bear over here, they are cooked. Jin calms herself down and wants to ask Araji what the next play is. The way she calculates it, they should just tactically retreat to be safe. But Araji feels like they don't need to do that anymore. Backup has arrived. It's Suji and his squad. He saw Mirai get wrecked, so he came here to settle the score with this bear. Suji doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately activating his divine guard, summoning the Demon Slayer sword. In the name of justice, Suji is going to turn this bear into mincemeat. A legendary battle is about to pop off between the top candidate for hero and the thick-skinned tank bear. Suji doesn't flinch, gripping the magic sword tight in his hand, screaming at the top of his lungs to hype himself up, then charging straight at the bear monster. That bear sees someone stepping up to challenge it, and it's not having it. Feeling disrespected, it roars back to match the energy. Suji dashes in, closing the gap instantly, then swings the sword in his hand, drawing a perfect arc, trying to draw some blood from the bear's front leg. His goal is probably to chop that leg off and grill it, but this mob has way too much HP and armor, so his sword can't cut through. At this moment, Rina from the back signals Suji to dodge aside, while launching a fireball. Wanting to speed roast this super-sized giant bear right now, the attack is absolutely lit. No need for Suji to cut it into pieces. Rina feels like a whole roasted bear sounds pretty good, but you know what they say. Greed kills. Trying to roast a whole live bear that hasn't been skinned or prepped, how is that going to cook properly? The bear relies on its insane defense, not treating Rina's fireball as anything serious. In fact, because of that fireball, the bear becomes even more berserk than before. Rina refuses to understand. She feels like her attack was high-quality damage, yet this mob acts like absolutely nothing happened. But Suji tells Rina not to get twisted. Surely Rina's attack had some effect. Like, look, the mob has some burnt patches of fur, and its movement speed has slowed down a bit compared to before. Suji believes that as long as his squad stays calm and plays the 3-versus-1 game with this bear, sooner or later it's going on the chopping block. Just like that, Suji and his 2 support girls in the back started switching up their strats to chip away at that ginormous bear. Meanwhile, not too far off, a demon named Delphus slowly popped up, just chilling and watching this showdown between man and beast. Bro had it all calculated. It was just a matter of time. Maybe right now that armored bear can't wipe out the hero candidates. But Delphus had to admit, this squad is leveling up at an insane speed. Plus, Suji's composure and leadership absolutely cracked, even though his quest was just to scout and see if these newly summoned heroes were legit or trash. He felt like he had to execute his own little plan to score some extra points with the boss. Back in the center of the fight, after Suji's non-stop hack-and-slash combo, that armored bear was leaking HP bad. The moment he saw Suji charging up everything for the final finisher, Delphus was getting ready to make his move. He was 100% sure that the moment Suji would make his biggest blunder was right when he thought he secured the kill. Delphus planned to assassinate Suji himself, send him straight to the afterlife. But hold up, Mr. Demon Bro. Celebrate too early, and you get cooked. There's already a cold, sharp blade right against your neck. My guy. Surprise. Surprise, Araji had spawned behind him, without him even noticing. Araji's parents drilled assassin 1-to-1 into his head. The moment someone makes their biggest mistake is exactly when they think they've already bagged the win. Delphus realized Araji was a pro, and immediately dropped his dagger to play it safe. Best not to make any stupid moves right now. At this point, figuring out how Araji snuck up on him didn't even matter. Delphus needed to find an exit strategy. Fast. But that's just theory, no way Araji was gonna let him escape. He swung his blade lightning fast, slicing right through that demon's leg tendons, to stop him from hopping around. Araji pressed the blade against Delphus's throat, warning him not to make a sound. Neither Delphus nor Araji wanted anyone else to spot them right now. Araji just needed Delphus to spill some info. Then he'd let him go. Though, how trustworthy that promise was a total toss-up. Delphus obviously wasn't just going to blindly obey. He was a former assassin. After all, Araji decided to introduce himself so Delphus would get the picture. He's someone who lives in the shadows, from another world. Araji confirmed that the presence he felt the night he butchered that lizard gave him the chills. But whether that vibe came from this trash he currently had pinned down was hard to say. Araji didn't mind keeping it real. He knew he and the hero squad had been watched for a while. So, he used his own classmates as bait to catch a big fish like Delphus. This left Delphus totally shook. He didn't think Araji was that sharp. To think he'd been on Araji's radar for so long without realizing it. Araji didn't ask for much. He was new to this world, so he was seriously lacking intel. So if Delphus just spilled everything he knew about demons, he might just get some mercy. Delphus refused to talk. Suddenly, he screamed in pain, wondering what happened. It was all Araji. He saw this guy was being difficult, so he gave Delphus's arm joint a little slice as a warning. Geez. He just wanted some info. It'd be better for everyone if Delphus just decided to be a good boy and talk. But if Delphus wanted to stay stubborn, Araji wouldn't force it. He didn't mind giving this demon a real taste of hell. Suddenly, Delphus clenched his jaw tight. Before Araji could even react, the guy seized up and started spewing blood everywhere. Too bad. Delphus had poison hidden in his mouth, so Araji got absolutely nothing out of him. But Araji had already accounted for this. Just then, Jin crept up, trembling as she asked Araji if the corpse he was standing on was actually a person. Yikes. Awkward. Someone saw Araji doing his dirty work. How should he handle his classmate? Appropriately now, Araji didn't rush to deal with her immediately. First, he wanted to confirm just how long Jin had been watching him. Well, not too long actually. Jin only started watching from the moment Delphus was pinned down getting violated. Oops. My bad. I mean interrogated. So, basically, she saw everything from start to finish, pretty much. Araji explained that the guy named Delphus croaked with his tongue out over there wasn't even human. Wait. So that guy is an assassin from the Demon Lord's Legion. He also explained that the armored bear was actually being mind-controlled by Delphinus like a puppet. And even back when Rena and the others got jumped by that lizard, that was all Delphinus is doing too. Jin is totally freaking out right now. This means she and her classmates are officially on the demon's hit list. Seriously. This girl is so clueless it's scary. Like, if demons aren't hunting hero candidates, what exactly do you expect them to do? Stand around clapping while their enemies get stronger just to come back and wreck them? But Jin is confused. How did Aragi manage to catch this assassin when literally no one else even sensed his presence? Aragi thinks it over for a sec and decides he doesn't need to hide his cards from Jin anymore. Aragi reveals that his family is actually in the assassination business. That's why he can sniff out the scent of a colleague way better than anyone else. Hearing this bombshell dropped, Jin is absolutely shook. Aragi comes from a family of killers. Just hearing that, you know he's not someone to mess with. Aragi doesn't really care if Jin believes what he just said or not. But that Demon Lord's assassin lying, lifeless on the ground, that's the real deal. 100%. Aragi warns Jin not to spill the tea about what she just saw to the other classmates. Their mental state is definitely too fragile right now. With Mireille in that condition, if Aragi's background gets leaked, Combined with the fact that the Demon Lord's Legion is plotting to assassinate the hero candidates, things are going to get way too messy. This actually catches Jin off guard. She never thought Aragi cared about his classmates that much. Truth is, Aragi feels like the others aren't like him. He's been exposed to blood and violence since he was a kid, so it's hard for them to adapt to this situation. But Aragi has already realized that Jin's domination ability is going to be super useful in the future. By now, everyone has gathered around to check on Mirai. Luckily, among the students, Sylvie has the Divine Guardian recovery ability, so she can heal Mirai right away without waiting. Who knows when Leonora is going to show up, even though Sylvie is just a rookie and her skills aren't high level yet. Her ability is good enough to work with. She can still easily heal Mirai's injuries. Right now, Mirai is just passed out from taking such heavy damage earlier. She'll be back on her feet in about 1 hour. Hearing that, Narumi breathes a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, everyone else is super impressed. Suji managed to wreck that armored bear. He is absolutely cracked. Yeah, that monster was actually pretty tough too, but Suji had his teammates backing him up. So jumping the bear wasn't too big of a deal. Of course, except for Jin. Nobody else knows that the guy controlling the bear already got smoked by Araji. But that's top secret intel. Can't spill it yet. Once everything is settled, Leonora and Gaius finally stroll over, looking all calm. Suji is too hesitant to say anything to their faces, but Narumi is salty. So hell no. He immediately demands to know which corner they were hiding in to only show their faces now. Gaius doesn't hesitate to say straight up that they didn't go anywhere. They just had no intention of helping. They left the hero candidates to handle their own mess. Gaius feels that if he keeps babysitting and rescuing them, the moment they run into trouble, then the training won't be effective at all. At this point, even Suji can't handle Gaius's attitude anymore. Mirai almost got sent to the respawn screen. This is a life or death situation. But he seriously underestimated just how cold and thick-skinned Gaius really is. The way that old man sees it, pushing your life to the brink of death, is the only way to train at full capacity. And starting now, the hero candidates are going to be training at this hardcore difficulty regularly. So he doesn't want to hear any more weak complaints. Those words send a chill straight down the hero candidates' spines. But Suji isn't trying to be weak. The problem is that Leonora and Gaius guaranteed this zone only had trash mobs. But then suddenly, an insanely strong bear pops out of nowhere who could handle that, and boom. The thing Aragi was trying to keep on the down low, Leonora just went ahead and spilled it all. She deduced that the bear was definitely released by some assassin from the demon side. Armored bears don't spawn in this area. So the only explanation is that it was brought here by a demon assassin, just to scout the combat power of the hero candidates. They think there's a high chance that guy is still lurking around here, so they need to beef up their defenses. Leonora even wants to increase the training difficulty, claiming that with their current status, the hero candidates are definitely going to get wiped out soon. Are you kidding me? For some of these kids, the current difficulty is already a nightmare. It's not like everyone is gifted like Sylvie and can adapt instantly to the situation. Sylvie is also strongly against this. Everyone is terrified, traumatized after the first real battle. Yet Leonora wants to crank the game difficulty up already. Seriously. Leonora is literally the top contender for the most shameless award. She thinks pushing the hero candidates is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they're all going to get wiped. And she'd have to go through the hassle of summoning a whole new batch from scratch. Arashi is totally sick of Leonora's attitude. But before he could even step up to her, Gaius dashed in and blocked his path. For the first time, Gaius completely dropped the act with the hero candidates. He released this terrifying, dangerous aura, and reminded them that they're nothing but pawns in Leonora's hands. So they better keep their mouths shut. Arashi got triggered hard. He wanted to throw hands with old man Gaius right then and there. But Suzuki held him back just in time. They gotta think smart right now. If the students don't obey, Leonora's entire kingdom will turn around and jump them. And then they're all cooked. Gaius was pretty satisfied with Suzuki's realization, confirming that as long as they don't do anything stupid, Leonora's side won't go overboard. But a reckless guy doesn't care about consequences. Arashi fired his skill right at Gaius's face anyway, just had to take that shot. But his skill, it didn't even scratch a single hair on Gaius's head. The old man walked out of the smoke and dust looking completely spotless. Then he smacked Arashi right in the mouth, sending him flying backward. Gaius was done talking. Starting tomorrow, the hero candidates are going to train at an even more intense level. That's the deal. End of discussion. Arashi was salty as hell. He swore that the moment he gets a chance, he's going to wreck Gaius to settle the score. One day after the military drill, the hero candidates were forced to study a new subject. They followed the monster researcher, Teddy, to check out some new stuff. Teddy acted like he cared about the hero candidates. Just to ease the tension a bit, he wanted to know if Mireille had recovered from the injury she took yesterday. That's a no-brainer. Mireille was already fine after a classmate used healing magic on her. Oh. And Arashi too. His face got fixed up after Gaius punched it crooked. That's definitely good news. At least someone in the hero candidate group can use a healing ability. That means they can look out for each other. As for today's training session, the hero candidates are heading into Teddy's research facility, and they're going to throw hands with monsters in there. Obviously, Teddy's lab is stocked with plenty of beasts. Time to go wild. Deep inside Teddy's lab, there are countless holding cells lined up. Inside, they've got every basic monster you can think of, from tiny goblins to mutant lizards, and even ogres. Basically, they've got the whole package. Walking down the main hallway surrounded by monsters on all sides was honestly a spine-chilling experience for the girls. Those things are monsters raised in captivity, specifically for Teddy's research. Leonora laughed and admitted that Teddy's facility is the perfect place for the hero candidates to practice combat, and Teddy was just happy to collect combat data and see how the hero candidates would perform. With that, the practical combat training officially began. The hero candidates' opponents, ogres. This was to boost their individual capability and combat instincts. They were set up to go one-on-one with these ogres to unlock their ultimate potential. Like right now, Rena is facing off against an ogre in the arena. Putting it lightly, that thing is 4 or 5 times her size. Arashi stood apart on the highest platform. Watching all his classmates, they were acting surprisingly calm. Even though they were suddenly forced into battle, Arashi guessed that yesterday's experience had a huge impact on his classmates. But still, a little bit of anxiety and fear was still lingering on their faces. Down in the arena, Rena was running around way too much, her eyes glued to the ogre in front of her. So she tripped and face-planted right into the ground. As for the ogre, even though it got scorched by Rena's fire magic, that beast was still looking super tanky. Suzuki couldn't just sit still in the stands. He immediately turned to Teddy and argued that the ogre was way too strong for Rena, but Teddy refused to listen. Besides, Leonora had ordered him to be even stricter with the hero candidates, and Teddy thought Suzuki was a bit confused. The hero candidates, with their unique abilities, shouldn't be losing to a mediocre ogre. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Rena was getting pretty frustrated that she hadn't finished off the beast yet. She gathered the strongest energy source. She had to create a massive fireball. Then she slammed it straight down on that ogre's head, turning it into instant barbecue. Teddy's like, chill. This is standard. If the hero squad just locks in, their power level is going to skyrocket way past this. He also dropped a hint: once a guardian hits a certain rank, you can unlock a bunch of sick variations. Arashi slides up to Suji and goes, bro, if I'm not tripping, you just awakened a whole new guardian, didn't you? Suji hears he's got a new toy. Oh, he's itching to test it out. Immediately begs Teddy to let him hop in the arena for the next round. Teddy's all for it. As soon as Suji steps into the ring, boom, summons his Monster Slayer sword instantly. Pops the new skill, Kamikaze. Even the ogre staring him down knows it's cooked. It can sense the sheer power gap. Bro. The monster actually got scared human style. It knew to be afraid. But Suji, he ain't showing no mercy to a beast. He hauls that sword up and charges straight at the ogre. Zero hesitation. One casual swing. And he just deletes the ogre's arm. Like slicing through butter. Didn't even let it scream. Suji lands, the crit cleaves the head right off. Match over in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Speedrun strats. Arashi's doing the math in his head. If Suji ran into that armored bear now, he'd turn that thing into minced meat. No diff. Arashi realizes he needs to double-check his theory now, to cook up a design for his own new guardian. But wait. Looking at the squad, Suji isn't the only one who unlocked a second skill. Arashi awakened a new ability too. But he figures, nah, Better not keep this on the down low. Better to let this maniac know. Bottom line, Guardian power scales up. And Arashi knows he can't just rely on raw technique to hard carry in this world anymore. He needs to unlock Guardians that actually buff his playstyle. That night, Arashi rounds up the boys who are on the same wavelength for a secret meeting. Narumi gets dragged along too. Arashi's cooking up a scheme. Step 1, deal with that snake Gios. Step 2, lock down Leonora and force her to spill the beans on how to get back to their world. If this plan works, they're going home early. Baby, they're plotting to take out Leonora for good, just so they don't get summoned back to this hellhole. Now, Arashi wants Narumi on the team. But Narumi, he's hesitating. Like, what's the drop rate on success here? Is it 100%? Or are they just gonna grief the whole lobby again? To be honest, Narumi thinks the plan is mad sketchy. But then he remembers Mireille getting hurt. And he loses his cool. Boom. He's in. Next day, all the hero candidates are back to the daily grind. Training arc continues. Arashi has to admit, Tsuji is grinding like crazy. But Tsuji knows he has no choice. He thinks he's still weak trash. So he's sweating buckets to level up as fast as possible. Honestly, Tsuji calling himself weak is a massive cap. He's been training for like 2 days. And he can already clap half the knights in the kingdom. But to Tsuji, not enough. Until he can solo Gios. He ain't satisfied. He needs to get cracked enough to protect everyone. No matter what goes down. Real talk. Tsuji knows Leonora and Gios are just using the students as NPCs in their war. But he's coping. Thinking those two won't do anything too crazy. As long as the class listens to orders. Simply put, Tsuji's ready to bet his whole life on this. He wants to defeat the Demon Lord. But the plot twist, he wants to solo the boss so no one else has to fight. That's why he's always trying to compromise. Keeping the squad safe. Tsuji really thinks he can make Leonora agree to his terms. Just then, Leonora pulls up and announces she's leaving Teddy in charge of the hero candidates. While she's away from keyboard, her and Gios are dipping for a few days vacation. Secret mission. Who knows? And honestly, that's music to some people's ears. On the way out, Gios asks Leonora, "Are you sure this is the play? Gios isn't blind?" He can tell Arashi is plotting something sus. Leonora knows. She smells a rebellion brewing, but she's not going to stop it. In fact, she's dying to see what Arashi's squad pulls off. Gios, though, he's stressing, even though the heroes are still mid-level noobs. Having the whole lobby turn against Leonora, not a great look. But Gios needs to chill. Because Leonora, she knows for a fact those kids are too trash to beat her. She's already got a plan for this little uprising. She's planning to humble them. Break their fangs once and for all. Alright. Let's pause there and skip ahead a bit. One night, Araji was out solo hunting lizards. He took it down easily. 0 effort. Right now. Aragi's stats are actually looking pretty decent. Plus, his skills hit level 5. Just then, an ogre, looking like a total rock star, suddenly popped up. It rushed straight at Araji. He dodged like a squirrel super fast, then pulled his dagger. Ready to throw hands. 3 daggers flew like arrows straight at the ogre. But surprise, all 3 bounced right off. 0 damage. Araji decided it was time to test his new skill. He activated weakness detection. Instantly, the back of that ogre's neck lit up like a Christmas tree. Target acquired. Araji pulled a 4th dagger and yeeted it right at the glowing spot. 1 hit. That fat ogre got deleted. Weakness detection is actually pretty cracked. But for Araji, not enough. He needs to get way stronger. A mob of little goblins rushed him. He didn't even flinch. Activated weakness detection again. Read their moves. And bam, dagger, spam. Wiped the whole squad. For trash mobs, weak points are always the head or heart. So the skill felt kind of useless. Araji figured he needed a higher quality target. To properly test this out, suddenly, he heard human footsteps nearby. It was Jin. What is she doing out here this late, apparently? She went to Aragi's room to find him. But he wasn't there. So she risked it all and came into the forest. And actually found him. How did she even know he'd be here? Farming mobs, anyway. Araji didn't want Jin getting in his way. He told her to go back. It's dangerous out here at night. Jin felt that was totally unfair. Araji's the one who should go back. Hunting monsters at night, that is literally asking for trouble. For some reason, Araji trusts Jin more than anyone else. He ends up telling her everything, like right now. He came clean and admitted he was testing his new divine guardian. That's not too weird. Teddy did say the hero candidates could awaken new guardians if their skills leveled up. But as for what Aragi's new guardian actually is, he wasn't planning to spill the details to Jin. Still, she came all this way because she was worried about him. Can't be too cold to her. It actually surprised Aragi Jin knowing how to worry about someone else. And worrying about him? Specifically wild. Aragi still wasn't going back though. He wanted to test his skills a bit more. Jin wanted to tag along and probably be a burden. But then a huge column of smoke in the distance caught her eye. A whole army of monsters was gathering there, burning houses, looting, chasing people down. Chaos. Suddenly, Suji pulled up like a knight in shining armor. He slashed an ogre to warm up, then locked in, ready to throw down with the approaching mob. Rina was there too, watching from afar. The fire might have actually been Rina misfiring a fireball. But no time to argue, monsters swarming at midnight. Gotta bash their heads in before anyone gets to sleep. Aragi and Jin rushed back. Turns out, it wasn't a village on fire. It was the hero candidate's dorms getting raided. A classmate tried to explain but had no clue what happened. Said he was sleeping like a baby. Then boom, fire everywhere. Monsters swarming like ants. Aragi knew immediately someone was pulling the strings. Gotta find the culprit and end this fast. Just then, Teddy showed up and started praising Aragi. Excellent deduction. No need to guess anymore, those monsters definitely came from Teddy's lab. They got out. And Times was the one ambushing the hero candidates. Teddy even juiced them up to make them stronger and more aggressive. Since he thought they were trash before, Teddy claimed wiping out the hero candidates was an order from the higher-ups, even though this would cost him his job. Honestly, Teddy didn't hate the candidates. But orders are orders. And higher-ups didn't mean Leonora. He wasn't about to serve that old fox. Teddy declared he only takes orders from the Demon Lord. Aragi was suspicious. Did this guy mess with monsters so much he decided to switch sides? In the middle of the night, a massive fire raged, swallowing the entire dorm area. Everyone was fighting for their lives against goblins. Meanwhile, Teddy stood on top of the wall, looking down like he owned the place. Smugly looking down. Looks like he's the one behind all this mess. Teddy keeps barking orders. Cold as ice. Get him on his command. Those goblins go berserk and rush straight at Kai, Jin, and Iosia. Kai shouts, "Kanzaki." She catches his drift instantly. On it, Jin raises her hand to cast a spell. Purple energy bursting out with her command. Freeze. The command hits. And the charging goblins get crowd-controlled. Stuck right in their tracks. Jin keeps them on lock. Your opponent is that guy. Teddy watches the whole thing, just smirking with pure contempt. He spits out, "Useless. Wake up." My monsters, the second he stops talking. The goblins suddenly snap out of Jin's hypnosis. They revert straight back to their killer instincts. Jin panics. Can't believe what she's seeing. What? How is that possible? Teddy laughs, full of confidence and loving every second. I'm a scientist. Remember, I know exactly how to handle rebellious monsters. Not giving Jin, Kai, and Iosia a second to react. He orders the goblins immediately. Attack. They rush in aggressively. Kai shouts, "Kanzaki, get back." Suddenly, he's right behind her. His eyes and the knife in his hand are cold as steel. Ready to brawl, the ferocious goblin growls. Then bam, a clean, fatal slash. It's Kai. He doesn't say a word. Just moves with insane speed. Just a small knife. But he slashes 3 goblins in one go. They hit the dirt before they even know they're dead. Blood splatters everywhere. Teddy isn't scared at all. In fact, he's hyped. He laughs loud and taunts. Still got plenty more. Where are they coming from? A horde of goblins and orcs swing their axes and hammers, rushing Kai, surrounded on all sides. But he doesn't flinch. He leaps up. Kai takes the high ground, soloing this with just a small dagger, and instantly slashes a goblin right in the vitals. Critical hit. Blood sprays out. Then he plunges the knife straight into a lizard's head. His moves are lightning fast, but his face completely calm. An orc tries to sneak him from behind, but Kai's already on it. He spins around and lands a heavy kick. That kick is enough to make the orc roar in pain and spit out a few teeth. Just like that. No matter how big the orcs are. They get dropped, knocked out cold on the ground. Iozia and Jin watch from the back. Totally shook by Kai's performance, he stands tall. Small knife in hand. Locked into his battle stance. The other goblins and orcs just stare. Completely stunned, Teddy yells. Charge, what are you doing? That guy doesn't even have a strong guardian. Kai's only using a knife in his bare hands. But he's insanely strong. He stays sharp. Kai silently activates his special skill. Activate appraisal. His eyes glow red like a scanner. Analyzing Teddy. All his stats pop up. He focuses on the very last line, rank 1 domination magic. He figures it out. So that's it. The reason Kanzaki's domination didn't work is because the monsters take orders from someone with stronger magic. Kai recalls what Teddy said. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? That's right. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control monsters. Teddy gets nervous. Damn it. I didn't want to use this. But I've got no choice. He puts his fingers to his mouth and whistles. The whistle echoes through the darkness, making Kai flinch. Confused, he asks, Teddy, what are you doing? The guy replies, you'll find out soon enough, not wanting to wait around. Kai decides to wrap this up fast. Then I'm ending this before that happens. Suddenly, something makes him freeze up in shock. A fierce blast of fire shoots straight at Kai to stop him, forcing him to jump back to dodge. Kai looks up to see what shot that fire. What the hell is that? He's stunned by a massive red fire dragon. It's a fire dragon. It lets out a ferocious, ear-splitting roar. Teddy laughs, bragging proudly. Meet the fire dragon. My trump card. It looks down at Kai's group and swings its massive tail. Under the violent whip of the fire dragon's tail, the stone chimney shatters. Debris flies everywhere. Giant rocks come crashing down on Kai, Jin, and Iosea. The sudden attack leaves all three of them frozen. Not knowing what to do, Iosea panics and gasps. What the? Jin stammers in fear. No. We can't dodge that. Kai rushes in, grabbing her to protect her, barely dodging the falling rocks. He checks on Jin. You good? Still terrified and in disbelief. She subconsciously calls out, Shin-kun. Kai yells at Iosea. Move it. Luckily, he dodged fast enough too. But he's still shaken and stammers. I'm good. Kai warns them. It's about to attack again. Pick up Kanzaki and run, he replies. Got it. The fire dragon's blazing wings signal that something terrible is about to happen. It immediately flies toward Kai's group at high speed. He shouts, Here it comes. Hearing that, Iosea scoops up Jin and takes off like Kai said. The crimson fire dragon, with its ferocious yellow eyes, opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and a blue gem on its chest, glowing with a mysterious light. Kai activated his appraisal eye again, and he spotted it. Gotcha. He slashed straight down its body. But Kai's eyes widened. Something was wrong. He looked back at the fire dragon. Not a scratch. Instead, Kai's dagger shattered into pieces. He thought, it's too tough. My current attack power can't cut through that. What should I do? The fire dragon let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Look at that. Perfect size for my prey. It was Suzuki. Standing on the roof, he grinned down at the beast. Then, he dove, wrapped in a vortex of flames, and threw a devastating punch. Suzuki landed, eyes full of challenge as he slammed a massive hit onto the dragon's giant body. As he landed, he turned to admire his handiwork, laughing. How's that? You damn lizard. But his smirk vanished. He froze, eyes wide in total shock. Realizing something impossible, the fire dragon blasted a torrent of flames, engulfing Suzuki. He couldn't dodge in time and got knocked down, rolling in agony and screaming. Luckily, he's no ordinary human, so he survived. Kai sighed and called out to him. You got careless. Kai thought, gotta admit though, he's cracked. Suzuki clutched his arm, cursing, damn it. That actually hurt. His confident, trash-talking vibe was gone. Kai instructed. Listen up. Arashi, he glared back. Annoyed. What Kai proposed. We have to take it down together. They stood before the massive fire dragon. Burning in a sea of flames. Kai repeated. We need to team up. Suzuki turned. Looking disgusted. I don't need you. Kai explained. I can see its weakness. But I don't have enough attack power. Suzuki got it. So you want my help, I don't team up with trash. Kai warned. It's coming. The fire dragon swung its flaming tail like a hurricane. Thanks to Kai's heads up, Suzuki managed to dodge the hit. But the dragon didn't stop. It arched its back, gathering a massive fireball in its mouth. Suzuki was stunned. No way. Before he could react, he got hit by a rage-filled streak of fire. He couldn't dodge and took the full hit. Screaming in agony, groaning, he stumbled, trying to stand through the pain. Kai calmly warned, if you think you can solo it, go ahead. Suzuki, stubborn as ever, muttered, you bastard. But he had to cave. Fine. Where's the weakness? Kai pointed it out. There's a reversed scale on its neck. See it? Suzuki looked closely and spotted the odd scale. That one. Kai laid out the plan. I'll draw aggro. You aim a burst attack right at that scale. Can you do it? He smirked confidently. Obviously. On the fortress peak behind them, Teddy shouted. Why are you just standing there? Catching Suzuki's attention, he barked the order. Kill them. The fire dragon obeyed. Roaring violently in a fit of rage, a wave of intense heat made Kai and Suzuki wince. The dragon roared savagely and charged at them. Kai moved fast. He slashed the dragon, then sprinted away, shouting, over here, trying to distract it. Just as planned. The beast chased him, roaring in anger. He kept drawing its attention. Then, sensing the perfect moment, Kai stopped kiting it and left the rest to Suzuki. Arashi got the signal and rushed in. I know, he locked onto the dragon's weakness, throwing a flaming punch straight at it while screaming. Die. You damn lizard, the dragon shrieked in absolute agony. The fire dragon's massive body finally fell, defeated by Kai and Suzuki. Teddy, watching in horror, stammered, speechless, while Suzuki proudly stepped onto his trophy. Too easy, Kai teased. You really gonna talk smack after getting wrecked? Suzuki snapped back. Embarrassed. Shut up. Kai looked up at Teddy. Well, you lost your trump card. You want to keep going, panicking but trying to stay cool. He replied. Of course. I still have plenty of monsters. He turned around to look, but his monsters were already lying in heaps. Defeated. He was confused, unable to believe his eyes. Every single goblin and orc had been wiped out. A blue sword dripping with blood appeared, followed by a voice. We took care of the trash. It was Suji, Rina, Yumi, and the dorm crew. They'd been fighting too. Terrified, Teddy blurred out. Osh times T. He tried to run, but Yoshia was already behind him. Nowhere to run, Teddy flinched and slipped off the fortress edge. He screamed as he fell, but luckily, Yumi's water magic caught him. Teddy struggled to the surface, but the moment he opened his eyes, a sharp blade was waiting for him. Kai pointed his knife straight at Teddy and started grilling him. It was midnight, and we'd already wasted way too much time fighting. But there are things I need to ask you. Teddy panicked, begging for mercy. Wait, I'll tell you, I'll spill everything. Just please don't kill me. But before he could spill the truth, he suddenly groaned, his face twisting like something was strangling him. His eyes turned a deep purple like he'd been poisoned, leaving everyone horrified and confused. With one last scream, Teddy collapsed. Unconscious, Kai announced. He's dead. Suji asked. What was that just now? Kai guessed. Probably some kind of curse. I read about stuff like this in the library documents. He lowered his voice. So they cast a curse on him. The moment he tried to leak info, the curse took him out. Kai shared his theory. I think the Demon King's army is going to keep being a major threat to us. His face hid a mix of calculation and worry for the future. Cut to the next scene. One day after the Teddy incident, The battle site was nothing but desolate ruins now, with soldiers cleaning up the mess. In the distance, a magnificent, glittering castle appeared. Inside the castle, a voice rang out in surprise. "No way." Leonora, after hearing the full report, the person looked shocked, even pained. "I never expected something like this to happen while I was away." Iozia looked annoyed. "You're the one who assigned Teddy that duty. Aren't you gonna apologize?" Leonora smiled slightly at that, not wanting to ruffle feathers. She spoke up. "That is true. I apologize for causing a misunderstanding." Everyone there, including Iozia, went silent, confused by her words. Sensing the awkward vibe, Leonora gently explained, "Let me rephrase that. I didn't think such a weak monster tamer could cause this much damage. That is what I meant." Everyone looked skeptical at her words. Rena, looking a bit irritated, asked for clarification. "Wait. Hold on. You mean you two knew he was a demon spy but let him run wild anyway?" Leonora kept that gentle expression and replied, "I told you all. From now on, your training is going to get much more brutal, and what happened was just one part of it." Daiki snapped back. "We almost died. He set fire to everything while we were sleeping." Gaius cut in. "Don't be such a child. It is your fault for letting your guard down at night." Everyone fell silent, but everyone looked annoyed and bitter at their leader's indifference. Kai stood to the side, watching silently as he thought, "He's right. They didn't notice the monster until it was too late." "But this is still insane. What more can you expect from normal high schoolers?" Leonora changed the subject. "Now, let us move on to the main topic. Next, you will all be visiting the royal capital." Suji asked. "What are we going to do there?" She explained. "The focus is to reveal the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital. You will stand on stage as the leaders." Scene change. Night falls. The full moon peeked from behind thin clouds, lighting up the starry night sky. Gaius, sitting on his horse, gave the order. "That is enough for today. Rest up until sunrise." The soldiers obeyed. "Understood." Everyone stopped to light fires and set up camp. By the firelight, a voice whispered, "I think there's about 30 of them." It was Suzuka, aggressively biting into the meat in his hand. Atsushi didn't get it. 30 what Kenta was listening closely to. Suzuka looked at them and clarified. "The number of soldiers traveling with us." He eyed the soldiers and guessed. "And from what I can see, they ain't nothing special." Kenta looked doubtful. "Well, I bet you could drop 'em with one punch." "Bro. But what are you getting at?" Suzuka looked a bit annoyed. "You don't get it. Our chance to make a move is here." Atsushi finally clicked. "Oh. Right." Kenta realized it too. Usually we're surrounded by tons of soldiers. But right now, only 30. Atsushi started paying more attention to the numbers. Suzuka tore into his meat and spoke. "It's obvious they're underestimating us. I bet those bastards would never think we'd actually rebel." The soldiers were indeed guarding sloppily, fueling his determination. "We make our move tonight. Get Narumi and his crew over here." In a corner, Kai was standing there, silently thinking. He must have overheard Suzuka's group, thinking to himself, "He's right. There are barely any soldiers with us, and they aren't even pros. But that's because Leonora and Gaius are confident they can handle us all by themselves. I need more time to figure out where that confidence comes from." "Tusk," Kai called out to Mireille. Making Suji jump, he asked, "Can we talk for a sec?" Night had fully settled in. Everyone had gone into their tents to rest. Outside, only a few soldiers were standing guard not too far away. Shadows of a group were moving in a really shady way. It turned out to be Suzuka, Atsushi, Kenta, Yoshi, Keo, and Akira. Suzuka whispered, "You think the ones not on guard duty are all asleep?" Yoshi guessed. "Seems like it." Hearing what he wanted, he got ready to move. "All right, let's do this." Suddenly, Suji appeared and called out to stop them. "Atsushi." "Wait, it wasn't just him, Rina. Yumi, Satoshi, Daiki, and Mireille were there too." Suzuka's group. Everyone was shook by the arrival of Suji's group. He walked up slowly and asked, "Yo, I heard you're trying to off Leonora-san and Gaio-san." Suzuka got salty. Who the hell told you that? Suji explained. I just happened to overhear it when I was walking by. Rina pressed them. Are you guys actually serious? I know they're trash. But this is insane. He shouted back. You're the ones who are crazy. How long are we going to let her treat us like obedient dogs? Suji tried to de-escalate. I get how you feel. But you're tweaking. There's gotta be another way. Suzuka wasn't buying it. All you do is yap. You got an actual plan, so he spilled it. I'll be Leonora-san's pawn. I'll take down the demon lord. And in exchange, I'll force her to guarantee everyone's safety. He mocked the plan. You actually think that Witch is gonna listen to you? Suji stood his ground. I believe once I level up, I'll have the power to negotiate. Suzuka scoffed. Still impossible. And another thing, I don't need a guy like you protecting me. Now get out of my way. I just want to go back to my world. Seeing he couldn't talk him down, Suji's squad stepped up to block them. He got serious. If you're for real about this, we're gonna stop you. And of course, Suzuka's crew stood their ground too. Nobody budged. Everyone was ready to throw hands to get what they wanted. He shouted in rage. You bastards, then he charged straight in. You're gonna regret this. Suzuka launched a heavy kick at Suji, but he wasn't exactly weak. So he blocked it. He was fine. But that kick still knocked Suji back a distance. He thought to himself, so fast. And this power. Suzuka froze too. He realized Suji wasn't just some scrub. Can't believe this trash actually blocked that. The commotion must have attracted the guards. 'Cause they were heading over. What are you lot doing here? Suji and Suzuka flinched. Snapping out of the tension, he was still glaring daggers. Looking ready to keep fighting regardless of everything. But Suji wasn't. He spoke up to diffuse the tension. Sorry about that. We were just discussing something. Seeing that, the guards lowered their guard and walked off with a warning. We have an early start tomorrow. Get some sleep. Suzuka let out a noise. He looked totally pissed. Making Suji turn back to look. He spun around and grumbled. Just my luck. What a pain. Suji just watched him helplessly. Suzuka snapped. I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to this bunch is useless. Daiguerre's holy temple. The royal capital. The capital was truly massive. Flashy as hell. And packed with people. Aoja was looking all around. Checking the place out. And gasped in amazement. So this is the royal capital. Mireille was a bit hesitant. It's way too crowded here. Rina chimed in too. Still not as packed as Tokyo. Though, Yumi laughed in agreement. True that. The group and soldiers were marching in. Everyone in the city gathered around. Looking surprised. The locals were whispering. Wondering if they were the heroes. Gaios bellowed. Move it. Make way for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates. Now, hearing that, the crowd was stunned and started buzzing. Hero candidates. You mean the ones chosen by God? Hearing that, the people immediately started cheering and welcoming Leonora's group. They were cheering like crazy. Waving at the procession, Suji politely waved back. But Suzuka's crew looked totally annoyed by all the hype. Kai spoke up. I guess these people are really putting their faith in the hero candidates. Like, a lot of faith. They expect us to save them. Jin, walking next to him, felt off too. Feels kinda heavy. Doesn't it? There was a calculating look in his eyes. The ancient, majestic castle gradually came into view. Scene switch. Leonora's group finally made it inside the castle. Holy Knight Jenny politely welcomed them. Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Please get some rest and recover your strength after the long journey. Everyone was shown to their rooms. Since it was the royal palace, everything was top tier, leaving everyone impressed. This bed is so soft, thank God. I was so done with sleeping on the ground. The girls also took the chance to go bathe. They happily enjoyed the hot bath. I feel alive again. This is heaven. Meanwhile, Suzuka's group stuffed themselves with food. Servants brought out plate after plate. He even ordered them around. So good. Tell them to bring more. Over at the palace training grounds, Suji was grinding hard, training intently, while Kai stood in a high tower, observing. From there, he could see the entire capital. He thought to himself, time to gather some intel. With that, Kai immediately started scouting every corner of the castle. There were soldiers guarding everywhere, strict security. He hid in a corner, assessing the situation. Way too many guards. Moving around the castle like this is risky. While checking the area, something suddenly caught Kai's eye. It was Jenny talking to a soldier. Kai recognized her the knight who showed them around. He silently hid behind a nearby tree to listen. The soldier asked, "Where did all the hero candidates go, Lady Jenny?" He replied, "They're probably resting in their rooms." The soldier asked, wondering, "Is it true those kids were chosen by the Creator God?" The guy answered, "If they're way stronger than normal teenagers, then yeah." The soldier looked worried. "Actually, I'm worried about the Demon Lord's minions. Having hero candidates here in the royal capital is definitely going to make them make a move." The soldier next to him chimed in. "Yeah, things have been crazy lately. I think we need to be extra careful." Kai was confused internally. Demon Lord's minions, Jin reassured them. "Don't worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital." "Right," the soldiers laughed in agreement. "That's true." Then the guy realized. It's training time. Let's go." As they left, Kai stood up and plotted. "Now I've got even more questions. I should probably head into town." Night fell. At a tavern, everyone was clinking glasses and chatting loudly. A voice rang out as a gold coin slammed onto the table. "Bartender, 1 beer and your best snacks." It caught the owner's attention. It was Kai. He was probably there to dig for info. Seeing a customer, the owner was enthusiastic. "You got it, just a sec." At a nearby table, a big guy with red hair was drinking and laughing. "Have you seen those hero candidates? Don't they just look like a bunch of brats?" The blonde guy next to him whispered a warning. "Let it go. We have to trust in God. You don't want the church to hear you talking like that." Kai thought to himself. Seems like the church has serious power in this country. The people are more scared of the church than the king or the nobles. A huge mug of beer slammed down, and the owner's gruff voice cut through his thoughts. "Here you go." Kai probed. "Bartender, I want to ask you something. Thing is, I'm new to this country, so I don't know much." The owner didn't refuse. "Sure. Getting the green light?" he asked. "I've heard a lot about the Demon Lord's minions." "Who are they?" The owner thought for a sec and said, "Oh, them. You know this country is at war with the Demon Legion." "Right," he explained. "Right now, the Demon Lord, their leader, is the most terrifying monster out there. Rumor has it that humans can be seduced by his overwhelming power and turn." Kai asked, "So those are the Demon Lord's minions?" The man replied. "Exactly. They're rampaging all over the country. Just a few days ago, they blew up a noble's mansion." Hearing this, he felt annoyed. What a pain. He tutted internally. So that's it. They're basically a terrorist organization. After getting the intel he needed, Kai left the tavern and walked through the bustling city. He looked pretty lonely out there. He didn't blend in with the vibe or colors of this place at all. As he walked, he calculated. Hero candidates are meant to defeat the Demon Lord. So us being in the royal capital is definitely going to trigger the Demon Lord's minions. That explains why everyone looks so on edge. Suddenly, a voice called out Kai's name. It was Jin. She looked panicked. Seeing it was him, she rushed over. "Finally found you. Where have you been?" Kai glanced around and explained. "We're in a totally strange place. I had to go gather some intel." Jin was still annoyed and pressed him. "I get that. But going alone is way too dangerous." She shyly offered. "I could help you. If you really need it." "You know," but he turned away and waved her off. "I can handle it myself. Just keep quiet and stay with the others." Being rejected like that made Jin furious. "What is up with that attitude? You should be grateful I'm willing to help you." Seeing her so fired up, Kai stopped. Sai hid. And gave in. "Fine. I'll let you help me. I need info on the royal capital. Can you talk to the people in town for me?" Getting to tag along made Jin beam with joy. She asked, "Really? Well, since you begged, I guess I have to." She seemed super happy, humming all the way back. Not far from there, a shadowy figure was watching Kai and Jin. Whoever it was seemed up to no good, super shady. A hand quietly pushed the window open. It was Kai. He was back in his room after a long, tiring night of investigating. He thought, In the end, I didn't get any useful intel at all, but at least I know about a new enemy. Kai took off his cloak, ready to rest. When he suddenly noticed something was off, Kai quickly threw his coat back on and pressed his ear to the door to listen. He wondered, why is it so loud out there in the middle of the night? Kai opened the door to check it out and saw everyone gathered together. Suji was talking to someone. Kai asked, "What's going on?" Carrie turned around and explained. "It's Kanzaki. He's disappeared," Sori added. "My brother was the first to notice. Since they share a room, everyone's looking for him." Carrie looked worried. "We have no idea where he went." Hearing that, Kai mumbled to himself, "They don't know I just disappeared too. Well, I guess it's 'cause I don't share a room with anyone." He replied aloud, That is worrying." Suji turned and asked him, "Do you know anything?" Kai denied it. "No. Sorry. I don't. I was asleep in my room the whole time." He was starting to feel the pressure since there were no clues. "Oh," Suji announced. "Everyone, listen up. I'm pretty sure he's not in the castle. The sun's about to come up. So let's head out and find him," Rina speculated. "Honestly, I think we should just leave him alone. But I guess we have to do what Suji says. Anyway, Yumi is just laughing helplessly next to him. Kai is calculating in his head. It is pretty dark out right now, so everyone in town is probably asleep. Outside, the night sky is pitch black. The whole town is sunk in silence and feels kinda gloomy. Kai is looking for Jin all by himself. He scans the area, guessing she has got to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, something catches his eye. It is Jin's card. He picks it up to check. It is Kanzaki's student ID. A figure nearby is standing there watching Kai. Then, from all sides, guys in brown cloaks holding swords appear and rush him all at once. They definitely do not have good intentions, swinging swords right at him. But luckily, his reflexes are fast, so he dodges it, leaving them. Kai catches one of their hands. The guy yells angrily, "You bastard!" He grips the hand tight, then uses that guy's own hand to stab the dude behind him. That guy is pissed. Shouting, "Damn it," he rushes at Kai aggressively but gets taken out by a swift kick. He crashes to the ground, out cold. The last guy sees this and his legs turn to jelly, so he just stands there frozen, shaking like a leaf. Kai judges him. "Your skills are trash. Whether you are a spy or a warrior, the guy looks like he has lost his soul." With glowing red eyes, Kai interrogates him. "Plus, you look just like a normal person, so what is your goal coming here?" The guy looks at him in fear and only manages to squeak out, Kai's gaze is absolutely terrifying. He threatens, "You are going to tell me everything." Scene change to where Jin is being held. She is chained up by both hands. She cries out weakly, sounding exhausted. Jin's eyes immediately turn fierce. It is the brown cloak guys, the same crew as the ones fighting Kai earlier. They tease, "Oh, so scary. She is actually pretty fierce." Jin stays firm. "My answer is still the same. I have got nothing to say to you scumbags." They mock her. "Come on, we are just trying to learn a little bit more about the hero candidates. That is all." "Fine then." Saying that, they reach their dirty hands toward Jin. They shamelessly rip her shirt open and threaten her. "How long are you going to keep yapping? Just watch." Jin gets tortured, threatened, and humiliated. Finally, Kai arrives. He is hiding in a corner, watching the situation. He uses his appraisal ability and realizes they are just normal people, but it is hard to believe Kanzaki got kidnapped by them. Then Kai throws knives at the laughing guys, taking them down instantly, really fast. 2 of them drop dead right in front of a confused Jin. Kai hit their weak points, taken out on the spot without making a sound. He asks, "Are you okay?" She turns around, sees him, and calls out, "Kai." He carefully looks around. Jin tries to apologize, but Kai cuts her off. "Do not make any noise. We will talk later. Right now, we have to escape." Then he quickly unlocks the chains for her. Jin rubs her sore wrists and shyly thanks him. Suddenly, Kai senses something coming, so he jumps up. On high alert, there is some terrifying threat in the darkness. And sure enough, a figure appears, rushing in at a speed the naked eye can barely track. The guy swings his sword aggressively. A blow so powerful it shatters the stone bricks. Luckily, Kai noticed it and carried Jin to dodge that strike. The guy speaks up. You dodged it. He is radiating a nasty killing intent. He says, I guess I really have to kill you too. Hero candidates. Kai questions him. Are you here on the Holy Knight's orders? He answers instantly. Correct. But maybe you will like this title better. General of the Demon Lord's army. Seeing this guy is bad news. Kai immediately gets into a fighting stance. Seems like even the capital is surrounded by enemies. This kingdom is doomed.
Jenny gloats.
I will end it even faster, by destroying the hero candidates. The tense atmosphere between Kai and Jenny reeks of destruction. He uses his appraisal ability to read him. Jenny is indeed a holy knight. And he is seriously strong with a near-perfect score. Kai thinks to himself. All his skills are rank B. That proves he is a well-rounded fighter. I shouldn't underestimate him. Jenny stares him down, his eyes gleaming with determination. I will wipe out every single hero candidate. Then he jumps up and shouts, Let's go, with a wicked killing intent. Jenny swings his sword high, slashing fiercely at Kai. Kai jumps up to dodge. The guy's sharp gaze tracks him. Immediately, Jenny casts a summon. Obey me and burn the target. Fireballs answer his command, appearing and shooting toward Kai. Catching him off guard, he realizes it and thinks, it is fire magic. Suddenly, Kai's expression freezes. Jenny gloats. You are in mid-air. There is no way to dodge, but Kai does not flinch. He throws a knife right into the fireballs. Jenny thinks he has this in the bag. It is useless. Burn flame sword. He ignites his blade with fire to slash Kai. He is bursting with confidence. It is over. Hero candidate. But Kai pulls out a gun and fires a single shot. A small hole appears on Jenny's forehead. The bullet from Kai's gun went straight through him, and just like that, he falls down in defeat. Kai looks at the gun, feeling a bit reluctant about using it. He puts it back away and complains internally. I didn't plan on using this here since my ammo is limited. But he's actually right. I shouldn't have jumped mid-air like that. Jin lay on the cold ground in a spreading pool of blood. Reality just shattered his arrogant overconfidence. Kai told himself he has to learn how to fight enemies head-on. If I want to survive in this world, Jin, who had been hiding behind the corner watching the whole time, poked her head out and asked, Is that a gun? He calmly explained. This is standard equipment for an assassin, Jin grumbled. It's actually kind of scary knowing someone in our class has been carrying a gun this whole time. Then her expression softened. But, thanks. You came to save me. Right, Kai denied it. Just a coincidence. By the way, can't you use your domination power? Jin clarified. No. I don't know why. I couldn't use any magic while I was chained in those cuffs. But I'm good now, picking up his jacket. He confirmed in his mind. So those cuffs were pretty special. Kai draped the coat over Jin and warned her. Good then. Let's get out of here. Saying that, he turned and walked away first. She regained her composure and called out. Shinju-kun, those guys just now. They wanted to attack everyone in our class. Kai replied. I know. I heard. I caught one of them before I got here. And he spilled everything. Flashback to when Kai was ambushed, he quickly took them down and kept the last one for interrogation. The guy begged in fear. Please, don't kill me, Kai threatened. That depends on you. The guy knelt down and confessed. We were just following orders. They said hero candidates are enemies of the Demon Lord. And we have to kill them. Kai pressed a sharp knife against the guy's throat and questioned him. So you killed Kanzaki too. He trembled violently and made an excuse. That girl is still alive. We decided to keep her as a hostage to ambush the other hero candidates. Scene change after saving Jin. The sky had turned bright. The atmosphere was peaceful, with morning sunlight shining on Kai and Jin. He spoke to her. Surprising thing is, he wasn't killed by a death curse like Teddy was. That's why I don't think this is the work of demons. Jin looked disappointed hearing the truth. So it was fanatics. Unbelievable. I thought people in this world were our allies. Kai comforted her. Don't let people like that fool you. You got chained up because you weren't careful. Right, she shouted. Shut up. They answered all my questions when I tried to find out more. You know, he analyzed. So didn't you think there was a reason for that? Demons are our enemies, but humans can be our enemies too. Jin turned away, sulking. I regret it already. Okay, happy now, it's because I was too careless. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. Shinju-kun, Kanzaki-san. The conversation cut off as they looked over. He recognized Midu. The guy ran over, breathless but happy. Seeing Jin, Suji exclaimed, "Thank God. You're okay." She looked guilty. Sorry for worrying you." Suji wondered. "I'm just glad you're safe." "Did Shinju-kun find you?" Kai said solemnly. "About that." "Midu, we need to talk." Seeing his tone, Suji knew something had happened. "Am I right?" He told him everything, catching him off guard. Demon Lord Cult Kai nodded. "Yeah, it's a group of fanatics who worship the Demon Lord and want to go against humanity. And we're their targets." Suji analyzed. "Humans. So the problem is, we can't tell who the enemy is, unlike with monsters." Kai confirmed. "Right. I think we need to tell everyone to stay on high alert." He agreed. "Okay. Let's report this to Leonora-san. I just hope she'll strengthen the defenses." Jin piped up. "If we tell her to do that, she'll definitely just tell us to handle it ourselves." Suji laughed helplessly. "True." He laid out his plan. "First, let's gather everyone and decide on a plan of action, right now." Everyone scattered looking for Kanzaki-san. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Kai's attention. Suji too. And Jin flinched. Smoke was rising from behind the building. At the same time, a group of people in brown cloaks suddenly appeared, surrounding the three of them. They were all armed, numerous, and definitely didn't have good intentions. Suji guessed. Maybe this is exactly what they were waiting for. Kai raised his guard. "Here they come. Get ready to fight." With that, all three readied themselves for battle. From the gloomy sky, interlacing black smoke covered the air. On Kai's side, Suji and Jin were surrounded by henchmen. In the same boat, Yoshia and Mirai weren't doing any better. Rina, Yumi, and Kari were also surrounded by other minions. And finally, Atsushi, Kenta, and Suzuki weren't faring much better. The system panel popped up with their info. Race human. Age 20. Gender male. Attack, defense, and agility are all D rank, while stamina and energy are only F rank. The status of those minions is hostile. And their skills, Kai eyed them. 6 enemies. Their stats are trash compared to Venanus. But fighting them is still a pain. They're actual warriors. The bearded guy yelled, "Get 'em." The minions rushed Kai, Suji, and Jin instantly. Kai barked, "Kanzaki." Nearby, Rina fought back and shouted, "I know, freeze." Suddenly, an invisible force slammed into the minions, locking their bodies in place. Kai didn't waste a second. Counterattack. Bam. Small knives embedded right in their foreheads. They all screamed. Suji panicked, yelling, "Shinjo, they're humans, not demons." Kai's voice was ice cold. "So what? They're still enemies." Suji froze, but Kai cut him off. "Shut up. There's one left. Right on cue." A minion lunged at Suji. He blocked it just in time. Suji pleaded, "Why are you doing this? We're both humans." "Aren't we?" The bearded guy grinned like a demon. "We do it all for our master." Jin raised her hand to help from afar. But before she could cast, Kai stopped her. Jin blinked. Surprised, Shinjo Kai ordered coldly, "Stand down. I want Midu to handle this." Slash. Done. Suji cut the bearded guy's sword clean in half. The guy stared at his broken weapon. Speechless, Suji gave him one last chance. "Surrender, and I'll spare you." Drop the sword. But the guy didn't take the bait. Instead, he roared, "You dare mock me?" Hero candidate, he lunged, catching Suji off guard. Predictable. Blood sprayed everywhere. Suji gritted his teeth. Looking at the fresh gash on his arm, the bearded guy cackled. Suji snapped, "No more mercy." He unleashed a combo on the guy. Boom. Direct hit. The bearded guy collapsed to the ground. Suji stared. Even after getting wrecked, The guy forced a smile. It's not over. There's still. Kai walked up. Finish him. Me do. Suji hesitated. Can't I just leave him here to die? Kai shook his head immediately. No. Confirm the kill. Eliminate the threat. Suji freaked out. How can you be so calm about this? He's human. Just like us, Kai didn't flinch. Me do. Make your choice. While we're standing here yapping. The class is getting raided. Aren't you gonna help? Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? Suji closed his eyes. His mind torn. Kai pressed on. Tell me, what's more important, the enemy's life? Or your classmates' lives? That did it. Suji made his choice. Fine. Slash. He dealt the killing blow. Enemy down. Suji muttered. I'm going to save the others. The sky cleared up. Below, amidst the crowded buildings, the minions were completely wrecked. Bodies everywhere. Arashi hoisted one guy up by the neck. Looks like you're the last one left. The guy dangled there. Choking. Weak. Arashi grinned. Enjoying it way too much. Arashi threw a heavy haymaker. The punch sent the guy flying. Arashi stood there, looking absolutely badass. Atsushi chuckled nervously. Brutal. That's too brutal. Kenta hyped him up. That's our Arashi. What a beast. Elsewhere, a slender figure speed blitzed the minions. Rina unleashed blazing red orbs. Fireball. The enemies were engulfed in flames. She panted heavily. Why are there so many of them? Rina turned to Yumi. What's everyone else doing? You guys can still fight. Right, take him down. One by one. Carrie hesitated. But. She stammered. They're humans too. Aren't they? Rina snapped back. Do you want to die? Suddenly, a minion attacked Carrie. Then Yumi got hit too. Rina broke into a cold sweat. Why elsewhere? A voice echoed. My. Leonora mused softly. Should I give you all a passing grade? Over by the monument? Yumi and Kari clutched their injured arms. Rina stayed in a combat stance. Behind her, the classmates braced themselves. Then, Leonora appeared. She was surrounded by glittering light. Oh my. Should I let you pass this test? Everyone froze, staring at Leonora. A minion screamed. You witch, are you the saintess? Leonora kept her fake smile plastered on. Correct. And since the hero candidates are my subordinates, naturally, I'd come to save them when they're in trouble. Right, the guy lost it. You didn't even bring your guardian knights, and you think you can save them. You take us for a joke, she giggled softly. In the end, you're just trash seduced by the demon lord's power. I never even considered you enemies to begin with. The minion shrieked. Kill her, shut her up. They rushed her all at once. Leonora didn't flinch. She gave a faint smile. Hair shadowing her face, Leonora whispered a spell. Rainbow light erupted. Flash. The light pierced right through the minions' bodies. Just as predicted, they dropped before they could even touch her. One of them gasped in shock. I can't move, another guy gritted his teeth. No. Impossible. Rina was stunned. Wait. Is that Kanzaki? But Leonora shut that down instantly. Please, do not compare my power to times thing. Suddenly, the whole area was flooded with blinding golden light. Her voice boomed. My power. My range. My authority of domination. I am superior in every single way. She asked. Guard up. Why did you save us? Leonora replied. Totally chill. I did mention letting you guys pass the test. Didn't I? Though honestly, I would have been happier if you handled this yourselves. Rina let out a dry laugh. So that's how it is. Guess I should thank you then, she replied flatly. No need. Protecting subordinates is my duty. Suddenly, one of the minions grabbed onto Leonora's skirt. Wait. The guy wheezed weakly. Don't leave us here. What? What are you going to do with us? She paused. Like she just remembered something. Oh, my apologies. You're still alive. Then, she dropped the order. Well then, everyone. Finish them off. Yumi and Kari were instantly wrapped in golden light. She gasped. Huh. Another girl froze. My body. It's moving on its own. The green-haired classmate was trembling, clutching his sword. Another blonde student was hijacked by the light too. Carrie's body raised her sword high, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Wait. Wait. Stop. The minion at Carrie's feet begged in terror. Please. Don't do it. She couldn't stop her own body, tears streaming down her face. No, Carrie screamed. No. But her hands swung the sword down anyway. A crimson spray painted the rooftop. Kai and Jin were watching the whole thing. It was total chaos down there. Leonora stood right between Kari and Yumi, wearing a bright, happy smile, along with the other students controlled by those golden beams. Forced to slaughter the minions. Kai's voice turned cold. So this is Tier 3 domination magic. She wondered aloud. It's way stronger than my own domination authority. Right, she can control that many people at once. Her power and range. It's in a completely different league. Kai kept his eyes glued to the scene below. He looked towards Leonora and thought, we need a countermeasure for that ability. Fast. Night fell, and a full moon cast its light over the entire kingdom. 12 hours after the attack by the Demon Lord's cultists, the classmates gathered in a waiting hall. Suji stood in the center. From a corner, Kai quietly watched Rina. Mira ran over and asked, how is it? Is everyone okay? The only answer she got was a headshake. Rina replied sadly, they're in really bad shape. Everyone's in shock. She sighed. Yeah. Yoshia gritted his teeth. I will never forgive her for this. Controlling people and forcing them to kill. That is sick. He turned to Rina, his voice full of concern. You were controlled too. Right, Rina. Are you okay? She frowned. I just feel gross. But for the others, this is going to be really hard for them. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. This is my fault. Suji clenched his fists, blaming himself. I didn't make it in time. The other classmates jumped in to comfort him. Don't say that, you saved us, Midu added on too. Yeah. Stop blaming yourself. Jin looked sad. If only we had gotten there sooner. Kai spoke up from his corner. It wouldn't have made a difference. None of us are strong enough to go against Leonora. He narrowed his eyes. We split into 2 teams back then. After taking down the attackers, teaming up with Midu was the best way to save the most students. Kai analyzed the results in his head. Midu and I saved a few groups, but we couldn't get there in time to save Nagas and the others. He crossed his arms, eyes dark. The Demon Lord's cult. I'm sure this isn't the last time I'll see them, but since their General Zenith got destroyed, they'll probably lay low for a while. Besides, there's something way more important to deal with right now. He called out, Kanzaki. Turning towards her, he asked, can you come with me for a sec? Sure. Jin quickly ran after him. Oh, okay. Suddenly she got all shy, her face turning bright red. Jin stammered. What? What are you planning to do? Contrasting her embarrassment, Kai replied, totally calm. To figure out how to counter Leonora's domination magic, I need help from someone with the same kind of power. She's just like you. She coughed awkwardly. I get it. That works. So, do you have a plan yet? He nodded. Yeah. I've got an idea. Pointing at himself, Kai said, Kanzaki, first, I want you to dominate me. Jin screamed, blushing furiously. One day, after they defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom threw a massive parade to celebrate the summoning of the hero candidates. Fireworks filled the sky. The parade was packed with drums, trumpets, flutes, and all kinds of instruments playing in the streets. Citizens poured out of their houses to join the vibe. It showed that after the hero candidates showed off their power in the battle against the Demon Lord's cult, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Suji was riding a horse amidst the cheering crowd. Yoshia and Mirai happily waved back at the people. Asushi was struggling, trying to control his horse, while Sunsuke was way more chill. Kai and Jin stood back, watching coldly. Kai thought, something smells fishy. Is this the script Leonora wrote for all of us? Looking in her direction, Kai speculated, if that's true, she's way more dangerous than I thought. Outside the kingdom, The students stood at attention before Leonora and Gaius. That bright smile was still plastered on her face. Looks like everyone is here. Good. I want you all to head back to the Alpha Sanctuary. Jin echoed Leonora's words. The Alpha Sanctuary, Kai explained from the side. That's the name of the sanctuary, where we were summoned. I think that territory is under Leonora's control. Suzuki asked. You're not coming with us. Leonora, she glanced his way and replied, I have some issues to resolve regarding yesterday's incident. I'll leave you all in Gaius's care. Rina brushed her hair back. I guess we can go back. But our old dorms were torched. You know that. Another classmate covered their mouth and giggled. Right. It was hilarious. She looked away. Over there, Carrie crossed her arms, avoiding eye contact while Yumi was trembling. Rina walked over and asked, Kari, you okay, Yumi? Face pale. Stammered. Oh. Sorry, don't worry. I'm fine. Suddenly, Leonora appeared and asked, Is something wrong? The fragile atmosphere shattered as they jumped. Yumi screamed and fell backward. She stumbled, but luckily Rina rushed in to catch her. Rina asked worriedly, You okay? The woman watched the scene, then turned to leave. If everything here is fine, then I'll be taking my leave. Suddenly, Rina shouted, Hey, but Leonora just kept walking away. Yumi called out weakly. Stop. Stop it. Rina. I'm fine. Yumi lay feebly in Rina's arms. It's really okay. I'm good. The woman gave a cold, sharp smile. Leonora walked away, tossing back the words, That's good to hear. See you all next time. Shuji watched her leave, gritting his teeth. Kai stayed silent, while Suzuki grinned coldly. Gaius barked the order. All right, let's move out. Night fell, and the full moon was choked by dark clouds. Below, small campfires flickered as everyone tried to keep warm. A pair of feet began to move. A group was heading deep into the forest. Kai sat by the campfire, lost in thought, then spoke up. Looks like they're planning to do it right now. Jin held his cup, worried. They wouldn't actually do it. Would they? Kai analyzed calmly. Leonora isn't here, and there are only 30 soldiers on guard. But compared to us, hero candidates, they're way weaker. The fire reflected in Kai's eyes. That's why this is the perfect chance to end Gaius. In this situation, I have no reason to stop them. I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. In the dark forest, the man's question rang out. Is it really here? Gaius adjusted his cloak and continued. A monster that looks like a dragon or something. Yoshia led the way, insisting, I'm telling the truth. He looked around. Weird. I swear I saw it somewhere around here. Gaius turned his head to scan the area. This zone is right along the path to the royal capital. It'd be dangerous if a dragon actually lived here. We need to report this immediately and assemble a hunting squad. Suddenly, Yoshia shouted. He pointed in a direction. You think it's over there? The man gripped his sword, ready to charge. Where is it? Out of nowhere, Suzuki appeared behind Gaius to ambush him. He slammed down a heavy strike, a destructive explosion. Yoshia quickly flew up into the air. Too close, I almost got caught in that blast. Gaius scrambled to cover his head and escape. The man clutched his battered body and roared. Gaius turned back and shouted, You scumbag, you people, from the smoke. The attacker dusted himself off and stepped out. Even my highest tier firepower wasn't enough to end you. You're as hard to kill as a leech. Suzuki gave a cold grin, but Gaius drew his sword and backed up defensively, saying, Exterminating persistent trash is my specialty. A step forward. A golden bolt of lightning crashed down. Suzuki gloated. You realized we lured you here. Right, so obviously, we set up a trap just for you. His battered body leaned on his sword for support. Suzuki asked, Used up your energy defending, but that hit still wrecked you. Didn't it? Gaius panted and replied. I never expected you to use such cheap tactics to ambush me. I underestimated you. Arashi. The boy spread his arms and laughed. Thanks, but I just want you dead. So I don't really care about tactics or whatever. Unsurprisingly, the man was surrounded from behind by the other classmates. However, Gaius stood tall, charging up some kind of ultimate move. Suzuki shouted. Get him. Guys, don't hold back. Make sure he doesn't leave here alive. The man dug for something in his pocket. I guess there's no stopping you kids. Suddenly, Gaius pulled out a sphere and threw it straight into the sky. The sphere emitted a blinding light in the sky, exploding like a firework. Shuji stared in surprise and asked, What the hell is that? Jin stared blankly and whispered, It's beautiful. Kai watched the light, his expression turning cold. He scoffed. Seriously. Arashi, you blew it. A flare shot up into the night sky. The soldiers below were shocked. Is that a distress signal? The soldiers started to panic. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Sir Gaius in a while. Is he under attack? Another soldier piped up. We gotta check that light source. Now. But barely a second later, he screamed. Kai was standing there, blade dripping with blood. The whole squad stumbled back in fear. He walked up to one, pressed the knife against his throat, and whispered, Nothing personal. But you gotta die. */ one clean cut. And the guy dropped. The others lost it and rushed him. He effortlessly weaved through their swords. Dodge. Counter. Dropped him in a split second. Kai's expression, ice cold. He shoved a corpse into another guy, forcing him to catch the dead weight. Then Kai slid in, silently stabbed him right in the ribs. Kai sheathed his blade and reset his stance. The survivors were shaking. You're a hero candidate. Why are you doing this? He leaned in, whispering right in their ears. You really think you have time for questions? Done. He cut the rest of them down, one by one. Meanwhile, Gaius was surrounded. He was fighting solo against the mob, everyone screaming as they launched their attacks at him. Gaius was cracked, blocking everything with his bare hands, while they just stared in shock. Then, from a distance, winds gathered, taking the shape of a lance. Iosia unleashed her skill wind spear. It shot forward. On the other side, Akira popped his skill, buffing the team. That wind spear got supercharged, glowing red hot as it tore through the air. Gaius panicked. He realized that thing was gonna hurt. With god-tier reflexes, Gaius dodged it. Kai jumped in for a follow-up strike, but Gaius snapped around and roared. Too slow, but then the old man froze. Kai activated a skill. His entire arm was coated in metal. Guardian Art Iron Body. Gaius landed, scoffing. These damn Guardian Arts are a pain. But before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something else. It was Suzuka. A massive explosion burst from her fist as Gaius tried to block the impact. He was blown back, letting out a scream. Gaius's arm was wrecked. He looked weak, barely holding himself up with his longsword. Suzuka smirked. You're one tough old man. Aren't you, watching from above? Iosia called out. Wait. I recognize that light. It's a distress signal. He's trying to stall for time. Gaius's eyes were rolling back, his face covered in blood. He wheezed. No. No need for that. Suddenly, Leonora appeared, her voice sickeningly sweet. Backed into a corner. Are we? Gaius. Everyone froze, shocked to see her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the soldiers were all tied up. Suzuka asked, What are you doing? Kanzaki. She was casting some kind of spell on the soldiers. Jin sighed. Just following orders. Suzuka blinked. Orders. Rina looked pissed. I didn't expect this from you. Usually you ignore what everyone says. Kai stepped out from the shadows, looking cold as ever. Sorry. Midu. He's just following my time's orders. Suzuka was even more shocked. Shinjuku Jin reported to Kai. I caught 7 of them, but a few managed to slip away. He replied coldly. Don't worry. I took care of the rest. Suzuka gasped. Took care of them. She rushed over, frantic. Shinjuku. Wait. Did you? Kai didn't mince words. He got straight to the point. Yeah. I killed them all. Left no survivors. Except for these guys. Even Jin looked surprised by that. You're just as ruthless as ever. Suzuka frowned. But why? Why go that far? Kai closed his eyes. Because I knew Arashi's squad would be busy fighting Gaius. So I figured I'd clean up the trash. Suzuka looked annoyed. So that's why I haven't seen Arashi and his team anywhere. Rina piped up from the back. Is this that rebellion plan they were talking about? Are you actually serious? Kai didn't bother explaining. He just pointed at the captives. What's the point of asking? Those tied-up soldiers are your answer. Suzuka couldn't accept it. Are you really teaming up with Arashi? Shinjuku, I thought you were times my times teammate Kai. Shut that down immediately. No. I do what I want. And more importantly, me do. Shouldn't you be looking for Arashi instead of wasting my time? He turned to leave. Then paused. Damn it. We really don't have time for small talk. Suzuka barked orders to the team. Let's move. We have to stop. Arashi Leonora walked forward slowly. Looks like you lost. Gaius. He couldn't even argue. It was a pathetic sight. I couldn't fight my own old age. Iosia yelled out in panic. What do we do now? Arashi. Suzuka made the call. We don't have a choice. After everything that's happened, you want me to tuck my tail and run? Arashi and Kenta hesitated. But isn't she the one controlling us? Leonora gave a faint smile and explained. Of course. There are conditions. If you had enough energy to fight back, you'd be fine. But you brats always rely on your guardians, and you have no clue how to control your own energy. In a way, you're just weaklings. That's exactly why I can control all of you. Suzuka gritted her teeth. You dirty witch. I bet you wouldn't stand a chance if we went all out, she smirked. Such a cheap provocation. But fine. Bring it on. I'll wreck you myself. I'm gonna snap those fangs of yours, Gaius roared in rage. Leonora-sama, don't tell me you're gonna use your ability to enslave them. That's straight up too far. Leonora spoke with a gentle tone. Gaius. I'm the saintess. Aren't I God loves times me times more than them? She shouted as Suzaku rushed in. Bring it. Gaius got yanked back as Leonora's hand started glowing. She instantly cast Heavenly Wood. A sharp spike of earth shot up from beneath Leonora. It pierced right into Suzaku before he could even react. Leonora was already casting the next skill. Heavenly Wind. Sharp blades of wind surrounded Suzaku. The tornado launched him high up and flung him away. Yosia scrambled to catch Suzaku, screaming in panic. Arashi Tsuji was just as worried. Arashi-san. His voice was still echoing when she unleashed the next strike. Heavenly Fire. A violent inferno engulfed Arashi. Leonora showed zero fatigue. Immediately casting Heavenly Water. A massive water bubble swallowed Kenta whole, leaving him just enough time to yell. What the? Kenta panicked as he realized he couldn't breathe. Anyone help? He collapsed to the ground instantly. Leonora smirked, still keeping that gentle expression on her face. Are you kids finished yet? Suzaku's scream rang out from the sky. Not yet. You think you've won. You damn witch. Just then, a voice cut in. Wait. Tsuji's squad had arrived. Tsuji glanced up at Suzaku and shouted, Stop fighting. Arashi, what's the point of doing this? He looked helpless too. Tsuji, if you want to stop me, then use your power. I hate that pacifist crap of yours. Tsuji couldn't accept it. Do you guys think like him too? Yosia looked conflicted. I'm sorry, Tsuji, but I just can't trust these people. Tsuji murmured sadly. I get it. Rina chimed in. I agree with Narumi. If you're gonna do something, isn't it better if we all do it together? Mirai got a bit ticked off. Rina, even you using violence to solve problems. It's wrong. Tsuji hesitated, struggling to make a decision. Leonora mocked them. You kids are really still arguing in a situation like this. Her eyes gleamed with malice. At this point, everyone times is going to be held responsible. Once you started this rebellion, did you really think I'd forgive you just because one person tried to stop it? Fear instantly washed over them. Tsuji couldn't believe what Leonora just said. Mirai was terrified. No way. Leonora gathered a whirlwind and cast Heavenly Wind. Blow them all away. Yosia reacted instantly, summoning his own whirlwind to counter it. I won't let you do that. The two tornadoes clashed, forcing everyone below to fight against the suction. But after just a moment, Yosia screamed in panic. Is it pushing me back? Then the tornado slammed him down, sweeping up the others nearby. Tsuji got blown back a distance too. Damn it. The others groaned in pain as they were flung away. Tsuji was frantic. Everyone. Suzaku walked over, covered in injuries. Calm down. Suji, nobody's dead, he shouted angrily. If you want to protect everyone, you have to change yourself first. Everyone's gonna die if you keep acting like this. He had finally made up his mind. Suji gripped his sword. Damn it. There's no other choice. A female voice agreed. Exactly, Rina was fuming too. Even I can't keep my cool anymore. Mireille chose to step in too. Even though I don't like doing this, it looks like this is our only option. Everyone stood united against Leonora. But she didn't show a shred of fear. Let me show you kids the difference in our levels. Jin was watching from afar, asking Kai, who stood behind her, with a worried tone. What do we do now? He remained cold and unwavering. Once she uses her magic to enslave them, that's when I'll step in. Until then, let's trust them. The battlefield fell into a heavy silence. A weak voice called out, Leonora-sama. Gaius, his body battered, ran up in front of her. I might not be strong enough, but I'm still your knight. Leonora cast a healing spell on him. I'll help you. This will heal your wounds. A blue light enveloped him, and the arm that had been scorched by fire was fully restored. The blood on Gaius's forehead vanished too. He gripped his sword tight with both hands, Gaius's face twisting into a cruel expression. He was ready for war, Yosia complained. Damn it. We went through all that just to take you out. But over on Rina's side, she was absolutely furious. We're strong too, we can take them down. Leonora looked completely relaxed. You're free to try whenever you want. To me, this battle is just a test for you kids. She smiled with pure malice. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you'll never become heroes. Suji took the lead and charged forward. Let's go. Everyone cover me, he brought his sword down. But Gaius blocked it. The moment their blades clashed, Suji's sword looked like it was slicing right through. Gaius panicked. This sword, Gaius quickly jumped back. He stared at the crack in his blade. This kid, he could easily, sliced right through my sword. On this side, Leonora's casting a spell. A whole bunch of rock shards just spawned around her. The rocks are shape-shifting, turning razor-sharp and piercing the target. Now a barrage of them is flying straight at Suji. Right then, Rina popped her skill, launching a massive fireball. It melted everything, completely countering Leonora's attack. She scoffed, sounding super sarcastic. Is that really the best you kids can do then? A whole volley of distorta ice pillars punched right through that fireball and kept coming. Suji braced himself to tank the hit. He yelled, Damn it, Yoshida shouted in panic. Suji, from another angle, rocks were hovering in midair. Mireille was furious. What the hell do you think you're doing to our leader? She cast her skill too. Telekinesis activated. And Yoshida secretly triggered his wind control. Wind/wind blades and rocks combined for a combo attack. The attack went straight for Leonora. Suddenly, they were both shocked. That direct hit got blocked by a barrier. Around her, the rocks just crumbled to the ground in front of Leonora. Neither of them could believe their eyes. She smirked proudly. I'm protected and loved by God. So your little divine guard skills won't work on me. Kai, hiding behind a tree, analyzed the situation. Is that her holy skill? A status window popped up above Leonora, showing some insane stats, especially that level 5 holy protection skill. He narrowed his eyes. Even though her defense stat is pretty low, she didn't even need to use it in the first place. A physical attack could pierce her defense, but Gauss would get in my way. Meanwhile, Shunsuke was rushing in to clash with Gauss. The guy grimaced but still taunted him. You're using kicks instead of your destruction blast, getting tired already. Shunsuke replied cockily. I just don't need to use it on the likes of you. He called out to Suji behind him. Midu, I'll handle this guy. You go take down that witch. Suji nodded. Got it. He thought to himself. But if my divine guard won't work, this sword won't be able to pierce her. Someone handed him another sword. Midu-san. Use this one. It was Heike. Panting heavily, Suji got serious. He drew the sword from its sheath. Thanks. Leonora looked intrigued. I think things just got interesting. Midu, are you finally ready to fight? He didn't hesitate for a second. I know people are putting their faith in me, so I have to defeat you. Leonora-san. Suji lunged at her, firing off razor-sharp purple crescents. She easily dodged them and started firing back. Rina watched and noted. If his divine guard isn't working, we can't help him in this fight. Yoshida agreed. Since they're fighting at such close range, we'd just get in the way. Arashi Mirai was frustrated being stuck on the sidelines. Damn it, but we've got no choice but to stand here and watch. We'd just be dead weight if we jumped in. Meanwhile, the fight between Shunsuke and Gauss was heating up. Gauss threw a punch, but Shunsuke dodged it easily and countered with a smash to the face. He kept pressing the attack. Gauss was actually shocked by the sheer aggression. He yelled, "What the hell?" Shunsuke furiously landed a direct hit. "Take this." Gauss got knocked back. Shunsuke taunted him. "What's wrong? Old man, why'd you get so slow all of a sudden? Your wounds might be healed. But looks like your strength hasn't come back yet." "Huh," Gauss shot back. "And what about you? Have you reached the stage where you can't even use Divine Guard anymore? Back over here." Leonora was summoning fireballs, launching them at Tsuji. He was doing his best to dodge. Tsuji was calculating. "It's no use. If this keeps up, she'll crush me from that range. There has to be a way to beat you, Leonora-san." But the battle came to a sudden standstill. Leonora spoke up. "Just as I expected. Me too, though I'm pretty sure. Not many people in this country could dodge my attacks like that." Tsuji, his face covered in cuts, analyzed the situation. "No matter how hard I try to dodge, at this distance, this is just going to be a one-sided beatdown. I have to either take her out from afar or find a way to close the gap. My Divine Guard is useless, and the others can't help. Plus, long-range attacks are Leonora's specialty. I've got no choice. I have to force my way in close, and I have to be even faster than before." Leonora blinked, realizing Tsuji was gone. Moving at godlike speed, he dashed forward, leaving only an afterimage behind. She immediately triggered her skill. Compressed wind formed into spears and launched at him. Tsuji moved like a bolt of lightning. He showed zero fear. For the first time, Leonora looked panicked. She slammed a hand on the ground and shouted, "Sink!" A pit of mud formed beneath his feet. Tsuji was startled. Immediately, the next chant rang out. Fire. Flames engulfed his entire body. Rina screamed. Tsuji Leonora's eyes widened. Up until this very moment, he's been focusing every ounce of power in his body. And now, he's about to unleash it all on me in one hit. Terrifying talent. For sure. But right now, I'm still the superior one. Back to the showdown, Shuji versus Gaios. He stares at his hands, thinking, I can't use blast anymore. How the hell am I supposed to beat this guy? Instantly, he rushes in. You hesitating, it's written all over your face. You brat, then comes a lethal slash. Shuji screams in agony, clutching his wound. How could it end like this? Losing to an old geezer like him, Gaios rests his sword on his shoulder. Shuji, guess you're just a rank amateur after all. Huh. This is what happens when you can't use your divine guard. Suddenly, a flashback hits him. It's different. This isn't who I am. I don't need the power of blast just to prove to him how strong I can be. Shuji lets out a feral scream, forcing himself to stand. Gaios is shook. How are you still standing? The blade digs deeper into the fresh wound. Disbelief makes him gasp. What Shuji clenches his fist and lands a massive blow right on his face. Boom. Gaios hits the dirt again. That punch, lights out. He vents his rage, screaming, I beat you. You son of a bitch. But in Shuji's mind, it can't end like this. I have to protect everyone. My friends are getting hurt. I won't watch them suffer. Leonora is surprised. Impressive. Isn't it? You're still holding on. Is that a challenge? Come at me then. She gives a cold smirk. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get close. Before she can finish, Shuji flashes in front of her like lightning. Leonora barely catches a glimpse as his sword swings. Slash. Shuji instantly hops back to a safe distance. The attack connected. A long cut opens up on her arm. Leonora clutches it in pain. Did I actually forget to keep my guard up? No. That's not it. Shuji is already behind her again. Leonora spins around, instantly casting ice boulders. But he's faster now. He shatters those ice rocks like glass. She immediately pulls back. Leonora is suspicious. Something's very different. It's not that I was off guard. Did he close the distance? Instantly, realization hits. So it's the Earth Shrink skill, getting the exact power you wished for. Guess God loves you after all, Shui roars. I only wished for the power to protect everyone. He dashes in. His blade inches from her neck. Leonora replies with confidence. Even so, it's not enough to touch me. She releases a blinding golden light, binding Shuji's legs. I can't move. She laughs viciously. I didn't plan on using this. But you left me no choice. Right then. A voice speaks up. The trump card is here. He commands, right now, Kanzaki. Go. Shuji struggles against Leonora's magic while she laughs. I never thought I'd have to use enslavement magic. Just as predicted. Medusa. Shuji fumes. Oh. Come on, Rina screams. Shuji. Leonora commands. Everyone. Stop. Suddenly, they freeze in place. Iosia gasps. I can't move. Leonora praises them. You all did well. I'll give you a passing grade. She shakes her head. I never thought Gaios would lose. Though, oh well, even a knight like him can be replaced. As long as I control the hero candidates, there's no problem at all. Iosia is pissed. So it was a losing battle from the start. Huh, unbelievable. Shuji panics. If we don't have a countermeasure, then we're completely helpless. Leonora speaks up. The reason I'm allowed to summon hero candidates is because eventually, I can easily control you all. If I couldn't, you'd become a threat to the Empire. Wouldn't you? Suddenly, blades shoot out. Leonora screeches. Celestial wood. The blades clatter to the ground. She says casually. I know you've been hiding this whole time. You're the one who took out my cute little slaves. Aren't you? Shinosaki Kai steps forward. I'm surprised. Didn't think you'd notice a nobody like me. Leonora closes her eyes. I found you strange from the very beginning, even with a trash ability. You were always calm. That's not how an amateur acts. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. I didn't expect you to show up in a battle you can't possibly win. Kai glares. I decide whether this battle is won or lost. Leonora laughs. Then show me what you've got. Don't move, Kai observes. I see. So this is enslavement magic. She reaches out. Do you get it now? As long as I use this magic, I will. Leonora takes damage. What? The trigger clicks. Kai says coldly. Looks like I missed. Expected nothing less from a saintess. Leonora is furious. How? How can you still move? I clearly used the enslavement magic on you. Kai fires a second shot. Blam. A wound opens on Leonora's stomach. She screams. What is that weapon? I can't defend against it. Kai stays chill. This is the tool that's killed the most people in my world. I'm low on ammo, so I really didn't want to waste it. Leonora chants. Calm down. I don't know why the magic didn't work. But this time, she screams. Heavenly fire. Kai is startled. Burn my enemies. Leonora gloats. You let your guard down. Shuji. Suddenly, she flinches. Only his cloak is singed. Leonora squints her eyes. Kai's gun is pressed right against her back. Don't move. Just watching your fight with Midu told me everything. You're not built for close combat. Your trump card. Enslavement magic won't work on me. Leonora raged. Why my magic is unstoppable, Kai smirked. Beats me. Weird how it didn't work. Honestly. This was a massive gamble on my part, to see if it would actually work. Looks like I won the bet. He spoke up. Kanzaki. I need you to dominate me first, pinned against the wall. Kanzaki blushed furiously. She looked away. Actually, that's not really my kink, but you. Kai cut her off. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? He recalled his research. I've been studying magic lately. Couldn't find squat on enslavement magic, but I did find something crucial. The skill used first takes priority over any skill used afterwards. Kanzaki gasped. No way. If I use dominate on you, it'll nullify her enslavement magic. Kai nodded. It's a strong possibility. Plus, divine protection is way stronger than regular magic. She hesitated. Is it but my skill? It's way weaker than her enslavement magic. Isn't it, Kai interrupted. Technically speaking, it all comes down to proficiency. Using your level 1 dominate against Leonora's level 3 enslavement. She pondered. Even so, if I use my skill first, I could still lose control of my target. Kai countered. No. Chances are low. The Saintess's domination magic overpowered your dominate back then. I think the demons will obey your commands, but I was wrong. Simply put, your magic was already active before she used her skill to counter Leonora's enslavement. The same principle should apply here. Kai spoke up. It was a hell of a gamble. First, how much freedom do I have while dominated? Leonora realized. Don't tell me. Kanzaki-sama has. Kai raised his gun. Finally figured it out. You're right. I'm currently under Kanzaki's domination. Leonora screamed. You dirty cheaters, Kai shrugged. It's over. Saint Leonora. He pulled the trigger. Leonora clutched her stomach in pain. Thinking, these handcuffs are blocking my powers. Kai glanced at her. Oh. Borrowed those from the Demon Lord's cultists. Looks like they block your skills too. Leonora glared. What are you planning to do with me? Kai grinned. Let's see. I'll let you go if you send us back to our world. She shook her head. I'm sorry, but that is impossible. I can only summon you here. Sending you back requires a completely different skill. Kai noted. Doesn't look like she's lying. Her profile didn't mention that skill either. He asked. Then why claim we could return after defeating? The Demon Lord Leonora explained. Summoning people from another world requires massive energy. I prayed to God to successfully summon you all. In other words, you were brought here by God's will, and once the quest is complete, it's highly likely you'll return to where you belong. Kai hesitated. Highly likely. You sure about that? Leonora answered honestly. Yes. I have summoned many hero candidates before you, but none could even get close to the Demon Lord. Kai narrowed his eyes. Never heard you mention them. What happened to the candidates before us? Leonora looked down. Saddened, most were wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and fled. But I don't know where they're hiding. Kai looked down. Hearing that would kill anyone's motivation. That's why you kept your mouth shut until now. Leonora got serious. So, do you want to stay here forever, sooner or later? The demon army will attack. And you will have to fight, he asked. So we have no other choice, she retorted. Correct. If you want to win this war, you need the kingdom's support. Right, I'll overlook this. Just let me go. Kai shrugged. Got it. Get lost. Shinju stepped in. Hold on. Shinju. Kai glanced back. Why stop me, Midu? I thought you'd thought this through. But you're still clinging to naive ideals, he explained. I only agreed to follow because I believed she knew how to get us home. Now that's impossible. But I still want to keep the hero candidate title. Kai glared coldly. We've already started a rebellion. Did you forget? Shinju recalled. Midu is right, Leonora pleaded. I admit I went too far. Let's just pretend this never happened. Kai mused. Sounds reasonable. But catching her a second time won't be easy. She just needs to take out Kanzaki. Once she's free, she'll likely attack. Kanzaki thought. If we kill her, we'll be charged with assassinating the Saintess. Let's just make her promise to treat us better. Then let her go. Mira spoke up. I agree. Not all of us are fighters. Plus, if we become criminals, how are we supposed to defeat the Demon Lord? Rina frowned. I'm with her. Wouldn't it be better? What if we find a way to make her keep her word? Iosia shot back. Nah. I'm with Shinju on this one. We can't trust her. We've come this far. Might as well get rid of her. Susie snapped. Honestly, I think so too, but there's no turning back if we off her. Kai watched Midu worrying. Makes sense, the class's safety is everything to him. I'm confident I can survive. But I can't just be reckless about this. He pulled the trigger alone. Bang. The bullet went straight through Leonora's head. Susie screamed. She dropped. Everyone froze. Susie yelled at Shinju. Kai threw a smoke bomb down. Catch you later. Midu. Smoke filled the air. Susie slumped to the ground. Why? Myri raged. He took her out before we even decided. Unforgivable, Reina scoffed. He always only thinks about himself. Iozia couldn't believe it. Shinyu, did you really do it? Jin walked over to Leonora. Can't believe he actually smoked her. Everything happened exactly like he said it would. A noise rang out. Kanzaki. Let me tell you what happens next. Our main goal is to kidnap Leonora and learn how to return to the real world from her. If we find out she can't do that, we eliminate her. Jin nodded. Got it. I understand. Kai stayed calm. However, even if he knows there's no way back to our world, Midu will still protect her. At that point, I'll take her out and run. Jin asked worriedly. You're gonna take the fall for killing her all by yourself, Kai explained. That's why I let a few soldiers escape, so they can spread the word that I'm the mastermind behind everything. If they see me as the criminal, you guys returning won't be an issue. Jin hesitated. Will it really go that smoothly? Kai looked over. That's when your power comes in handy. If anything happens, use your domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom. Jin got serious. Then what about you? Kai reassured her. I can handle myself. Don't worry. Jin looked up at the moon, looking sad. Shinju. The bright pink moon. It was passing over the kingdom, he laughed. Hero candidates. Those drifters from another world blessed by God, the guard bowed. Yes. Sir, we've tried to eliminate them multiple times. But we failed. The guy grinned. Don't worry. What we can do on enemy territory is still limited anyway. Let's just leave them be. Sooner or later, they'll show up, but things are getting interesting. The sky was clear. Kai was taking a walk. He drank some spring water. Kai calculated. It's been 2 days since that happened. According to the map, I'm pretty close to a city. I should climb higher. Kai surveyed the view from the mountain. Found it. Walking there will probably take half a day. Night fell. Everything was silent. Kai crossed the field. It's late. Should be fine. A criminal who took out the Saintess. Can't exactly walk into the city through the front gate. No idea how they'd treat me. Kai fired his grappling hook up the wall. He slowly ascended using the grapple gun. Reaching the top, Kai looked around. All right. First things first. I gotta make some money, Kai muttered. The cash I looted from those soldiers isn't enough. He suddenly glanced at a tavern. Well, looks like a good spot to earn some coin. Inside, it was rowdy. The owner welcomed him. Welcome, what can I get for ya? Kai looked around and spoke up. 1 beer and some food. A drunk guy spoke up. Ain't never seen your face before. You, a traveler, Kai feigned sadness. Yeah. I was forced to leave my hometown. I'm looking for work. The drunk started crying. Running away from the Demon Lord's army invasion. Huh, I'm so sorry. Man, Kai looked over. Asterisk. Misunderstandings work in my favor. Asterisk. Do you know any jobs around here that don't require ID? The owner laughed. In that case, I think you should become an adventurer. Here's your beer. Kai asked curiously. An adventurer. What kind of work do adventurers do? The owner explained. You can take any job available from the guild. Usually, it's hunting magic beasts. The drunk piped up. Hey boss. If he lacks skill, he's gonna get wrecked instantly. You know, the owner chuckled. I can tell just by looking. This kid isn't exactly inexperienced. The drunk turned around. You sure? Well, he is traveling alone. Kai sipped his beer. If it's magic beasts, I can handle them. So, how do I become an adventurer? The owner smiled. It's simple. You just gotta go to the guild in the city center and register. They really need new adventurers right now. So they won't ask for your identity. Kai was surprised. Boss, you sure know a lot. He prepared the food. I used to be an adventurer myself, back in the day, but I took an injury to the knee. So I decided to retire. Here's your food. Early morning. A long yawn. Kai sat up. Sun's up. He changed his clothes. Kai walked downstairs. Thanks for letting me stay on such short notice. I might be here a while longer. The receptionist smiled. Thank you for your patronage. Kai stepped outside. Asterisk. She saw my face and didn't react at all. Since there aren't any recording devices in this world anyway, I don't need to be too paranoid. Kai walks up to the guild. He looks up. Is this the place for adventurers? Kai throws the door wide open. Everyone is laughing and joking. Some are studying hard. Kai looks up. Guess that's the reception desk. He walks over. I want to register as an adventurer. The receptionist nods. You need to pay 1 silver coin to register. Is that okay? Kai hands it over. Got it. The receptionist asks. Please tell us your full name, age, and where you're from. Kai gets nervous. Can't use my real name, he reports. Siren, 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army invaded my hometown, and I drifted here. The receptionist writes it down. I understand. I'll register you with that info. She gives him a look of total disbelief. The alias I use in the real world is being used here. He speaks up. Yeah. Thanks. The receptionist stamps the paper. With this, you've completed the registration procedure. Also, I want to explain the system used by the guild. Based on your achievements, adventurers are divided from rank A to F. Of course, the higher the rank, the more valuable the reward. Also, high-ranking adventurers can accept difficult quests. Since Siren is still new, you'll be registered as an F-rank adventurer. You can rank up by completing quests. All quests are posted on that info board over there. I recommend choosing an F-rank quest as your first one. Kai nods. Understood. He walks to the quest board. F-rank quest is gathering herbs and destroying these ghost goblins. Kai reads. Ghost goblins. Never seen this monster before. Guess I'll take this one. A voice calls out. Hey, the blonde guy tilts his chin up. Never seen your face before. The pink-haired brat standing behind him adds, For a kid like you, that's impossible. The green-haired guy laughs. You planning to tame some ghost goblins? I advise you to stop. Kai glances over. Who are these dumbasses? Kai looks at the 3 of them. He speaks up. Thanks for the warning. Guys, could you please leave me alone? The blonde tilts his chin. Thanks for the warning. Huh. The pink-haired guy gets annoyed. You're too arrogant. Kid. People around start whispering. Those guys are at it again. Picking a fight with a newbie. They never learn. The blonde shouts. Brat. You need to be taught a lesson. He reaches out. Kai grabs his hand tight. The blonde panics for a second. Kai glares. The blonde screams. You bastard. Let go of me, Kai squeezes his hand harder. The blonde orders. What's wrong with this guy? Teach him a lesson. Pink hair and green hair jump in. All right. Kai calmly waits for the attack. Fast action. He knocks them out in front of everyone. Kai commands. Turns out this is the ability of an average adventurer. Compared to hero candidates, they're surprisingly weak. All right, let's finish this quest quick. The forest is dense. Kai walks in confidently. He observes, basing it on the mission info. The ghost goblins are hiding around here. Kai notices footprints. These tracks are still fresh. They went this way. Looks like animal tracks. Kai follows the trail. He stays on guard. Something's here. And it's not alone. They hide really well. Is it a ghost goblin? Suddenly? Behind Kai, a ghost goblin appears. He turns and dodges. That sword. Did it steal it from a human? The ghost goblin chases Kai. He ducks to dodge. Kai throws dirt in its face. The ghost goblin rubs its eyes. Kai turns to look at the second one. He sweeps its leg, making the knife wielder fall. It hits the ground. Kai grabs the sword. He quickly slices its throat. The other one looks on in fear. Kai turns and throws the dagger. The remaining ghost goblin gets hit. It drops dead on the spot. Kai feels it. Good. Appraisal ability. Ghost goblin. 22 years old. Attack and defense are D. Agility and strength are C. Magic is F. Status dead. Skill stealth level 1. This type of monster can't hurt me. I think I can hunt more and make some extra cash. Kai goes to the reception desk to report. He puts the goblin ears on the table. These ears are proof I defeated them. Is this enough? The receptionist is surprised. Yes. Yes. But with this amount? Did you really do this alone? Kai nods. Yeah. Hunting them was easy. They just took up a lot of my time. Even if I have the skills to fight them, my exploration skills are still limited. Being an adventurer is pretty complicated. Huh. Everyone buzzes. He hunted ghost goblins that easily. Is he a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else? Heard he's still a newbie. A newbie, the receptionist runs in. Wait. I understand. I have to prepare the reward. Please wait a moment. Night falls. Crescent moon. Kai happily tosses his reward in the air. I can make this much money just by taking out weak monsters. From now on, covering living expenses is the main thing. I'll stay in this city for a while and make money as an adventurer. If I build good relationships in the guild, gathering intel will be easier. Kai looks up. Loud shouting again. Kai gets serious. You got a problem with me, he notes. He looks way stronger than the guys in the guild. Lai introduces himself. Name's Lai. B-rank adventurer. Just so you know, I'm the guy in charge of managing the guild branch in this city. Kai sighs while Lai is all hyped up. You're Siren. Right, you really wrecked my boys today. Didn't you? Kai looks unbothered. They started it. Lai points a finger. Don't lie to me. I heard some nameless rookie showed up and beat the crap out of my lackeys. Kai sighs. I see. Lai charge in. No more talking. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. He raises his fist. Kai dodges instantly. Lai strikes. Kai weaves. He shouts. Not done yet. Lai spins for a kick. Kai sweeps his leg. Lai yells, "What the?" and crashes to the ground. Kai notes, "You're fast. But you lack finesse. Your movements are too wide, leaving way too many openings." Lai lunges. "The hell did you say?" Kai instantly grabs his hand. He spins Lai around and pins him to the floor. Kai looks bored. Looks like you're not used to fighting humans. Anyway, adventurers mostly focus on conquering monsters. Lai grits his teeth. You bastard. With power like that, why'd you mess with my lackeys? Kai explains. Like I said, it was just a misunderstanding. I'll explain from the top. Lai screams. I'm sorry, my bad. Kai sits across from Lai at the drinking table. He turns to, these idiots tricked me. Still, it's my fault for not doubting them. Lai bellows. Apologize to him. Now all three chime in. We're sorry, boss. Lai Raj. Not me. Apologize to Siren. Got it. They bow their heads. Yes. Yes. We are truly sorry. Kai watches. Misunderstandings cleared up. So I don't mind. Besides that, I have a few things to ask. Lai laughs. Forgive my rudeness earlier. If you got questions, I'm happy to answer them. Kai looks at his beer. You know, I'm a traveler. I registered as an adventurer to make some quick cash, so I can travel easily. But I have another reason. Lai notes. With that kind of insane power, I can't imagine what trouble you'd have. Can you tell me what you're after? The two drink beer. He gets serious. I'm looking for a way to travel to another world. Lai and Blondie are stunned. Thra. Travel to another world. Blue hair gets curious. Is that even possible? Pink hair explains. But the hero candidates came from another world. Right, Kai nods. You guys are right. I'm talking about how the hero candidates travel back to their real world. Lai ponders. If so, it must involve magic. Right. We don't know much about magic, though. Kai says. I know this info isn't easy to get. I was hoping you guys had a clue. Lai scratches his head. There is one person who knows about it. Sage Albana might be the right guy. Yeah, Kai's eyes widen. Sage. He's surprised. You don't know there was an elf who helped this country with his valuable advice. Kai interrupts. Wait. I think I've heard that name somewhere. So it's true, an elven sage. That matches what I read in the book. Rumor has it elves live deep in the forest. Only a few elves survived, and their story is considered a legend. They rarely leave their forests to enter the outside world. Among those who did leave and step into the outside world, there was one called the Sage. Lai looks at him. Heard he's lived for over 100 years. Plus, he's super wise and knowledgeable. Rumor is he's a famous mage and really understands spells. Kai thinks. Spells. Huh. Huh. Elves are known to keep close ties with spirits to get magical aid, even if there's no way for us to return to the old world normally. With spells, it's totally possible. Blondie speaks up. But is the sage still alive? I've never heard any rumors about him. Plus, no one's seemingly ever seen him. Lai laughs. I don't know either. Sorry, I can't give you any useful info. Kai thanks him. No. That was actually very helpful. That's enough for me. It's late. I gotta head back to the inn. Lai asks curiously. Hey, before you go, can I ask you one thing? What do you plan to do once you find a way to the other world? Kai smiles happily. I'll leave that to your imagination. Saying that, he walks away. The next morning at the guild, the receptionist brings out, here is the reward for this quest. Thank you for your hard work. Kai calculates. A week has passed. Saved up a decent amount in that time. Lai and Blondie wave. Yo, Siren, done with your quest, wanna grab a drink? Kai leaves. Sorry. Not today. Lai and Blondie watch happily. What a boring guy. See you later. Siren. Kai reads while walking. I gathered some info on the sage. His name is Albana Carette. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country. But now he's retired and lives near the western border. That's where this country is fighting. Against the Demon Lord's army. I have no reason to stay in this city. Let's try meeting this so-called sage. Scene switches to the city of Alpha Sanctuary. Inside the citadel, everyone is sitting in a meeting. Herrick speaks up. Ahem. So, it's been a month since I took charge of looking after you hero candidates, replacing the late Saintess. Does anyone have any complaints? Suji looks at him and replies, Nothing really. Since you've done a great job. Herrick. Herrick laughs loud. Hearing that makes me very happy. After all, you guys are this country's priceless assets. I'm just showing you the respect you deserve. Miraya replies. Thanks for the concern. But she thinks to herself, Asterisk. He's totally different from Leonora. But definitely sketchy. Asterisk. Herrick looks at Suji and gets serious. Now, let's get to the main point. You see, yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates will be mobilized. Hearing that, Suji asks, So, a decision has finally been made. Huh. So I can assume you want to send us to the front lines. Right, Herrick replies. That's correct. Then he explains the strategy. First off, the war is still raging on the western border. You all will be deployed to a fortress on that front line. Suji hesitated for a second. I understand. But Herrick, like you promised. Herrick winks and smiles. You mean protecting those friends who aren't strong enough to fight? Right, I'll keep my word. The two breathe a sigh of relief. And Suji replies happily, Thank you so much. Herrick casually adds, However, during this time, we'll also give them some tasks. After all, no work. No food. Suji is a bit worried about Yumi, but still agrees. Yeah, I think that'll be good for them. Mireille speaks up. When do we head out? He winks and replies, It's pretty urgent. So we might depart tomorrow morning. Please relay this info to everyone so they can prepare. The two leave the meeting room together. She starts. I'm glad they agreed to our request. Suji replies softly. You're right. At first, I was afraid our demands were a bit too much. Mireille says, I'm pretty sure they lack confidence to control us without Leonora around. That's why they're being so humble. Suji agrees. Yeah, since Leonora lost her life, they're definitely on guard. She sighs. I don't know where he is right now. Suji falls silent. Thinking back, the scene shifts to right after Leonora died and Kai left. The bishop and everyone are wondering. The saintess was murdered. He looks at them and asks, Who could possibly kill the saintess? Rina answers. The culprit is Kai. He's one of the hero candidates. The knights gasp in shock. What no way the bishop is also surprised and asks, Where is he right now? She replies, He ran away. He's a traitor. So naturally, he bolted fast. The knights start whispering again. If this is true, We must send someone to investigate as soon as possible. Another one speaks up. No, we need to confirm if the Saintess has actually lost her life or not. He turns to ask. Ran away. Huh, seems like this story is very convenient for you guys. Isn't it? Suji snaps back angrily. What did you just say? You old geezer, the bishop speaks. I don't want to deny your story. But there's also a possibility that all of you cooperated to take Leonora's life. Suji stands frozen upon hearing those words. A knight steps forward to object. That's not it? Bishop. I was there and witnessed everything. The hero candidates standing here tried their very best to protect the Saintess, but they were suppressed by Kai. And as a result, the Saintess was murdered. Others also speak up to testify. He's right. I saw the whole thing too. Me too. He strokes his beard, sounding a bit hesitant. If her knights say so, then I'll believe them. But this Kai person, is he really that strong? He replies. He's a monster. He's been hiding his abilities this whole time. The bishop says, I see. He invites them to follow. Let's discuss this issue in more detail in my room. One of you come with me. Jin is outside, listening and thinking via magic. Asterisk. Looks like my domination magic is working. Asterisk. Suji walks but glances back as if thanking him. Asterisk. Thanks. Jin. Somehow we got through this. Back to reality. He's feeling anxious. Mirai, seemingly knowing, says, You still worried about Kai. Worrying about him is useless. Suji laughs. You're right. Then the two continue walking. He thinks as he walks. Asterisk. Kai took the fall for me. Asterisk. Even though I was the one who decided to protect everyone. Asterisk. Scene shifts to now. Suji stands before everyone, announcing loud, they've decided to mobilize us to the front lines. Everyone capable of fighting should prepare to leave this place tomorrow morning. Heike hears this and gets worried. It's finally here. A real battle. I'm so nervous. Satoshi also says, Just as I thought. I'm terrified. Rina hears them talking and asks, What the hell? It's a little too late to be scared now. You two decided to join the combat team. Didn't you? The two laugh in response. Even if you say that. Siri asks, They won't push us to the front lines all by ourselves. Right, Suji explains. We'll be with the 8th Night Corps and Captain Eric. We've been assigned under their command. A girl standing to the side calls out. Suji. Any news about Kai? Suji shakes her head. They put a bounty on his head. They're mobilizing a massive force to hunt him down. Still no news on my end. Jin sounds crushed. I get it. She turns to leave. He calls out softly. Jin. Rina snaps. Furious. I don't give a damn if he betrayed us or not. If I find him, I'm burning him to ash. Jin stands by the glass window. Thinking. Kai. You should have let me go with you. Asterisk. Scene cuts to the forest. The squad is on the move. Columns of knights ride in formation. Suzuki scans the area. Suddenly, Carrie whines. I'm so tired. Can we take a break? Mira turns back. We literally just had lunch. Looks like we're walking till dark. Asushi chats with Kenta while walking. Besides walking, we haven't done anything for 2 days. I'm starting to get bored. You feel that way too, hoping for some drama just because you're bored. Suddenly, Suzuki throws a hand up to stop. Asushi asks, Suzuki, what's up? He stares into the roadside brush. I sense a beast hiding behind those bushes. Everyone freezes. Shocked. A knight rides up, screaming, Hey you, why'd you stop all of a sudden? Suji answers. Sorry, but I sense a beast nearby. Akira stops too. Huh, where? I don't see anything. But the guy insists. Even so, you follow our time's orders. Without our command, you do nothing. Suzuki shoots the knight a cold glare. What did you just say? He chokes the guy, silencing him. What are you doing? A teammate rushes to stop Suzuki. Suzuki asks, fuming, Why the hell do I have to listen to this trash? A noise interrupts them. Suzuki drops the guy and curses. Shit. A pack of iron rabbits bursts from the bushes. The knights gasp. Iron rabbits, someone screams. They're here. Prepare for battle. The rabbits lunge, knocking weapons right out of the knight's hands. Blue eyes, razor-sharp claws. Suddenly, boom, an explosion scorches them. It's him. He rushes in, kicking and stomping them down. The rest of the pack freezes, seeing the knight is safe. Someone says, "Thanks for saving me." Suzuki touches his neck. Cocky. Trash, like you better not get in my way. He unleashes fiery kicks and punches, flattening every last one of them. Asushi watches, impressed. Suzuki is cracked. Kenta analyzes too. I feel like his destructive power is even more insane than last time. Iron rabbit corpses lie scattered everywhere. He walks forward, step by step, thinking, asterisk, not enough. This power is nothing compared to that bastard. Suzuki recalls that night the hand holding a gun pointed right at Leonora's head. He could only stand there and curse. Damn it. Him again. Asterisk, I had a bad feeling about him from the start. He never showed fear. Actually, he never reacted to me at all. Suzuki grabbed his collar. The guy replied, I'm sleepy. What do you want? Suzuki yelled. Let go. You bastard. Asterisk, he's actually strong. With this explosion ability I got, I thought I'd leveled up. Asterisk, so annoying. Asterisk, back to reality. Suji asks, what's wrong? Suzuki, you seem off lately. He mounts his horse. Nothing. Just hate taking orders from trash. Scene shifts to the Holy Kingdom's western border. Digoris. Towering fortresses. Knights standing guard on high alert. The Holy Kingdom's Knight Order. The 4th Division. Captain Amelia speaks. Thank you for coming. Hero candidates. I'm Amelia, captain of the Western Border Knights. Though I was only promoted recently, Harry asks, what happened to the overseer? Captain Amelia answers, he passed away a week ago. The answer shocks everyone. She continues, I'd love to let you rest after your long journey. Suddenly, a noise at the gate. Everyone looks. Knights rush in. Panicked. The Demon Lord's army is coming. They're advancing on us, Amelia shouts. You heard them. No time to rest. I'm counting on you all. Suji nods seriously. Understood. She turns around. Everyone. Get ready to fight. Suzuki grits his teeth. Bring it on. A knight sees the approaching army and screams. The Demon Lord's army. They're here, a massive swarm. Kicking up dust everywhere they go. Looking down from the wall. Heike gasps. There's so many. Harry orders the knights. Fire thin their numbers before they get close. Archer knights draw their bows. Mage knights begin their chants. Heavenly fire. Heed our call, and vanquish the evil. He signals the attack. Arrows fly. Small fireballs launch. The demon army falls row by row. Seeing this, the demons screech. Kill them all. Wipe out the humans. Suji is surprised. They're not retreating even after taking that much fire. Amelia commanded from her horse. These attacks aren't enough to kill them. Don't underestimate their endurance. Compared to them, us humans are way too weak. He asked, so what do we do? She replied, just follow Harry's orders. I'm going down there to fight with Squad 4. Harry turned to him and said, good luck. That's what I wanted times to say. But some missing people already went down. Suji looked confused. Rina looked down below. If you mean them? They jumped down ages ago. He gasped. Say what? Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion erupted mid-battle. The blue demi-human looked confused and asked, what the hell? The smoke was thick. But when it cleared, Suzuki was standing on top of their corpses. He and the squad had grabbed their weapons and jumped in to fight. The purple demi-human cursed. You idiot. Then the blue one got cocky again. Who do you think you are? Rushing down here alone, Suzuki yelled back. I don't care if you're demi-humans or whatever. I'm just here to wipe you out. Meanwhile, the demi-humans smashed through the walls, freaking out the cavalry. The purple one punched a knight, and the red one swung an axe. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through it was Suji. He dropped them instantly. The knight. Safe now, shouted. Hero candidate Suji stood there alone as the mob rushed him. Suji unleashed his heavenly sword and slashed. They hit the floor in pieces. He thought, I can do this. My power. It's growing. He turned to the others and yelled, you guys see that? We can win this. Fight. Don't be scared. Suzuki and the crew roared back. Yeah. Suji charged forward, hacking through them while telling himself, "Don't hesitate. If I freeze, they'll panic. I'm the leader here. He taught me the price of being naive." Meyer used her telepathy and said, "Guys, stop staring. We need to fight." Rena unleashed a blazing fire, burning them to a crisp. Jin used domination to freeze them in their tracks. Everyone went all out, dropping the demi-humans one by one. The knight watched in shock and gasped. So this is the power of a hero candidate. They're crushing the Demon Lord's army. Eric ordered, "Protect the candidates. Push the demons back," the knights shouted. "Yes, sir." When the battle ended, bodies were scattered everywhere. Everyone looked totally drained. Amelia shouted from her horse, "The Demon Lord's army has been defeated. This is our victory." Cheers erupted everywhere. As the sun set, Suji stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, he appeared and asked, "First battle. Right, how's it feel?" He replied, "It's a lot to take in. A battle of this scale needs serious skill. In the heat of it, my vision was so narrow. I couldn't make any real decisions." Harry patted his shoulder and smiled. "You did great. We won today thanks to you kids. But keep your guard up. The enemies today were just low to mid-tier demons. And there weren't even that many. But high-ranking demons, they're on a whole different level." Suji's eyes hardened. "I'll keep that in mind." That night, the scene shifted to the Demon Lord's camp, where they were tending to the wounded. Inside a cave, a scout was reporting, "That is my report. I failed the mission. I'm sorry." Stone Gaia ground his teeth in rage. He was the top executive in the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Stone Gaia. The scene shifted to the Holy Kingdom of Digoret. In the western part of the Great Ekot Forest, Kai was walking and thought, "I'll be out of these woods soon, and finally end this long search for the sage." Suddenly, he heard a noise approaching. Long red tongues shot out. They aimed right for him. But he dodged just in time. Kai squinted. Fast. But what the hell is that? Tongues. He looked toward the source and saw 3 monsters. Kai used appraisal. Tongue monkeys. They had a level 3 tongue attack skill. He dropped his bag and drew his dagger. Thought so. Their stats are mid. They looked at him like a snack. They lashed out with their tongues but missed. Suddenly, one pounced right at him. Kai reacted fast and jumped. It missed the tackle. When they tried the tongue attack again, he sliced right through it. The beast screamed in pain. It sat there wailing. Kai looked at them cold. Too slow. He slashed his dagger across its neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. It dropped dead, leaving the other 2 confused and terrified. Kai glanced at them and said, "What's the matter? You coming or do I have to come get you?" Moments later, it was over. They lay in a pool of blood while he wiped his blade. He thought, they weren't that fast. But stronger monsters keep showing up. Is it because I'm near the Demon Lord's territory, or just because we're far from the city? With no knights around, the deeper I go, the higher the chance of running into unknown monsters. Anyway, thanks to my appraisal skill, checking these beasts' stats is a breeze. Gotta stay sharp right now. Kai stood on the cliff. Looking down, this is the Urugano mountain range, a natural fortress slowing down the Demon King's invasion. And that highest peak, that's Death Wolf Mountain. Rumor has it Sage Albana lives at the summit. If my memory serves me right, there's definitely a small village at the foot of Death Wolf Mountain. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red. He paused, thinking, wait. What? Then he saw it. The whole village was drowning in a sea of fire. Kai froze. Don't tell me. The Demon King's army attacked them. Smoke and flames were everywhere. Every house, every alley, total destruction. The Demon King's forces were standing there, fresh from slaughtering the villagers. He ducked behind a roof to watch, thinking, this place is way off the front lines. I need to move carefully from now on. A half-breed holding a weapon asked, what's the plan after this? Hater, another one wondered. Even if we massacre them, it's fine. Right, the guy replied. We can't just stop there. We're enslaving them. Besides that, got any intel on Albana yet? One raised a hand. Yes, sir. It seems that Sage is living at the peak of Death Wolf Mountain. Hater crossed his arms. Matches our intel then. So annoying, but whatever. He looked up at the towering peak. Right now, our top priority is Albana Carret, also known as the Sage. We'll camp here tonight, then climb the mountain tomorrow. The minion looked confused. But isn't that mountain the nest of the death wolves? Wolf monsters can't be tamed. We won't reach our goal unless we wipe them out. Another asked blankly. Why? He replied. Against magic beasts with high intelligence. Domination magic is basically useless, the fat one said. I heard the 4 heavenly kings managed to tame a dragon. That was back then. But for us, impossible. Hater Sihid. Making the final call. I'm not exactly a mage either. Anyway, no point yapping about skills we don't have. Our only option now is extermination. We kill those untamable beasts. Got it, they shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Up above. Kai heard everything and thought, seems they're obedient. Is that guy a high-rank demon? And this hater guy? He used his weakness detection skill. Turns out, he's a high-rank demon with tier 1 domination magic. Kai calculated silently, so he's one of the few elites in the Demon King's army. Going head-to-head with him, that's gonna be tough. Suddenly, Hater looked straight up at him. We're being watched. He barked an order. Search the area. Hurry up, some rat is lurking around here. Kai quickly dropped down to hide. Assessing. His senses are sharp. The half-breed screamed. Where are you? Human, come out. He quickly sprinted across the roof. He almost felt bad for them. Too bad for you guys. Stealth missions are my specialty. Kai passed the spot where they tied up the villagers. He hesitated for a second, then jumped away. His eyes hardened as he thought. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to save you people. Just like the demons. My main goal is meeting the sage. Kai began his ascent. Determined. I have to reach the peak before the Demon King's army does. Scene shifts to the highest point of the Urugano Range. The danger zone, known as Death Wolf Mountain. Suddenly, a hand gripped the cliff edge. It's Kai. He just scaled that insane height. Looking around, he muttered, they said there's a trail here. Looks like I need to track the beast prints. Visibility is terrible. Ground's unstable too. Even if I'm in a rush. I gotta be careful. He used magic to scan the surroundings. I can sense something. Faint. But it's there. Probably a monster. The rumored death wolves of this mountain. 1. 2. No. 3. Their numbers are rising fast. Even if they're hiding right now. Pressure's getting heavy though. Suddenly, a death wolf howled, calling for backup. They lunged, pouncing straight at Kai. He dodged their snaps with ease and leaped onto a tree. Kai looked down at them, thinking, these are the infamous magic beasts of Death Wolf Mountain. Tons of people went missing coming here. Guess this is why. He used his appraisal skill. System analysis, race Death Wolf. Attack and defense rank C. Agility and strength rank B. Magic rank D. Suddenly, one slammed into the tree, snapping it in half. Kai saw it, clicked his tongue, and grabbed a leaf. Reinforcing it with mana, he threw it straight at its head, slicing it in two. The others jumped in to attack, but they all met the same fate. Now, only a few were left standing before Kai. He thought, body reinforcement with mana. If I do this consciously, the effect is insane. Back then, Leonora said, we belong to the Divine Guard. So our mana control is on another level. Our control, absolute trash. You guys just spam your guardians. You've got zero clue how to actually handle your own mana. Basically, you're weaklings. Total scrubs. And that's exactly why I can control you guys so easily. Back then, we didn't stand a chance against Leonora's enslavement magic. Leonora. That name changed everything. Kai locked in. He swore to get stronger and fix this fatal flaw. Calculating his moves while fighting. If I fix my mana control, I can buff my body whenever I want. Plus, my magic resistance goes way up. It won't be as broken as the Guardian. But I need raw power to survive this world. I have to master this skill. No excuse. Kai whipped out his dagger, staring it down. You, the Alpha. The rest of the pack went dead silent. The Alpha let out a howl. Clean slice. Blood everywhere. Kai looked down at the bodies. Moment the Alpha died. The rest scrambled. Makes sense. The Alpha was the carry. He wiped the blood off his blade. Good lesson. Suddenly, the pack rushed him. Kai blinked. Totally caught off guard. What the there movement? Something's off. The lead wolf looked like it was cloning itself. No. Kai realized he was predicting their path. Grip tightening on his dagger. He waited, ducked under, stabbed the throat. Clean kill. Drenched in blood, Kai's eyes started glowing crimson. He felt fine. Actually, better than fine. He could see 1 second into the future. The pack realized he was him. Ears down. Terrified, Kai gripped his blade. Oh, you're not going anywhere. You guys are my training dummies now. By dawn, he'd wrecked them all. Lying in a pool of blood, the system screen popped up. Skill acquired Guardian Weakness Detection, Level 1. Kai smirked. So that's it. It's Future Sight, with Weakness Detection. My appraisal skill got a massive buff too. So basically, it's the cracked version of normal appraisal. I can see everything now. Exhausted. He slumped down to rest. Called it. I'm drained. Almost at the peak though. Maybe I'll just chill here for a sec. A noise snapped him out of it. Kai froze. Don't tell me the Demon Lord's army is here. Rest time's over. Scene cuts to the peak of Langsan Death Mountain. A squad of demons had an elf cornered. The green-headed monster stepped up. You've got guts. Little elf brat. Just as I thought. The sage's disciple. Mayor stood there. Battered and bruised. The demons sneered. But this is where your story ends. Kill her. The tension was suffocating. Hater roared. It's over. He ordered his goons to finish the job. Mayor was covered in cuts, but her eyes still fierce. If ID here, the blue bull demon speed blitzed right in front of her. Weapon raised. Laughing like a maniac. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the end. Darkness. A blur of blood and flesh. Then, Kai swooped in. Scooping her up, he reappeared a few meters away. Dodging the death blow, Mayor's eyes popped open. She stared at him, completely shook. Kai just tilted his head, checking the situation. She whispered. A human, the green bull demon yelled. Reinforcements, the blue bull roared. Who the hell are you? Kai didn't say a word. His gaze was razor sharp. Scanning the mob. Counting heads. Dengrunts. One high-ranked demon leader. Mayor looked at him. Confused. Why? Why save me? His face went cold. You're Sage Albana's disciple. Right, Mayor panicked. Yeah. Yes, thought so. Kai got the answer he needed. That's exactly why I stepped in. I need a meeting with the Sage. He glanced sideways. Brain working overtime. Scanning Mayor from head to toe. Appraisal confirmed it. She's a half-elf. And not just that, she's got magic skills in her stats. Hater's expression darkened. Killing intent spiking. I don't care who you are. You're with her. You die with her. Hater dropped his voice. Cold. Doesn't change a thing. Though, kill 'em both. Kai's face was stone cold. Aura flaring up. He had to save her. Get the sage to owe him a favor. He tightened his grip on the dagger. Battle stance ready. Time to wreck these demons. The blue bull launched itself at him, air-stepping straight for Kai. In a split second, the mob swarmed him completely. Kai's eyes glowed with that eerie light. Future sight activated. The bull demon's movement moved in slow motion. Kai read the future. Weaving through the attacks like water, he tilted his head, spear missed by an inch. Then twisted his body, dodging a cheap shot from behind before it even happened. His hands moved like lightning, catching the attack cold. Stopped him dead in his tracks. The green minotaur broke into a cold sweat, screaming his lungs out. The blue one, his jaw hit the floor in pure shock. Another guy gripped his spear tight, but couldn't move an inch. A flurry of motion, fast as a blur, leaving only a sharp glint like a blade. Your weapon's massive. Bro, a bit overkill for fighting a human. Don't you think? The monsters couldn't even fight back. Kai absolutely dismantled them. Seeing that, the rest screamed in terror, what his eyes flared up like a raging fire. As long as foresight works in close combat, I can't lose. The problem is, how many minutes do I have left on this skill? Hater thought for a sec, sizing him up, then dropped the plan. Don't just rush in blindly like that. Use magic, blast him, the monsters shouted in unison. Yes. Sir, they quickly channeled their mana, deploying magic circles. A barrage of dark, eerie magic bullets flew straight at Kai. Magic bullets. Shock flashed in his eyes as he jerked back. So this is magic. Huh. Meyer immediately activated her skill, lips moving in a whisper. Blow away the enemy. O spirit of wind, the wind surged, gently wrapping around Kai, blowing the magic bullets away. The breeze swelled into a tornado, shattering the magic bullets into 100 pieces. Magic fragments scattered in the air. Unrecognizable. Kai was stunned. He asked, probing. Was that a spell just now? So that's the power used by borrowing. Strength from spirits. An ability only for elves, she smiled faintly, proudly confirming. Yep. Thanks to you. The spirits could rest a bit. Hater couldn't take it anymore and decided to step in himself. At this rate, we're going nowhere. Time for me to jump in. Kai's face went serious. He whispered. Final boss is here, the elf Meyer asked, confused. Say what he winked, getting into a stance, and whispered instructions to her. You hold off the minions. Don't let them bug me. Hater's aura exploded, radiating unstoppable power. I'll handle the leader. She felt annoyed and snapped back. I can do that. But at least don't call me that. Okay, my name is Meyer. Kai slammed his backpack down as he replied. Got it. I'm counting on you. Disciple of the sage. Then, he launched himself forward like the wind, radiating killing intent. Meyer couldn't believe it, pouting in protest. I told you my name is Meyer. Ugh. Forget it. They clashed so fast only sparks were visible from their weapons colliding. In a deadlock midair, Kai gritted his teeth, groaning internally. This guy? He reacted instantly, kicking off Hater's weapon to gain distance. As soon as he landed, Kai snapped back into a standard combat stance, leaving no openings, catching the sharp blade pointed at the sky. Hater attacked like a storm, trading blows endlessly. The sound of weapons clashing rang out nonstop. Every time a blur appeared, he fought with everything he had, screaming at the top of his lungs. The clang of metal echoed right after. Kai was sweating bullets, gritting his teeth in a life-or-death struggle. Hater was impressed, declaring, Didn't think you could read my moves. But Kai froze, shocked when he realized Hater spotted the wound on his side. That cut's pretty deep. Kai quickly unleashed a decisive strike, bursting with insane physical strength. Seeing him still full of energy and using skills, Kai was super anxious. Damn it, sweat poured down his face during the duel. So this is the power of a high-ranked demon. If it weren't for foresight, I'd be dead meat. Hater stroked his chin, thinking, silently acknowledging his strength. Not bad, but if you weren't human, you might have actually beaten me. Kai stayed sharp, gripping his dagger. Defense up. A sudden attack lashed out, flinging droplets of blood. He quickly jumped back, putting distance between him and Hater. His old wound tore open, staining his side red. Glancing at Hater's combat stats, he instantly analyzed them to come up with a solid plan. Besides the physical stats and keen senses of a high-ranked demon, he's got swordsmanship level 5. Even with my foresight ability, I'm still at a disadvantage in this fight. Kai's pupils burned with desire, determined to take down his opponent. If that's the case, let's try this. Kai stood alone against him and the monsters. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Activating Foresight. Scanning Hater's attribute bar, he silently weighed his options. Besides the physical specs and sharp instincts of a high-ranked demon, he also has swordsmanship level 5. I'm in a huge bad spot here. Even using Foresight, Hater stomped his foot down hard, power surging, and shouted, If you won't come here, I'll come to you. He aggressively activated a skill and rushed forward, roaring in rage. Hater's moves, everything slowed to a crawl inside his skill's range. Kai wove through the attacks like they were nothing. Smooth, but Hector kept coming, closing the gap fast. He took a step forward, Kai slid back. Perfect rhythm. Damn. Couldn't dodge that one. His arm got clipped. Red blood spraying out. Kai gritted his teeth, face twisting in pain. TS. Knowing the future doesn't mean jack if my body can't keep up. I'm too slow to finish him. The stat gap is just massive right now. Hector smirked, enjoying the chase. Is running away all you know how to do? You rat. Suddenly a gun appeared in his hand. Finger on the trigger. Locked and loaded. Asterisk bang 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 times. A hail of bullets tore through the air straight at him. Hector tried to guard, but those bullets ripped right through his armor like paper. Kai's eyes narrowed. Focus. He tracked every movement with the barrel. This guy's reflexes are insane. He's reacting as fast as the bullets fly. But it's working. Blood is starting to soak through, dripping down his armor. Hector snapped. Veins popped on his forehead. Rage exploding as he roared. What the hell is that weapon, you arrogant little... He launched himself forward. In a split second, he was right in front of Kai's muzzle. Kai's eyes glowed red with bloodlust. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hector just tilted his head, dodging the shot. Don't you dare look down on me. I can see exactly where you're aiming. Kai sprinted back, reaching into his pocket. Crap. I'm out of ammo. Asterisk. Shadows danced in the mist. Asterisk zip zip times. A barrage of throwing knives flew out. Hector didn't see it coming. They slammed right into him. He froze, totally confused by what just happened. Kai unclenched his fist, letting something drop from his palm. Explosives falling in slow motion. Just a blur in the air. Hector frowned. Then his eyes went wide in panic. What the... Kai's eyes were icy, filled with pure killing intent. Hector stood there like a statue, watching the explosives hit the ground. They hit the floor hard. Clang. Then... K-boom. A massive explosion swallowed him whole in a sea of fire. The monsters screamed out. Commander, but a voice cut through the chaos, freezing them in place. Don't move. Mayor gripped her staff tight, staring them down, her mind racing. Asterisk. What is this ability? Asterisk. Asterisk. Who is he? Really, times she felt the oppressive aura rolling off Kai. Asterisk. He's actually overwhelming a high-ranking demon. Even though he's just a normal human, times Kai raised his dagger high. Grip tight. Eyes locked forward. No blinking. Asterisk. I'm out of rounds for the emergency pistol. And that was definitely my last grenade. Smoke cleared. Hector was still standing there. Asterisk. Just as I thought. Those tricks aren't enough to take him down. His eyes were bloodshot, practically glowing with rage. He roared. Is that it? You've been using nothing but these weird little toys this whole time. Asterisk TJ times. A shrill noise made them both flinch. Then Hector launched himself, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He attacked relentlessly, changing up his moves every second. Kai's mind raced. Asterisk. Time to stop holding back. Asterisk. Looks like I have to use times that times skill. His pupils dilated, glowing with an eerie red light. Asterisk. Analyze. Motion. Now. Asterisk. Instantly. Hector's attack slowed down to a crawl in Kai's vision. Asterisk. This feeling times. His eyes flashed as soon as he spotted it. The weakness. A red line shot from Kai's eyes, locking straight onto Hector's throat. Asterisk. Their times. Skill activated. Kai closed the distance in a heartbeat. One strike. One kill. Fast. He slashed through the empty opening. Asterisk. I saw his future weakness. Asterisk. Blood sprayed from the cut on his neck like a fountain. How? Asterisk. Kai stood there, panting, watching him collapse. Foresight plus weakness detection. These skills are cracked. But damn, they drained a massive chunk of mana. Suddenly, Kai's eyes went blank. Strength left his legs and he crumpled to the ground. Asterisk. I'm completely out of mana. The monsters panicked, screaming. The commander is dead. Then, the whispers started. But look, that guy's exhausted. You're right. Kill him now. Mayor was gasping for air. My spirits. They're at their limit too. Asterisk. But I have to help him. He saved me. The horde charged like a tsunami. Suddenly, whoosh, a massive inferno erupted, incinerating everything in its path. Burn my enemies to ash. Fire salamander spirit, the monsters shrieked. thrashing in the flames. One screamed out in despair. "Help me." Kai sensed movement behind him and turned. Asterisk, huh? Compared to the Naga's fire. This firepower is on a whole different level. Mayor whipped around when she heard the voice. "Sorry I'm late." "Mayor." She gasped. Eyes wide. Master Kai struggled to look up. A woman. Beautiful as a goddess. Surrounded by a glowing aura. It was the sage. Albana. Albana spoke slowly. "Thank you. Young man. Looks like you've been helping my disciple out. Haven't you?" Seeing the enemy dead on the ground, she added, "Thanks. Kid." She scanned the area. "Judging by the situation, you were protecting my student." Kai, pale as a sheet, couldn't take his eyes off her. "Just a coincidence." He paused. "Are you the sage?" Albana. Albana grinned, teasing him. "That's right. Though compared to the old days, I'm just an old bag of bones now." He analyzed the situation internally. "Just as I expected. My energy is way too low to use appraisal. But one thing is for sure. She is absolutely broken." Kai slowly bowed his head. "In my current state, hell no. I would not stand a chance against her. No point in hiding it." "I guess." Albana knew exactly what was up. But she played along anyway. "Is there something you need from me?" He replied calmly. "That is correct." Albana didn't miss a beat. "Of course. There is no way a young man would come all the way out here, without an agenda. I am grateful to you for saving my disciple. I will answer your questions as clearly as I can." Meyer whispered from the side. "Master, should we head back? The smell of blood is getting strong. The wolves will be swarming here any second." She heard him and turned around, making a polite offer. "You are right. Mayor, come with me. And you, young human. You could use some rest too. Could you not?" Kai hesitated for a split second before agreeing. "Yes. I understand." He watched Meyer happily springing ahead of them. He told himself, "This situation is actually playing out in my favor. It is a good thing I took that risk, to save her disciple." A solitary house sat amidst the rugged mountains. "This is our home. It is nothing special. But please, make yourself comfortable." Mayor, dripping with sweat, quickly scurried off. "I'm gonna go wash up." Kai slowly stepped into the house, scanning his surroundings before asking, "Why do you live all the way out here?" Albana let out a long, heavy sigh. "There are many reasons, but mostly, I just want to live close to nature. I have retired. Yet humans still try to use me for their own gain from time to time." Kai looked thoughtful as he processed this. "I see. This place is definitely not easy to reach." She turned around, acting like she just happened to think of it. "Well, however, people with skills like yours do manage to find their way here occasionally. Anyway, I am not heartless enough to turn them away." Albana watched him from across the room, cutting straight to the chase. "All right. I will ask you one more time. What do you need from me?" Kai got straight to the point. "To be honest, I am looking for a way to return to my original world." Her brows furrowed as she looked at him suspiciously. "Your world, you mean?" Kai didn't hesitate. "Yes. I am from another world. I am one of the hero candidates, assigned the quest to defeat the demon lord." Albana gripped her cup, clearly shocked. "So, you are the third generation of hero candidates." I had heard rumors, but I did not think they had actually performed the summoning a third time. He instantly caught the key detail in her words. Third generation. The realization hit Kai like a truck. Leonora actually did say something about them summoning hero candidates a few times in the past. She continued slowly. "Most of the hero candidates were wiped out by the demon lord's army. There might be a few survivors, but they have all gone missing." Kai listened intently. "They also summoned hero candidates 4 years ago. That was the second time. The first time was about 10 years ago. Both generations came to defeat the demon lord, and they were all slaughtered. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates was supposed to be sealed. It was never to be used again." Albana rubbed her chin in frustration. "But Saintess Leonora, she intends to break the taboo and summon a third generation. I was against it. I do not care if it is the will of the gods or not. But gambling the fate of the empire on someone from another world, that is just reckless." He calmly took a sip of water, If you are talking about Leonora, I already killed her. There will be no more summoning rituals. Albana narrowed her eyes suspiciously. How could you possibly defeat Leonora? A smug grin curled on his lips. There are plenty of ways to end a normal person. Though, when you are dealing with the divine, you need a different set of skills. You know, Albana let out an amused chuckle. It seems you are not lying. So, that woman was killed by her own pawn. I suppose she got what she deserved. Didn't she? Her voice softened with sympathy. I understand what you want. Everyone wants to go home. I do not like to waste words. Albana's next words hit him like a lightning bolt. Let me just say it. There is no spell I can use to send you back to your world. Kai lowered his head, helplessly accepting the truth. I see. He kept his eyes locked on Albana. But, do you have any leads? She replied calmly. Summoning someone with magic is possible, but sending them back is not. That knowledge has been lost to time. There was never any reason to research it. Anyway, he thought about it for a moment before speaking up. Leonora said the same thing. So basically, we have no other choice but to defeat the demon lord. Albana rummaged through the books on her shelf, glancing back at him. Perhaps, or maybe, with the help of magic, it might be possible to some extent. Kai lifted his cup again. Magic. Huh, maybe I should look into that. She immediately made an offer. I am sorry I could not be of more help. I still owe you for saving my disciple. I will let you know if I find anything out. Kai replied softly. Thank you. A gentle smile formed on her lips as she comforted him. But if it's you might actually be able to take down the demon lord. Kai's face looked full of trouble, letting out a heavy sigh. I really don't want to get my hands dirty with something so annoying. His eyes showed a look of determination. Anyway, if there's no other choice, then I guess I really have to eliminate the demon lord. Albana immediately held him back. This kid, he was still sitting there calmly with a cup of water in his hand. Not truly different from the other hero candidates. It's like he grew up in a cold, dark place. Kai sprang up. Goodbye to you. Thanks for the info. Sage, if you find anything, please contact Siren from the Explorers Guild. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She muttered in her heart, maybe I can actually trust this boy. Suddenly, the living room door cracked open. Mayor was wearing home clothes, looking super happy. So comfy, she plopped down on the chair and spoke up. Why didn't you take a shower, climbing mountains and fighting all this time? Aren't you dirty? Kai suddenly remembered and quickly agreed. Yeah, you're right. In that case, I'm gonna go wash up. Suddenly, her voice rang out, cutting him off. Hey kid, I have a proposal. Kai glanced over at her and asked. What Albana's suggestion made both of their eyes pop out in surprise. How about you take my disciple along with you? She started in panic and shouted. Huh, you mean me? Albana spoke up to explain this sudden decision. No. Who else would it be? You're the only disciple I have. After thinking about your goal, I made this offer. Mayor. She turned around in horror to stare at Kai. He slapped his hand onto his forehead, decisively resisting. I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl following me around. In the eastern region of the Verdora Demon Kingdom, at the front line of the Diggereth Holy Kingdom, amidst the lush green grasslands, two figures were quietly walking. Kai exclaimed, The weather is nice. I heard rumors that the weather in the demon territory was pretty harsh. Mayor reminded him, That's only right here. This place is still the territory of the Holy Kingdom. The weather in the Kingdom of Verdora will definitely be much more severe. Kai furrowed his brows. The invasion of the Demon Lord's army. Huh, Mayor explained. Around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, there is a large city named Natre, with villages surrounding it. Right now, that city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and has become their front line. She added, That will be our destination. It'll probably take about 2 days of walking. Kai was curious. Honestly, I don't want to ask. But what happened to the people who used to live there? Mayor said painfully. Half were wiped out. The other half were enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. A few people managed to escape to the other side of the mountain range. Kai glanced at her. I see, he told himself. Just as I predicted. She knows quite a bit. Taking her along on this journey was a choice. Right. Kai recalled a memory, covering his face and sighing. I refuse. I don't need a noisy girl. Mayor turned her head to look at him in annoyance. What, you should at least trust me, Albana giggled. Kid. Don't say that. You only arrived in this world recently. Mayor will be quite useful. This girl has extensive knowledge that I passed down to her. Kai glanced at Mayor suspiciously. If that's true, then what does she gain from this? Albana gently patted Mayor's head. She answered. The girl doesn't know how this world operates. Even though she's grown up and has such deep knowledge, but she still lacks practical experience. More or less. Mayor pouted while sitting on the chair. Albana explained. I was looking for an opportunity to send this girl out exploring here and there, but I'm still very worried about letting my cute disciple go out alone. Kai was on guard. So you trust giving her to me? You could do it yourself. Albana shrugged, but I no longer have the ability to go exploring. From a human's perspective, I might look very young and healthy, but my limit is approaching. Suddenly, a boy appeared and saved my disciple. Kai listened intently. Mayor sulked and turned her face away. Thanks a lot. But Master... Kai cut her off. I plan to invade the demon's territory. This is a dangerous journey. If you get in my way, I will leave you behind, Albana said gently. You heard him. You will be the one to decide. After all, this is your life. Mayor's eyes widened. Hesitating. My life, she said decisively. I understand. Master, I will go with him. Back to reality. Mayor leaned on her staff and whined. I'm so tired. Kai hid. We've only been walking for 1 day. You know, Mayor wheezed. Please don't expect too much from a mage's body. I've been using this body to train hard all this time. Kai dropped his gear to the ground and made a decision. That's it for today. Let's rest. Mayor was curious. Didn't you say you would leave me behind? If I got in your way, Kai sat with his back to her, responding indifferently. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is no big deal. I'm not leaving you behind, he urged. Hurry up and pitch the tent. Mayor hurriedly ran over. I know. Night fell, and Mayor and Kai finished setting up the tent. They sat by the fire. Mayor took a delicious bite of bread. Kai silently observed her. He spoke up. Mayor, maybe you already know, but this journey is going to get dangerous real soon. I won't stop, no matter how risky it gets. I really want to return to my own world, but you don't exactly have a solid reason to tag along with me. Do you, Kai? Kept a straight face. I don't think Albana was lying either. You've got another motive. Don't you? Mayor froze. Bread in hand. She brushed her hair back, looking awkward. I don't really know how to explain this. You probably saw right through me. Mayor spoke with sudden anger. Where I used to live. The elf village. It was wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. Kai probed. Wasn't this war supposed to be just between humans and demons? Mayor shut that down immediately. That's just a rumor. She explained. Demons will invade any race they want. My parents, even my little brother. They were all killed. The only reason I survived is because my dad used himself as bait to draw their attention. Back then, I couldn't do a thing, Mayor recalled. After the Demon Lord's army left the village, I was left there to die alone. Then, Master saved me. That's how I became her disciple. That's the gist of it. Kai frowned. I don't care about your past. I want to know what your goal is. Mayor clenched her dress tightly. After hearing my story, you should already know. Right, the reason I became Master's disciple, and the reason I became a mage, is because I wanted the power to slaughter those demons, she screamed in a rage. Everything I learned from Master. All the training. I've been grinding for 10 years. It's all for revenge. Mayor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The bastard who destroyed my family. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Kai fell silent. Then asked, What's the demon's name? Mayor answered, One of the 4 heavenly kings. Windbox. He's known as the Wind King, and he's one of the top commanders of the army, the Demon Lord's army, Kai concluded. So the reason you agreed to come is so you can get close to him. Right, but right now, I have no reason to fight the demons, Mayor raised her voice. Master never allowed me to go adventuring alone. But as long as I'm with you, She agreed. I don't know why she changed her mind after meeting you. We're talking about Master here. I never know what she's thinking. Kai stayed silent, deep in thought. Mayor chuckled softly. That's why. I'll follow your orders for the time being. Kai looked up. I get your situation, he recalled right before they left. Albana walked up to him and asked, Kid, I'm entrusting this girl to you. I'm sure you can handle her. Kai told himself. If the sage let her disciple go adventuring alone, she'd probably die in vain just trying to get revenge. Mayor apologized. Sorry for bringing up such a heavy topic. She gave a helpless smile. You don't need to worry. I don't want to drag you into my revenge. A thought popped into Kai's head. So she wants to do it all by herself. He confirmed. I got it. Let's stop talking about this for now. Need to get some sleep to prep for tomorrow. Mayor stood up and yawned. Roger that. I'll have the spirits keep watch for us right now. If any monsters show up, we'll know. A bit later, inside the tent, Kai sat up, frowning as he muttered to himself. The 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. A snoring sound next to him caught Kai's attention. Mayor was already fast asleep. Outside, the sky was full of twinkling stars. Kai looked up, thinking, my last enemy was a high-ranking demon. But now, it's something even stronger. He gazed at the brilliant starry sky. Kai made a silent vow. To win, I need to get stronger first. The stars continued to shine all around. Kai shook his head slightly. No. That's not what I should be worrying about right now. Around the western border of the Holy Kingdom, Digoret stood a massive line of fortresses. The Holy Kingdom's flag fluttered in the wind. Inside the citadel, the atmosphere was tense. 5 people were at the meeting table. With Amelia standing at the head, a bald man raised his voice. How many times have I said this? He stated firmly. Now that we have the hero candidates, this is the perfect time to attack. A silver-haired man looked like he got it. I see your point, but where do we even start? The attack. Amelia pointed to a fortress symbol on the map, asserting her plan. Attacking the Atlas fortress is a good start. It used to be ours. This is our chance to take it back. Right now. It's the enemy's frontline base. If we strike here, they'll definitely retreat. Eric objected. No matter how you look at it, this plan is reckless. We're currently on the defensive. And you want to suddenly switch to offense, the bald man taunted. What's wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Corps scared? You've got the hero candidates as your subordinates now. Eric stayed silent. Glancing sideways, Amelia stated firmly. Harry has a point too. But right now, the enemy is underestimating us. They definitely won't expect a sudden attack from us. She turned serious. Is your body fully recovered? Meyer, the person answered. Yes. Ma'am, Susie spoke confidently. If you tell me to fight, I'll put my sword to use. The group left the meeting room. Walking down the fortress hallway, Harry hid. So the plan goes down tomorrow. Rare to see Amelia being so aggressive, Meyer asked nervously. Do you think everything will be okay, back there? Everyone seemed pretty confident, Susie concluded. Either way, this is a prime opportunity to attack while they're regrouping. I don't think this is a wrong move. Eric was blunt. They're banking on your power and abilities. That's why they're acting so cocky, even though we're just reinforcing the defense outside their command. We can't exactly disobey the higher-ups. Mira frowned. No other choice. Harry corrected. Of course, we'll still support you the best we can. But this time, you're the ace. Tell your teammates to get some rest tonight. Suji felt uneasy. What is this suddenly? I've got a bad feeling. I don't have a choice. Near the Atlas fortress, covered in thick fog, Eric, Suji, and the squad silently advanced. Rena complained. It's broad daylight. Why are we doing this right now? If it's a surprise attack, wouldn't a night raid make more sense? Harry explained. Demons can still see us in the dark. So attacking at night puts us at a disadvantage. Suji kept a serious face. I want to confirm one more time. Our objective is to take out the commander while the main force draws their aggro. He instructed, there's a high chance their commander is a high-ranking demon. Once the battle starts, I'll take the lead, in case I'm not nearby. At least stall for time or just bail. Everyone got it. The teammates listened in dead silence to Suji's orders. A warrior announced, "Commander, message from the main force." They said to start the operation. Harry ordered, "Got it. Let's move." The group began moving fast, prepping to attack. The main force stormed into the fortress. The surprise blitz caught the demons completely off guard. The army breached the interior easily. A demon roared, "Humans, the audacity." Amelia rode her horse, swinging her sword to mow down demons, commanding the slaughter of every last demon soldier. The chaotic melee inside the fortress was intense. Inside the citadel, a demon silently watched the entire battle unfold. Suji's group breached the fortress via a different route. 2 guards interrogated. "Who the hell are you?" Suji coldly finished them off. Satoshi grinned. "Classic Suji." Heike cheered. "We trust you." "Man," Harry warned. "Don't let your guard down. Everyone, there's still a chance the commander is in the main hall." 3 or 4 demon soldiers rushed in, shouting. Intruders wiped them out. Behind them, several more demon soldiers charged in. There they are. Everyone panicked as they got surrounded. Heike panicked. "Are we surrounded?" Satoshi was confused. "What do we do?" Suji Harry raised his sword decisively. "Leave the rear to us. The 8th Night Corps and the hero candidates. Push through by force." Suji immediately agreed. "Roger. I'll leave the flank to you." Rina quickly activated her power. "Don't tell me what to do." She attacked the demon soldiers, burning them up. The demon soldiers were quickly taken down, defeated one by one. One demon got blasted right in the face. The hero candidate group wrecked the demons. While rapidly moving forward, they finally reached a sealed door. Someone ordered, "Open that door." The hero candidate group stayed on guard, ready to fight. Suji suddenly froze, eyes wide. In front of them, Stone Gaia stood looming behind the door. The air felt like it froze. Heike was terrified. "What the hell is that guy?" Suzuka pointed angrily. "Are you the commander?" Stone Gaia introduced himself. "I am Stone Gaia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army." Confused. 4 heavenly kings, Mirai guessed. Just a fancy title. Suji went pale. No, the pressure coming off him. "It's not normal." Stone Gaia rested his sword on the floor and asked, "Hero candidates." "Huh." The old monster raised his sword, laughing with amusement. "Let's see how strong you runts are." Suji raised his sword and shouted, "Get ready. Everyone." He tried to reassure himself, "Don't be scared. If we get beaten here, the sacrifice of the main force will be meaningless." Every member of the hero candidate group was ready to throw down with Stone Gaia. The hero candidates and Stone Gaia faced off. The monster slammed one hand onto the ground. Stone Gaia summoned a formation around himself. Suji and Rina stared in shock at the scene. The ground shattered. Dirt and sand flying everywhere. A mound of earth rose up from the ground. The mound slowly took the shape of a monster. Heike gasped. "What the?" Satoshi blurted out. "Mud monsters." Countless giant mud monsters were spawned. Stone Gaia laughed sinisterly, revealing his yellow teeth. He ordered, "Kill them." The army of mud monsters aggressively advanced. Suji commanded, "Hold the line." Iozia obeyed. "Roger." He used his blade to slash the wind, sending a barrage of blue blades to attack the mud monsters. His blade sliced their arms clean off. Another blade attacked, splitting a mud monster's face in 2. Suzuka raised a fist and lunged forward. "Eat this." He landed a fiery punch right in the middle of a monster's torso. The mud monster's body crumbled into chunks of mud and fell. Suzuka smirked. "Doesn't matter how many there are. These slow-ass mud monsters are nothing." Stone Gaia silently watched the battle. The broken mud pieces on the ground moved like magic, slowly stirring and floating up. Suji panicked. "What?" The mud pieces pieced themselves back together, forming a pristine mud monster again. Suzuka frowned. Regeneration. A mud monster raised its fist high, attacking Suzuka, but he dodged. Asushi and Kenta rushed in, weapons ready. Kenta swung his sword while Asushi landed a heavy punch on the mud monster. Heike and Satoshi joined the fray. Heike sliced off one of the monster's arms. The mud monster spun around instantly, attacking him with its remaining arm. Heike screamed. "No," Jin shouted. "Freeze," and unleashed her power. Hit by Jin's spell. The monster froze. Satoshi swung his blade. Shouting. Now he stabbed straight into the mud monster. Satoshi looked up. Got him, but a massive mud fist was already right in front of his face. The blow sent Satoshi flying. Mirai levitated huge boulders and screamed. Take this. Countless boulders smashed into the mud monster. Taking the hit. It collapsed back into a puddle of mud. Mirai watched tensely. Instantly, the mud monster regenerated like nothing happened. Suzuki groaned helplessly. It never ends. A voice piped up. I've seen this scenario in manga before. Suzuki and Suji turned around in surprise. Yoshia winked. In times like this, taking out the summoner is the play. Leave the mud monsters to us. Suji spun around, charging forward and shouting. Got it, we'll handle the summoner then. He nimbly weaved through the gaps between the mud monsters. Stone Gaia scoffed. You think I'm a joke? He activated his array. Stones floated up from the ground, homing in on Suji as if they had a mind of their own. His eyes went wide in shock. Countless stones were rushing in from the side, too. Suji whipped his head around. Huh. The stones slammed into him. Suji threw his arms up to protect his face, screaming in pain. His teammates watched in horror. Suji propped himself up with his sword. He reassured them. No. I'm good. Meanwhile, Suzuki silently approached Stone Gaia from behind. He whispered, Good job. Midu. A massive impact shook the area, feeling like an explosion. Asushi asked anxiously, Did he get him? The dust settled. Standing between Suzuki and Stone, Gaia's back was a defensive earth mound. Suddenly, a spike shot out from the mound, piercing right through Suzuki's chest. He was out cold. Stone Gaia sneered. Is this all you've got, hero candidates? My foot. While Midu and his team battled Stone Gaia, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai arrived at the fallen city of Trust. Water dripped onto the ground. Drip. Drip. A flame hovered over Mayor's staff, lighting the way. They navigated the underground sewers. Mayor pinched her nose, complaining. Infiltrating through the sewers? Great idea. It smells awful in here, Kai replied calmly. Relax. We'll reach the city's underground network soon, he explained. Their night vision is too good, and the city has too many open spaces. Plus, this city is on the front lines. Security is tight. We can't just walk through the front gate. Kai grabbed a ladder. Let's go. We go up here. They finally climbed to the surface. Mayor groaned. Finally. Fresh air. Kai sensed something. He hissed. Someone's coming. Hide here for a sec. 2 demon soldiers approached. A purple-skinned soldier stretched. Man, I'm beat. The green demon scolded. Quit whining. Being chosen as the witch's guard is an honor. The purple demon sighed. But getting picked to serve the witch isn't exactly based on merit. Is it? I've got 0 motivation. The green demon mused. You've got the skills. But your attitude. He added. Still, she didn't have to scream in my face like that. The other sympathized. I feel you. Bro. The demons walked past Kai and Mayor's hiding spot. Mayor whispered. They're gone, Kai asked. The witch. She's the demon princess and the ruler of this city. Right, isn't she? Mayor nodded. Yeah. They call her the Space Witch. I think she's your target. Kai recalled Albana's words. A witch who can manipulate space resides in the frontline city. That woman can grant your wish. Kai mused. The problem is, how do we get close to her? If we just waltz in without a plan, it'll turn into a bloodbath. Mayor asked. So, what's the move? Kai strategized. First, we gather intel. Carefully. Do exactly as I say, no going rogue. Mayor nodded quickly. Got it. Demons were scattered all over the city, chatting loudly amongst themselves. Some were even sitting in circles, chugging beer. Kai and Mayor watched from a rooftop above. Kai murmured. I see, Mayor observed. At a glance, they seem to lead pretty normal lives. It's kinda underwhelming, Kai explained. As long as they can talk and have intelligence, living like humans is inevitable. He pointed ahead. Mayor looked where he was pointing. Surprised. Humans. Chained by their ankles. were slaving away under the demon's command. A purple demon cracked a whip. "Quit slacking off. Get back to work," the human cried out in pain. Meyer gasped. Slaves Kai frowned. Why the surprise? You already knew demons enslaved humans. Below them, the demon didn't stop whipping the prisoner. Meyer looked downcast. You're right. I knew. But... The demons laughed, pointing at the tortured slave lying in the dirt. Meyer is actually losing it. Kai turns to her. Meyer. You. He suddenly senses a stranger. The newcomer speaks up. You guys aren't demons. Right. A small demon with 2 horns on her head. She appeared right behind them. Kai is shocked. Asterisk. When did she get there? I didn't sense her at all. He instantly pulls a hidden dagger. The girl stops him. No need to defend yourself. I didn't come to throw hands. Kai stays on guard. What do you want? How did you find us? He thinks to himself. Asterisk. This is insane. Asterisk. No way I missed someone standing right behind me. She must be using magic. Asterisk. The girl covers her mouth and yawns. The girl answers. I've been tracking you since you crossed my detection barrier. Meyer gasps. Barrier, I didn't sense any mana. The girl confirms. There's nowhere I can't see with my space magic. Kai panics. Space magic. Asterisk. Don't tell me it's an ability. Appraisal times, a status window pops up. Her name is Isabel, 15 years old. Plus her stats and skills. Isabel introduces herself. Name's Isabel, 5th princess of the Varora Demon Kingdom. Kai thinks. Asterisk. She's Isabel times, she threatens. If you don't answer, I'll call the guards. A human and an elf. What are you doing here? You don't look like spies. Kai calculates. Asterisk. If a war breaks out in the enemy base, I can't guarantee safety. I need to negotiate peacefully. He speaks up. I don't mind explaining, but it's going to be a long story. Isabel sits down. It's fine. I'm bored anyway. After they explain everything, Isabel understands. I see. So you want to go back to your world. Kai is curious. I heard that's possible with space magic. Is that actually true? Isabel confirms. That person was right. You can return to your world. Kai raises his voice. Wait. Really? He celebrates internally. Asterisk. Yes, finally talking to a space mage. She doesn't look like a normal demon. Asterisk. I don't sense any hatred for humans from her. Asterisk. Isabel suggests. But I need the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what type it is. Kai frowns. Confused. Huh. Isabel explains. Even if it's possible. If I don't know the coordinates, I can't send you back. Kai and Meyer face Isabel, who is sitting casually. Kai stares at her intensely. He asks, coordinates, is there a way to find them? Isabel denies it. There are many parallel worlds. It's hard to find your exact one. Kai activates his ability and thinks, asterisk, even with the eye of truth. She doesn't seem to be lying. My skill has leveled up. Asterisk, and it has some pretty useful effects. Asterisk. Isabel's voice is flat. However, there are limits to your body too. You came to this world via divine power. Basically, that's impossible for my demon magic. I can't hack into that divine power of yours. Kai guesses. Maybe it's God's will that we can't go home unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel is calm. Maybe. I don't know beyond that. Kai thinks. Asterisk. Just as predicted. No shortcuts. All right. At least now I know I have no other choice. Asterisk. I have to kill the demon lord. Asterisk. His eyes flash with determination. Isabel notices immediately. Looks like you've decided. Kai says, the best thing right now is knowing I can go home. Even if it's with demon magic. But it doesn't look easy. Meyer is suspicious. I've been wondering since the start. Why are you teaming up with us? You're a princess of the demon kingdom. A crack in the air opens up. Isabel explains slowly. Even the demon kingdom is divided into factions. There is something I have always wanted. Kai and Meyer quickly take a stance before the strange rift. Isabel steps into the rift. She warns, careful. Escaping this city won't be easy. Her body slowly fades into the rift. The spatial rift vanishes, leaving only Kai and Meyer in the room. Meyer clutches her chest. Relieved. I was so scared. I thought we were cooked. Kai sheaths his dagger and warns, She's a descendant of the demon lord. She's broken. Right now? We can't beat her. Mayor sighs. Thank God she wasn't hostile. Kai agrees. Yeah, usually in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Mayor is scared. Hey! Don't say that. A strange noise rings out outside. Kai wonders. What's that? They both look out the window. Outside. The demons are frantically searching. Find them, spies have infiltrated this city. Mayor turns pale. Are we busted? Kai guesses. Right when that witch disappeared, Mayor is shocked. You mean she snitched? Why would she do that after leaving? I really don't understand. Kai turns and rushes off. We'll never figure out what she's thinking. Let's leave this place. Outside. The sky is clear. Kai quickly hides from the pursuing demons. They run across the tiled roofs of the city houses. The demons shout. Still haven't found them. They're definitely here. Kai plotted. They're rolling out the army. Looks like they no times were inside. They're on high alert. Their stats are cracked. I can't stay here. Kai slammed on the brakes. Startling Mayor. She snapped. Don't just stop like that. What gives? Kai shoved her down instantly. Get low. Don't move. Kai's face went dark. This energy. It's like that witch. Maybe even more broken. They spotted a high-ranked demon flexing in the middle of the pack. One horn, long white hair, and surrounded by this sick green aura. Mayor gasped. Winberg. Kai blinked. What did you say? Mayor's eyes burned with hate. Finally found him here. I knew sticking with you was the right move. Kai asked. He's the one you want to kill, Mayor glared. Yeah. No doubt about it. The Wind Heavenly King, one of the Demon Lord's vassals. Winberg. Kai popped his appraisal skill. The status window flashed open. Age 40. Race demon. Male. All stats are A rank. Magic is S rank. Wind attribute skill. Demon arts. Hawkeye. And swordsmanship. All S rank. Kai thought. He's cracked. He touched Mayor's shoulder. Chill. Fighting him here is suicide. Mayor replied. I know. Kai crouched low, eyeing the Wind Heavenly King. I heard wind magic is OP for scouting and tracking. We gotta move careful. A weird energy spiked behind Mayor. Winberg led the demon squad and asked, All right. Are there really rats here? A demon nodded. Definitely. Winberg pointed sharply. Just a hunch. So I can't say for sure. He snarled. But if anyone is times here, we're gonna crush them. Winberg announced. Humanity's trump card. The hero candidates have been spotted at the front lines. At times like this, we gotta keep things stable. Simple strat. But key. A purple demon spoke up. Sorry to interrupt. But are you cool with chilling in the back like this? I think Lord Winberg would rack up more wins on the front lines. Winberg got serious. This spot fits me better. Leave the grunt work to the others. Magic winds swirled everywhere. Winberg sensed something. He smirked. They're actually here, the purple demon asked. You found them, Winberg nodded. Yeah. The wind is snitching on them. He cast a spell. Certain now, they're moving, careful. But they can't escape my radar. A demon glazed him. By controlling the wind, you can spot anything. It's one of the hardest wind skills. No matter how many times I see it, it still blows my mind. Winberg cut him off. Enough glazing. Get the pursuit squad ready. The demon saluted. Sir. Yes, sir. Winberg chuckled. Can't believe that witch let humans walk right past her like that. This is getting good. Gonna be a show. Kai and Mayor sprinted through the narrow alley. Kai locked in. He threw out a hand to stop Mayor. Outside. The demons were shouting. Find. They gotta be close. Kai whispered. They know we're moving. Even if they don't have our exact coordinates yet, he realized. The wind's been acting super weird. Mayor agreed. The spirits are tweaking too, Kai guessed. Looks like a wind element search skill. He thought. That's dangerous, Mayor suggested. I can scramble this wind with my magic, but that'll dox our location. Kai shut it down. Nah. Don't do it. We aren't fully exposed yet. Let's move. If they find us here, we're cooked by their sheer numbers. Swarms of demons kept scouring the city. Kai and Mayer were speedrunning through the streets. The demons yelled, "Found you." They got spotted. Mayer was gasping. While Kai skagged, she felt bad. "Sorry. My bad." Kai chilled her out. "It's fine. We can use the location markers to our advantage." He got serious. "Plus, you're gonna be the bait to lure him in for me." Mayer's jaw dropped. Before she could react, Kai kicked off the ground. He wall-jumped his way up to the roof. Mayer was crying on the inside. "Wait. I can't parkour like that." Kai was cold. "You want revenge." "Right, crying right now. Ain't gonna solve anything." He took off, leaving one last order: hide. The demons were closing in. The leader shouted. "They're splitting up," the leader ordered. "Chase him." A squad broke off to chase Kai. Mayer spun around and yelled, "Oh my God," she grabbed her staff. "I just gotta do this." Right. Mayer cast Fire Salamander. Flames erupted everywhere. The demons panicked. What the hell? The fire swallowed the squad, roasting them alive. The demons stared in horror as the fire spread to the buildings. Elsewhere, the leader pointed his sword. "Over there, move," the demon shouted. "Sir." "Yes, sir." A shadow dropped down right behind the pack. Asterisk, slash. Asterisk. A demon's neck got sliced clean open. He dropped instantly. Kai locked onto the soldiers ahead, swinging his blade non-stop, countless precision strikes. The leader noticed something off, spun around and yelled, "What's that noise?" The demon panicked, seeing his whole squad wiped out. He stammered, "What the hell?" Suddenly, cold steel pressed against the demon's neck. He hissed, "You coward!" The sound of slicing flesh followed. Mayer was gasping for air. She raised her staff, triggering Water God. A massive wave instantly flooded the narrow alley, rushing at the demons. The torrent slowed them down. Mayer told herself, "At least I bought some time, but there's too many of them." She started. Wait, Mayer noticed something was off. The water level kept rising. Mayer realized, their numbers are dropping. The demons were getting picked off one by one. "Hey," the demon panicked. "What the hell are you?" A knife flew straight into his forehead. He groaned, "Grim Reaper," and collapsed. The demon gasped, "You." Kai pulled out his blade and praised, "Nice bait work. You made my job a whole lot easier." Mayer ran over, complaining, "I almost died back there." Winberg strode in quickly, speaking up, "Still haven't caught them." The demon soldier bowed. "I'm sorry. Over. I'll send more troops right away." Winberg raised a hand to stop him. "No need. More troops just mean more corpses." He smirked. "I'll kill them myself." Kai and Mayer were moving fast when a blast of green wind hit. Mayer sensed something weird. This wind. I can feel a massive energy source. The wind shot straight at them. Mayer shouted, "Oh, spirit of wind." Her blast dispersed the incoming attack. The attack scattered across the sky. A frown. Finally, "They're here." Winberg rode to the wind, watching them from behind. He sized them up. "Guess you intruders aren't just little rats after all." "Huh. I guff and sover." Mayer screamed in rage. Winberg Kai stayed focused. "Finally, your chance for revenge is here. You ready?" "Mayer." She gripped her staff. "Determined. I've been ready for 10 years. Then, Winberg shot up into the sky. Green light swirled beneath his feet. Winberg hovered there, arms crossed arrogantly, looking down with a smirk. Kai stood by Mayer, looking up at him. They couldn't hide the tension. Kai said in a low voice, "If this fight drags on, he won't be an easy target. So we need to go all out from the start and take him down fast." "Got it." Mayer didn't hesitate. "Roger." She raised her staff high and screamed, "Oh, spirit!" Wind erupted, sending strange green projectiles zooming toward Winberg. He stood high above, high and mighty, looking down at the wind, magic rushing his way. Winberg widened his eyes in disdain. "Using wind element to attack me. One of the 4 heavenly kings of wind. I don't know if you're brave or just stupid." As he spoke, he formed a circular barrier. It blocked Mayer's attack. A magical green light radiated from him, whipping the wind up into a vortex. Swirling green energy trails tore through the deep blue sky, forming a massive column of light. bursting green from the top of the ancient stone tower. Kai saw it and shot upward from below. His eyes locked on the target. Face deadly serious. He's blocking his own vision. From the sky, swords of green light rained down like daggers. They slammed down right at Kai's feet. He stopped in shock. What the Winberg saw the reaction and grinned in excitement. "Did you think you could close the gap just because I couldn't see?" He raised his hand, casting a new spell. Looking down arrogantly. "You get it now, don't you? My wind magic tracks everything. It won't lose you." Kai couldn't help but worry. Eyes wide. This is bad. Even if I stay in his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is the ultimate counter to my assassination skills. Suddenly, Mayor stepped out, raising her staff high with power. "Don't worry. I got this." Blue energy erupted from her staff, covering the area. Above, Winberg sensed it and paused. He exclaimed, confused. What Mayor's face remained serious, her eyes locking onto him with resolve. His wind magic relies on precise flow control. If I can use my magic to disrupt it, I can stop him. Winberg narrowed his eyes, thinking, that brat. Did she just break my magic with a spell? So she knows my fighting style. Kai watched the scene, impressed, just as I thought. She spent her whole life thinking about nothing but revenge. He dashed up to a nearby rooftop. Winberg glanced at Kai, closing in. He thought with disdain. "You think getting close is enough to beat me?" Kai lunged at him. Blade ready. Kai slashed. But Winberg jumped back to dodge. Kai frowned, while Winberg floated arrogantly above. Looking down, he mocked. "Sod. Isn't it I can fly?" Kai thought, is that an ability like Narumi's? Suddenly, a voice spoke up out of nowhere. No hesitation. Kai launches himself into the air. A mysterious blue glow bursts from behind him, pure determination in his eyes. He charges at Winberg. The guy's eyes go wide in terror. Screaming. No way. Kai's eyes shift to blood red, scanning for weak points with foresight. I'm ending this while he's still shook. In his vision, Winberg gets sliced in half, panic written all over his face. But the red silhouette of Winberg is fading away. Kai's eyes widen in shock. His weak point. It's blurring out. Winberg draws his hilt, and a jade-green blade manifests from it, eyes full of madness. He grips the blade in reverse. "You intruder. You actually made me draw my sword." Winberg slashes at Kai. He reacts instantly, parrying every single fatal strike. One strike slams into Kai's dagger, freezing him in place. His eyes go wide, even with foresight. He's too fast. Winberg gives a sinister smirk. "Let me tell you about this blade. The one who taught Hater how to use a sword was me." Suddenly, he freezes, whipping his head around in panic. A massive earth sphere comes hurtling at him out of nowhere. He jumps just in time to dodge. Winberg hovers in midair with his sword. Mayor and Kai stare up at him from below. Winberg frowns, looking down at the giant earth sphere lodged into the wall. Even with wind demon magic, deflecting a rock that massive isn't easy. That elf can use earth elemental magic. Can't underestimate her. Looking at Mayor's fierce expression, Winberg thinks, asterisk, wait. Weren't all the elf villages destroyed? Asterisk. It clicks. He asks, but it sounds more like a statement. "Oh, I get it now. You're the one who killed Hater, aren't you?" Kai stays silent, but Mayor yells back, "That's right, at least you should know what it feels like to lose someone." Winberg closes his eyes, piecing it together. "So, you're the survivor from that village. Remembering those ruthless flames," she continues. "Since that day, I've been honing my magic for 10 long years, just so I could kill you myself." He licks his fingers, his eyes rolling back, turning completely white. The nostalgia, thanks to you. I remember everything now. That day was actually so fun." His words are pure poison. Her cold facade cracks. She's broken inside, looking up at him in disbelief. Winberg's cruel words are like knives, stabbing straight into her heart. Hearing all those elves crying and screaming, it was so relaxing. Were they sacrificing themselves for others or something? Only one of them crawled over and begged for mercy. I was so moved I almost cried. He pauses, his eyes twisting with malice. Seeing that look of despair, It was beautiful. Mayor can't take it anymore and screams. You bastard! Kai steps in front of her immediately. Don't let him get to you. Mayor, I'm relying on your magic here. Mayor regains her composure. Frowning. Got it. Kai stays silent. Locking eyes with Winberg, his red eyes scan the enemy. Stay calm. Analyze. I'll do whatever it takes to win. His attack range is massive. Close combat. Long range. I'm a sitting duck. Asterisk. Winberg unconsciously takes a step back. Asterisk. Don't lose my cool. These two are so annoying. That brat. How is he still standing after my attack? Asterisk. Asterisk. He's just a human. Is he a hero candidate? Times Kai calls out arrogantly. Seems like you know a lot about us. Winberg taps his sword, replying casually. I always memorize the strongest enemies from the opposing side, but you're not on the list, which means you're an outsider, looking down at the two ants below. He relaxes. Asterisk. They're the ones at a disadvantage. No need to rush. Asterisk. My stats crush theirs. Asterisk. Below. Kai is still analyzing. Asterisk. Foresight's effect wears off in 3 minutes. Asterisk. If I don't end this now, we're cooked. Asterisk. Suddenly, Mayor speaks up. Listen. I have a plan. Kai raises his dagger at Winberg. Killing intent pouring off him. Mayor looks at him. Confused. He mutters. Got it. Don't get in my way. She snaps back. I should be saying that to you. Winberg interrupts. Impatient. You two done chatting? Kai's eyes lock on. Let's go. Amused. The villain smirks. Come on then. Kai launches himself up. Boosted by Mayor's magic. She slams her staff into the ground. Spirits of the earth. As she speaks, jagged earth crystals rise from the ground. Hovering in the air, she waves her hand. Fire, a barrage of stones shoots toward him. High above, Winberg charges up blue magic, ready for impact. He swings, swatting the rocks away like flies. The debris scatters everywhere. Suddenly, his eyes go wide. Kai comes out of nowhere, plunging his dagger at him, lucky for Winberg. He reacts just in time to block the fatal blow. Before he could even stabilize, Mayor down below waved her hand and screamed. Before she even finished speaking, a barrage of earth spheres launched at him from behind. He counterattacked through a magic circle he'd already traced. Those rocks are being controlled. Gotta dodge, he thought, then decided against it. Instead, I should create a wind wall. Mayor shouted. Now wind spirit. She swung her staff toward Winberg. That massive surge of power made him panic. What the stones smashed through the wall he created one by one, piercing straight toward him. Seeing the opening, Kai said firmly. Finally, an opening. Winberg stared blankly as the sword slipped from his hand. It didn't aim for my heart. It aimed for my sword. Kai snatched the falling sword with lightning speed, then backflipped away to dodge him before landing. He turned around, glaring furiously. Just as the pile of earth slammed right into him, Winberg roared in anger. You guys are good, breaking my defense like that. But I'm a high-ranking demon. You think you can even scratch me? Down below, Mayor was horrified seeing her ultimate move fail. He didn't take any damage at all. Kai wasn't surprised at all. He glanced at him and thought, everything is going exactly as I planned. His wind demon magic is strong, but it still has a weakness. Mayor whispered in his ear, frowning. This magic is pretty weak against heavy attacks, especially earth element. It's really hard to use wind to move heavy objects anyway, even if we haven't broken his defense yet. I can still use my wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his wind flow, its effect will drop. Hearing that, Kai went silent. She had prepared for so long just for this revenge. To kill this demon, she needed a perfect plan and the necessary skills, but it's still not enough. Thinking that, he spoke up. Mayor, your plan looks solid, but remember to leave a path for me to attack. I'm gonna steal his sword. One hand holding a sword, the other gripping a dagger. Mayor looked at him, confused. What are you planning to do? His main skill is wind magic. But you're just taking his sword. Seeing this, Winberg scoffed in contempt. You're not even a swordsman. Hero candidate. Or do you think, you can beat me just by taking my sword? Kai replied. Exactly. What he's. Before he could finish, Kai stopped. Winberg fired powerful beams of light at him. Kai didn't flinch, using that very sword to parry. His eyes locked onto him with determination. Then he dashed in for a slash. Fast as lightning. Winberg frowned, unable to comprehend. Suddenly, I can't keep up with his attacks. Kai seized the moment, unleashing a combo of slashes on him. He stumbled back in panic. What the hell is this? I'm being pushed back. Mayor saw Kai gaining the upper hand and cast her spell. Right now, Wind Spirit. Disrupt him. A sudden gust wrapped around his legs. Winberg fell backward, caught off guard. His eyes screamed disbelief. Impossible. This guy is following my flight movements perfectly. Kai rushed in, raising the sword high before his shocked eyes. This ends here. Veins popped on Winberg's head and horns from rage. Don't you dare mock me. He used every ounce of power to counter. You're just a human. As they collided, a massive blue light exploded outward. Blood sprayed into the air. Winberg's entire body crashed onto the cold ground. Seeing the quest was complete, Kai silently looked down at his fallen body, thinking, I'm out of energy. Winberg used his last bit of strength to speak. I never thought I'd lose. Why did you suddenly move differently? He asked, confused. Hearing that, Kai glared and answered, Mimicry Guardian. With these eyes, I can copy an opponent's skills exactly. I copied your swordsmanship using this ability. I wasn't good at swordsmanship at first. That's why I didn't want to use it. Lying there, Winberg sighed in admiration. Guardian. Huh. Hero candidate. So you really are humanity's trump card. Looking at the system notification, he said, I got this power when I killed your subordinate. Hater. Before closing his eyes, Winberg smiled and said, So that's it. What a stupid disciple. Letting the enemy get stronger. After Winberg closed his eyes, Kai just sat blankly in front of the corpse, wiping the blood off his face, thinking, so this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. 3 demons left, and the demon lord will definitely be much stronger. The demon lord has children too, like Isabel. After thinking it over, he just closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. My current strength isn't enough. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. Opening his eyes, Kai saw Mayor staggering toward him. She looked at the corpse and asked, He's dead. Right. I have to be sure. He confirmed it. Then Kai turned and asked seriously, How do you feel now that you've got your revenge? Mayor lowered her eyes and whispered, It's weird. I don't feel anything. Even though I risked my life for this revenge, it's all finally over here. She looked up at the sky. But honestly, I feel way lighter now. Even though killing him won't bring my parents or the village back, I feel like I've finally let go of the past. Kai sounded super sincere. But seriously, I'm glad you're here. If you hadn't messed with Winberg's wind flow, I would have been totally lost. Mayor turned to him. Hey, I should be saying that. I spent 10 years prepping to kill him, but I still couldn't have done it solo without you. Mayor's face went a bit pink, and she gave him a soft smile. Thanks for helping me get my revenge. Kai shrugged like it was nothing. No biggie. Just a coincidence. Mayor stood up and said firmly, I'm glad I decided to follow you. She looked down, her voice low. If I had stayed there, I would have lost it. I probably would have run away and died for nothing. And I'm sure Master knew that. Kai suddenly asked, So, what's the plan now? She thought for a sec and said, Honestly, I have no idea. I feel kind of lost right now. Kai stepped closer. Take your time finding a new purpose. Elves live a long time. Right, she scratched her cheek, looking shy, and dropped a bomb. Actually, I'm half human. I don't think I'll live as long as Master. Mayor stepped up to walk beside Kai. But let's see. For now. I'm coming with you. He turned back, confused. You sure? My goal is to kill the Demon Lord, she replied calmly. If you kill the Demon Lord, fewer people will suffer like I did in the future. So I think it's worth it. Then, she laughed happily. Even if you say you don't need me, I'm gonna be selfish and tag along anyway. The guy didn't answer. He pulled up his hood, started walking, and said, The more clues, the better. Once their reinforcements get here, it's going to be a huge pain. Hearing the acceptance in his voice, she beamed, a smile full of pure innocence. Mayer skipped along right behind Kai. Following his lead, the two of them walked together down the road. From high above, a purple entity was watching them. It was Isabel. She stood behind them, expressionless. She said flatly, "They're better than I thought. Letting them escape might actually be useful. But to think they could beat Winberg," Isabel smiled. Amused, "Now I can easily make my next moves." Later, Kai and Mayer went back to visit Albana at her house. Albana poured them some warm tea. "I'm so glad you both made it back safely. I never thought you'd be back this soon," Mayer stammered nervously. "Master, I—" Before she could finish, Albana gently patted her head. "I know." Then suddenly, she winked playfully, acting like she knew everything. "Gonna grind for a different goal now." "Huh, you want to go with that boy?" "Right." Hearing that, Mayer blushed and glanced away. "Yes." Meanwhile, Kai just sipped his water like nothing was happening. Albana got serious and asked, "By the way, kid, do you know the latest news from the front lines?" Kai looked up. "Curious." "Is something wrong?" she replied. "Looks like your friends, the hero candidates, got wrecked." He wasn't too surprised. Just figuring Midu lost. He asked, "Who was the opponent?" "The top executive of the Demon Lord's army. One of the 4 heavenly kings. The king of Earth. Stone Gaia," Albana answered. Hearing that, Mayer asked anxiously, "Basically, he's like Winberg." "Right, he must be super strong." Kai looked up and asked, "Are they dead?" She replied, "No. Seems like they're still alive. But I heard after the battle, their mental state is completely trash right now." After taking in the info, he said, "I got it," and put his cup down. Kai gave a faint smile and stood up. "Let's go check on them." Kai lowered his gaze, thinking seriously. "My plan now is to kill the Demon Lord. I want to chip away at their power bit by bit. The best way is to use them so I can defeat the 4 heavenly kings." Suddenly, Mayer's voice cut through his train of thought. "Are the hero candidates as strong as you?" Kai replied. "I don't know. No matter how strong they are, if they can't use their power right, it's useless." Scene shift to the fortress. A stone room with wall torches, where a bunch of injured people in red armor were lying on white mattresses. Priests were taking care of them. There was a bandaged arm oozing blood, making its owner groan in pain. It was Suji. Next to him was Siri, anxiously using her power to heal him. "Are you okay? Let me heal you." He looked up, gazing at her affectionately. "Don't worry about me. Siri, don't push yourself too hard. You can't keep using your healing skill forever." "Right," Siri refused, speaking stubbornly. "I know, but this is the only thing I can do." She gently placed her hand on Suji's bandaged arm. Warm golden light glowed from where she touched him, like healing magic. Suddenly, Suji remembered the scene of their defeat back then. "Thanks to Harrison's army protecting us and arriving just in time, I was able to retreat safely." He looked at everyone around him, thinking painfully. Everyone's injuries are pretty bad. Not just physically, but mentally too. Looking around, there was a girl staring blankly into nothingness, and another guy resting his head in his hands, looking totally done. Siri was in the middle of healing when Suji's arm, clenching his fist. He pulled back, anger boiling over as he thought, "This is all on me. If only I'd beaten him." Meanwhile, at Alastone Fortress, Stone Gaia stood tall on the castle spire, arms crossed, eyes shut, just radiating power. Then, a voice cut through from the bushes behind him. It was him, Kai, using his red eye to track the guy from a distance. Meyer saw it and gasped. "Whoa, you can see the enemy from all the way back here." He kept looking forward, face stone cold, and said, "My appraisal ability ranked up. I've been stacking bonus effects. Long-range scouting is just one of the perks." She couldn't help but turn and hype him up. "Your skills are always so broken." Huh, Kai stayed silent. A detailed system window popped up right in front of him. Stats and power levels for Stone Gaia. Not enough info. Kai triggered advanced appraisal. Result: solid defense. Base defense gets multiplied based on his defensive stats. He processed the info. I see. Since my appraisal is level 4 now, I can use advanced appraisal. Knowing the enemy's exact skill set gives me a massive advantage. His eyes widened, glowing with a blinding light. Plus, weakness detection. All Kai could see was Stone Gaia, standing there like a statue. Kai Sihid. Nothing, guess I'm still too weak right now. Can't spot a weakness yet. Got it. Suddenly, Meyer cut off his train of thought. You see anything? He didn't answer. Just stared ahead intensely. If he had a weakness, this would be easy. Here's what I know. He's a master of Earth attribute demonic arts. And his swordsmanship, it's not bad. He's got a special ability that buffs his defense stats. That's all I could see. Meyer leaned back against a branch. Bummed out. Expected that from the Earth Elite Four. Earth is weak to water attributes. Right, Kai turned to her. Curious, is there any elemental compatibility here? Meyer shook her head. It's not that simple. Depends on the specific skill used. She widened her eyes, explaining to Kai. Even if he spams a ton of demonic arts, with the Earth attribute, he's probably only mastered a few skills. If I knew which ones, I could figure out his weakness. Suggestion, I think we should at least go check on them. What's your prediction? Meanwhile, near the fortress, Suji stood alone on the gate. Gazing into the distance, he looked serious, lost in thought. If only Jin were here. He shook his head immediately. No. Stop running away. Midu Suiji. I will. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Thinking about your next move. Right, he flinched. It was Rina. Standing behind her was the whole hero party. She shrugged, acting like she didn't care. That's all I know. You always trying to solo everything, Suji stared. Shocked. Guys, Yoshia winked and laughed. Don't look so depressed, it's not game over yet. Mide Shimadin. Exactly. Midu-kun. You're not fighting alone. Suji turned to them. Stunned. You guys still believe in me. Rina walked forward with total confidence. So you don't believe in us, as she passed him. She dropped 2 words. You idiot. But Yoshia threw an arm around him. Grinning. She means you gotta rely on us more. Right, Rina. Suji watched her walk away. Silent. He smiled softly. Rely on you guys, I never even thought about that. Yoshia grinned. You know what? Everyone's getting stronger every day. If you carry the whole server on your back, you're gonna break. Suddenly, someone walked up. There you are. It was Arashi and his crew. He frowned, pointing angrily at Suji. What's with that pathetic look? Aren't you gonna wreck that Stone Gaia guy? Suji stammered. Surprised. I didn't think you'd come. Wow. What a shock. He touched the old scar on his face. Scowling. So annoying. But just us. We can't beat him. Then, he pointed at Suji, giving an order. Let us join. We're gonna crush Stone Gaia together. Yoshia clenched his fist. Pumped. Arashi finally teaming up with Suji. It must be snowing in hell. Mirai teased him too. Arashi shouted. Shut up or I'll kill you. Suji made up his mind. His voice low. Got it. Arashi, let's team up and take that devil down. Seeing him hyped up, Arashi looked satisfied and pointed back. Now that's a better face. From afar, Jin watched everyone laughing and felt happy too. Glad the whole class is finally working together. But we still have zero plan to kill Stone Gaia. While Jin was spiraling in thought, a voice startled her. Long time no see. Kanzaki. Jin spun around and yelled. Huh. It was Kai. Leaning against the wall. Arms crossed. He glanced down. Keep it down. I don't want the attention. She immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Kai asked. You guys lost to the Earth Elite Four. Didn't you? Jin listened and whispered timidly. Is he using some kind of demon art? He asked. She bowed her head and replied. You see, after discussing it for a bit, Kai said. I see. So he creates mud monsters and controls them. Huh. Jin looked into the distance and stated firmly. His technique definitely revolves around just that. Kai didn't seem surprised at all. Just as Mare predicted, Hearing that, Jin panicked, whipped around, and stammered. Whose mare? Is that a girl's name? Kai didn't answer and just said, It's nothing. Thanks for the intel. This made her pout. Clearly annoyed, Jin drifted to the back of the group. Aren't you going to help us? Shinju-kun Kai replied. That was the plan, but looks like you guys handled it yourselves. If I jump in, it'll just cause unnecessary drama. He lowered his eyes. I'll be your shadow. Like always. Monsters were patrolling the walls of Atlas Fortress. They wandered everywhere, keeping a careful watch. In a corner of the forest, a small group gathered. Buzzing with chatter, Carrie announced excitedly. Since Yumi is here, we're basically an army worth 100 soldiers. She was overcome with emotion. You're right. I'm so glad you're okay. Yumi blushed red, answering awkwardly. Thank you. I'll do my best. Candidate number 9. Kinoshita Yumi. She switched from the non-combat group to the combat squad. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Is there a reason you suddenly decided to join us? Yumi hesitated for a moment. A hero. Her face immediately lit up. I heard everyone was having a hard time. Carrie praised her happily. You really are a hero. She thought to herself. This is okay. Right. Shinju-kun. 5 days ago, Yumi leaned against the door, completely drained of life. Her brows furrowed in distress. I'm so tired today. Kai's voice suddenly rang out. Long time no see. Huh. Kinoshita. She smiled casually and greeted him back. Yeah. Long time. Yumi suddenly realized, stumbled back, and screamed. Wait. What are you? How did you get in here? She probed curiously. Are you really? Shinju-kun Kai closed his eyes. Utterly helpless. Finally, your brain rebooted. Her face flushed hot as she awkwardly changed the subject. Why are you suddenly in my room? Kai lowered his voice and announced. Right now. Midu and the others are in trouble at the front lines. To get past this situation, we need your ability. The Water Guardian, that's why I came to find you. Kinoshita. Yumi pointed at herself in shock. But I'm in the non-combat group, he spoke reassuringly. Don't worry. You have enough potential to be in the combat squad. Join Midu's team and help them. Yumi asked him skeptically. How are you so sure? Kai didn't even open his eyes to answer. You want to fight too? Right, Leonora? The one who imprinted that fear into your mind has been eliminated by me. She was speechless at Kai's words. Now, no one can stop you. After some time, the wound in your heart has healed too, hasn't it? He stated bluntly. This isn't the time for you to role-play as a waitress and break people's dishes. Yumi turned bright red and stammered. You saw that. That was just a coincidence. Kai's expression turned serious for a moment. In reality, you've always wanted to help Nagas and Shinami all this time. Right, her eyes widened, staring blankly ahead. Yumi's gaze suddenly filled with a lingering sadness. So you knew everything. Huh, I'm surprised. I didn't think a classmate would care about me that much. He slowly walked closer. I'm just looking for a usable pawn. Yumi was still suspicious but decided to ask. By the way, Shinju, you're a wanted criminal. Right, are you really joining the combat group? Kai answered calmly. A wanted criminal can't join the city-state's army. She confusedly changed the topic. Right, Rena's gonna be grumpy with you too. Kai pulled his hood up tight before leaving, dropping one last line. I'll act as your shadow. I came here to activate a piece like you. She silently made up her mind. I'll try my best to show them my ability is useful. Jin hid behind a tree, observing silently from a distance. He leaned against the wall, lowering his voice. He instructed. That's the plan. Any questions? Jin didn't seem fully convinced. She glanced at him. I know we need Kinoshita-san to create an opening in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough? Kai closed his eyes to rest, calmly answering her doubt. I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you guys have your own plan. So just do your best, depending on the current situation. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. I want to confirm how much you all have matured during the time. I wasn't here. Tell Midu that. Jin was worried but could only obey. All right, a voice suddenly called out, grabbing her attention. Kazaki-san. A team member quickly approached Jin. Let's confirm the plan one last time. The member's eyes were full of fighting spirit. We can't lose this time. She nodded slightly, her voice hyping them up. The squad kept plotting, huddling non-stop. The sound of someone secretly stalking the team rang out. Is this really gonna work? May munching on a cake. She asked casually. You've got a better, more detailed plan. Right. He didn't take his eyes off the team, slowly explaining to her. If they just do what they're told, they'll never level up. We gotta defeat the Demon Lord. So I need to train my classmates first. Kai really rated the team highly. They're cracked, but they don't know how to abuse their power yet. Watching Yumi and the squad scheming seriously, I'll boost them step by step. She watched the progress carefully, dropping clues. The teammates' faces lit up, but Iozia was buzzing with excitement. The most important thing in war, the will to fight to the death, filled their eyes, is making your own plays. The fortress walls were solid and guarded tight. Breaking in was going to be tough. The army was packed, lined up and marching in. Amelia gripped the reins, announcing sternly, "It's time." All right. She led the charge, shouting, "Everyone, push." The monsters started chattering. They're back again. Morons didn't learn a thing. Pulling this stunt instead of retreating, Amelia was locked in to fight to the end, screaming to reassure the squad. Don't back down. We gotta clear the path for the hero candidates. The monsters gripped their weapons, roaring loud. Wipe out the intruders. The clash between the two sides was intense. Suji led the squad to wreck the enemy, his eyes locked in, glaring. Looking ahead, the gate guards were wobbling, but a shadow flickered in the distance. Stone Gaia grinned like a maniac, flashing his shiny teeth. He bit his lip, thinking, is he waiting for us? Stone Gaia cackled, speaking with disdain. Come on, hero candidates. Don't let me down. The giant gilded door blocked a mysterious space. In a blink, it shattered into 100 pieces. The squad stood ready. Formation on point. Defense was tight. Suzuka frowned, eyes sharp and glaring. The monster army surrounded him with zero gaps. Suji shouted, "Initiate the plan." A silent streak of water silently appeared on the ceiling. He couldn't help but anticipate. All right. Show me what you got. Everyone was ready, faces full of determination. Opposite them, the golems were ready to throw hands. Suji stepped up, pointing his sword forward, face serious. At the same time, he said, "Start the operation, right after." Everyone rushed in. Rina saw Yumi looking drained and asked, "You good?" Yumi, she grit her teeth. "Yeah. Don't worry about me." Create water. Yumi fired water orbs forward. Stone Gaia saw the water blasting his golems and thought, water manipulation. He frowned, calculating. Meanwhile, the golems were getting spammed by water attacks. Suzuka charged in with full energy, launching a kick at the golems. Instantly, the one's hit exploded. Suji wasn't slacking either. Every slash wrecked them. Kenta jumped onto a golem's head and slammed his sword down. Take this. Atsushi down below helped out, punching a hole through a golem's gut. Akira was buffing everyone's stats like crazy. Thanks to that, he nimbly blocked a golem coming at Heiki, and Satoshi teamed up to smash another one. The ground was covered in debris from the broken golems. Suddenly, the fragments started moving. They regenerated into whole golems again. But since they were made of mud, the water made them squishy. Every wet part was melting. Not long after regenerating, they turned into a pile of sludge. Couldn't regen anymore. Rina smirked. We did it. The squad behind cheered happily. Old Stone Gaia rubbed his chin. Using water. Huh, that girl wasn't here last time. Reinforcements. He stood there like a general, planning his next move. Elsewhere, Kai spoke up. Just like she predicted. May looked interested. My idea was, if the joints get wet, the enemy will have a harder time controlling the mud monsters. Worked even better than I thought. Back to the fight. Suji turned back, voice serious. You see that, guys? The wet mud monsters can't respawn. Hit 'em hard. Yumi nodded. Got it. She gathered water in her hand. Ready to fire, she shouted internally. Great wave, a massive surge of water crashed into the mud monsters, taking the chance. The team rushed in, taking 1v1s. Stone Gaia flashed his yellow teeth, grinning evilly, thinking, trying to wipe out my minions, looks like they got a solid strat this time. He slammed his hand on the ground. Instantly, bright red summoning circles appeared below. From inside, blocks of earth floated out. Along with that, he thought, but I'm fine sacrificing these mud monsters. Now I'll show the hero candidates the true power of the earth element. Stone Gaia raised his hand to control the earth blocks. He flung the rocks like giant bullets straight at Suji's group. Mirai instantly rushes out to shield the squad. She throws her hand out, telekinesis activated. Now those massive rocks are just floating there, totally under her control. Seeing that, Stone Gaia gasps. What the? He frowns, trying to process it. My control over those rocks. It's being overpowered. Rina doesn't wait for him to counter. She instantly casts domination. Right after that, lightning strikes Stone Gaia from above. He's losing his footing, gritting his teeth in pain. He can't move at all, totally paralyzed. Crowd control skill, Suzuka shouts as he jumps in. He tries to land a punch on Stone Gaia. But the old man is faster. Mud fortress dust explodes from the ground instantly. It looks like a bomb went off. Smoke everywhere. When it clears, there's Suzuka, punching a dirt wall the boss just put up. Stone Gaia smirks arrogantly. That little tap, not enough to break my defense. Kid, but Suzuka's fist stays on the wall. Like he's planning something. Someone in the group yells, "Teleport." In a split second, Suji appears right behind the boss, sword raised high. He slashes down with everything he's got. Stone Gaia is faster. He pulls a sword and blocks it effortlessly. Smirking like a maniac, he says, "Even if I'm debuffed, is this really the best you losers can do?" Mirai was waiting for this. She grabs those floating rocks with her mind again. She launches them at him, screaming, "Here, have your rocks back." Iozia jumps in too. Manipulating the wind, he points at Gaia, adding a combo attack wind spear. Ordinary wind turns into razor-sharp spears, flying straight at Stone Gaia. He grimaces, attacking me from all angles. But this still won't scratch my defense. He upgrades the skill instantly, expanded stone wall. Suzuka and Suji get blown back immediately. But wait, water droplets appear in the air. It's Yumi's attack. Take this, she flicks her hand, and water jets shoot out. All that water blasts straight into the earth wall. Behind the wall, Stone Gaia sees the water soaking in. Now he's starting to panic. Dirt. If it gets wet, it gets soft. While he's realizing that, the rocks outside smash right into the soggy spot. Suji sees the opening and charges in, screaming. And this Suzuka winds up a punch too. Get lost. They attack together. Stone Gaia is cornered, struggling to hold on. His defense is finally crumbling. He's still stubborn though. I can still hold, but my defense is breaking. I have to bet everything, converting all mana to defense. Thinking that, he puts on a terrifying rage face. Stone Gaia flexes, mouth wide open, gathering mana to blast everything around him. Magic circles surround him like sharp eyes, cutting off his escape. And then, a dagger plunges straight into his head. Stone Gaia is done for. The dagger hit dead center. He freezes. Looks like he's toast. Suddenly, his whole body shakes violently, and he crashes to the ground. Rina steps up, looking relieved but anxious. We actually did it, as if they shared a mind. Everyone cheers in unison, while the squad celebrates beating Stone Gaia. Suji and Suzuka are staring at the corpse. Confused, Suji frowns. Worried, they're wrong. Suzuka bites his lip. It wasn't us. At the last second, something. Suddenly, he spots the dagger next to the body. He picks it up and inspects it. He scowls, angry. This dagger. Don't tell me. Suji looks up at the ceiling. They both figured it out. There's a crack in the ceiling, just big enough for a knife. He whispers, eyes fixed on the crack. It was Shinji. Suzuka's face goes dark. Damn it, that bastard. Iozia stretches and walks over. Our plan worked, Suji forces a laugh. Yeah. We did it. He turns to the group. acting happy, but he's deep in thought. Everything went to plan. But only because Kinoshita helped us get this far. At the very end, Stone Gaia unleashed massive energy. Our plan was like child's play compared to that. That's why Shinji was watching us to step in at the perfect moment. Suddenly, Mirai leans in, looking at Suji. I don't know why you're making that weird face. But shouldn't we be celebrating? He looks uncomfortable, wanting to spill the truth. But she breezes past him happily. If you want to talk, tell me later. We just beat one of the 4 heavenly kings today. That's huge. She shoves Suji playfully, making him stumble. Hey, wait. Everyone crowds him immediately, cheering. Midu yells, good job, awesome, we're such a good team. Suji sees how happy and trusting they are. It's over. He smiles, a genuine, happy smile. But Suzuka, not so much. His face is dark as hell. But the group doesn't leave anyone out. They grab Suzuka and cheer, ignoring his scowl. They yell, great job, Arashi. That was intense. I'm following your lead forever. Man, he snapped in annoyance. Shut up. I wasn't the one who finished him off. Hearing this, Arashi let out a surprised gasp. Kenta lowered his voice too. I'm sorry. Kai crossed his arms, his tone serious. Arashi, I know exactly why you're salty about this. Okay, hearing that, he gripped the knife tighter. You saw it too. Right, Kai calmly replied. Yeah, 'cause I was standing right there. But don't sweat it. That guy only stole the last hit. As he listened, Shunsuke's hand squeezed the dagger even harder. Seeing this, Kai added, the people who really backed that heavenly king into a corner were you and Mido. That's enough. Scene shifts to another location. Suji took a deep breath. Standing at the top of the tower, he raised Stone Gaia's head high and shouted clearly. We wrecked one of Earth's 4 heavenly kings. This is Stone Gaia right here. You guys better surrender now. The monsters below saw this and started stuttering in fear. Stone Gaia lost no way. Their hands went limp, dropping their weapons to the ground. On horseback, Amelia raised her sword. This is our victory. All around, soldiers cheered with joy. Harry, covered in wounds, looked brighter too. They finally did it. The towers in the city returned to their usual quiet state. Not far away, in a small doorway, Kai said to Mayor, it's finally done. Her eyes went wide as she asked, but the troop numbers on both sides are still basically the same. Kai turned his back and walked to the tea table. The Demon Lord's army is led by someone with high status. Once their leader gets defeated, they don't have the will to fight back anymore. Mayor turned to look at him. Now that you mention it, the same thing happened when we beat Windbox. Not a single demon chased after us. Kai slowly poured tea. That is one of the weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army. Mayor still didn't quite get it. But is this really okay? He turned and took a sip of tea. Asking what, she raised her voice. The one who actually wrecked Stone Gaia was you. I thought your goal was to train your friends. Kai remembered the scene from earlier and replied, I sensed a massive, terrifying bloodlust coming from Stone Gaia when he transformed. I didn't want my friends getting deleted before they even had a chance to level up. Anyway, that's the main job of an assassin. I hope they at least understand that much. Mayor listened and asked happily, you're totally babying your friends. You know that, right? Kai turned away, put down the teacup, and changed the subject. I've been thinking about this for days. Aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Shinjo Kai. Mayor's face turned bright red, her hands clenching shyly. No. It's just, I didn't know what I should call you. 1 week after defeating the Earth Heavenly King, the kingdom gradually became peaceful with its fortified strongholds. The atmosphere in the kingdom was becoming brighter thanks to the army's recent successes. The citizens were eagerly welcoming the good news. This victory boosted the knights' morale. They were happily celebrating together after the feat, increasing the fame of the hero candidates. Suji and Mirai were riding in, becoming the hope of humanity. In the palace, the king spoke up. With your success in subduing one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, I send you my deepest regards. Suji quickly bowed. The king commanded, Mido Suhi, you shall be granted the title of Lord. with the status of a knight. He accepted the order with a serious face. In another room, a sigh of relief was heard. Suji whined, "I'm so tired." Sitting with other knights drinking tea, Mirei poured a cup and replied, "You feel tired too." Mido-kun, he acted pitiful. "Who do you think I am?" Amelia picked up her teacup and teased. "Tired already. Is that a sign of old age?" Harry chimed in. "He wasn't. Taught the etiquette of a noble like we were," Amelia said. "We taught him a bit of basic etiquette and simple rituals, right before he was knighted. Pulled an all-nighter. You did a great job. Though, even though it was your first time," Suji forced a laugh and explained, "it was so much pressure. If I was rude to the king, what if I got blamed later for making our position worse?" Harry thought it was better to be blamed for that than facing unnecessary pressure solving the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and warned him, "You just got knighted too. You're gonna have to do stuff like that eventually." Suji just realized, being a noble is exhausting, isn't it? Harry sipped his tea proudly. "Not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me." Amelia next to him raised a hand to interject. "Anyway, the church holds a certain power in the kingdom. We, the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, are also subject to the church's management. The title you received this time was also designated to His Majesty by order of the Pope." He informed Suji of that. "Now you are officially part of the Imperial Knight Corps. You will be the captain of the 11th Knight Corps, also known as the Hero Corps. You will command the strongest raid force, consisting of the hero candidates." The members of the hero group appeared looking epic. Suji wondered, if the knights are under the church's thumb, does giving me a knight title even matter? Kai asked with a cheeky grin. "There are a lot of messy complications involving the state and government structures. Do you want to know?" He gently declined. "Nah, I'm good." Then he added, "Either way, you're standing on the same ground as us now. Power comes with responsibility, keep that in mind." Suji took that to heart. Under the clear blue sky, soft sunlight shone down on the prosperous kingdom. Meanwhile, in the forest, Kai leaned against a tree and spoke up. "So Midu made captain." "Huh," Jin quickly reported. "Yep. Midu was the one who asked for a position with real authority in the government." Meyer grinned innocently. "I don't really get it, but that's a good thing." Right. Kai imagined Suji giving a speech to the citizens. It was clear the kingdom wanted to turn Midu into a symbol. Giving him power just shows everyone that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Meyer was still lost, staring blankly. "So basically, isn't that good news?" Kai got serious. "After we defeat the demon lord, we'll be able to go back to our world. The kingdom is using that excuse to manipulate us. So don't get too caught up in it. In the end, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's methods. We're just chess pieces. They can sacrifice any time." Jin agreed immediately. "Right. We need to be more careful." Then she asked shyly, "One more thing. Who's that standing next to you?" Kai glanced over and introduced her. "That's Meyer. A half-demon and a mage." Meyer waved enthusiastically. "Nice to meet you," Jin greeted back. "Nice to meet you too." Jin pointed awkwardly. "Hey, isn't there something going on between you and her?" Meyer answered quickly. "I'm just his travel buddy on this trip. What about you? What's your relationship with Kai?" Jin thought to herself in surprise. "Kai? Did she just call him Kai?" Then she stammered. I'm his friend." Kai gave her a cold look. "You're hopeless," Jin snapped back. "Friend of who?" he clarified once more. "This is Kanzaki Jin. My partner." Jin blushed. Hearing that, partner Meyer looked a bit suspicious. "Were you two this close in the old world too?" Jin answered instantly. "Oh, yeah, totally." Kai did the opposite. "I never even talked to her. Anyway, drop it. You said your mission was to defeat the demon lord, right?" Jin looked sad and a bit scared hearing that. Kai's eyes suddenly went sharp, focused like he was back fighting Stone Gaia. "I'll move like your shadow. Kanzaki, be the liaison between me and everyone else." Jin interrupted. "Wait. Can I come with you?" Kai pressed. "You want to come with me?" Then he realized. I see." Jin looked at him, waiting hopefully for an answer. Meyer was casually looking at something else. Kai shook his head. "No. I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to contact the others. Jin. He looked straight into her eyes. They don't like me. Your position is really important to me. Jin felt a flutter in her heart and coughed lightly. Guess I don't have a choice then. Kai continued. But there are still plenty of people who rate you highly. Especially Midu. He crossed his arms, thinking. Midu. He's probably figuring out how to fight without relying on me. That's fine though. He needs that mental growth. To be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin asked again to be sure. Do you really want to make everyone stronger? Kai replied instantly. I can't take down the demon army alone. Meyer and I defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we almost lost. He recalled the brutal battle. Jin gasped in admiration. You took down another heavenly king, just the 2 of you, Meyer said calmly. It was pretty sketchy back then. We beat Windbox. The Wind King. Jin looked at him thoughtfully. Even with everyone present, we barely broke even fighting Stone Gaia. But those 2. She glanced at Meyer. And this girl, the one Kai trusts. She's no ordinary girl. Then she beat herself up. Compared to her, I'm totally useless. During the fight against Stone Gaia, Kai spoke up with concern. In the Demon Lord's army, there are monsters even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. Right now, with our power, we can't finish this mission. Kanzaki. He walked past her and whispered, keep a close eye on the class and the kingdom's moves. I'll be in touch often. Jin replied quickly. Got it. Kai turned to leave, his words drifting on the breeze. I'm working in my own way to beat the Demon Lord. Tell Midu that for me. He signaled. Let's go. Mayor. She ran over energetically. Bye. Jin watched them go with regret. Goodbye. After defeating Stone Gaia, one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a massive invasion. The knights mounted their horses, prepping for the next journey. Thanks to the combined power of the 11th Knight Corps, the heroes, and the elite troops, morale in the army is through the roof. They rode that momentum to push back the front lines. The result, the Holy Kingdom's army successfully captured multiple fortresses around the Urugano Mountains. And just like that, Neutro City was liberated. Suji returned in glory, riding high and raising his sword like a total boss. This wasn't just because they took down Stone Gaia, the demon commander in the area. Meanwhile, Kai and Mayer were watching from the rooftops, staying hidden, down below. It's a massive party. Everyone's vibing, soaking in the wind. Yoshia's there, happily chugging a mug of beer. Mirai walked over to chat. Celebrating a win like this is pretty fun. Huh, Yoshia grinned and replied. Though the Holy Kingdom's army doesn't know the full story. He winked, trying to look all cool and knowledgeable. Why are you drinking beer like it's water, in this world? 15 is basically an adult. Mirai smacked him upside the head a few times and yelled, bottom line, I'm old enough to drink. We're going back to our old world soon anyway. She snatched his beer and walked off like she owned the place. Why would you do thought? She left Yoshia crying on the floor. Ah, my beer. Suji and the crew saw the whole thing and burst out laughing. Rina, holding a glass of wine, turned around. You're too uptight. Just for today. Let's just go wild. Mirai pointed an accusing finger. You too, that's wine. Isn't it? Rina took a huge sip. It's just fruit juice. Girl. Suji looked skeptical. Is it really? He happened to overhear someone talking. But anyway, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly either. Heike was discussing with Satoshi. Seems like their chain of command is a mess. They lost one heavenly king and got this weak. Suji heard that and started thinking. Now that they mention it. I was suspicious about that too. Thinking back. They really were way too weak. He walked over to chime in. I thought it was a trap. Amelia and the others thought so too. But in the end, there was no trap. Rina spoke up. Don't you think you're being too cautious? Suji, the Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of idiots. Is that so? Suji theorized. Maybe Shinju is moving like our shadow. Rina looked skeptical. Totally not buying it. How could he possibly beat them, Jin? Standing nearby. Heard that, and pouted. Clearly annoyed. She slammed her water on the table. It's exactly like Suji said. She brushed back her hair, frowning. While we were fighting, Shinju destroyed their defensive lines. Everyone's jaws dropped. What are you talking about, huh? For real, Jin proudly explained. Yup. He also said he defeated another heavenly king stationed nearby. The reason their defenses were so weak here is all because of him. Heike had to double-check. Wait. Shinju soloed one of the 4 heavenly kings. Suji was impressed. That sounds just like Shinju. Yoshia added. He really might be moving in our shadows. No. Scratch that. The guy's a literal monster. But Rina was pissed, refusing to accept it. Why do you guys believe that crap? He's definitely lying, she shouted over. Hey Arashi, you think so too? Right. Over in the corner, he was busy stuffing his face. Suzuki turned around, biting into a chicken leg. What he flashed back to a memory of holding a knife dripping with syrup. After a pause, Suzuki turned away, totally unbothered. I don't care. Rina was confused. What is up with you? Mireille slammed her mug on the table, fuming. Even if that's true, I still won't forgive him. Rina was thrilled to find an ally. You get me. Right, Suji whispered to Jin. Where is Shinju anyway? Jin answered honestly. I don't know that much, but he said he's moving on his own to take down the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, in the territory west of Neutro City, deep in the Demon Kingdom, Kai was soloing a pack of massive blue monsters. They were wielding giant clubs. One monster roared, raised its weapon high, and smashed it down right where Kai was standing, but he dodged it effortlessly. Another monster rushed him. Kai aimed carefully and threw a handful of dirt, right at the beast. It smacked into its face, making the monster yelp. Kai immediately chanted, Oh, lightning! Strike down my enemy. Powerful electricity surged from his palm. Suddenly, a massive hand reached for Kai. Kai noticed it instantly. Startled, the monster seized the chance, aiming a fatal blow at his head. Before it could land, flames erupted, incinerating them. It was the fire salamander skill. The monsters were scorched one by one. Kai sensed someone behind him and snapped. Don't do things I didn't ask for. Mayor stepped out and replied, If your magic actually worked, I wouldn't have to intervene. Would I? He looked at his palm, frustrated. It's tough. I thought I finally had my energy under control, but I can't even use basic magic. Mayor gave her analysis. Your magical element is incredibly rare. It's the lightning element. Fast and powerful, but wild and unpredictable. Controlling it is a nightmare. You can use it to some extent, for short bursts, but just doing that much is already abnormal. You get me. If you had a standard divine element like your classmates, using magic would be a breeze. Various sources of power flashed through his mind. Kai's confused. Lightning magic is basic stuff. He could already use it back in training. So why didn't it trigger during the fight? Mayor explains. 'Cause you were distracted by the enemy right in your face. You need a clear mental image to cast. Magic and spells are basically the same thing. You gotta visualize it clearly. Picture the exact effect you want. She adds, That's the reason. Magic isn't the meta for close combat. Kai cuts in. But I have to use it in melee fights, like this. Otherwise, there's no point in using it at all. Mayor replies, I know that, but why do you want to learn magic now? Kai stares at the energy in his hand and answers, I just need a new skill. Right now, I'm not strong enough to delete the Demon Lord. Honestly, I don't even like this ability that much, but thanks to your magic know-how, I unlocked this new power. As expected of Sage Mayor's disciple, Mayor blushes at the praise. She beams. Well, that is what I'm best at, mid-chat. Kai senses something incoming. He gets into stance. It's those monsters from earlier. But now they're swarming. Way more of them this time. Kai locks in. Perfect timing. I needed some lab rats to test this on. Mayor asks excitedly, No way can you solo this mob. Right, a horde of monsters rushes in. That savage orc stands out the most. The ground shakes. And the twisted monsters charge all at once. Nasty ones like orcs and goblins are in the mix. Kai clenches his fist. Eyes cold as ice. He channels everything into his bare hands. He blasts a massive thunder shock straight at the mob. Zap it hits them. They scream in agony. Bodies toasted crisp. But a moment later, they recover. Kai's disappointed. Finally used it in a real fight, but the damage is too low. A huge monster swings a club at him. Kai jumps, dodging the smash. With insane strength, he launches into the air and lands on a branch. Kai moves like the wind, silent steps. He dashes back and forth, confusing the hell out of the monsters. They only feel the wind. Panic mode engaged. They look everywhere, searching for his shadow. Suddenly, sharp daggers fly out, hitting critical spots. They drop dead. Meanwhile, a goblin and a purple monster are watching. Kai calculates while attacking. Right now, it's better to infuse mana into the dagger and throw it. Better accuracy. Better damage. I need time to visualize and chant. But once I master this, it's gonna be a busted skill. While he's distracted, a giant gorilla monster rushes him from behind. Jaws ready to snap. /A savage cutting sound rings out. Blood sprays everywhere. Kai dashes past the monster, headless. He grabs a branch and looks back. He's not celebrating, yet he notices something. No time to think. More twisted monsters charge in. Kai stands his ground. Eyes cold. He's ready to take them all on. Dual daggers out. Spin move. Left blade slits a throat. They keep coming like a tidal wave. He doesn't flinch. Every swing drops a body. Kai quickly moves up a tree to break the encirclement. The tree shakes violently. Kai's surprised. Down below, that orc is smashing the trunk with a massive weapon. Kai's in a tough spot. Just as I thought. Way too many of them. He jumps down, landing solid. It's a total power move against the monsters. Kai stares ahead. Through the fog, it's an endless army of monsters, ready to rush. In the back stands a massive monster with long, spiky horns. Kai spots him. Looks like the boss is here. Good. You're gonna be my lab rat. Kai releases insane killing intent. His eyes glow red. Meanwhile, Mayer's fighting and complaining. There's too many of them. They just keep coming. She lands a critical hit that blows the monsters away. She turns and yells, "Hey Kai, let's dip. This isn't working." Kai agrees instantly. Got it. Enough for today. He walks away, leaving dozens of monster bodies behind. Kai and Mayer bail out of there. She sighs. I'm exhausted. Kai gets serious. Besides the numbers, their rank is pretty high. Humans can't survive here. Mayer adds, that's 'cause demons can control the low-intelligence monsters, so I bet this isn't an issue for them. Kai, you realized that's why this land is basically built for demons. Right. They slam to a halt right at the cliff's edge. Kai looked down, totally awestruck. This is the true territory of the Demon Kingdom. We are so cooked. A haunted wasteland crawling with savage monsters just appeared right before their eyes. The sky was blue with gentle sunlight. 1 week after Shinju started scouting, the Holy Kingdom was on the offensive, invading the demon realm. Right after liberating a few areas, they prepped a massive army to march out. But that army moved way too fast toward the Demon Kingdom. While marching, they got blocked by a massive swarm of monsters. Monsters again. Get ready. The number and rank of monsters here are on a whole different level compared to the Holy Kingdom's territory. They ferociously attacked the whole army, even if they weren't a threat to the hero candidates and knights. Suji and Amelia went all out to wipe them out, but for the normal soldiers, they were just fodder for the monsters. Amelia shouted orders. Don't back down. Hold the formation and fight back. Herrick was wary. There's too many of them. We're totally overwhelmed. We're getting hit by all the monsters at once. That means, Suji said, it's a high-ranking demon. Isn't it? A high-ranking female demon stepped out of the shadows, her curved horns like a mesmerizing illusion. Holding a wineglass in her hand, a shimmering red globule escaped her lips. Elsa stood on the ramparts, looking down firmly. I won't let us slip up. She spoke with a venomous tone. No matter how many monsters it takes, wear down their military strength. A goblin army appeared with Elsa's voice. And once they're exhausted, that's when we counterattack. Soldiers screamed warnings. The Demon Lord's army Suji saw this and quickly changed tactics. Amelia, we gotta retreat. At this rate, we're gonna get wiped out. Amelia followed and replied, okay, got it. Everyone, pull back. Go back the way we came. 2 goblins holding weapons walked arrogantly among the defeated soldiers. The red one kicked a soldier on the ground and scoffed. That was an easy win. Huh, the green one spoke up. We overestimated them. We even used monsters just to stall them. Even so, these were Lady Elsa's orders. She's super careful. The green one smirked. And thanks to her, we won so easily. That's the only way the enemy learns the gap between them and our army. The Red Goblin then wondered, by the way, we already conquered the Beastman Alliance. Right, if that's true, the higher-ups are taking the war against humans seriously. Huh, the blue one replied. Probably. So our victory is basically guaranteed. However, I do respect their strength, since they defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That's an undeniable fact. Kai and Mayer were watching their every move from behind the bushes. Mayer asked, they conquered the Beastman Alliance. What does that mean? I've never heard of that. Kai kept a straight face and suggested, we got some juicy info here. Mayer, help me find some more info. A black castle appeared in the frozen land, with a sharp roof of dark tiles, narrow and long windows glowing with gloom. However, inside were medical hands, trying to heal the soldiers injured in the battle. The hero candidates and knights gathered around a long strategy table. Amelia spoke up. All human territories have been invaded. Sadly, the moment we ventured into the demon world, we were defeated. That's our current situation. Anyone got a suggestion? A knight felt helpless. I can't think of anything, the veteran knight next to him added. The problem is, how do we fight against endless waves of monsters? Right, if we don't find a solution. We can't properly fight those demons. Another knight was shocked too. After the battle, from the start, I didn't know that. The demons would have tricks to use monsters like that. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic. Herrick joined the discussion. Until recently, the Demon Lord's army fought us without any proper tactics. Only after a string of losses did they start taking us seriously. Suji heard that and guessed, there must be some cunning person commanding them. It's likely those monster waves we faced were caused by a high-ranking demon. The knight opposite analyzed. Based on the reports I got from the scouts, there are tons of monsters inside that forest. If we just get out of that forest, we can fight them properly. Amelia didn't seem to agree. That forest is huge but doesn't have many paths. But marching through that forest with the whole army is impossible. Do you think the enemy commander will just let us do that freely? He looked bummed out. But the old knight dropped a plan anyway. I guess our best bet is to rally the troops. Right now, the old man's deep in thought. Even though we caught a dub, liberating a bunch of territories, we took massive losses too. Plus, in that final showdown, we lost way more than that. Amelia agreed right away. First off, we hit our main goal of taking back our land. Yeah, we used our soldiers' hype to push back those demons. But right now, that's impossible. Suji listened close. Meyer suddenly raised her hand. Can I say something? Our main quest is to clap the Demon Lord. Right, the knight smirked. Spot on. But hey, if it was that easy, we wouldn't be struggling right now. Amelia turned to Hashimoto. You got any ideas? Meyer gave an awkward smile, scratching her cheek. Maybe we just get more troops. Amelia shut that down fast. No way. Increasing numbers won't help. It'll just slow us down. Suji frowned, thinking to himself, everyone's got their own ability in this world. It doesn't matter how many soldiers we stack up against the monsters. Fighting them just means more bodies on the floor. He spoke up. Since we need to buff the army, we should focus on our elites. Amelia was on the same page. Exactly. Even if we scoured the whole kingdom, you won't find anyone as cracked as the people here. The frontliners are vets. If we want to power up, we should focus on training our squad, not just adding more randoms. It'll take a minute, but it's way more practical. The knights were quick to agree. Guess so. Sounds legit. Suji had a realization. Finally get why I've been feeling so sketchy. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's trying to deal with their own drama. He glanced over at the knights. That's why they're chill with keeping things as is. Harry was watching closely and asked Meyer, what's your take? Suji didn't hesitate. Based on this talk, it's gonna take years to beat the Demon Lord, and I want to take that guy down as soon as possible. Amelia jumped in. Either way, we need time to train. The elite squad needs about 2 years to get back to full power. Suji did the math. 2 years, the knight across from him added. Beating the Demon Lord fast would be the best-case scenario for us. But reality check, we got wrecked on enemy turf. It's gonna be super hard for us to invade their lands again. The knight next to him winked. Considering the outcome, this is a huge W. Right, we finally liberated the lost zones. All thanks to you guys. Hero candidates. Suji wasn't hyped to hear that. Just giving a humble thanks. He thought. So, it's decided then, but we want to go home as soon as possible. Suji thought about his worried teammates. Pretty sure everyone else is thinking the same thing. Will they be cool with this decision? Harry clocked Suji's anxiety. After a moment of silence, the 4 hero candidates walked out. After the meeting, Harry tried to reassure him. I know how you feel, but Amelia's call is based on the kingdom's state. To get through this, we need way more power. It sucks, but it's not a choice we can make lightly, Suji replied. You're right. I get it, he added, but I don't want you rushing into things. Suzuki glanced over. You think so too? Eric-san, he kept it 100. You don't want your friends to die. Right, being impatient just means disaster. That's why I'm telling you to chill. Suzuki's eyes went wide, taking that in. Eric looked down out the window, watching the warriors grinding their training. He advised, plus, even though you hero candidates are cracked, you've still got room to level up. Best move is to take time prepping to beat the Demon Lord. Mier turned, looking worried. Now that you mention it. Yeah. Everyone wants to go home. But this beats dying. She flashed back to the battle. If Harry-san hadn't saved us when Stone Gaia wrecked us, we'd all be cooked right now. Harry got serious. The demon world is dog-eat-dog. There might be monsters even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He gestured. Sorry to put it like this, but we're counting on you guys. It's going to be super hard to beat the Demon Lord with your current stats. Suji agreed instantly. I know. I'll get everyone together and fill them in. He steeled his resolve. Just like Eric-san said, we can't rush this. I'm not letting my friends die. Back in the classroom, Suzuki frowned. Pissed off. Hey. Quit joking around. Suji spoke up. Look. Obviously, I want to clap the Demon Lord as soon as possible too. But our goals and the Holy Kingdoms ain't exactly the same. Or maybe, you saying we're going to take on the Demon Lord's army solo. Suzuki called him out straight up. Obviously. The people in this kingdom aren't our allies. We'll just use them when we need to. I've got zero reason to listen to them. Suji raised his voice. If you do that, you're just inviting trouble. We can't fight on our own. We need the Holy Kingdom's help. He shot back. Fighting the Demon Lord's army head-on isn't your only plan. Is it? Right, there's always guerrilla tactics. Our goal isn't to wipe out the Demon Lord's army. It's the Demon Lord himself. Everyone was shook by those words. Suzuki got aggressive. I get what you're saying. But it's way too risky. If we do that, people could actually die, even if we win. Suzuki started losing it. Getting in his face. I told you. We just need to take out the Demon Lord. I know it's dangerous. So whoever's scared can just sit here and rot. Suji spoke his mind. I don't want anyone dying here. That's why I'm telling you. This is our best option. He wasn't hearing it. Fuming. Stop being such a coward. Then he stepped up. Ready to throw hands, Suzuki spun his fist and jumped into the air. All arrogant. Let me wake you up. Suji wasn't about to just take it. He summoned a sword in his hand. He activated shield mode and blocked right in front of him. Suzuki rushed in hot, smashing a fist into the shield. The classroom went into chaos. Everyone covering their heads. He taunted. You think you can beat me with just that? Suji stood his ground. We have to defeat the Demon Lord together. Just one of the 4 heavenly kings, and we already struggled big time. The best move right now is to train and upgrade our skills. He didn't care. Swinging his arm with a smirk. You think you won or something? Suddenly, a long chain bound them both. Stopping the fight. Don't move, Suji got serious. Stop it, Suzuki glared at the chain. Salty as hell. Jin was the one who made it. She stepped in. Chill out. Both of you. You planning to wreck this castle, that's just going to cause us more trouble. Suji realized quickly. My bad. Kanzaki. Suzuki's hand was still wrapped in the chains. He swung his arm hard, shattering the annoying chains. Jin was shocked. It took me so much energy to create that domination spell, and he just wrecked it like it was nothing. He clenched his fist and said, "We should grow our own power. Through battle, the more challenges we clear, the faster we level up." Suzuki looked at Suji. "I'm sure you get it." "Right," Mirai called out from the back. "I agree with Midu." Rina sided with him too. "Isn't it better to play it safe than get wiped out rushing in?" Satoshi looked at Heike and spoke. "I don't want to die just because we're impatient." Heike added, "Honestly, this world isn't even that bad." Kari hesitantly raised her hand. "I agree with Arashi." Rina was surprised. "Kari, why the sudden?" She stood firm. "I get what Midu's saying, but I want to go home as soon as possible." Yumi looked at Kari with worry, but everyone feels the same way. Kari teared up as she shared. "It's just my mom at home, and she's really weak. I'm so worried about her. Usually I'm right there with her, but now she's all alone." Keo stood in the corner, arms crossed, and said, "I agree. I just live with my little sister. Our parents ditched us, and we've got no relatives. I want to get back as soon as possible to help her." Siri thought about his parents too. "My reason isn't as heavy as you guys, but my family must be worried sick about me. I can't let them wait another 2 years." Hearing that, everyone fell into a gloomy silence. Siri noticed everyone's anxiety. The mood shifted a bit. Then Yoshia spoke up, breaking the tension. "Well, I've got a few girlfriends waiting, like 3 of them, so I want to get back real fast." Mirai turned to him. "Helpless. You're really something else." Saying that with a straight face right now, Atsushi was firm too. "As for us, we're definitely siding with Arashi." "Right. Kenta," he whispered. "Following Arashi is the right play." Akira gave his opinion, at least compared to Midu, who's always hesitating. "I think we should trust Arashi. He's actually decisive." He heard that and got cocky. "There you have it." "Midu." Suji looked down, stressed, thinking, "What am I supposed to do?" Suzuki walked past him, deciding he didn't need to discuss this any further. He walked straight toward the door. "I'm making my own moves now. Anyone ready to die? Come with me." He kept walking with total confidence while everyone watched. The classmates looked on, hesitant. Some stayed put. Kari nervously stepped forward alone. Rina and Yumi shouted to stop her. "Kari," she closed her eyes and ignored them. Kari left a parting word. "I'm sorry." "Rina." Then she hurried on. Everyone in the class went silent, conflicted, not knowing who was right. Mirai turned and asked Yoshia, "Aren't you going with them?" He replied casually, "Well, we need someone to act as a liaison." "Right." Jin watched them go. Uneasy. "What the hell do I do in this situation? I've still got my grandpa. I just want to go home, as soon as possible. My gut is telling me to follow Arashi. But Shinju told me to wait. Staying put is the play here." "Right." Kai and Mayer revealed themselves to the group. A curse rang out. "What do you want? You scumbag." Everyone was shook. "Shinju, how dare you show your face here?" Akira warned him. "Don't start any drama. It'll draw unwanted attention." Kai shot Suzuki a warning look. "Arashi, you too." He gritted his teeth in anger. "We ain't got time for your nonsense. If you pulled up here without a solid reason, you're gonna pay." Kai replied seriously. "Fair point. I'll keep it a buck with you. I need to borrow your strength." Suzuki was stunned. "Say what?" While everyone was arguing heatedly in the classroom, split into factions. Kai and Mayer stood outside getting the full scoop. Mayer wondered, "Your classmates are at each other's throats. Are they really going to be okay?" Kai replied, "Beats me. They're logic tracks. Though, like Midu said, they can't solo this." Shinju looked down, feeling awkward. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom is playing it way too safe. Meanwhile, Arashi's point about waiting 2 years, that's valid too, but it's definitely riskier. Mayer teared up. "If it were you, what would you do?" He held up 3 fingers to explain. 3 ways to break this deadlock. 1, force the Holy Kingdom's higher-ups to switch up their mindset. We have to change them. Once that's done, they'll mobilize their army. even if they get condemned or exiled for it. As long as I can get back to my world, nothing else matters. But I don't think Madhu is going to sign off on this plan, she asked. And option 2, Kai offered the solution. We roll with what Arashi said, guerrilla warfare instead of a head-on clash. And 3. We play off the intel we grabbed, and according to Isabel, the Demon Kingdom is fractured. If we can wreck their backlines, we can trigger a civil war. He assessed indifferently. Though, honestly, Arashi ain't capable of pulling that off. Mayor agreed. Yeah, that's out of his league. So what about the third option? Kai thought for a moment then answered quickly. We move based on our intel. Recalling the aftermath of the battle, Kai said, That's some juicy intel. Meyer, give me a hand. We need to dig a little deeper, back in the present, he stated. If we play our cards right, we can get outside help. That'll force the kingdom's army to make a move. The warm fire crackled in the dark night as everyone sat around the campfire. Suzuki spoke up. Cat tribe princess, he wondered. The hell is that, Kai explained. Daughter of the cat tribe chieftain. Seems the demon lord's army bagged her. She's a VIP among the beastmen. No doubt. I confirmed that intel after, torturing a whole bunch of demons. At that time, Kai had captured all the goblins in the forest after the battle. He verified each one carefully and concluded. So the info is solid. Karin heard that and panicked. Torture. The girl with glasses next to her thought the same. He's actually terrifying. Akira was suspicious. Who is this guy? Really? Why's he got a piece on him? The guy next to him blushed. Noticing Mayor. That girl is low-key cute. Who is she? Suzuki chewed and said, That's why I asked about this princess junk. What's our business with beastmen? Huh, Atsushi added. Hey. They got animal ears and tails. Right, Kenta was hyped too. I really want to see that for real. Bet she's cute. Suzuki saw them joking and shouted. Shut the hell up, Kai steered the conversation back. Let's talk strategy. You know there's a beastman nation in the Southern Territory. Right, Akira immediately replied. The Grandana's Beastman Federation, Suzuki asked. You saying we should ask them for help? They're just a bunch of people scared of demons. Mayor clapped back. Their soldiers are cracked. Actually, their physical stats and senses are honed to the absolute peak. They've stopped the Demon Lord's invasions multiple times, he retorted. Then why are they sitting around doing nothing? Just invade the Demon Kingdom and wreck it. Mayor smiled wryly. They're strong, but not wipe out the Demon Lord's army strong. Plus, the Demon Army has been tunneling on humans from the start, Kai added enthusiastically. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen team up, it's totally doable. Akira nodded. I get it. That's why we need the princess. Corinne stated her view. So we just rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip with the Beastmen Alliance. Right, Kai replied. Pretty much. I've got their supply route mapped out. I need you guys to play bait. He laid out the strategy. Just nuke the place with your explosion. In the meantime, I'm laying low. Akira looked puzzled. I get your point. But I still have one question. Why hasn't the Holy Kingdom tried to lock down an alliance with the Federation? Kai smirked. Solid question. Ninomiya, they have their reasons. Mayor answered instead. The Federation hates demons too. Constant invasions will do that. Demons have always looked down on everyone. But humans, they call beastmen, subhumans, and treat them like dirt. She went quiet. That's why the beastmen turned their land into the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. And obviously, they hate humans. Kari looked nervous. So asking them to cooperate is going to be tough. Right, Mayor replied. That is exactly why we need a bargaining chip against them. Kai sat by the fire. Breaking it down. The catfolk princess was captured by the Demon Lord's army. Situation's perfect for us. Mayor added. Beastmen are famous for keeping their word. Once we save her, we can negotiate. The group went silent. Kai spoke up. Worth a shot. Don't you think? I bet you guys have zero plan right now. Suzuki shot up. Furious. You just suddenly show up and start making demands. You always act like you know everything. Atsushi's sharp warning froze him in place. Atsushi's voice was stern. Don't forget. Suzuki. Right now. Your decision affects everyone's lives. He gritted his teeth. swallowing his pride to let it slide. Kenta and his friend watched. Worried sick. Akira and the glasses guy were glued to the scene. Susuke slumped back down, still fuming. He gave in. Fine. We do it his way. Happy. Morning came. Kai and Susuke's squad started moving. Kari spoke up. We've been heading south this whole time. Is this really safe? Kai replied instantly. Yeah. The Federation. Grandanis is in the southern region. As for the demons, they're moving prisoners north. Our destination is the path through the forest, south of the Demon King's territory. Mayor chimed in. Neither nation has any trade treaties, so there are barely any roads. That means we know exactly where they're going. Akira double-checked. So to be clear, we're invading the Demon Kingdom. What if before we even ambush them, we get caught? Kai calculated in his head. He replied immediately. Don't worry. I've gathered intel on routes that fit our numbers. Though the path might be rough and crawling with monsters, he asked, can our carriage make it through? Akira kept pressing. And another important thing, if things go south, can we count on Serero's ability? Tomoko winked, answering with confidence. You bet. A system panel popped up. Multi-dimensional Divine Guard creates a dimensional space to store equipment and items. Capacity depends on mastery. Requires mana to maintain. Tomoko pointed. Surprised. Long time no see, and you still remember my Divine Guard, Kai praised her. Because your ability is special. It's a game changer for this situation. Tomoko beamed. Love the compliment, she asked. Shinju, have you been hiding out in the Demon Kingdom? Ever since that incident, Kai replied. Not exactly. I've been looking for clues to get us home. Shiori hesitated. So, any luck? Kai answered. In the end, our only option is to kill the Demon Lord. So, I gathered all the intel we need to take him down. Akira de Lucette. And your scouting revealed the Beast Princess got kidnapped. That's Shinju for you. Suzuki snapped. By the way, are we seriously just strolling along like this? Shouldn't we be planning the ambush? Kai agreed. You're right. We need to speed up. Let Serero store the luggage and the carriage. Tomoko raised her hand. Pumped up. Okay. The sky darkened fast as they switched to trekking through the forest. Suzuki shouted. Monsters, get ready. A pack of ferocious wolves surrounded them. Behind Shiori, a wolf with razor-sharp fangs lunged, making her panic. Kai stepped in instantly, shielding Shiori with his massive frame. The wolf clamped its jaws onto his steel arm, shattering its fangs on impact. Kai smirked. Sorry, but your teeth can't pierce my steel. He drove his other fist into the wolf's gut, making it howl in agony. Akira yelled, We're surrounded, support team. Center formation. Vanguards. Push them back. The support team moved fast, locking into a perfect formation. Atsushi took his stance. Roger. Kenta grabbed his weapon. Shouting, Let's go, they charged. Taking down the wolf effortlessly, Kari jumped in, shooting a long vine of living root from her hand. Screaming, Stop right there. The vine whipped through the air, tangling the giant wolf's legs and making it roar in rage, saving her teammate in the nick of time. Before a wolf could counter, it got blindsided the guy with the glasses. He drove the sharp blade right into the wolf's neck. Another one roared and lunged at Suzuki. But a hand snatched it by the throat, choked it out so cold it couldn't even scream. Suzuki scowled, looking down on it. Trash. You're nothing, compared to me. He didn't hesitate. Boom. Blasted it with fire instantly. The body got torched to a crisp. He tossed the charred remains aside like garbage, total power move. Suzuki switched up, asking, Everyone good, no injuries? Kai watched from the sidelines. They crushed it. Guess I don't need to babysit them. Good to see Arashi recognizes who's in charge. He ordered, If you're hurt, go see Hono. But luck wasn't on their side. Kai clocked it instantly and shouted, Meyer, one last wolf with razor fangs. Its eyes glowing red, it snuck up behind Suzuki, closing in fast. He flinched. What, there's still one left, Meyer screamed. Fire salamander. Flames exploded, torching the wolf before it could even touch Suzuki. It dropped to the ground, still burning even after it hit the dirt. Kenta was hyped. Look at that roasted. She's way stronger than Naga. Right. Atsushi gasped. That firepower is insane. Suzuki clicked his tongue. Annoyed. Totally unnecessary. Shinju's girlfriend. Meyer turned beet red. She pointed. Freaking out. Who are you calling his girlfriend? Kai stayed chill. Show some gratitude. She just saved your skin. Suzuki gave him a skeptical look. Meyer looked at Kai. Eyes wide. Are you going to say anything? Kai turned his back. Cold as ice. I don't care about trivial stuff like this. Meyer yelled. This isn't trivial. Atsushi was salty. So annoying. How does Shinju get a cute girlfriend like that? Kenta was jealous. I want to find a baddie here and take her back to my world too. Carrie waved her over. Hey, you're Meyer. Right. Want to hang with us? Are you an elf? Meyer was so happy she froze. She looked at Kai for help. But he just said, Why are you looking at me? Do whatever you want. Meyer beamed and ran off to chat with the crew. Seeing her happy, Kai felt a little spark of joy too. A bit later, by a nearby cliff. Pitch black out. Kai scanned the area. This spot works. Suzuki sat on the edge. Impatient. You sure they're coming this way? I'm not waiting here for days. Kai's eyes glowed as he activated his magic. He locked onto the goblin army instantly. Relax. I've got eyes on them. Down below. A demon squad was on the move. Kai scanned the whole formation. Kai analyzed. 3 low-rank demons. 15 mid-ranks. Definitely a few more hiding in those wagons. And 1 level 36 boss. The target's stats popped up. Name Ijagunda. Age 57. Race high demon. Skills are B rank. Strength is A rank. Base form. Spear technique. Level 4. Demon fire magic level 2. Demon enslavement. Level 2. Suzuka asked. So that high demon is the boss. Right. Kai turned back. Probably. Don't get cocky. He's not Stone Gaia level. But a high demon is still no joke. Suzuka snapped. Leave him to me. Get in my way. And I'll kill you myself. Kai gave him a cold look. I plan to feed him to you from the start. The strat is simple. Kai laid it out. First, Arashi distracts them with his explosion skill. Once their formation cracks, we encircle them. Everyone except Arashi moves in 3-man squads. Ino, Ian, Aji, you protect Hono. They replied instantly. Roger that. Got it, he continued. Ozaki, your job is search and rescue. Find the injured. Get them out. Atsushi got serious. Leave it to me. Mayor, you're on backline support. She nodded quickly. Suzuki, you take the high demon. Do not get distracted by the mobs. Everyone looked at Suzuki. Kai went on. While you keep him busy, I'll sneak in and grab the princess. Once she's safe, I'll give the signal. Everyone else, play it by ear. If it gets hairy, pull back. Suzuki smirked. Don't worry, once I knock that leader's head off, the rest will scatter like rats. Kai looked at him. Fine. You're the field commander, Suzuki warned. Remember one thing. We're only here because you begged for our help. Kenta got salty. Yeah, why you acting so high and mighty? Atsushi pointed. Agreeing. Don't you dare boss Arashi-san around, Suzuki snapped. Shut up. You idiots, bonk. He smacked Kenta and Atsushi on the head. Suzuka ordered. Move it, get ready. We're following his plan. Atsushi, nursing a bump on his head, fell in line. Under the silent night, Giganda moved with his crew through the mountains. A goblin whined. Boss, I'm beat. We've been walking forever since we left the Beastman territory. The boss whipped around and yelled, We're almost there. Stay sharp. The 2 goblins flinched. Yes, sir, Giganda thought. I knew this was coming. Man, this is exhausting. My back is killing me from riding this horse forever. But I can't let the grunts see me slipping. He got an idea. Right. How about I go check on the condition of that prisoner girl? Giganda immediately put on a serious act. I'm checking what she's doing. Guard this place carefully. Don't get caught lacking. With that, he whipped his horse around. The 2 goblins took the order but silently judged him. Old man just wants to dip and take a break. He rode up to the princess's carriage and peeked through the curtains. Poor Sina was tied up in the empty carriage. She was startled to see someone. Giganda sat down and said, "Finally made it here." He stroked his chin maliciously. "Princess, what do you think? We're almost at the city where you'll be locked up. We've entered the demon realm now. Soldiers from your federation can't reach this far." Sina pouted. "This carriage shakes like crazy." "It's gross." He was surprised. That was a fresh response. Giganda coughed to get back on track. "But don't worry too much. If the Federation is good and follows our orders, you might get released eventually." She shook her head, shooting back. "Useless. Once you caught me, the Federation won't bow down to you." He smirked. "Seems you don't get your position yet. You're the Beast King's daughter." Sina cursed at him. "If you think kidnapping me will convince them, then you're an idiot." Hearing that, he snapped, "Watch your mouth, you bitch." Then he grabbed the front of Sina's dress and ripped it open. To her shock, revealing her pale skin, he licked his lips like a creep. "Let me get a taste of you. I'll show you exactly where you stand." Sina's gaze didn't waver, staring straight at him. Giganda reached out to do something nasty, when suddenly an explosion went off outside, lighting up the whole area. He stopped immediately and checked outside. "What the hell?" 2 goblins reported. "We're under attack. It's humans." Giganda was shocked. "Humans? If you said beastmen, I'd believe it." Boom. Boom. Massive explosions followed, one after another, sending goblins flying everywhere. He realized this was bad and quickly mounted his horse. Giganda ordered, "Counterattack. Don't be scared of mere humans." The soldiers immediately rushed into attack. Asushi threw a heavy punch. "Take this." Kenta swung his sword. "Eat this, you dog." They fought hard with perfect teamwork. Giganda was worried. "Am I losing, even though my troops are supposed to be the elite unit?" Suzuki walked up, rotating his arm. "You're a high-rank demon." Right, his face was full of determination. He summoned a magical weapon to his hand, acting high and mighty. "Who the hell are you?" Suzuki smiled back. "I don't need to give my name to trash like you. Maybe I'll tell you if you entertain me a bit." He pointed his sword forward furiously. "Shut up. A human like you is nothing to me." Giganda launched a powerful attack that shattered everything. Giganda fired a massive blast forward. Suzuki charged straight at Giganda. He blocked the hit, taunting, "You think you can beat me, a high-rank demon with this kind of firepower?" Suzuki felt a bit anxious. Shifting his thoughts, Giganda swung the spear in his hand past Suzuki, forcing him to jump back. Suzuki landed quickly, gritting his teeth in thought. "He's strong, but not as strong as that other guy. I just need to add a bit more juice to my firepower. I can tank a little damage if I do that." Suzuki clenched his fist, calculating. "Unfortunately, my explosion takes a ton of energy to trigger. With my current stats, I can only fire off 7 more shots. Once I'm out of juice, my physical stats will drop. If that happens, I won't keep up with him." Suzuki took a knee and placed his palm on the ground to set a trap. "I just need to create an opening and aim for the head, or this guy's heart. I'll have to use max power then." Giganda was also analyzing the situation. These warriors are humans. Plus, they have divine guard abilities. I've never seen these faces before, but they're shockingly strong. Are they the legendary hero candidates? He grew cautious. If they're the ones who beat Windbook and Stone Gaia, then I really need to watch out. Giganda spun the staff in his hand repeatedly. Then he immediately charged on his horse. He wondered, how did they figure out my exact location? But I suspect they're trying to rescue the Beast Princess. Good thing I assigned soldiers to guard her. They can hold out for a bit. The army here is focusing on defense. Giganda looked serious and decisive. In that case, I need to make a decisive move. Gotta take out their leader. After thinking, he rushed at Suzuki. Giganda thrust forward, confident. I'll end this with one hit. Lightning thrust, a surprise attack. But luckily Suzuki dodged, rolled a few times, and stood up. Too fast, Suzuki glanced over. But he's standing. Giganda was still charging in hot. Totally off guard. Suzuki smirked. Right in my minefield. Suzuki's mine trap area quickly detonated with a blast. Giganda couldn't block in time, burning the horse he was riding to a crisp. Giganda immediately figured it out. A trap skill. Damn it. My vision is blocked, Suzuki thought while attacking. Mine blast is just a trap skill. It lacks firepower compared to explosion. But in the end, I managed to rip a hole in his defense. He's got zero clue where I'm at, thanks to all this dust. Now I just gotta ambush him with a blast. Suzuka catches Giganda lacking, teleports behind him, and throws a massive punch. He sensed it. Found you, Giganda, unleashed wind force push straight into Suzuka's body. He barely reacted. Couldn't dodge at all. Suzuka hit the dirt, screaming in pain. Gary and Sao, fighting, on the other side, looked over in panic. Suzuka stood up, groaning. Damn. That hurt. Focus on the battle. Guys, don't worry about me. Giganda scoffed. You can't even use energy to shield yourself anymore. But deep down, he was calculating. Unbelievable. How can he defend like that? His instincts are sharp as a beast's. But I've figured out his fighting style. He plants explosive traps just by touching a spot. Hell, he can detonate anything he touches. He stood tall, analyzing. As long as I grip this spear, I can win this. I just need to keep my distance. If I focus, I can dodge his traps. Suzuka grinned confidently. Bet that's exactly what you're thinking. Huh, Giganda fired again. Wind force pushed Suzuka, dodged effortlessly. Weaving through the attacks, the demon got cocky. This range is perfect. From here, he can't touch me. The spear thrust forward relentlessly, waiting for the opponent to gas out. Suzuka spoke up. So, you think you've figured out my fighting style? Giganda smirked wickedly. Obviously. You keep shifting your position. Suzuka triggered an explosion, replying, exactly. But the one who's wide open is you. He launched a cannon blast with terrifying power, flying straight at Giganda. He was stunned, too slow to react. What the Suzuka roared. Absolute power. His energy released completely. A massive explosion erupted with devastating force, reducing everything to ash. Giganda was defeated in an instant. Scorched as he collapsed to the ground, Suzuka panted, standing still and staring at him. His system window popped up. Name Arashi Suzuka. Age 17. Attack, Defense, and Agility rank B. Strength rank A. Magic rank C. Status normal. Skill, Divine Guardian Salvation. Level 3. Divine Fortress. Rank Z. Physical Strength. Level 4. Mayor turned. He soloed a high-rank demon. The goblins panicked. Lord Giganda is dead. He lost. Akira spoke up. Arashi defeated a high-rank demon. Their defense is crumbling. Let's keep up this momentum. He immediately cast a support buff to boost damage. Atsushi agreed. And along with Kenta, they charged in. Goblins were dropping like flies. Meanwhile, Kai coldly pointed his blade. He walked up to the carriage ahead, guessing. This must be the one. Kai gently lifted the curtain to check. Sina, looking ragged, tensed up defensively. She asked softly, Human. Are you here to save me? Kai replied. I'm wondering that myself. Sina stared blankly ahead. Human. Did you come to help? Kai silently pulled a knife from his pocket. Answering. That is the question. He crouched down and cut Sina's bonds. The rope snapped instantly, still fearful. Sina probed. What are you after? Kai's eyes were dead serious. Something the demons want. 2. I've decided to use you to get what I want. Sina appreciated his honesty. You're quite blunt. Aren't you, Kai? Replied casually. No reason to lie. Or would you prefer I say we're knights in shining armor here to save you? Sina lowered her hands, trembling. I can't, but in that case, you wouldn't blame me for fighting back, would you? Her hand instantly morphed into sharp claws, partial beast transformation. The claws slashed toward Kai's neck. A powerful shockwave blasted out. Kai dashed out of the smoke. Sina gave chase. Now in full beast mode, Sina attacked Kai in a frenzy. He was on guard. She's fast. The claws slashed at Kai relentlessly, catching him off guard. So this is the power of a beastkin suddenly. Kai shouted a single command. Sina froze instantly, paralyzed by yellow lightning. What the she stared at the energy crackling around her. Realizing it was magic, Sina was taken down instantly, free falling to the ground. She hit the floor hard. Kai immediately grabbed her beast arm. He analyzed silently. Basic lightning magic. It has 0 damage output, but it's actually convenient for disabling enemies. It increases my win rate in close quarters combat. Perfectly. Sina glared at Kai. Frustrated. How is a human this strong? Kai coldly laid out his terms. You finally realize the gap in our strength. Don't you? You have 2 choices. 1. Control yourself and follow me. 2. Obey me. Sina surrendered. Obedient. Fine. Going with a human is still better than staying with these demons. The group was getting swarmed by demons. Suddenly, a piercing sound shrieked through the air, disorienting the monsters. The demons, seeing their numbers drop rapidly, started to panic. Who are these guys? There's no way we can win. They're absolute monsters. Satoshi stood with crossed arms, speaking softly. Shinami. Gary immediately understood the assignment, drawing a circle in the air and aiming it forward. The vines on the tree branches instantly started glowing, like they were infused with life. They quickly wrapped tight around the demon's legs. The demons instantly face-planted into the dirt. 0 defense. The demon panicked, seeing the scene before him. But right after, he got choked out by Satoshi. His jaw was trembling from the grip strength. Satoshi told the demon lord this. His voice was rock solid. We got no beef. But I'm taking this guy's head. Night fell fast. The whole squad sat in a circle by the big fire. Satoshi and Kento were hyped, enjoying the loot. Their carriage was stacked with food. We're having a feast tonight. Gary sighed. Helpless. Feels like we're robbing them. Yumi sat next to him, laughing awkwardly. Aren't we basically? Sina said quiet, staring at the hot dishes. Kai saw that and asked, What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Sina had been craving it for a while but hesitated, asking, Is it really okay for you to feed me this well? Suzuki took a huge bite of meat. Haven't been this full in ages. But honestly, this is mid, compared to food back in my world. Kai glanced at Sina, reminding her, We still need something from you. So if you die, we're cooked. Eat up. Sina quickly lifted the bowl to drink, whispering thanks. Her face turned pink, eyes sparkling. So good, Kai laughed. Good. Right, Hano's cooking is fire. Siri next to him blushed. I'm really glad you like it. Maya turned to ask Sina, Your name is Sina. Yeah, how did those demons catch you guys? Sina's eyes went dark, remembering the scene. Under the firelight, burning up the night. She started explaining. I ran into the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest. Flashback to Sina, looking terrified. Surrounded by those aggressive demons. I was going deep inside Federation territory. Usually, demons wouldn't be there. Sina shivered, recalling it, meaning they knew where I was beforehand. Kai suddenly spoke up. Maybe they planned to invade the Federation. Kidnapping you was one of their goals, too. Kai wondered. Why do demons want to control the Beastkin? Yumi threw out a guess. Because they invaded the Holy Kingdom, too. Maybe they want to rule the world. Sina agreed with that. That's exactly what the demons are planning. But what do you humans want with me? Kai laid out the plan instantly. I need you as our bargaining chip. We want to team up with the Federation to wreck the Demon Lord. Sina was surprised at his goal. Destroy the Demon Lord, are you serious? Suzuki suddenly spoke up. We got our reasons. He explained directly. We can't. Go back to the real world until we beat the Demon Lord. Sina looked at the group with some respect. I see. So you guys are the hero candidates. I heard humans summoned you as their trump cards. Kai asked her. So, what do you think? If you genuinely help us, it'll help us a ton. Sina looked up, voice firm. I understand. I owe you for saving me, Kai admitted coldly. But we didn't plan to save you, though. Sina's voice was full of gratitude. Either way, you saved me in the end. Gave me warm food, too. She spoke softly, getting to the main point. Plus, to purge the demons inside the Federation, I need third-party support. Just a hunch. The next day, Sina and Kai's group set off. The cat Beastkin princess. Sina was rescued and escaped the Demon Kingdom territory with Shinju. They marched straight toward the massive castle ahead, doubling back to Nurtrat City. In a room, blue lights kept flashing. Power flowed through the air. Suji was grinding his training. Suddenly, a voice called his name. He asked as soon as Rina walked in. Rina. What's up? Her voice was panicked. Arashi's group is back. Plus, they're marching right through the main gate. Suji was shook. Suzuki led the crew into the city, facing the soldiers' spears. The aggressive guards shouted, "Deserters! How dare you come here with that calm look? You're violating army laws," Suzuki replied. Annoyed, "I don't care if the laws protect us or not." "You scumbags." The soldier froze when called a scumbag. Suzuki looked around. Voice still aggressive. "I don't have time to mess with your type. Where's Amelia?" The soldiers moved to grab them. "You think she'd meet a bastard like you? Restrain them. Throw these deserters in jail." Suzuki held his head. Complaining, "What a headache. Even if you guys group up. You can't beat me." Kai crossed his arms. Speaking casually, "They're like that because of your attitude. If we were Midu's group, even if his group was considered deserters, they'd still be welcomed warmly." Suddenly, chains wrapped tight around the soldiers. With just one command, "Don't move." Jin steps out, cool as a cucumber, and says, "You're back early." "Huh?" The soldiers spot him and yell for Kanzaki. "Is Jin betraying us? Undo this skill seal right now." But Iosia just taps the soldier on the shoulder, reassuring him. "Chill out. Arashi's squad isn't here to throw hands. We're gonna talk to them first." The chains on him vanish instantly. The soldier glances at him, thinking, "If Narumidono says so, I guess it's fine." Shunsuke sees this and gets salty. "Yo, why do you listen to him but not me?" Akira laughs. "Like this happens literally every day. 'Cause that's how it always is." Iosia turns to Shunsuke asking, "So, what's the move now? Did you come back with any big intel?" Shunsuke keeps his bossy tone, saying, "We'll talk about that later. Right now, take us somewhere we can actually talk properly." Next thing you know, they're sitting in this super fancy room. Shunsuke is staring daggers at the other side. Harry and Amelia are sitting opposite him, looking totally awkward. The soldiers are getting impatient with the vibe. Mirai speaks up to break the silence. "Cut it out. Arashi, you're making things way too tense." Shunsuke gets annoyed. "What is this, some kind of otherworld culture thing? You're always like this." Mirai explains calmly. "We don't have to make everything so stressful. Do we? Besides, we've gathered the people you wanted to talk to." Finally, Shunsuke takes his feet off the table, agreeing to negotiate. "Fine then." He glances at Kai and says, "Sina, come on in." Kai steps in carefully with Sina. "Excuse us." Harry and Amelia look surprised. A cat beastkin. Akira starts the intros. "Her name is Sina. She's the daughter of the Grandana's Beastkin Federation chief." Harry immediately questions it. "The chief's daughter, why is she here with you guys?" Sina speaks up to confirm. "Yes, I am the chief's biological daughter. They rescued me from the demons." Harry asks, shocked, "You were kidnapped by demons?" Sina plays along, answering, "Yeah. Demons are hiding within the Federation's territory. I was rescued while they were transporting me to the Demon Kingdom." Shunsuke cuts to the chase. "We can use her as a bargaining chip. To get the Federation's cooperation, we can't exactly wait another 2 years." Amelia speaks slowly. "I see. I understand the situation. I'll make arrangements immediately. We're actually in the middle of reviewing things too, regarding forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report this to my superiors. Now that we have the princess, they definitely won't miss this opportunity." Shunsuke, surprised by Amelia's straightforwardness, he says, "You're pretty honest." Amelia continues, "Well, we don't want half of our hero candidates leaving us. After all, we were actually planning to accept some of your demands. If you guys came back to us," Herrick chimes in, "you guys are the army's trump cards. Obviously, your presence affects troop morale. Since I'm responsible for your actions, this might save me from getting fired." Amelia gets serious and cuts to the chase. "I understand your demands. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. That's what you guys want too, right?" Shunsuke rests his chin on his hand, grinning. "Now you're speaking my language," Amelia continues. "It's not a bad deal for us anyway. Killing the Demon Lord is what the people want. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen." Sina adds her 2 cents to build trust. "They saved my life and even gave me food in exchange for my help. I want you guys to help me wipe out the demons in the Federation. Shunsuke smiles with determination. Of course. I'll do my best. Harry whispers curiously. Can I ask you something? How did you get the intel that the princess was kidnapped? Shunsuke thinks fast and answers. About that. We interrogated the demons we captured. Harry seems to accept the explanation. I see. 1 week flies by. Harry and Amelia break the news to everyone. The Holy Nation has sent envoys to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. Everyone cheers and celebrates at a local tavern in the city. Kai asks with a serious look. Who's going? Akira lists the names. Midu, Nagas, Kanzaki, and Narumi. Those 4. Kai calmly sips his tea and says, I figured they'd pick Kanzaki because of her domination ability. Akira offers a different take. It's also because Midu and Narumi have a sharp eye for judging character. Nagas is a bit strict, but he has his own way with words. The leader of the envoys is probably Herrick. Herrick is currently approving documents in his study. Of course, some soldiers and admin staff will be coming along too. 30 people in total. Kai asks, how's Shunsuke Arashi doing? The scene cuts to Shunsuke lying on the roof, gazing at the sky. As Akira answers, he wants to stay on the front lines because he's not exactly a negotiation pro. He also listed the tasks others will handle while Midu dips. Hashimoto's gonna step up as the acting captain. Probably gonna be rough though, since they gotta constantly keep Arashi and his squad in check. Then Akira turned back and asked Kai. So, what's the play? Shinjo Kai answered straight up. I'm heading to the Federation. But no way I'm tagging along with the envoy. The departure day came fast. Eric was hyping everyone up from the back. Let's roll. The squad started leaving the city, heading out to the Federation. Rina sat on her horse complaining. So tired. Suji turned back with an awkward laugh. We've got a long ride ahead. Iozia was pretty shook to see Rina show up. Surprise, surprise. Didn't think Rina would join the party. Rina glared at him, pissed off. The hell? You saying I can't come or something? Iozia panicked. No. That's not it. I'm actually stoked you're here. Rina pointed forward, arguing. If I leave you guys alone, you're just gonna do something reckless again, especially this idiot. Suji was a bit surprised when she pointed at him. Iozia cracked up watching the scene. Rina awkwardly explained. I mean, relying on you as a teammate's sketchy as hell. Even if we stick together, nothing's gonna change. Iozia felt a bit hurt hearing that. Hey Rina, why you gotta be so savage? Jin sighed. Helpless. They're so loud. Can't they just chill for a sec? She looked around, seeming to search for someone. Shinjo-kun said he's on his way to the Federation too. Wonder if he's close by. Herrick quickly noticed she was acting weird. The group moved straight ahead along the path. Kai and Mayer, watching from the bushes, immediately made their move. All right, let's go, Mayer asked, confused. We just gonna tail them? Kai walked ahead to clear the path. Tailing them seems like the easier play. Sina's there too. By the way, can I ask you something? The army got deep into the forest. Jin looked around with a worried face. Herrick couldn't help but ask, why do you keep looking around? Kanzaki Jin stammered. I'm just keeping an eye out for monsters. Iozia turned back to reassure her. No need for that. We got Suji and Herrick-san here anyway. Jin bowed her head slightly. You're right. Herrick turned to talk to Suji. Suji, let me ask you this, he continued. It only took a few days for Arashi to get back to us. Right, Suji answered cautiously. Yeah, that's right. Herrick voiced his deduction, seemingly testing him. I'm just wondering, how did they even get the intel about Sina being kidnapped? Rina suddenly spoke up from the back. Didn't he say he caught some demons and grilled them? Herrick looked a bit confused. Just feels a bit too fast. Getting the info, processing it, and coming back. Him soloing everything is kinda hard to believe. Usually, Arashi runs stuff like this by us first. Suji realized the weirdness in his tone and called him out. What's your point exactly? Herrick casually denied it. Just guessing. His next words were full of hidden meaning. Someone's moving in the shadows and gathering intel on his own. Like always, you suck at lying. Suji, Herrick exposed him immediately, making Suji flinch. Your face gave it all away. But Iozia was worried. This is bad. We're cooked. Shinju-kun has been helping us a ton from the shadows. But to the Holy Kingdom. He's still a wanted criminal. If Herrick finds out we're colluding with him, who knows what punishment we'll get. Rina suddenly cut in. What kind of garbage are you spewing? Herrick smiled. Teasingly. Looks like some know and some are still clueless. Huh, he explained immediately. Your circle in this world is still tiny. Since you guys are foreigners. Plus, you need people like us to make connections. The answer is obvious. Herrick confirmed his guess. Shinjo Kai is your shadow. The guy who killed the saintess. Suji tried to stay calm. And so what if he is? Then Herrick laughed. Confusing Suji. Just as I thought. I'm just messing with you. Iozia sighed in relief. Not impressed with Herrick. You're good at deducing. But even if we are in contact, he's helping us, whether we agree to it or not. Herrick turned back to reassure everyone. Don't worry. I'm not gonna punish you. His next words shocked the squad. I was just curious. Honestly, I think I should thank him for offing that woman. Iozia was confused. Can you even say that? Herrick laughed back. Of course not, if they find out. I'm getting hanged. Iozia felt wary inside. Bro. That's not a joke. The group continued walking with Herrick's deduction. Plus, based on Kanzaki's behavior the last few hours, I'm guessing he's nearby, and watching us like a hawk. Right, Suji turned to ask Jin. Is that true? Kanzaki-san. Jin clutched her chest in silence. Flustered, what am I supposed to do with his mind in a total mess? Jin nearly stumbled off his horse. Am I dragging Shinju down? I'm his messenger. After all. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Since you found out, I got nothing left to hide. Kai and Meyer stepped out from the bushes. Shuji was shook seeing him. Shinju-kun. The soldiers went into defense mode. It's the guy who killed Saintess Sina, instantly recognizing him as the one who saved me. Eric calmly said, I just based it on my own deductions. Kai was low-key impressed. You figured that out on your own with just that tiny bit of info. Not bad, Eric replied humbly. Not as good as you. But we do have our own intel networks. The one who killed Vimberg. One of the 4 heavenly kings. The Black Reaper. That was you. Wasn't it? Kai stood face to face with Eric. Never heard that nickname. Besides, I didn't kill him alone. Eric quietly sized up Meyer standing next to Kai. An elf who can cast spells. Looks like you've got a seriously OP companion. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind grabbed Meyer's attention. Rina rode up in a rage to confront him. After everything that happened, how dare you show your face here? Shuji rushed to intervene. Rina. Chill, she angrily shoved him away. I can't calm down. Rina bitterly pointed at Kai. You only forgave him because you're too soft. Shuji. But he's a traitor. She screamed at him. You got anything left to say? Kai calmly replied. Seeming to predict this attitude. I don't plan on denying it. Yoshia awkwardly spoke up to defend him. Calm down. Rina, Shinju-kun has always helped us. Rina didn't want to hear it. Instantly launching an attack, raising a blazing fire in front of everyone. Shut up, I'm ending this right here, oh Lord. Please bless the flame in my palm. Kai let out a sigh. Looking like he was already prepped, Meyer looked at the massive fire. A bit scared. That firepower is insane. I don't know if we can even tank that. Kai glanced at her, whispering Meyer. He looked toward Jin, who was watching Rina Kanzaki's fiery rage helplessly. Kai told them to stay put, watching the fire rush at him like a beast. Don't do anything. Right after, Kai was engulfed in scorching red heat as Yoshia screamed in shock. Are you trying to turn him to ash? Rina turned back, scoffing. What if he dies from just this? Then I'd be super disappointed. Kai raised a hand, signaling. Yup. He suddenly grabbed the hem of Rina's shirt, catching her off guard. Rina was yanked hard off her horse. She quickly sat up, getting into a defensive stance. Fireballs around Rina burned hot, ready to roast him on command. Kai instantly popped his skill too. Lightning. Pierce my enemy. Boom. Rina was bound tight by lightning threads, causing her pain. The pain drained Rina's mana fast, and her fireballs faded away. Rina collapsed straight up against Kai's lightning skill. Her voice trembled. What is this? You shouldn't have this kind of power. Kai kept his voice soft. True. I have zero talent for divine magic. But even without talent, as long as I keep grinding, I can still use it. His next words made Rina feel ashamed. And look at you. You're getting spoiled by that so-called divine magic. Are you sure you're actually training properly? Yoshia saw the whole thing and cheered. You shut Rina down instantly, that was peak. Shinju-kun. Shuji, watching from the side, was impressed too. He's not just fast. He caught her off guard. He's got new powers too. Compared to me right now, Rina stumbled up. Still acting high and mighty. I still won't accept you. Kai clapped back without hesitation. I never needed your validation from the start. And one more thing. No matter how many times we fight, the result's gonna be the same. Rina, embarrassed and furious, shouted, Shut up. Then Jin spoke up. Enough. Nagas. Real quick. Rina got wrapped up in his chains. Calm down first. Night fell fast. And the troops stopped to rest. Eric, after hearing Kai's story, seemed to clear up his doubts. I get it. Basically, you guys were backed into a corner. He pondered. Now I see why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First off, from your perspective, you were being forced into more and more impossible quests. Shuji piped up to explain. We were pretty confused back then. That's why Shinju-kun decided to take all the blame on himself. Yoshia was eating but still following the chat. Yeah. And some classmates still misunderstand Shinju-kun's intentions. Rina stubbornly argued back. I still think his reason wasn't just simply because we're his classmates. Kai casually agreed with her. Nagas is right. Simply put, keeping her alive would be a pain. So I killed her. Rina looked away. Totally in denial. Whatever he says, I'm the one deciding if he's legit or cap. Iozia threw his hands up. Bro, you are so stubborn. Rina spun around. Voice low. First off, she started. Question for Kai. You actually finding a way home for us? Or is that just talk, it's real? And who's the cutie behind you? Kai answered. Stone cold. Haven't found a thing. She just followed me on her own. Marion froze. Absolutely shook. That's cold. Suji jumped in. Anyway, to catch those spies inside the Federation, we need you. Shinjuku. That's why I wanted you on this squad. Harry caught on fast. I'm cool with it. Can't report back to the Empire. So I'll just forge some docs. Rina glared at Kai. Face still sour. She looked away, refusing to fold. Whatever. Still hate his guts, though. Kai hit back seriously. Look, we're headed to the same place. If you guys are cool with that, I'm down to tag along. The campfire crackled in the vast forest. Kai, Eric, and the crew sat by the fire, deep in thought. A voice called out to Midu. Kai's group asked Suji. Mad, suspicious. You sure it's smart telling him that? Seeing Eric's chill vibe. Suji doubled down. You mean about Leonora getting killed? It's fine. Eric-san is solid. Kai stayed guarded. Bro. Doesn't matter how much you trust a guy. Some stuff you just don't share. But whatever. Damage is done since you already spilled the tea. Suji reassured his homie. I know. It's on me. Besides, Eric-san knew what was up from day one. He turned to Kai. Eyes locked in, so hiding it is pointless. Right, Kai had to respect that. Sharing intel like that, and trusting like that is so Midu. A new day broke. Harry's squad kept trekking for a few days. Harry checked the view and announced, We hit the Federation border. Sina peeked out of the carriage. Let's head to the nearest town. Suddenly, Kai sensed something coming. Looks like a welcoming committee. Whoosh. An arrow struck right by Suji's horse. The horses freaked out. In seconds, beastmen surrounded the whole squad. Harry was stunned. Run stepped up, looking down on them. Humans, what are you doing on my turf? Her squad had been camping there for ages. Suji stepped up to the front. Hands up. We're not here to throw hands, we just won an alliance with the Federation. Run's expression went dark. Alliance. The beastmen started raging. After everything you did, You got the nerve to say that. We're treated like trash because of you humans, Rena snapped back. We don't know and we don't care. Or something like that. Iozia gave a nervous laugh. Rena, chill. Stop talking. Please, sensing the bad vibes. Sina popped out. Run. It's me. She hopped off the carriage fast. The beastmen froze. Lady Sina Run silenced the room. Everyone. Sina spoke up for the squad. These people saved my life. The beastmen screamed back. Give us Lady Sina. Harry tried to play peacemaker. That's the plan, just hear us out first. Run charged straight in. I don't need to hear it, Harry shouted to his troops. It's over. Counterattack. But do not kill them, chaos erupted. Kai whispered to Sina. Can you clear this up? Sina was helpless against the rage. When Run gets like this, she won't listen to a soul. She gave Kai the green light. Take her down. Just don't kill her. Her squad is just rookies. You can handle this, Kai hid. Passing the torch to Suji. You heard her. Me too. It's your time to shine. Suji, fighting off beastmen, nodded. On it. A flash of light, boom. Beastman down. Suji scanned for Run. He flashed step past the mob. Suji slammed a heavy hand down. Wham! The others backed off. Terrified. Blue lightning crackled. From his gaze, Suji dropped them one by one. Left and right. Bodies hitting the floor. The beastmen were losing it. You bastard, Kai watched the flank near Jin and called out. Kanzaki. He marked her targets. Take out the backline archers. Leave the front line to Midu. Jin synced up instantly. Got it. Her chains flew out. Wrapping up the archers tight. What the I can't move, the other beastmen charged in. Refusing to quit. Lady Sina, we're here to save you. Kai barked the order. Mayer stretched his limbs. Getting ready to throw hands. All right. Here goes. She started channeling her skill. Spirits. Hold them back, but don't hurt them. The beastmen got instantly caught in Mayer's nature tornado. Iosia's eyes lit up immediately. She spotted someone like her. No way, she's an elemental mage just like me. Kai glanced back at Rena behind Naga's. He immediately stopped her from jumping in. Blazing heat was radiating off Rena. But she got triggered by what Kai said next. What the hell, everyone's fighting. Why am I the only one benched? Kai explained, while wrecking the beastmen. If your fire hits them, they're cooked. Unless you're confident you can control your magic and times not times kill them. Rena reluctantly powered down. Fine. Whatever. June watched her squad getting taken down one by one. Unable to believe her eyes. No way. Humans are this strong. Harry walked up slowly and said softly. We just want to talk. Suji also chimed in gently. We didn't kill any of your soldiers. So, mind putting the sword away. June lost it and lunged at Suji. He caught her sword instantly. June was shook by Suji's reflexes. The sword was caught right between his two fingers. A familiar voice rang out, snapping June back to reality. June Sina walked over slowly, whispering, Have you calmed down, please? Just listen to them. After hearing the whole story, June and her subordinates knelt down, apologizing in unison. We are truly sorry. Suji hurriedly stopped them. Please, raise your heads. June kept bowing. I didn't know you guys were her saviors. I'm so sorry. I'll pay for my mistake with my life. Harry smiled kindly, understanding her feelings and thinking about the relations between their two races. I get why you did it. June's forehead was bleeding, but she was still racked with guilt. From the back, Kai spoke up with a condition. If you want to make it up to us, how about being our guide? He went straight to the point. I'm talking about forming an alliance between our races. So I need to meet the top brass of the Federation, and this is what Sina wants too. Sina confirmed it again. Yeah, I owe them one. Please treat them with respect. June stuttered a reply. I understand. I'll definitely take them to the capital. June choked up, tears falling. Lady Sina, I'm so glad you're okay. Sina's voice was warm and emotional as she said, I'm home. Then, June and her squad led the army toward the Federation. Midu and the other liaisons were treated with way more respect now. Along the way, curious beastkin stared at them. To set up the alliance, we need to negotiate with the Federation Parliament. June started to vibe with the group too. The parliament was made up of chiefs from every beast tribe, the organization running this country. Light at the end of the forest signaled the Federation was close. The parliament was right past those trees. A magnificent empire appeared right before their eyes. The Federation capital. Mesli. Suji looked at the view. Excited. So this is the Federation capital. Eosia couldn't hide her shock at how massive the city was. It's huge. June turned around and spoke gently. I'm sorry, but this is as far as I can take you. The prosperity of the capital shone bright as June gave her warning. Of course. I still want to express my deepest gratitude to you all for saving Lady Sina. But the ones who make the rules for this country are the Parliament Council members. Amidst the bustling city and street noise, the crowd stared at the group, walking down the street with weird looks. Hey look. Humans. What are they plotting? Suji quietly observed their vibes. Kai was also silently assessing them. Looks like they don't hate us as much as we thought. Feels more like fear. Hugging each other for comfort. The locals drew attention. Meow forced a smile at their attitude. More like they're terrified of us. Iosia turned back with a smile. No. That's not it. Doesn't matter what race you are. A normal person would be scared seeing an army from another country. Right, I think that's a normal reaction. Harry turned back and whispered, at the end of the day, everyone here is just a regular citizen. I think the tribe leaders are the ones who are going to hate us. The people we're about to meet. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out, making everyone focus on what was ahead. Sina Anto rushed toward the group. He slowed down to look at his daughter. Sina spoke up to reassure him. I'm fine. Dad, I'm not even hurt. See, Anto wept tears of joy, hugging her tight. I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Sina felt a bit uncomfortable, gently scolding Anto. Dad, it hurts. You're squeezing too hard. Anto quickly let go and stood in front of Sina, smiling apologetically. Sorry about that. I got a little emotional there. But right after, his smile vanished, revealing a serious look as he eyed the group behind. Anto asked coldly, are those humans the ones who saved you? Sina turned around and answered instantly. Yes. So please treat them well. Father, hearing that, Anto got even happier, laughing heartily. Got it. Today, I'll allow these people to stay in my mansion. He stepped forward warmly to introduce himself. I am Antu, chief of the cat tribe and Sina's father. Anto formally expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear to repay this life debt. Harry quickly dismounted to respond. I am Harry, captain of the 8th Night Corps of the Holy Kingdom of Diggereth. Lord Anto. May I make a request? Anto agreed warmly. Of course. Speak your mind. Soon after, a meeting between humans and beastkin was held. Harry gently wrapped up his presentation. That is our proposal. As envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Diggereth, regarding an alliance between our two nations, would you consider our offer? Anto raised his voice and accepted immediately. I have to repay you for saving my daughter. So of course, I agree. Iga spoke up. It's true that the threat from the demon kingdom is rising. We've fought demons in small skirmishes before, but lately, they've been attacking more frequently. Camila quickly stood up to object. Are you saying we should ally with humans just for that? That's ridiculous. Have you forgotten what humans did to us? Mark expressed fierce support for Camila. Camila is right. My father was enslaved by humans and died. That's not something easily forgotten. Niels slowly spoke up to show respect. We are grateful that you saved and escorted Sina back here, and we will give you a worthy reward. His eyes revealed clear determination. But we still won't forget what happened in the past. Anto looked at him, confused. Niels. Niels noticed the look and explained immediately. Didn't humans discriminate against us and banish us? That's not something we can just overlook. Is it? And now you want us to help them? Camila chimed in. I agree. Mark stood firm beside them. Yeah. I won't accept it either. Mark's attitude was full of resentment as he recalled the past. We shouldn't forget history. Harry spoke up in confusion. But don't we share the same goal? Of wanting to destroy the demons, Mark shouted in anger. How dare you, if it's about fighting the demons? I still wouldn't join hands with you lot. Iga quickly intervened. Hold on. Mark. He calmly continued negotiating with the group. It's true. We received intel that you've turned the tides in the war against the demons. Can you tell us what kind of cooperation you're looking for from us? Harry fell silent. Thinking. Suddenly, Suji spoke up. We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom in one go. The group of beastkin leaders turned their eyes toward the voice in silence. Iga burst out laughing at that, praising Suji. Your eyes don't know how to lie. Huh, interesting. Camila turned to ask. Puzzled. What is it? Iga, he quickly explained. You see, at first I thought it was strange. If my intel is correct, humanity currently has a massive advantage. Iga didn't seem too surprised by his own accuracy. They don't look like they're being forced or cornered into forming an alliance with us. Suji's eyes were full of determination as he declared, We want to defeat the Demon Lord. And to achieve that goal, we need your help. Just then, Anto suddenly spoke up, echoing what Iga had said earlier. He was also quite impressed by Suji's spirit. I want to help them root out the demons. At first, I was very suspicious, but I didn't think the kid would be this honest. Iga closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and raised it high to show approval. I agree too. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to withstand them. Iga's gaze didn't waver, firm in his choice. In the event that the Holy Kingdom is defeated by the demons in the future, we will definitely be next. So we need to seize this opportunity to fight alongside humanity. The group heard that and smiled joyfully. Camila spread her wings and said firmly, I get your point, but I still won't accept it. She bared her claws in warning. You never know when humans will stab you in the back. Mark also stuck to his initial decision. No matter what the situation is, I won't cooperate with people I can't trust. Niels expressed his opinion. Same here. This alliance is probably a plot to use us as sacrifices or bait. Right, Sina looked at him like a stranger. Lord Niels, somehow. You've changed. Her words made Niels fall into deep thought. You used to be very supportive of humans. He casually gave an excuse. My thinking changed after living to this age. Anto looked totally drained as he assessed the situation. So, we've got a bunch of haters against the deal. Huh. Iga jumped in with a plan. Rushing a decision right now, not the move. We need to chill and think this through for a sec. I want to hear more about their offer too. Let's have him crash on our turf for a bit. Anto was quick to back him up. Leave the hospitality to us. They saved my daughter's life. So I'm going to treat him like royalty. Camila just shrugged, looking totally unbothered. Whatever. I'm not changing my mind though. Mark chimed in right beside her. She's right. It's a no from me too. Suddenly, Kai's eyes glowed crimson. Redbro definitely sensed something sus. Niels sat across from them, lost in thought. The squad had gathered at the Grandana's Federation capital, home of the Menslia Beastmen, Cat Tribe. The chief's mansion. They laid out a massive feast to welcome the clan members. And the guests? Of course. Suji was hyped. Thanks, but Rena looked like she was gonna puke. What even is this? Bugs Jin let out an awkward laugh. Bro, I have no clue. The dish was glowing gold. It had this purple shell that actually looked kinda fire. Kai just popped it in his mouth and ate it like a champ. Mayer was just vibing, enjoying a bunch of grapes. The blonde cat guy raised his glass. Yo. Drink up. The gray-haired dude grabbed the bottle, laughing. Damn. You can really hold your liquor. Huh. My brother Eosia grinned, loving the praise. Me, then let's keep the shots coming, Sina cut in. Papa. Let's get to the point already. Anto's face went serious. Listen up. We need to decide on our future policies right now. The two cat guys who were joking around immediately sat down and locked in. Iosia and Jin stopped eating to listen closely. He continued. According to my daughter, demons have already breached the Federation. Even worse. They're in the capital. That means they've got their hands on serious inside intel. Sina flashed back to the incident and nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, how could they have known my location? I was completely ambushed back then. The cat guy in the red cloak chimed in. If it was the border, maybe. But security in the capital is tight. The guy in blue beside him nodded. He's got a point. If demons were actually in the capital, wouldn't we have sniffed them out by now? Hearing that, Sina immediately shot them a death stare. The red cloak guy panicked. No. No, that's not what I meant. Princess, I'm not doubting you. Anto spoke up. Like you said, our beastmen senses are sharp. It should be impossible for demons to slip into the city. Yet we didn't pick up their scent at all. That implies... A voice cut through the air. There's a mole. Everyone froze and turned to look. Kai dropped the truth bomb. Someone is protecting the demons. If that person is feeding them critical intel while covering their tracks, then that's the only explanation for this mess. The blonde cat guy slammed the table in rage and stood up. No way, that's crazy talk. Watch your mouth, are you accusing us? Anto snapped. Chill out, we're just looking at the possibilities. The woman sitting next to the blonde guy quickly smoothed things over. We apologize. Anto sighed heavily. I don't want to suspect my own people either, but no matter how hard I looked for Sina, I couldn't find a single trace. Honestly, I had a really bad feeling back then. Someone is definitely controlling the flow of information. Hirik spoke up. If the intel network is being rigged, then we're in big trouble. The spy could be someone at the top. Jin looked nervous. Wait. Is it possible that everything we discussed in that meeting got leaked? Iozia connected the dots. So, could one of the clan chiefs be the traitor? Anto shook his head. I don't think so. The chiefs are the ones guiding the future of the Federation. We don't want to turn on each other with the little info we have. The pink-haired woman agreed. Right. Sir Anto makes sense. The blonde guy sighed. Man, this is stressing me out. Anto turned to Sina. Sina, don't leave the mansion for now. Okay, she made a face. Lame. I just got back, Anto pressed on. If you get kidnapped again, we lose everything. It's game over. Suji jumped in. By the way, how's the alliance talk going? Everyone stared at Anto. Waiting for the tea. He scratched his head. Awkward as hell. About that. My bad. I thought they'd be more chill about the offer. Sina flashed back to Iga, raising his hand. I'm in. She noted. So, only Iga and Papa agreed. If we can't flip the other three, we're gonna lose the vote. Suji was sweating bullets. No way. Anto looked at them seriously. We gotta keep trying to convince them. I need you guys to roll with us to the next meeting and help sway them. I'm counting on you. Harry didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. Of course. The scene shifts to night, with Kai standing high above. Overlooking the entire Grandard capital, Sina approached him from behind, asking, Hey, what's up, can't sleep? Kai shared. Just got a few things on my mind. I want to gather more intel. But I can't exactly move around freely in a foreign land. She replied, Yeah. With your scent, you'd get busted instantly. He admitted. Figured as much. Beastkin noses are seriously no joke. Sina, I gotta ask you something. She looked a bit curious. Suddenly, Kai's eyes shifted to a glowing red. I saw a man named Niels. 55 years old. Dog kin. Attack. Defense. Agility. And magic are all C rank. Strength is D rank. Beast transformation level 1. He has martial arts. But he's been brainwashed. Sina's eyes went wide. Brainwashed, Kai confirmed. No doubt about it. My eyes allow me to see the status of anyone, using my appraisal skill. I saw that man named Niels had that exact status condition. Normally, Beastkin are physically superior and have super sharp senses, but they can't use magic like humans. Demonic arts like demons. Or even spells like elves, she agreed. Right, he stated firmly. This is definitely the work of demons, Sina recalled. Niels once said, My way of thinking changed after living this long. She said, Now that you mention it, what he said today was weird. Niels always wanted to keep good relations with humans. Sina hesitated. Should I tell Papa Kai? Expressed concern. My ability alone isn't enough proof. I know he suspects a spy. But do you think that man is trustworthy? She replied with total confidence. If it's Papa, it's fine. Papa has always prioritized humans. Plus, you guys saved me. So my father will definitely trust you, he said bluntly. Got it. Then we'll talk to him in a bit. Kai heard a noise from behind and glanced back to check the situation. Anto stepped closer and spoke. You're underestimating Beastkin hearing, Kai suggested. So, you heard everything. I guess I can get straight to the point now, the old man smiled brightly. I don't mind. You are my benefactor. After all, besides, I also felt like Niels was acting very strange. I'm placing my faith in you, and I'll support you fully, to establish an alliance between both empires. In return, I want you to help us wipe them out completely, the demons hiding within the Federation. Kai started planning. Deal. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering intel on the restant Dogkin tribe. I need you and Midu to convince the other tribal leaders to help me. Anto accepted his request. Understood. Night fell over the Dogkin living quarters. Outside the massive mansion, 2 gatekeepers stood guard strictly. Niels performed a formal bow. Kneeling on one knee, Bright sat arrogantly on an armchair. Raising a glass of wine, he sighed unhappily. This situation is getting annoying. Just when I thought over half the clan chiefs were tamed, and control of the Federation was in our hands. My plan should have been perfect. Kidnap the princess to blackmail the cat chief. But I didn't expect those humans to save Anto's daughter. Bright was furious. Jaganda. That bastard, failing such an easy mission. What a disgrace to the high-ranking demon bloodline. But those humans have some nerve. Niels gritted his teeth in anger. They are the ones who proposed the alliance. That means I cannot agree to such a proposal. The demon laughed sinisterly. You're right. Niels. They seem pretty desperate. We must stop them before they influence the others in the Federation. He replied. As you know, my lord, humans are our sworn enemies. The scene shifts to the Fishman Chief's mansion. Inside, Anto's group of 4 was trying to convince Max. He stated firmly, no matter what you say, my answer will not change. Suzuki snapped, getting irritated. Even so, can't you just listen to us? His gaze turned cold as he looked at the man. Max hesitated for a moment. Fine. I don't mind. Speak. Suzuki relaxed. Smiling again. Thanks. Eric continued. Then, let me explain the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. The scene shifts to the Bird Chief's mansion. Iozia's group of 4 was blocked by guards at the gate. The gatekeeper shouted, Don't you guys get it? Let me relay the chief's orders again. She said there's no reason to listen to a word you say, he retorted. But we're already here. The catkin in the blue shirt added, What, surely there's a request from Lord Anto. Regarding today's audience, the soldier was incredibly fierce. Even if there is a request from the cat chief, the answer remains the same. The chief does not want to see you humans facing the tense situation. Jin thought to himself, I could control this guy with domination magic. But when the effect wears off, he might realize he was manipulated, and they'll end up trusting us even less. Never mind. Iozia turned away. Dejected. So we're just heading back, she sounded salty. But he broke it down for her. Worst case scenario, we're up against the entire Federation. And trust me, we do not want that smoke. This ain't like the Leonora fight. Jin agreed to follow Eosia and said, Got it. Scene shifts to the cat tribe's turf. Kai was chilling in his room, staring at his dagger. When a knock came, he answered. Yeah, Sina slid in. Kai, just like you said. He asked. What'd you find? She spilled. I hit up the dog tribe's border today. Vibe was off though. They're totally hostile toward humans now. Like someone's adding fuel to the fire. Sina guessed. Plus, the soldiers are acting sketch. They might be plotting to take you and the others out. Kai got serious. If that's true, we can't just sit around. We need hard evidence to flip the script. Scene shifts to them clinging to a wall, looking down at the dog tribe's zone. He told her, Let's investigate properly. Sina warned him. Yeah. Watch your back. Don't underestimate Beastkin's senses. Kai replied. I know. Then they made their move. He and Sina dashed across the rooftops. Scouting. Kai moved fast but quiet. They stopped near her spot. Locking in on the situation, Sina took the lead. Chief's room has got to be around here. She peeked into a room with the door cracked open. Empty. Lord Niels must be in his bedroom. Sina sneaked inside, but it's good if we find evidence. She went deeper, sniffing the air hard. Sina froze at the chair Brad had been sitting in. It's the scent of the guys who kidnapped me, suddenly. A loud voice shouted from outside. Who's there? She whipped around. Panicked. Niels was furious. Enough. Sina kid. Even if you're Anto's daughter, you think you won't get punished for breaking in here, she tried to reason with him. Lord Niels, please. Snap out of it. He stared at Sina and growled. Snap out of it. She didn't flinch. Uncle. You're being brainwashed by demons. Don't you realize something's wrong? Niels lost it. What nonsense are you spouting? We'll talk later. Right now. I'm taking you down. Guards rushed over. What's going on? Lord Niels, he couldn't hold back and screamed. Intruder. The guards drew weapons and rushed her. Sina sensed the danger closing in. She scrambled to find a way out. Sina covered her face and smashed through the window to escape. The guards watched her go. She ran. Don't let her get away. Chase her. Scene shifts to Brad enjoying a glass of wine. He sat there, deep in thought. An intruder. But how did they find me? I've been moving so carefully this whole time. That's why I'm the only one who breached the capital. I'm sure the others will suspect demons infiltrated the Federation after Sina's incident, but I didn't think they'd figure it out and suspect the dog tribe. But if someone discovered the brainwashing spell, that's a different story. Brad smirked. However, that's impossible. Suddenly, Kai appeared right behind him, dagger at his throat. Brad couldn't react. He panicked, glancing back to see who it was. Kai moved lightning fast, dealing with Brad instantly. Chaos ripped through the night. Niels ordered. Catch the intruders. Meanwhile, Sina was fleeing across the roof. She looked back, searching. Where did Kai go? Did he find the demon? A voice called out. Lady Sina. A small candle lit up the darkness. Run stood among the cat soldiers, holding a lamp. Her eyes went wide, seeing Sina. Sina jumped down. Run, why are you here? She replied. I was waiting nearby on Lord Anto's orders. He told me to stop anything bad from happening to you. Lady Sina. The dog tribe soldiers advanced on the cat tribe. The captain shouted angrily. She's an intruder. We're arresting her on Lord Niels's orders. Niels' voice was cold. Yes. They're right. Run turned around. What do we do? Lady Sina. She held out her hand. If they attack, don't kill them. Just fight them off. They're probably confused too. They don't actually want to fight us. Scene shift. Blood sprayed. Kai had slashed Brad. He was shocked. This guy is... Wasting no time, Kai threw a knife. It buried itself in Brad's arm. He screamed in pain. Brad dropped to his knees, clutching a tree. I don't have time to think. I need to calm down. Brad hurled the plant pot at Kai. He instantly sliced the obstacle in half. Brad used the chance to bolt. Kai chased him. You're not getting away. He scrambled onto the roof right behind Brad. He was terrified. I can't be found here. It'll draw too much attention. Brad squinted and yelled. Niels. Answer me. Humans are attacking me. Help. On the other side. Niels replied. I'm sorry. Lord Brad. I really want to help you. But... Brad cut him off. Get over here. Now, Niels was in a tight spot right now. He narrowed his eyes. It's gonna be messy if I come over there. Anto clenched his fist, calling him out. Been a while since we threw hands. Huh. Niels, he pointed furiously at his face. Anto. Do you realize the weight of your words? I can't forgive your daughter. This is war between our tribes. Anto laughed loud. Not on my watch. I'll open your eyes. Niels. But Niels frowned. Don't you get what Sina did? He picked his ear, acting unbothered. For real, I can sense a nasty aura radiating off you. He snapped back. Total BS. Sad that I've got other business to handle. I'll crush you if you keep meddling in my affairs. Accepting the challenge. Brad raised his fist and rushed him. In a split second, two fists collided violently. A massive explosion boomed, sending out a shockwave. It blew away the air around them. Iozia's eyes went wide. It's starting. Rena covered her ears. Is it okay if we don't jump in? He frowned. It's fine. The deeper we get involved, the messier the negotiations become. I don't want the Federation seeing us causing a scene. Jin looked worried. Is Shin-kun? Iozia reassured her. He's probably lurking nearby, hunting down the demons. That's why they seem in a rush to cause all this ruckus. Jin fidgeted. Wouldn't it be better if we gave them a hand? Ayosha shook his head. If we interfere, we'd just be dead weight. Plus, we don't know this area well. She anxiously placed her hand on her chest. He looked down. Anyway, Iozia guessed. There's still a chance someone might rush in without a clue what's going on. Rapid footsteps echoed down the narrow street. Just then, Kai was closing in on Brad. His eyes bore into him. The guy was fleeing to a more secret location. Good. Brad looked back in pain. The cut is too deep. I can't move my arm freely. In this state, can I even beat this kid? Two women suddenly appeared. What the? In an instant. He brutally slashed them in half. Brad growled. Witnesses get sent to the afterlife. Kai saw the savagery and went silent for a moment. He's not stopping. I gotta speed up. He focused his power, buffing his physical stats with magic. Kai's legs were wrapped in white smoke, focusing purely on his lower body. He suddenly shot forward like a bullet. Brad sensed Kai right behind him. He panicked. What the knife in Kai's hand slashed at Brad. But he managed to block it. Kai kicked him, sending him flying backward. Taking the full force of the kick, Brad coughed up blood. That knife was bait. He slumped down amidst the rubble. Brad panted. No. I'm cooked. Even if I'm not a combat-type demon, I'm still a top-tier high-ranker. He glared. Turns out this guy is a hero candidate. A mouthful of blood spewed from Brad's mouth. How did you find my location? Kai's voice was cold. My eyes. I have an ability that lets me analyze the status of any target. Brad smirked. Just my rotten luck. Ran into the strongest opponent at the worst time. He sneered. I can still salvage the plan, though, as long as I wipe this kid out, even if I lose. I've got a trump card. Kai glared at Brad. He was plotting something. The battle between the dog tribe and cat tribe was pure chaos. A soldier fighting June turned around. Captain, why are we fighting? The captain shouted. Orders from the chief. No room for useless thoughts. June yelled. If you guys are confused too, then just stop. We don't want to fight either. Sina spoke calmly. You're Neil Sama's soldiers. Right, you're that close to him. Don't you think he's been acting sus lately? The dog tribe soldiers were surprised. The captain wavered slightly. She pointed at him. You know something? Don't you? The captain roared. Yeah. I can't understand what Neil Sama is thinking lately, but our duty remains the same. Sina asked coldly. Even if Neil Sama is being brainwashed by a demon, what the dog tribe soldiers couldn't believe their ears. No way. Something like that. The captain warned them angrily. Don't get fooled. We follow the chief's orders. Sina felt helpless. I see. Talking won't work. They really are excellent warriors. June stepped in front of her. Stay back. Sina-sama. I'll handle them. Suddenly, a blue slash tore through the street, splitting the ground open. The captain flinched. What is happening? He turned around. The captain was shocked to see Suji in human form. Footsteps approached. Iga's voice cut through the silence. That's enough. Sheath your swords. Both sides. Everyone was stunned. Iga-sama scene change. System displayed Brad's data. Current status, multiple injuries. Blood loss. Kai's eyes glowed red. Detailed appraisal, demon art brainwashing. Brainwashes a pre-targeted living being. Activation condition, wrapping both hands around the target's head. Kai noted. Just gotta watch out for that skill. Then there won't be any threats left. And finishing him off will be a breeze. Suddenly, he sensed killing intent rushing towards him. Kai instantly dodged a spear thrust at him. A demon army appeared right in front of him. Brad grinned smugly. Thanks for showing up. Now my minions can finally join the party. Kai didn't flinch. I get it. So the reason you ran to a secluded spot was because you wanted to group up with your squad. He smirked and walked towards the demon army. Looks like there's nowhere for you to run now. The Demon Kingdom's special forces obviously wouldn't just be me alone. Kai, hid. Are you brain dead? His words clearly triggered Brad. What did you just say? His voice went low. Of course I knew you were waiting for backup. Hunting you all down one by one is a pain. So I figured I'd just wipe you all out in one go. They were shocked by Kai's declaration. Brad shouted in rage. You bastard. What can you even do on your own? The demon army summoned their swords. You won't be talking so big for long. We're gonna wreck you for daring to hurt Lord Brad. Brad glared at Kai. Mmph. What an idiot. Even if my underlings are just mid-rank demons, they're still elite warriors. Their combat power is only slightly below mine. He gave the order. Get him, eliminate that human. A clear voice rang out. Oh, wind spirits. Blow them away. A gust of wind wrapped around Kai like a protective shield. Any demon near him was instantly blasted into the sky. The demons looked up. Reinforcements. Kai lowered his voice. I never said I was alone. Mayor appeared on the roof. Since I still don't know the conditions for your brainwashing skill, I prepared a pawn just in case. Brad shouted. It's still just the two of you. You won't change a thing. Mayor chanted. Conjure mass stones. Small stones instantly hovered in the air, then shot towards the demon army. Those little stones packed a serious punch, quickly making the demons scream in agony. One demon blocked the attack. You moron. We can just use our demon arts to defend. In that unguarded moment, Kai stabbed him from below. What the he said calmly. While you guys are focusing mana to defend. Kai pulled out his knife and the demon collapsed. You're wide open to attacks from other directions. Brad roared in anger. You idiots. Don't let your guard down, just think. Both of them are as strong as high-ranking demons. A demon obeyed. Got it. He licked his lips. Demon art clone. Can you tell which one is real? Immediately. A knife slammed into the center of his forehead. The dying demon fell forward. What? How did you know? Kai flicked the blood off his shirt. Seems like you guys can't even share accurate intel between the different branches of demons. Even though you call yourselves an elite army. A demon cast a spell towards him. You son of a bitch, he screamed. Go to hell, wind spear. A gust of blue wind rushed in to block his power. The demon was shocked. What he looked up to see Mayor riding her staff right above him. She glared down at the demon. Oh, spirits. Finish him off. He gaped at the scene before him as thousands of sharp blue wind blades pierced through his body. Brad's demon army was down to just 5 survivors. He ground his teeth. How dare they push me this far? Suddenly, a soft voice spoke up from out of nowhere. What's wrong? Looks like you're having a rough time. Aren't you? Mayor turned around. Startled. Huh, who's there? Kai also looked to see where the sound came from. The bird tribe appeared. Led by Camilla. Kai furrowed his brows. The chief of the bird tribe. I didn't expect you to be teaming up with demons. She snarled. That's right. Because I absolutely despise humans. You guys, Mayor asked cautiously. Is she brainwashed too? After a few seconds, Kai replied. No. Based on my appraisal skill, she's not. She's working with the demons voluntarily. He suddenly realized, I get it now. So they brainwashed the chief of the dog tribe. And now the bird tribe is working with them too. Kai thought back to the dog tribe chief. The bird chief is cooperating. The cat chief's daughter was kidnapped, the wolf chief isn't involved, and the mermaid chief is a total idiot. They can force the cat tribe to obey by holding Sina hostage. In the end, they'll have the majority vote in the council. Kai recalled the demon's conversation. By the way, it seems like the Federation will be under our control soon. Right, the higher-ups will also focus more on the war against humanity. It all clicked in his mind. So that's what they meant. Brad coughed up blood. You guys are a little late. Aren't you? Camilla looked at him. Yeah. Even for a demon. You can't defeat these humans without our help. Brad spoke with difficulty. I'm not complaining now. Just help me. He begged. Finish them off. Camilla smirked. You actually asking for help like that? That's a rare sight. So they're that strong. Huh. Fine. I'll help you. Kai clicked his tongue. Tsk. There are about 30 elite bird soldiers. Does that mean the entire tribe is working with the demons? Mayor landed next to him. Trembling. What do we do now? Kai. He shifted into a combat stance. We gotta take him down. Camilla barks the order. Get him. Don't let the other tribes catch wind of this. Quit wasting time. The bird tribe dives straight for Kai and Mayor. Meanwhile, back at Niels and Anto's fight. The second he throws a punch at Niels. Blocked. Niels skids back. The ground cracks underneath him. And the glass windows shatter from the shockwave. Everything's getting wrecked. Trees are shaking like crazy. Anto laughs with pure joy. Not bad. Niels. He's confused. What are you talking about? Niels counters. But his attack doesn't even scratch Anto. Literally 0 damage. He punches Niels right in the face. You're too weak. He falls back. Then suddenly snaps out of it. What is this feeling? Niels furrows his brow. My head. It's spinning. Anto clenches his fist. Watching him closely. Looks like he's starting to doubt himself. Did I get something wrong? He scrutinizes Niels. Yeah. Looks like the guy is questioning his own reality. Is this it? Is it over? Just like I thought when I stalled for time. The only way to fix this mess is to beat the guy casting the brainwashing spell. Anto thinks to himself, it's going to be a problem if I leave Niels alone and let them unleash the dog tribe's power. Aga gasps in shock. Wait. Niels is being brainwashed by the demons. Sina nods. Yeah. That's exactly why we broke into Niels's mansion. We're hunting that demon down. Suzuki asks her. So, did we find him yet? Sina shakes her head frantically. I don't know. But Kai just suddenly vanished. Suzuki realizes what's up. I get it. If he's not here, it means he's still fighting somewhere else. Iga scratches his head. Man, I can't keep up with all this drama. Everything's happening way too fast. But we gotta help your friend. He's out there fighting those demons right now. Iga cuts in from above. Even so. Sina asks. What's wrong? Lun, she's trying to figure something out. I see a flock of bird people flying north. Iga is surprised. The bird tribe, flying out this late at night. Suzuki rushes off first. Let's go check it out. We might find some clues. On the roof. Iozia's group is still just sitting there watching. Jin asks, nervously. Are we seriously just gonna stand here and watch? Is that okay? She looks over at Iozia. Narumi thinks. She's not wrong. But there's a high chance we'll start a conflict with the locals, if we make a move. Yeah. Jin calls out to him. Hey. Narumi. She speaks slowly. Let me ask you something. Jin asks. Your whole plan relies on Shinju beating the demons. Right, Iozia confirms. Yeah, you're right. She stammers. But what if he loses? Iozia lowers his head. I haven't thought that far ahead. But we're definitely cooked if that happens. She panics. Then we should do something, isn't that better? I mean, no matter how reliable Shinju is. He's not invincible. Rina chips in. I get what you're saying. But we don't even know exactly where he is. Do we? Jin's voice drops. Sounding sad. You're right. She clasps her hands together. I know. But I can't help. I want to be Shinju's strength. Suddenly, Kai's voice echoes in Jin's head. That you? Kanzaki. She jumps. Startled. Huh. Iozia asks worriedly. What's wrong? Kanzaki Jin looks around frantically, trying to find where the voice is coming from. She asks, where are you? Shinju, Kai replies. I should be asking you that. Now I get it. He exclaims. So this is your new ability. She feels the power surging inside her. A new guardian power. I can hear Shinju's voice clearly in my head. Jin calls out to Kai. Where are you right now? He answers quickly. I'm in the far north of the city, fighting off demons and the bird tribe. Kai asks, you wanted to be my strength? Right. Jin blushes instinctively. You heard that I didn't say it that loud. Kai is busy fighting at the moment. He says, get here. Fast. Kanzaki. Kai's voice snaps her to attention. I need your power. Iozia stands next to her. Confused. Who are you talking to? Rina looks grim. Hey. Have you lost your mind? Jin explains. I'm talking to Shinju through my ability. She looks like she just got a massive confidence boost. Anyway, I know where he is now. Let's hurry. We gotta go help Shinju. A massive flock of bird people gathers in the sky. They scream. Charge Mayor is trying her best to hold them off. She commands, spirits, do not let them get close to us. Mayor's counterattack leaves the bird people, groaning in pain. She calls out again, Earth Spirit. Shoot them down. As soon as the words leave her mouth, massive boulders launch straight at the bird tribe. They shout in frustration. At this rate, we can't get anywhere near her. What are the archers doing? The archers immediately obey. Got it, fire at them again. Countless sharp arrows rain down on Mayor. She raises her wooden staff high and cries out. Spirits. A tornado materializes, sweeping all the arrows away. The bird people are totally confused. What do we do now? We can't do a damn thing at this rate. Another one speaks up. No. This is fine. He explains calmly. Elf magic draws power from the spirits. She won't be able to keep using that power for long. Mayor hears this, and her heart sinks. They figured out my weakness. The spirits are reaching their limit. I need to finish them off with a different element. It wasn't the wind. The Birdman stared at her and thought, this brat is just stalling for time. I need to wrap this up before the other tribes catch on. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a demon just got dropped. Kai was fighting like a pro. But then, a pack of demons attacked from behind. They screamed, you bastard. You're finished. One cast a magic circle to hit him. But Kai just casually one-shot the demon. Camilla screamed. Stop moving. Her razor-sharp feathers flew straight at him. A feather pierced Kai's arm. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Kai thought, I'm worried about Mayor, since we got separated. Suddenly, Bright appeared behind him. Kai reacted instantly. Lightning shock. Electricity crackled all over his body. Bright stammered. No. What he was shook. Lightning element magic. Just then, another demon rushed in. Kai smoothly dodged the attack. Bright, standing behind him, took the full hit. He and the demon went flying. Blood splattering everywhere. Kai analyzed the situation. Was he trying to use brainwashing magic? I don't have a counter for that. So I need to be careful. Right then, Jin's voice rang out. Kai. She rushed over to him and whispered, Kai. Perfect timing. Rena, standing behind her, gasped. Demons, Iozia added. This looks bad. He shouted. We've got your back. The demons saw them and muttered. Reinforcements. Watch out. They're hero candidates. Iga spoke up. I'll handle the bird tribe leader and the high-ranking demons. I'm leaving the trash mobs to you guys. Iozia replied confidently. You got it. Rena asked. Does that mean those bird people see us as enemies? He answered immediately. Yeah. Feel free to burn them to a crisp. Jin's voice was full of pain. Died aid free. Are you fighting alone again? It's just like the battle against Leonora. Back then, Kai had calmly said, if that's the case, use your domination magic on me. They're using magic to brainwash their enemies. She nodded. Got it. Jin immediately cast domination on him. Strange energy wrapped around Kai's body. He said, with this, I've eliminated my weakness. Camilla warned. You're looking down on us. She hovered menacingly in the air. Bright quickly shouted. Camilla, stay focused or you're dead, Kai growled. My bad, but I'm gonna end this right now. His eyes turned a deep, blood red. Her eyes went wide in shock. He was stunned too. Meanwhile, back with Mayor, the bird people were still attacking her relentlessly. Suddenly, a booming shout rang out. Bird people. What do you think you're doing? Surprised. Mayor turned toward the voice. They got agitated. Aren't they guests of the cat tribe? Aga spoke up. I want an explanation. Behind him stood Rune, Sina, and Siri. The bird people trembled with fear. The wolf clan leader, how did they get here so fast? What do we do now? One of them reassured the others. Stay calm. We stick to Camilla's plan. Hearing that, they regained their composure. The bird people shouted in unison. Eliminate all witnesses, even the wolf clan leader. Iga stared in disbelief. What are they talking about? Suji said. Looks like they're not up for chatting. Mayor stepped in front of the four of them and explained. Listen. The bird people are working with the demons. He was shocked. What Mayor? Pointed to the dark corner and said, the demons are fighting Kai over there. Sina muttered. So that's it. Even the bird people. Iga spoke up. This is bad. Midu. You go help him. He refused immediately. No. Suji explained. My friends are already on their way to Kai. I'll stay here and help Mayor. He nodded. I see. I never expected the demons to have this much influence. Iga growled. These soldiers are just following orders. If possible. I don't want to kill them, he replied. Understood. Ega was a bit surprised and glanced at Tsuji. He looked overflowing with confidence. That's my specialty. Kai growled. My bad. I plan to end this quickly. His eyes turned a deep, blood red. Her eyes went wide in shock. And he was stunned too. Bright, panicked. What the? Camilla was terrified. Thinking. Is his form distorting? His body started to blur. In a flash, Kai was right in front of Bright. He swung a powerful slash. Bright quickly retreated. He thought, I can't keep up with his movements. Bright looked at the cut on his arm and muttered, What's wrong with my eyes? Camilla shouted. Don't look into his eyes. Bright, he might be using illusion magic. Eyes, Kai thought. She figured it out fast. A skill window popped up. Kai's eyes glowing bright red. He pondered. Mirage Guardian. That's the new skill I snagged after clapping the Incubus Demon King. It's a skill that creates illusions for living targets. The trigger condition. They gotta look me in the eye. I've been grinding with this against monsters. Up close, it's an absolutely broken weapon. Memories of old training sessions flashed by. Camilla whined. What a pain in the ass ability. Bright told himself. I just need to face him without looking at times anything asterisk. He focused on everything from the neck down and got ready to attack. Bright smirked. Good. No more hallucinations. He stopped looking at my eyes. That's the simplest counter in the book. Kai rushed him at breakneck speed. For a split second, he basically vanished. Kai got right in his face and asked, You really think that's gonna work? Bright stared in shock at where he appeared. Right then, Kai unleashed 2 slashes straight to his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Bright's voice trembled. No way. Kai snapped. You moron. Your opponent's eyes give you tons of intel in a fight. You're nowhere near fast enough to keep up with me. If you lose that info stream, you can't even fight. Kai dropped that truth bomb and turned to walk away. Looks like you can't hear me anymore. Camilla saw that and raged. This guy is useless trash, he whispered. Your turn. She screamed. I've dealt with plenty of cheap tricks from you humans. Don't look down on me, Camilla lunged at Kai with her sharp claws. He parried the attack like it was nothing. She got yanked back by Kai's grip. He swung his arm and tossed Camilla away, sending her back to hovering in midair. Kai analyzed. Fighting without looking at my eyes while hovering. That's tough, but she adapted perfectly. She mocked him. I'm not like you. I can fight without sight. Us beastkin have 5 extremely sharp senses. You know, Kai quickly called her bluff. But what's the plan now? You can't just fly around in circles forever. Can you? Kai glanced aside and reminded her. By the way, the longer this drags on, the worse it gets for you. Up ahead, the demons and birdmen were getting wrecked. Yoshia was using the wind element to fight. Rina used fire to incinerate the demons and birdmen. Jin was maxing out her energy too. She gritted her teeth and growled. Humans. Not just once. But you've messed with my plans twice now. Kai looked at Camilla. Completely unfazed. I'll take your lives, she screamed. Then, Camilla's body started a full beast transformation. Kai guessed. Beastification. This is a special skill only beastkin can use. It allows them to release the beast within. Full beastification gives them explosive power. But in exchange, they lose their minds. She let out a gut-wrenching shriek. Flashes of light zipped by. He thought, she's fast. Kai activated illusion nullification and triggered farsight. Camilla's movements became clearer. She rushed Kai frantically. Powerful attacks rained down non-stop. Camilla let out a massive scream, and countless feathers appeared again. One grazed his cheek. Kai noted. The time limit for full beastification isn't long. If she uses it in a drawn-out battle, she'll be ruled by instinct and lose herself. Her power spiked again. He worried. But if she's ready to throw everything away, I might run out of energy and lose farsight. Kai decided, in that case, I gotta end this quick. He activated weakness detection. The air around them glowed with an eerie red light. Kai looked at Camilla and wondered, just as I thought. This is the best way. There's a risk it won't trigger right. He told himself, if I can't use this skill at the last second, it's all for nothing. Kai shouted, Oh, lightning. Pierce through my enemy. Lightning struck instantly, engulfing her body. Camilla screamed in agony. He watched carefully. Kai unleashed one clean, decisive slash. Blood gushed from her body. Camilla was sent flying, exhausted, and smashed hard into the ground. Camilla groaned in pain and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She lay motionless next to Bright's corpse. Kai spoke coldly. Now all that's left are the foot soldiers. Right, the battle was over. After Shinju and the others wiped out, the demon army led by the high-rank demon Bright, along with Camilla, the bird tribe leader. The scene was a battlefield. The fight between Midu's group and the bird soldiers had ended too. 3 bird warriors stood frozen in despair. That was the result after hearing their tribe leader had fallen. Niels collapsed at Anto's feet. With high-rank demon Bright dead, the brainwashing effect on the dog tribe leader, Niels, vanished. The sky turned blue again. The incident at the Grandana's Federation capital came to an end as dawn broke. A few days later, over at werewolf leader Iga's villa, the Alliance reps are holding a meeting. 4 of them are sitting around a massive wooden table. Harry frowned slightly, asking deep in thought. So, what's the deal with the bird tribe? Iga stays quiet for a second. Only Camilla's inner circle knew she was teaming up with the demons. Strictly speaking, that just includes the army that fought us directly. He continues explaining. The rest of the bird tribe had zero clue this was going down, so there's no reason to punish them. Suzuki immediately asks, then what about the army that actually fought us? Iga replies. They were just following orders from their chief. He pauses, then adds, Iga admits, but we can't let traitors to the country get off scotangent free. Maybe sentencing them to hard labor is enough punishment. The scene switches over to the cat tribe leader's mansion. The next meeting is going down. Kai crosses his arms, leaning against the wall, and asks, so, what about the dog tribe? The whole room goes silent for a second, everyone looking right at him. Anto is quick to confirm. Of course, their chief is going to get punished, even if he didn't want to do it. Betraying the nation is a fact. Sina sits opposite them, explaining lazily. Getting brainwashed by demons was Niels's fault in the first place. If he gets a heavy penalty, we really can't say anything about it. Across the table, Meyer chuckles. At least it's not as bad as letting the princess get snatched by the demons. Haha, meanwhile, at the fish tribe leader's mansion, the peaceful vibes with the blue lake and the swimming mermaids get completely wrecked by a massive scream. What Max's eyes go wide. The dog tribe leader got brainwashed while he was sleeping. He keeps screaming at the top of his lungs, and the bird tribe colluded with the demons, and the humans defeated them. But Iosia stands next to Jun, giving the report. Jun speaks up softly. Sorry, Sir Max. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Max roars. Hey, human, Iosia replies. Confused. What, we aren't lying. Max suddenly rushes forward, looking absolutely furious. Iosia backs up in a panic, shouting, wait, but instead of attacking, Max suddenly pulls Iosia into a bear hug, his voice choking up. You are a real one. Iosia just lets out a confused sound. Max starts crying like a waterfall. He says, gratefully, thank you for protecting the Federation. He turns around, head held high, and declares, we won't forget this favor. I promise you. The fish tribe is going to cooperate with the humans. Iosia tries to smile back. I'm glad to hear that. But are you sure? You decided that way too easily. Max clenches fist, eyes bloodshot with rage. We will never forgive those demons. We're going to wipe out every single one of them. From behind, Iosia watches with a confused look. And Sina standing nearby is speechless too. Iosia laughs awkwardly. He really doesn't listen to a word anyone says. Does he? Scene shifts to the main meeting. A few days later, reps from all the different races are gathered along a long table in the Grandana's Federation's parliament room. Anto speaks from the head of the table. Thank you guys for protecting the Federation during this incident. His eyes show pure sincerity and respect. This is a favor we can hardly repay. Max and Iga nod slightly, showing they agree. Niels, the dog tribe leader, slowly stands up, his eyes serious. Also, now that we've experienced the demon threat firsthand, We were almost manipulated into fighting each other. He pauses, then continues. Even though we beastkin are powerful in a head-on brawl, we're weak against these kinds of tricks. He suggests, I think we should team up with the humans to cover each other's weaknesses. The group sits around the conference table, deep in thought. Niels continues. Basically, Niels raises his fist high in the air. Speaking clearly, we agree to form an alliance. We, the Grandanas Beastkin Alliance, declare full cooperation with the Digret Holy Kingdom. Immediately, hands shoot up in the air with determination, symbolizing unity between the tribes. The whole room erupts in cheers. Iosia is hyped. Jin smiles softly, and Rina happily hugs Siri. Harry smiles at the group, his gaze silent but full of recognition. Rick leads the way on horseback. Turning back to look at the group, Suzuki asks, You guys didn't forget anything? Right, Rina replies sharply. I didn't. Iosia is still feeling a bit sentimental. Man, it's kinda sad to leave. Standing at the gate to see them off, Anto speaks in a friendly tone. You guys can come back whenever you want. We'll be in touch regularly from now on. Under the gentle sunlight filtering through the leaves, Jin turns to Kai, sounding relieved. Everything worked out. She tilts her head, asking curiously, So what do we do now? Looks like everyone is heading back to the Holy Kingdom. Kai half closes his eyes, replying calmly, We hit our target for now. So let's just wait and see. Sina walks up from out of nowhere, eyes wide, asking, Hey Kai, you planning to stay in the Federation? Kai crosses his arms and replies, I plan to stick around here a little longer. Even if I go back to the Holy Kingdom now, I'll just be branded a criminal. It's way easier to breathe here. Sina smiles softly, her ears twitching. Is that right? I'm really happy to hear that. Jin blinks at Sina, muttering, Happy. Sina keeps talking to Kai. You planning to continue your journey? Kai looks straight ahead, his voice firm. My goal is to kill the Demon King and return to my world. When the time is right, I'm heading straight to the Demon King. Sina straightens her back and declares, Then I'm joining you on this journey. Jin's jaw drops, eyes wide, while Kai tilts his head, asking Sina seriously, What's your goal? Sina takes a breath, her voice clear. I'm the only daughter of the Cat Tribe chief. Eventually, I'm gonna take over his position. She looks up with determination. I want to hone my strength and rack up some achievements before I take my father's place. Kai listens silently, then speaks slowly. The battles are gonna get way more brutal from here on out. I'm sure you could achieve something, but I move like a shadow, so you won't get any public recognition. Sina looks Kai dead in the eye. But you said you'd defeat the Demon King. If I'm one of the people who helps take him down, that's achievement enough. From behind, Anto's voice rings out, full of trust. Please, take her with you. He walks over, pats Sina's head, and laughs. You worried she's gonna slow you down just 'cause she's my daughter? Kai looks at Sina, thoughtful. This journey's gonna be dangerous. What if she gets kidnapped again? Sina doesn't flinch, her gaze steely. If the war escalates, it's gonna be dangerous no matter where I go. Besides, I can't grow if I stay somewhere safe. Anto crosses his arms, his voice low. If Sina's made up her mind, I support her choice. In other words, even if she gets treated like a hostage, like what happened recently, I don't care. Sina looks up, eyes determined. Me neither. I want to go with you. Jin stands there, still totally shook. Kai keeps his serious expression and replies, So you've made your choice. I'll train you before we start the journey. Kai doesn't waver, continuing, If I see you're actually useful, I'll take you along. Deal. Sina nods without hesitating. The scene suddenly shifts to a castle in the Demon Kingdom. Verdora, in a gloomy room inside the castle, a long-horned monster kneels, bowing its head. What is your bidding? Princess, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom, supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army. Isabel replies, Pass the word to our brothers and sisters. The time for our revolution is near. A magnificent citadel appears. Midu and the other envoys have convinced the Federation to accept the alliance. Immediately after, the group leaves the citadel, crossing the stone bridge. They return to the fortress operating on the front lines. At the fortress gate, a group on horseback rides in, accompanied by the Federation's representative. Iga steps forward to introduce himself. I'm Iga, captain of the Beast Federation Warrior Squad. Nice to meet you all. Right after, a battle commander speaks up. I'm Amelia, captain of the Holy Kingdom's 4th Night Corps, in charge of the front lines. Amelia continues. Pleasure to meet you. Hands clasped tight in agreement, while everyone around claps and cheers. Even though the hero candidates played a huge role in the negotiations, they haven't realized yet just how influential the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Digareth and the Beast Alliance of Grandanas really is. Suji smiles proudly, joining the applause of those around him. Night falls, and the full moon silently illuminates the city walls. Suji is sleeping in bed, breathing steadily. His eyes slowly drift open. Suji shoots up, hand on his head, sighing. Why'd I wake up at such a weird time? Mirai suddenly appears in the room, standing by the bed. Well, you've been asleep since this afternoon. Probably 'cause you had such a long, tiring trip. Suji jumps, gasping. Mirai, he asks in a panic. Why are you in my room? Mirai quickly explains. You fell asleep in Midu's break room. I used my ability to bring you back here. Suji breathes a sigh of relief, whispering, Oh, I see. Sorry for causing you trouble. Mirai replies softly. It's fine. Since you made it back safely. That means everything went smoothly. Right, Suji asks. How's the situation on the front lines? Mirai lowers her voice. The Demon King's army has launched multiple attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. She clenches her fist, eyes looking a bit awkward. I really don't want to admit this, but it's all thanks to Arashi. The image shifts to a blazing battlefield, where Suzuka stands amidst a pile of monster corpses. Mirai recalls. That guy is seriously strong. Suji closes his eyes and smiles faintly. I see. I'm glad we can count on him. Suji asks. What about Eiga? Mirai smiles gently. He's resting today after his long journey. Outside the window, the moonlight shines down. Mirai spoke up. Looks like they're holding a strategy meeting tomorrow. Just how strong are the Federation warriors? Suji replied seriously. They're strong, especially their captain, Eiga. He's even stronger than me, Mirai asked in surprise. Stronger than you, Suji nodded. Yeah. The rest of the soldiers are all elites. We can trust them, Suji affirmed. With a force like that, we can cross the forest. After that, we infiltrate the Demon Kingdom's territory and one-shot the Demon Lord. Mirai stayed silent for a moment, then asked hesitantly, I know it's a bit late to ask this, but aren't you scared? She gripped the hem of her shirt, lowering her voice. From now on, there are going to be so many battles. It's going to be way more dangerous than now. One of us might even die. Suji looked outside quietly, his gaze darkening. I am scared, he continued. But if I stop here, our class will end up divided again. Suji recalled the time spent with his classmates. He told himself, once that happens, there will definitely be casualties. And Shinji always encouraged me. Mirai exclaimed in surprise. Is Shinji really that kind of person? Suji looked into the distance, replying slowly. Shinji considers us allies, even though he doesn't act on emotion. It doesn't change the fact that he's always helping us. Mirai crossed her arms, huffing. No matter the result, I hate people who act selfishly. Suji chuckled softly. That is so you, Suji then confessed. I'm actually jealous of those two. Shinji and Arashi. Mirai was shocked, disbelief in her voice. You're jealous of them, she emphasized. You're way better than them. Me do. Suji recalled the image of Shunsuke charging through the battlefield, his voice filled with admiration. They aren't easily swayed by their surroundings, and they always move forward without hesitation. That's a quality I've always envied. The moonlight illuminated Suji's pensive face as he sighed. Meanwhile, I just always want to keep everything the way it is. Mirai spoke softly. Can I ask you something? Mirai leaned her hands on the bed, her eyes serious. Why don't you want to go home? Suji looked blankly, letting out a soft, he laughed awkwardly and mumbled. Because everyone else wants to go back. Mirai put on a serious face, pointing straight at Suji, shouting, "Hey!" Midu Rina suddenly opened the door, calling out softly, "Suji, are you up?" She walked into the room, seeing Midu and Mirai sitting together on the bed, her eyes wide with shock. Rina blushed and screamed. "What are you two doing?" Mirai panicked, waving her hands to explain. "We aren't doing anything. We were just talking." Then she turned to ask, "Right." Midu Suji stammered. "Yeah, that's right." Rina yelled back furiously. "Liar. Sneaking into a guy's room in the middle of the night and you say that Mirai waved her hands to defend herself. But I brought Midu back to his room while he was sleeping." Rina pointed her finger angrily, shouting, "You're always talking about rules and morals. Yet you're the one breaking them first." Mirai retorted just as fiercely. "Stop with those improper accusations. You are violating moral standards." Rina argued back in frustration. "Oh, look who's talking." Suji sat between the two, watching the argument silently. Not knowing how to intervene, Suji laughed at this adorable scene. The scene shifted to the training grounds, where Eiga and Shunsuke were still sparring. Eiga gripped his sword, smiling confidently. On the other side, Shunsuke clenched his fist, his gaze fierce. A heavy stomp rang out, the ground cracking under the pressure. Shunsuke dashed forward like lightning, his eyes shining with focus. Shunsuke pivoted on his foot, moving at breakneck speed. He launched a spinning kick at Eiga, carrying immense force. Eiga quickly swung his sword to block the attack. Completely unflinching, Eiga's blade tip stopped right near Shunsuke's forehead, making him freeze in shock. Shunsuke jumped back, his feet hitting the ground with a distinct thud. Shunsuke widened his eyes, exclaiming, so fast Eiga suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his sword at lightning speed, leaving his opponent no time to react. With a sharp gaze, Eiga coldly spoke, "This is the finishing blow." Shunsuke gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're looking down on me too much." "Just you wait." Shunsuke raised his hand to block Eiga's attack. Eiga was startled. What he thought to himself, is he using magic to reinforce his arm? Eiga continued his deduction. No matter how much he reinforces his arm, he shouldn't be able to block a sword with his bare hands. Shunsuke roared and swung his sword to attack with ferocious power. Eiga quickly used his blade to land safely. Shunsuke winced slightly, rubbing his shoulder with one hand, and said seriously, "That hurt." A voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you two. Stop training." Amelia smiled and announced, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Shunsuke groaned. "What?" Just when it was getting good, Eiga calmly sheathed his sword, his movements sharp and composed. "I agree, but we can spar again another time. I'm glad you are my ally." He smirked. "Too. So my effort was worth it." "Huh." In the capital of the Beastman Federation, Grandanis, Manslia, a bustling atmosphere filled the vast square. At a grassy field outside the city, Kai and Sina were training. Kai held a knife in his hand. Sina stood silently waiting for the signal. Mayor raised her hand, her face beaming. Mayor shouted the signal. The match between Sina and Kai started all right. Sina's hands transformed. Long, sharp claws revealed. She shouted, "Partial beast transformation." Sina leaped into the air, her clawed hands raised high, ready to strike Kai. Kai stood completely still, eyes cold, grip tight on the dagger, ready to throw hands. Sina dives from above, claws ripping through the air, teeth gritted, eyes locked in, moving with crazy power. Kai dodges smooth as butter, dust kicking up as the wind swirls around him. Sina keeps rushing him, but Kai unleashes a defensive combo. Boom, 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 violent clashes everywhere. Kai speaks, voice ice cold. "Is that all you got? I've told you 1,000 times. You need to attack with the intent to times kill times me." Sina screams back. "I know." She dives from midair, eyes burning with determination. She closes the distance, ready to land a fatal blow. She aims straight for Kai but freezes instantly. Kai's hand snaps out, throwing a handful of sand. Sina winces, totally shocked. "What? The sand?" Kai plants a kick right in her gut. folding her in half. She gets launched back, body rolling across the grass. A pained groan escapes her lips. Mayor runs over from the distance. You okay? Sina clutches her stomach, grimacing. Ugh. My stomach. She looks up, glaring at Kai. You're brutal as always. Kai turns his back. And you're still as gullible as ever. You need to be ready to counter every single enemy attack. Sina bites her lip, tilting her head, muttering, Of. So I still haven't made the cut. Huh. Kai crosses his arms, dropping the truth bomb casually. Let's see. Right now, you're still pretty useless. Run watches from afar and calls out. Sina, do you really have to train this brutally all the time? Sina gasps. Run, she looks him dead in the eye. This is what I want. Don't try to stop me. Run tilts his head. Teasing. I was gonna tell pretty boy over there to go easy on you. But since you put it that way, guess I'll keep my mouth shut. Kai turns to look at Run, asking briefly, What do you need? Run quickly updates him. The Federation's main force is prepping to move out and join the Holy Kingdom's army. Just came to let you know. Kai stares ahead. Finally starting. Even if it took longer than I thought. Run raises a hand, explaining. Hey. Nothing we could do about it. Both nations wanted to hash out the alliance details first. She comments calmly. Looks like the treaty got signed, without any weird drama. Sina looks up asking, Are you going too? Run replies, I'm the captain of the Cat Tribe Warriors. So yeah, I'm tagging along. Mayor shoots a worried look at Kai. Kai. What's our move? Kai stays chill. We wait and see how it plays out. He pauses, then adds, Besides, Sina isn't at the level where I can take her with me yet. A deep blue sky appears 1 month later. Deep in the jungle, a massive creature with gray-green skin faces off against Kai. It grips a huge club, glaring right at him. Kai raises his gun, eyes cold. Aiming straight ahead, locked and loaded, he focuses his mind. The concept of creating an energy bullet echoing in his head. Using his imagination, he stares ahead and whispers, Load. The giant creature lets out a furious roar and charges straight at him. Kai holds his stance, gun leveled right in front of his face. His eyes narrow, and the barrel starts to glow. An energy bullet blasts from the barrel, targeting the giant. It connects, ripping into the creature's body with multiple wounds. Mayor watches from a distance, clapping. Whoa! The massive beast staggers, wounded. Staring at Kai, it mumbles something unintelligible. Kai doesn't hesitate, he raises the gun, reloads, and opens fire again. The bullet pierces straight through its skull, blood splatters everywhere. It howls in agony, then finally collapses. Kai turns around calmly, noting, Firepower's still not enough for these monsters. Mayor looks confused. You dropped one in just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough? Kai holds up the gun. It's a type of magic that lets me create bullets out of pure energy. He goes on explaining, Actually, my concept was to use them like magic missiles. Mayor chimes in. I never thought that weird gadget of yours would make the bullets accelerate that fast. Kai grips the gun, explaining seriously. The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't visualize it perfectly, it's useless. He breaks it down further. In my world, we had electricity. That's why I can visualize lightning magic so clearly. His eyes go sharp as he speaks. But even for someone from another world like me, visualizing a bullet is pretty tough. He looks up, stating quietly, In that case, I just have to rely on the knowledge, based on the engineering I know. Seems like it works. Mayor looks surprised. So that's what your world is like. Suddenly, Mayor senses something behind her. She calls out, Kai. Her voice is filled with worry. He replies instantly, Don't panic. I see it. A massive beast dives down from the trees. It snarls viciously right behind Mayor. Kai looks straight ahead, warning grimly. But bullets won't work on this one. Without hesitating, Kai launches himself forward, shouting, Get down, Mayor drops immediately. Kai rushes in, his left hand glowing with magic lightning, ready to pierce right through the enemy. A blinding streak of golden lightning crashes down Lightning Spear. The beast takes the hit, its body pierced by a massive bolt of electricity. The massive, charred body collapses. Dead on the spot. Kai lands softly, still carrying Mayer in his arms. He speaks up. I have no issues using mid-tier lightning elemental magic, but I still can't use high-tier magic properly. Mayer lifts her head. Aren't you asking for too much? No one has ever reached this level that fast. Kai turns to look at Mayer, asking, by the way, where's Sina? Mayer points in the other direction, replying, Sina is over there. The scene shifts to Sina. Standing atop a monster's corpse, Sina wipes blood from her face. She approaches Kai and Mayer, showing off her kill. I finally took down the monster you mentioned. Well, did I pass? The giant monster's corpse lies motionless on the ground. Sina's heart pounds in her chest. Kai answers, good. You passed. Sina. Kai turns to Mayer, his gaze serious. Now, we should start advancing into the Demon Kingdom's territory. An image of the army appears. The Alliance Army, composed of warriors from the Holy Kingdom and fighters from the Federation. They have begun the invasion of the Demon Kingdom. As they advance deeper into the Demon Kingdom, the sheer number and power of the monsters there caused heavy casualties to the Holy Kingdom's forces, especially around the first gate of the Demon Kingdom, known as the Demon Forest. A squad of soldiers moves through the dark woods, everyone on high alert. Two soldiers walk side by side, their faces tense. Iga suddenly sniffs the air, detecting something off. He quickly warns, it's the scent of monsters. There's a huge swarm on the right flank. The soldiers on that side panic. Iozia looks out into the distance, trying to spot them. For real. Mirei, standing nearby, is also confused. I don't detect anything. The forest remains silent, save for the wind rustling through the leaves. Suji squints slightly. No. Herrick, standing next to her, adds, here they come. Just as he speaks, a horde of demons appears. Every single one of them looks ferocious. Eiga commands, take them out. The soldiers quickly mobilize. Yes. Sir, the Beastkin soldiers unleash their skills to intercept the demons. A slashing sound cuts through a demon's head. The head goes flying, blood spraying everywhere. Another one gets torn to shreds in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the human soldiers can only drop their jaws and shout. Awesome. Indeed. The sight of the army before them is terrifying. A soldier exclaims, so this is the power of the Federation warriors. Suji is also stunned. The monsters are being wiped out so easily. It's beyond my imagination. Herrick rubs his chin and remarks, we humans used all 5 senses, but still couldn't detect the monsters. He can't help but exclaim, having Beastkin in the Legion is actually really good for us. The sound of a sword sliding into its sheath rings out. Iga smiles confidently. Just leave the monster detection to us. As long as we're here, they wouldn't dare ambush us. And just as Iga said, a soldier looks in the other direction and shouts, they're on the left flank. The soldiers quickly attack as instructed. The Alliance army has everything needed to repel every monster skirmish. The monster numbers have visibly decreased. This result affects the strategy of the high-rank demon. Elsa's effectiveness has been significantly reduced due to the guerrilla warfare and poor visibility inside the forest. The reason the Holy Kingdom suffered heavy losses in the previous campaign was that they couldn't predict where the monsters would strike. But with the help of the Federation warriors, their ability to search and destroy monsters under the canopy of the demon forest is excellent. The corpses of giant monsters lie scattered everywhere. A fist slams into a tree trunk, the owner shaking with rage. Damn it. From above, 3 demons are looking down at the battlefield. The one in the middle speaks. The plan was to attack the enemy with a massive army of monsters and defeat them while they were in chaos. But now, they're completely unscathed. One of the 3 asks, how long do we have to keep watching? Another replies, we still haven't received orders from Lady Elsa. What do we do now? The leader makes a decision. We have no other choice. Let's retreat. But before they can escape, Eiga suddenly appears from behind, his gaze razor sharp. Did you really think I'd let you do that? A demon shouts in fearful anger. You bastard. You, before he can finish. Blood sprays out, staining the air red. The scene shifts to the Demon Forest Castle, where Elsa resides. Elsa holds up a glass of wine. Her cold gaze looks downward. Just you wait. A demon with messy hair rushes in. his eyes full of panic. Elsa, Lady Elsa. He gasps out a report. The soldiers sent to the forest were ambushed and wiped out. It seems the Beastkin warriors are causing more trouble than we expected. Elsa brings the wine glass to her lips. Grinding her teeth, she whispers, I knew it. Unbelievable. I have to clean up the mess caused by that guy Bright. The demon speaks up. I understand how you feel, Lady Elsa. But given the current situation, what should we do? On the map spread out before them, kingdom symbols and pathways are clearly visible. He points. They won't have any other choice. Besides storming the castle, they definitely don't want to get flanked from behind. Which means they're coming for us. He hesitated. Do we even have a chance? Elsa swirled her wine. Her voice ice cold. True. We've been backed into a corner. But don't get it twisted. That doesn't mean I'm weak. Or that I only rely on cheap tactics. The wine in her glass started fuming with a violent red aura. Every drop of blood boiling at its master's will. Elsa smirked. It's just easier to wipe out the enemy if you actually use your brain. But in the end, I just need to slaughter them all. Right, the masked demon bowed. Eyes glowing with submission, yes. Lady Elsa. A deep purple sky cast its shadow over the castle. Two figures stood silently. Watching from afar. Iga frowned. So, I've located their nest. Place is crawling with monsters. Iga's voice was serious. We can't just ignore this castle. We need to take it over so we don't get flanked when we push deeper. Plus, if we capture it, we can use it as a forward operating base. Makes getting reinforcements easier too. Someone next to him groaned, ugh. What a drag. The complaint came from Suji. He shouted, why don't we just attack then? Iga quickly made the call, I'll allow it. I don't want to give the enemy time to think. We stormed the castle. Now, Suji laughed loud, huh. Now you're finally speaking my language. The ramparts were packed with soldiers. Ready for the big raid. From high above, the soldiers unleashed blinding beams of light. But the demons on the wall weren't backing down. They dropped massive boulders like rain, trying to stop the Holy Nation army. A blinding blue beam blasted the city gate open. A soldier immediately screamed. Main gate breached. Push forward. Suji used the momentum to charge straight in. Laughing with pure hype. Bwahaha, come get some. You pieces of trash, Suji paused. Confused. When he heard a voice beside him, Iga put a hand on his shoulder. Let's go. Suji. Iga smiled decisively. Eyes burning with battle spirit. Let's take out the high-ranking demons together. Deal. Suji clenched his fist and shouted, you got it. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, Elsa was still slowly enjoying her wine. In the middle of the vast hall, Elsa sat straight on her throne, eyes half closed. She snapped them open at the sound of the door. The doors slammed open, shattering the silence. Iga and Suji walked in together. Eyes locked straight ahead, Elsa licked her lips. Amused. Finally, you punks are here, she continued. Took you long enough. A dark aura engulfed the castle. Suji spoke up. That energy is insane, Iga confirmed. Yeah. No mistake about it. She's a high-rank monster. She mocked them, leader of the Beastkin warriors. And a hero candidate. Looks like you're being overly cautious. But I don't plan on losing. With that, Elsa whipped out a long, deadly weapon. He dodged the attack instantly. Suddenly, spikes shot up from below. Suji gasped. The ground is... Elsa looked amused. I never underestimate my enemies. I always prep traps. Anyone who walks in gets skewered and dies. He commanded Holy Sword first phase form release. The blade extended, wrapping around a chandelier. Elsa was shocked. Using it as an anchor, he landed safely. She wondered, a sword that can shapeshift freely, but his partner had fallen right into the spikes. Suji panicked Iga-san, but from the pit of spikes, he soared up. Iga sighed. That was close. Almost got turned into a shish kebab. She was baffled. He's unharmed, but how Iga explained. Simple. Double jump. Elsa scoffed. What kind of bullshit physical ability is that? Are all beastkin like you? Iga replied. Well, I'm just built different. Now it's our turn. Iga rushed her. Elsa struck back. Don't look down on me. Suji cast instant teleportation. Boom. He appeared right behind Elsa. Gotcha. She gritted her teeth and triggered a mechanism. A massive blade dropped from the ceiling. Suji gasped, what the? Suji barely blocked it in time. Elsa spun around and smashed him away. Iga shouted Suji. She fumed. That was too close. Damn brat. Looks like that power is too much for you to handle right now. Suji struggled to stand, clutching his wound. Elsa asked Hero Candidate. You're from another world. Right, what are you even fighting for? Suji blinked. Huh, Iga yelled. Don't listen to that witch. Suji Iga launched an attack. He shouted, this is our chance, go. Suji responded, on it, just as his blade was about to come down. Elsa suddenly turned around. She put on a pathetic act. Begging stop, I'm sorry, please spare me. Suji froze. Elsa smirked, gotcha. You let your guard down. Her wire wrapped around his leg. Never lose focus in a fight. She yanked him with the wire and slammed him into the ground. Iga cried out Suji. Elsa laughed, worried about a human. Your alliance is deeper than I thought. She tossed Suji's body toward Iga. Here. You can have him back. Elsa lashed her wire, smashing the wall into massive debris. She thought, their morale is broken. Now I can take on that beastkin alone. Suddenly, Elsa spotted a wolf. She was confused. The hell is that? Elsa hesitated, thinking. A wolf that doesn't transform. The beastkin sensed danger. Elsa instantly dropped into a combat stance. The beastkin roared in rage, rushing in fast with its jaws wide open. This is the territory of the third prince of the demon kingdom, Verdora. Iga shifted back into human form, watching the fight from the outside. Aqualia said, just as I predicted. These alliance warriors are a total pain. That's why I wanted to control them. Jagunda. Bright. Elsa. My high-ranking subordinates have all been wiped out. Looks like she's backed into a corner. Leonhardt asked. You okay? Aqualia, he suddenly popped up on the communication stone. Startling her, Leonhardt-sama. Are you worried about me? He replied. Of course. You're my fiancé. Aren't you? Aqualia blushed. Fiancé. Yes, thank you. I'm fine, Leonhardt announced. I heard Elsa is dead. The Alliance will reach Forest City in a few days, Leonhardt asked. Think you can win? Aqualia worried. Honestly, I mostly operate in the shadows. My combat ability isn't exactly high tier. It's going to be a tough fight since I'm facing the guys who took down Winberg and Stone Gaia. Leonhardt said. Yeah. Right now. The Demon Kingdom's assassins are on their way to Forest. Aqualia panicked. Assassins, he explained. They're elites who hide away doing the dirty work. The Demon Kingdom's assassins, as you know, they're one of my trump cards. I'm giving you command over these elites. She lit up with joy. Really, Leonhardt replied. Of course. I want you to hold the fort until I get back. My beloved Aqualia, touched. She said. Yes. Leonhardt-sama. Leave everything to me. Your fiancé. Leonhardt expressed his trust in her. Aqualia said, I failed to control the alliance. And even for someone cornered like me. He's still showing his love. Leonhardt-sama is truly a gentle man. Aqualia hugged the stone pillar, crying, swearing she'd definitely repay his love. At the Demon Kingdom capital Eisenhart, business was going on as usual for the citizens. Many soldiers were being summoned. Inside the castle, a servant asked, Isabel-sama. Where are you going? She replied. I'm going to see Alice. Isabel stepped into the garden where the little girl was busy making a flower crown. Seeing her, she happily called out, Big Sis Alice is the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel looked slightly sad. The kid hugged her tight. You're here, Isabel said. No, I didn't come to visit you. I just had some free time, so I stopped by. Alice handed her the wreath. Isabel took it, asking, For me, did you have a feeling I'd visit? The kid replied sadly. Well, it's not like you do anything anyway. I want to go out into the world too. But they said I can't. Isabel suddenly called. Alice. The kid asked. What is it? She replied. Nothing. Isabel put on the wreath and asked. How does it look? Alice laughed. You look hilarious. Sis, she said. Well, you gave it to me. So I'm wearing it. The kid asked. Oh, right. Sis. When do we start the evil god summoning ritual? Hearing that, Isabel went silent. Alice was hyped. I heard I'm going to be offered to God. I'm really looking forward to it, Isabel replied. Me too. I don't know the details, but it won't be long now. The kid smiled. I see. On that day, I'll finally get to go outside. Right. Isabel fell into thought. Just then, a servant reminded her. Isabel-sama. She said, I know. Turning away. She left. Alice asked. Huh. You're leaving, Isabel replied. I'll visit you later. Be a good girl. The kid answered. Yes. Ma'am. Isabel walked away silently. Suddenly someone called out. Hey. Isabel. She turned to see the third prince of the demon kingdom. Leonhard. Isabel replied. Leonhard-sama. He said, You're being distant again. You can call me big brother like before. Right, Isabel replied. No, I don't have the right. Leonhard said, You're too stiff. Did you see Alice? Isabel said. I did. It's not good for her to be cooped up in there all day. He smiled. She's going to become a sacrifice for the evil god sooner or later anyway. During this time, she might even lose her mind. Anyway, becoming a vessel for the evil god is an honor. I'm actually jealous. Leonhard asked. Don't you think so? Isabel, she replied. Correct. Saying that, Isabel hurried away. Excuse me. I have to go. The Demon Kingdom Verdora. The third prince's territory. A mix of all kinds of people and demons. Kai walked through the crowd and stopped in front of an inn. He stepped inside. The place looked high-end. The owner spoke up. Welcome back. Well, what do you think of Forest City? Kai replied. It's all right. Though the vibe is a bit suffocating. The man said, Yeah. Since they can't stop the human invasion, this place has become the front line. Lots of people are feeling uneasy. Kai reassured him. I don't think you need to worry. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Aqualia, is in this city. The owner was still worried. You're right. But Stone Gaia-sama and Winberg-sama were killed. Kai stayed silent. Those terrifying hero candidates killed 2 of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings. The man gasped. Yeah. It's hard to believe. After all that, suddenly they're getting invaded. Also, seems like the number of slaves is being cut down recently. Right. Even though they're super short-staffed here. The guy turns and nags. Hey, do your job properly. The slave replies. Yes, he says. It'd be a real hassle if the slaves ran off. The owner nods because he brought slaves too glad someone finally gets it. They force slaves to do all the grunt work. But once that slave supply cuts off, they won't be able to keep the business running. Will they? The guy is low-key jealous. Your slaves are so cute. They're marriage age. Right? Kai replies. I honestly don't know. The owner laughs loud. Nah. I shouldn't dig into a customer's privacy. He says, Get some rest. Kai replies, Yeah. Thanks. Mayor and Sina look at him. She says, Hello. Sina grins. Fufu. Just like you predicted. You look kinda weird. Kai replies, Yeah. If I didn't, I couldn't do anything. I needed to disguise myself, to move freely in the demon kingdom. She says, Your scent is different though. Kai replies, Beastkin would notice that difference, but demons won't. Once we disguise ourselves, there's zero difference between us and them. Mayor complains. Fine, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves. Kai replies, Because you two stand out too much. Disguising you as a demon's slaves was the easiest way. It's not rare for demons to have slaves from other races. Mayor wonders. Do Sina and I really stand out that much? Couldn't you just disguise us with your skill? Kai replies. It's 'cause you're too beautiful. Once you attract the demons, they'll easily spot your disguise. Mayor blushes and gasps. Beautiful? He asks. You didn't realize, she stammers. Maybe. Kai wonders. Why are you so scared? Mayor gets flustered. She didn't think he'd say that word. He replies, I'm just speaking the truth. Sina asks, Hey Kai, what about me? He explains, You have cat-like features, but those ears are hard to hide. Sina agrees. Yeah, true that. She adds, If they find out and enslave me, the Alliance would be furious. Right, Kai replies. We're just disguising, to easily infiltrate the demon's territory. We're just pretending to be a group consisting of a demon and his slaves. Mayor says. That makes sense. But, since we're your slaves, we don't get our own room, he replies. That's why I rented a room this big. Is there a problem, she says. But there's only one bed. Kai replies. You two sleep on the bed. I'll take the floor. I'm trained for this anyway. Mayor mumbles. That's a bit disappointing. Kai asks, What did you say? Sina explains. Kai, please get a clue. What Mayor means is... She quickly covers Sina's mouth. It's nothing, the demon kingdom of Verdora. Territory of the fifth princess. In the city, inside the castle, a space opens up. Isabel steps out. And a servant speaks up. Welcome back. Lady Isabel, she replies. Thank you. The servant asks, How is Lady Alice doing? Isabel answers. The child is still healthy. She even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers. The servant replies, I am very glad to hear that. Isabel says, But the only reason she is treated so well is because she will be the vessel for the evil god. Nothing more than that. Being locked in that room must be so lonely. The servant reports, Lady Isabel, our comrades have gathered underground. Hearing that, she heads down with him. The entire army is waiting. Isabel's face is cold as she looks seriously at everyone. Isabel speaks up. Thanks to the death of Winberg, the one who was watching us, we can now move more freely, right now. The rest of them are busy fighting the humans. That is why they do not have the time to worry about internal affairs. A subordinate asks, Lady Isabel, does that mean? She declares, the time for revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown. As she finishes, a roar of cheers erupts around her. They have been longing for this revolution. The preparations were meticulous and lengthy, so they will not be detected. They are certain that once Lady Isabel becomes the new demon lord, this kingdom will become a better place. Yes, we will give it our all. Lady Isabel, she falls silent. Isabel thinks, I want to end this war with a revolution. That is not a lie. But above all else, I want to protect that child. To do that, I will betray this kingdom, territory of the Verdora Demon Kingdom, ruled by the third prince. In the city of Felist, the people are buzzing. Hey look, it's the Count Castro of the Verdora Demon Kingdom. Everyone immediately kneels to pay respect. He says angrily, I'm seriously sick of this. Aqualia. She dared to mobilize the army without my permission, even if her rank is higher than mine. I am still the governor of this city. Perhaps she is worrying about the threat from the humans. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings have died. She must be feeling very insecure. Someone speaks up. That's right. Aqualia is famous for being cautious. Moreover, her combat ability is not as outstanding as the other heavenly kings. Castro says, Look at that. The people in the town, worried she might act up. Kai blended into the crowd to scope things out. He thought, so that guy's the noble ruling forest led. Looks like he's running this city on a tight leash. Straight from the third prince's orders. Rumor has it, the demon world is dog eat dog, the strong devour the weak. Demon nobles are supposed to be high-ranking devils. But honestly, they seriously overhyped the power of these so-called high-rankers, resulting in some pretty trash training. Kai eyed the slaves. He guessed silently. Those guys? They gotta be soldiers from the Holy Kingdom. Inside the Count's castle, Sina dropped a demon. Kai yanked his knife out of the corpse, saying, You're way too sloppy. He stepped into the next room. She'd already smoked a few more demons. Sina said, I wiped out every single demon in the mansion. Nobody spotted them. Did I do good? Kai replied. Yeah. Solid work. But there was a little noise. Some weird movement. It'll be a pain if the Count wakes up. Sina shrugged. Even if he does, you'd just one-shot him anyway. Kai, he replied. That's not the point. Whatever. Let's move. We've got another objective. They found the slaves resting. Suddenly, the man shouted, Who's there? The woman hesitated. A human. And a beastkin girl. Kai nodded. Yeah, Let's have a quick chat. Once we're done here, I'll get you both back to the Holy Kingdom's army. Kai glanced at the paper in his hand, saying, I see. Just as I thought. Saving you guys was the right call. He thought, the Count's slaves would have intel on the Demon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it to be times gold. The man replied, we refuse to just be mindless labor for them. I plan to gather as much intel as possible. Just in case we ever got rescued, Sina asked. You guys didn't try to run, the man explained. This collar, it's got some special magic on it. I heard it'll burn me to a crisp if I try to escape or fight back against the master. These collars are everywhere in the territory of the Demon Kingdom. They use them to force slaves to work. She said, so the reason you put these on their necks is so I can take them off, he replied. Those are just fakes. No magic in them. The man continued. Anyway, rather than burning to death and never making it home, we served as slaves for 2 years. Those days were absolute hell. Whenever Kacho was in a bad mood, he didn't hesitate to torture us. Kai asked, who captured you guys? Judging by your condition, I can tell you 2 are elite personnel. The woman answered. It was 3rd Prince Leonhardt's special unit, also known as the Demon Kingdom's Assassins. The man explained. They're a formal unit, gathering the absolute best of the Demon Kingdom. Seems like they operate completely separate from the main army. We got ambushed while escorting supplies. Even though we were confident in our strength, we got absolutely wrecked. Kai asked, do you know why that unit got official recognition? The man replied. I heard the army is full of notorious figures. Even with their skills, their existence was officially wiped from the records, probably for breaking military law. So, they rounded up all those rejects into a single unit. Is that so? The man said. It's got to be the 3rd Prince's charisma. We saw a meeting between Kacho and Leonhardt once, and just looking at the prince, we knew we didn't have the juice to beat him. I know the Water Heavenly King, Aqualia, is impressive, but she's nothing compared to him. The woman added, you probably realize this already, but this zone is under the 3rd Prince's direct control. Kai asked, is the 3rd Prince in the city right now? The man answered. No. Based on what Kacho said, looks like he's at the city's military palace, which is currently commanded by Aqualia, the Water Heavenly King. Kai asked, what's the relationship between the 3rd Prince and the Water King? The woman replied, she's his fiancée, and she's also the core of the faction backing the 3rd Prince. He said, faction, I heard the Demon Kingdom wasn't exactly united. They replied, the Prince and Princess's factions are at each other's throats for the throne. Seems even the Demon Lord allows it. To ensure the strongest successor takes the crown. Kai asked, what's the chain of command in the Demon Kingdom? They replied, the 1st Prince's faction used to be the strongest, but since the core of that group, Winbox, died, their influence crashed. The 1st Prince's power base is the army. The same thing happened to the 2nd Princess's faction. After Stone Gaia died, her faction was built on high-ranking officials. Aqualia seized the chance to boost her own influence. So, the 3rd Prince's core is merchants and lower nobles. But his real muscle is the Demon Kingdom's assassin squad. There are other factions too. Kai remarked. The 4 Heavenly Kings have massive influence. The man explained. That's because they're the highest-ranking officials in the Demon Lord's army. So, it's honestly insane that the hero candidates actually managed to take down 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings. That event threw the whole internal situation into chaos. He replied, I get it. Looks like the Demon Kingdom might just destroy itself from the inside. What about the last Heavenly King? The man said. The Flame Heavenly King. Flamers. Declared he's staying neutral. He'll serve whoever ends up being the next Demon Lord. Part of it's because he was tight with the current Demon Lord. Kai replied, got it. The woman added, but lately, the vibe is that this ain't the time for a civil war. Kai asked, so they want to squad up because there's a common enemy. Looks like the demons finally realized they're cooked. Thanks for the intel. He ordered. Sina, escort them to the Alliance forces. The woman explained, I heard Aqualia's notorious for her cunning tactics. She specializes in warfare, sabotage, and dirty tricks. That's probably why the 3rd Prince's faction has such a trash rep. Kai stated. You two pass this info to the Alliance. I've got zero intention of throwing hands with the Water Heavenly King, the man asked. Then what's the plan? You smoked Castro so easily. Are you seriously one of those rumored hero candidates? Kai answered. I'm gonna keep infiltrating deeper into the demon realm. Looks like I need to stir up some drama. I'll find a way to wreck them from the inside. Meanwhile, the human army was closing in on the demon realm. Suji said, I see it. That's Forest City. Teddy replied. It guards the trade route between the east and west sides of the demon realm. Once we capture that city, things get way easier for us, Iga said. I bet the enemy's got that place on lockdown. Wouldn't be weird if one of the 4 heavenly kings showed up during this mess. Suji replied, Yeah, you're right. This was the demon realm Verdora, territory of the third prince. The battle had already popped off around Forest City. Both sides clashed. The sound of swords colliding echoed across the battlefield. At first, the Alliance army had the upper hand, everyone fighting non-stop. However, because Forest City was a major strategic base for the demon army, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. The demon side had mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers, plus, their morale was through the roof. A blue demon shouted, Crush those weak little bugs. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's army had 40,000 troops, along with 20,000 warriors from the Federation. The Allied forces only scraped together 60,000 people. Suji stressed, That's way too many demons. Besides, except for the hero candidates and knights, the rest of our soldiers are way weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Alliance army was getting backed into a corner. Suji fought the demons, feeling uneasy. If they split up, they'd be easier to take down. He gritted his teeth. If only I had the skill to lead a massive army. Iga covered him from behind. Don't sweat it. Suji, we got this. He opened his mouth, charging up something. Iga looked up and let out a massive roar. The sound wave blasted out, reaching the ears of every warrior. Instantly, someone transformed, their aura exploding. A brown-haired guy's muscles swole up, his skin changing color, and claws popped out. On the other side, the demons were shook. What the hell is that? Before they could process it, the brown-haired guy rushed in, slashing wildly with his claws. Suji was stunned. Is this? Iga explained. My roar debuffs the enemy's mind with fear, while buffing our team's morale and combat power. This stuff is easy. The Alliance soldiers, now hyped up, charged in head-on, refusing to tremble before the enemy. In the middle of the chaos, Iga called out to Suji. His gaze was locked in. You don't have the right to be scared. If you panic, it's gonna mess with everyone else. Hearing that, Suji nodded. Thanks. Iga said firmly. We just need to keep the hype up. If we clash head-on, we're not gonna lose. Just like Iga said, the tide of the battle shifted back to the Allied forces. At first, the Allies were losing because the Demon Lord's army had insane numbers, but the hero candidates were flexing their power. Sunsuke clenched his fist. These demons are absolute trash. Where are the high-ranking ones at? He was pissed. 2 demons looked confused and scared. Amelia raised her sword. Wipe them out. The outcome of the battle was already set. Suji was still clearing out demons one by one. Or so they thought. Suddenly, he whipped around, spotting a stranger rushing him. Sunsuke took a stance and blocked the sneak attack, knocking the black-cloaked guy back. The guy was radiating killer intent, standing perfectly still. Sunsuke glared, sizing him up. He's cracked. Is he a high-ranking demon? Sunsuke frowned, looking surprised. He instantly rushed the black-cloaked guy, forcing him to slide back just a bit, raising a hand to block. The black-cloaked guy stayed cold, taking 0 damage from Sunsuke's kick. Sunsuke grinned. Finally, someone on my level. Sword slashes ripped through the air, steel clashing with sparks flying. Iga was facing off against a weirdo with bandages over his eyes. He shouted, Who are you? Where'd you come from? The mysterious guy didn't answer, just gave a cold smile. Dust and smoke filled the air. Amelia wondered, Is something wrong? She looked ahead, Looks like our push is getting slowed down. Behind Amelia's back, another masked guy just spawned out of nowhere. The nearby soldiers froze, locking eyes on him, aiming their weapons straight at him. Who are you? Silence. Then, a cold, sharp sound. That soldier just got deleted. Ruthless. The masked guy raises his blade. Killer intent, spiking. Amelia growls. You scumbag. How did you get in here? Soldiers form up. Commander, protect Commander Amelia. He rushes in insane speed. She swings her sword to counter. But he's aiming right for her neck. I messed up. A red slash tears through the air. Amelia's eyes go wide. No way. She took the hit. The masked guy just walks off, leaving Amelia slumped by her warhorse. The soldiers are panicking. Commander Susie screams. Amelia Harry looks over, his eyes intense. He rides up, shouting, I'm taking command, get Amelia to the medics, do not let that guy escape. The masked guy dives in, wrecking soldiers left and right, just soloing them. Meanwhile, Amelia is out cold in the corner. Susie is spamming healing magic on her. The Holy Kingdom army is shook, they just lost their leader. They have to bail. Eric orders. Retreat, everyone fall back. Now, since the Demon Lord's army is running on fumes, they decide not to chase the Alliance. The Purple Demon asks, Why are they running? The Blue Demon replies, Looks like their backline got compromised. The Purple Demon commands, Let's group up and reorganize whoever's still alive. Under the thick night sky, they enter the demon army's main tent. 2 demon guards stand silent out front. Spears ready. Inside, Aqualia, the Water Heavenly King, sits on her throne, looking cold. So, you failed to kill their commander. The masked guy hesitates. Yeah, but we crit her pretty hard. She's badly hurt. She sighs. Fair enough. Either way, one thing's for sure. You saved us. Aqualia smirks. It's gonna take a while for their commander to respawn. This slows down the Alliance's momentum. What's the play? The subordinates answer instantly. Time to strike, she laughs, mocking them. It's a stalemate right now. So, we cut their supply lines. In the shadows, instantly, a bunch of masks light up. They shout in unison. Roger, the regions of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora, including the territories of the 4th Prince, 2nd Princess, 3rd Princess, and the 5th Princess ruling Eisen. The kingdom burns amidst dark lava and danger. At the gates, a convoy of supply wagons lines up, going through a strict demon checkpoint. Up on the walls, 2 demons silently watch everything below. Kai crosses his arms. Chill as ever. Just as I thought. Security's tight. Sina gasps. Whoa. Your vision range is that high. I can't see a thing. Mayor asks. So, what's the plan? He analyzes the situation. Disguises won't be enough to blend in. Plus, just like back at Trat, there's a barrier set up to detect intruders. Mayor frowns. That's the 5th Princess. Isabel, no one escapes my spatial magic. Sina asks. Who's she? Kai explains. A descendant of the Demon Lord. She set up a city-wide barrier. We'd get spotted instantly. She sighs. Man, what a pain in the neck, Meyer mutters. If it was normal demon magic, I'd sense the residue. But back then I sensed nothing. She let us go and gave us info. She's definitely plotting something. Even the Demon Kingdom has factions. There's something I want. Her image flashes in Kai and Mayer's minds. She lowers her voice. Even without Isabel. This is the Demon Kingdom's main base. Wouldn't be weird to find a high-level barrier here. Mayer looks determined. Give me a sec. I'll ask the spirits to scan this barrier. Kai gives her a trusting look. We move on the capital at sunrise. I'm counting on you. Meyer. In the distance, Eisen glows red. Silent, like it's gonna swallow them whole. On the wall, a demon chuckles. Slowly patrolling. At the base of the wall, the trio creeps in. Mayer's ears twitch. She freezes. It's faint, but I sense some leftover miasma. Inside his head, Kai's eyes glow red. I don't see anything. He thinks. Asterisk. As expected, I can't use appraisal. on stuff that isn't a physical object. Asterisk Mayor guesses. The residue is super weak, so I don't know who this miasma belongs to. But looks like it's covering the whole city. It's a barrier-type demon art. She touches the protective layer. Just a theory. But they might detect intruders by scanning for the lack times of miasma, since only demons have miasma. Right, Kai nods. That's actually smart. They probably spammed these barriers in every city to block spies and intruders. Mayor steps up. Let me see if we can hack our way through. She sounds confident. Only a few cracked demons can pull off spatial magic like this, Kai asked curiously. Is there any way to trick this barrier? Mayor thought about it. I think we can pull a fast one on it, only if we've got miasma inside our bodies. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. I grabbed some items from Cacho's mansion, just in case I needed some quick cash. Mayor hyped up. Oh wait. If that's a miasma device. Sina looked blank, having no clue what a miasma device was. Kai calmly explained. Simply put, it's a gadget that holds mana. It works just like the magic tools us humans use. The only diff is that this thing runs on miasma, instead of human mana. He seriously checked the item. Kai held the device up and explained. But, every now and then, we gotta charge it up with some magic. They stole the device for money. But since I haven't used it yet, it should still be full of miasma. Mayor grinned. That thing is legit. Hold up. Let me pump some mana into it. Kai looked surprised. You can actually do that. Her eyes lit up with confidence. I wasn't just chilling while you two were grinding out training sessions. Mayor waved her hand. From the get-go, my master passed down the basics. I just had to visualize the rest. Oh, spirits. Lend me your power. She closed her eyes, her whole body glowing with a mystical light. Sparkling spirit energy flowed out. Following the movement of her hands, she slowly stepped into the barrier. Kai stood there, eyes locked on the shield. Sina watched in silence, waiting for the result. Mayor nailed the infiltration. She turned back, beaming. We're in. You guys can come in now. Kai got serious. Good. From here on out, it's business as usual. We scale the walls and slip past the guards. The city slowly emerged from the thick fog. Inside, the bustling market looked exactly like the human realm. On the streets, massive demons were laughing and shouting. Even with the noise, the air reeked of danger. Kai, disguised as a demon, walked with a confident stride. Sina and Mayor were chained at his sides, playing the part of slaves. He glanced around. Somehow, we actually managed to blend in. The demons passing by didn't suspect a thing. The three kept moving without saying a word. Kai scanned the area. This place is huge. Plus, it's crawling with demons. Sina groaned. It sucks having to play the slave all the time. Mayor stayed alert. The closer we get to the center, the more guards there are. We'd better keep our distance. Sina shot back. Wait. Aren't we supposed to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord? Kai didn't break his stride. Of course that's the goal. But first, we need intel on the capital. It's too risky if our covers get blown. His face went serious. 1 week later, a hand was scribbling furiously with a pen. Inside the castle, Isabel's office. She was focused. Signing documents, she radiated authority. Isabel paused, her gaze steady. Color me surprised. I didn't think you'd make it past my barrier. Kai stood there, arms crossed in chill. Wasn't me. It was all Mayor. Isabel calmly dipped her pen. I see, you've gotten much stronger since then. Kai cut to the chase. We need to talk. Isabel, do you have a moment? She replied indifferently. Fine. Kai was taken aback. You're pretty straightforward. Isabel remained calm. After all, I owe you for taking down Winbox. With him out of the picture, I'm not being watched anymore. And it's easier to make my moves, Kai questioned. So, that was your plan all along. She looked up at him. It seems I underestimated you. I didn't actually think you could beat him. I just figured I could use you as a pawn if you managed to escape, but you exceeded my expectations. You're no longer a pawn. You're a valuable partner. You came to see me because you want more information. Don't you, Kai, realized? About your revolution. Isabel gave a faint, proud smile. You've passed my test. Shall we go somewhere else to talk? Isabel walked briskly down the hall, her heels clicking against the floor. Light streamed in from the high windows, making the scene look majestic. Outside, the city was clearly visible through the glass. Kai mapped it out in his head. We're going to teleport from the capital, Eisen, straight to your city in the blink of an eye. Your demon magic is cracked. As always, Isabel replied coldly. It consumes a lot of energy. I can't use it too many times in a single day. Follow me. They entered a room with a heavy, quiet atmosphere, like they were prepping for a serious negotiation. She leisurely took a sip of tea. Isabel spoke up. By the way, how did you get intel on the revolution? I need to address that breach immediately. Kai explained. We infiltrated the capital a week ago. I gathered intel from the slums. He thought back. Even though I wanted to ask about the intel, that could spark the destruction of the demon kingdom. I figure my assassination targets are the first prince, the second, and the third prince, the ones at the center of the succession war. But what's really bothering me is, it was the lack of info on you. The fifth princess. When we first met, you said you had a different goal. Kai was sus, thinking you might be plotting something. I shadowed your 3 soldiers to dig deeper. Result. One of them gave me the intel I needed. Bro led me straight to the warehouse, where you're stashing weapons for the revolution. Isabel sipped her tea. Unbothered. I see. She called Smith, her subordinate who got the hint. I'll warn our comrades to move smarter. Then Kai got serious. Let's get to the main point. His eyes were locked in. Let me be real with you. You want to team up with us, the hero candidates. Isabel looked skeptical. Not with the Holy Kingdom's army. But the hero candidates, Kai explained. I can't convince or control the whole Holy Kingdom army. But I can run the show with the hero candidates. Like I said before, we, the hero candidates, just want to go home. To do that, we gotta kill the demon lord. We don't care what happens to this world once we dip. You mean I can do whatever I want? After we beat the demon lord, she waited. He shrugged, mocking. Well, it's not 100% sure we can go back though. We won't know till we try. Isabel lowered her voice. Hero summoning is a covenant ritual with the god Diggereth. Once the contract is fulfilled by killing the demon lord, you guys get sent back to your world. Kai flashed back to Isabel's words. Asterisk. Maybe I didn't know that much. Asterisk. He questioned. How do you know that? She previously said she didn't know that far. Isabel recalled. I found out after reading an ancient doc. By the way, it piqued my interest after talking to you. Kai wondered. Is that doc reliable? Isabel stayed calm. It's just an ancient document. He thought to himself. Asterisk. Well, it does match what Leonora said. A blurry memory surfaced. In other words, God summoned you all. After you finish your duty, he'll send you back to your world, where you belong. Kai concluded. Asterisk. So the accuracy of my intel just leveled up. Huh. Snapping out of it. He declared. In that case, this world's fate has nothing to do with us. I don't care if you wreck the Holy Kingdom or find peace after this is over. Isabel spoke flatly. True. Our interests are aligned. She showed her resolve. The Revolutionary Army's goal is to win and make me the next demon lord. Then I want to create a world where humans, beastmen, and even demons can live in peace. Kai smirked. Sounds like a fairy tale. You think you can just stop the war instantly? Isabel's gaze didn't flinch. As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the kingdom's power, then it's possible. Kai asked. Don't you think it'd be better if you joined the fight for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom with your revolution? Her tone dropped. The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest in history. Even if he passes the throne to the next demon lord, he'll still have massive clout. Father hates humans. He'd never accept me, because I want peace with them. Plus, the other princes and princesses aren't looking for peace. I'm the only one. She composed herself. It's true I don't have enough power with just the Revolutionary Army, but as long as we take this chance while the Demon Kingdom is being attacked by the Allied forces, I think we have a shot at winning. Isabel was cautious. Even if we manage to defeat the current Demon Lord with the Allied forces' help, we'd be at a disadvantage when the war ends. That's why I didn't seek outside help. She pointed at Kai. But if the hero candidates help me, that's a different story. Isabel decided, I accept. We, the Revolutionary Army, want to form an alliance with the hero candidates. They shook hands on it. We're counting on you too. Kai was full of hope. Isabel looked at his trust silently, then announced, I want to tell you one thing. The plan to destroy the Demon Lord goes down this year. In case we miss this deadline, our chance of victory is 0. In the Forest of Evil, darkness swallowed everything. A convoy of carriages and soldiers moved silently. Captain of the Holy Kingdom's 7th Night Corps. Henry warned, even if we're up against monsters, don't lower your guard. I know the vanguard cleared the path. But that doesn't mean this place is totally safe. Logistics support was sent from Natrat City to the battlefield, even without reinforcing the front lines directly. The Holy Kingdom still needed a supply unit, warriors who could fight off monsters. And so, the 7th Night Corps, consisting of elite soldiers, was chosen for this mission. The monsters inside the Forest of Evil were strong. The Corps spotted them. Monsters incoming, both sides immediately clashed. But with the disappearance of high-ranking demon Elsa, the logistics team thought their quest was going to be a breeze. Big mistake. The Black Cloak Society pulled up. The soldiers spotted them and yelled, Who are you? 0 response. The enemies just rushed them. The squad immediately got into stance. Ponytail guy screamed, Captain, get back. Let us handle this. Barely finished his sentence when the masked guy unleashed a brutal attack. They got dropped by his claws. 2 soldiers nearby saw the whole thing. Blue-haired guy panicked. Ben and Jack got wrecked instantly. Brown-haired guy went on guard. Watch out, these aren't normal demons, they're high rank. At the same time, Henry raised his sword in rage. Assassins from the Demon Lord's army, he rushed the Black Cloak Society. Henry roared, Don't you look down on us. I'm a captain of the Night Legion, but mid-fight. Something just pierced straight through his head, sniped by an arrow. Henry was full of shock and agony. His body collapsed. Red staining the darkness. Demon Kingdom territory. The Demon Forest. Inside Elsa's old castle, right after the loss at Fullest, the Alliance decided to fall back and regroup at the captured castle. Tons of soldiers were badly injured. Even the Alliance commander was down. Suji and Eric stood there in silence, watching Amelia get treated. He asked impatiently, How's she doing? Student number 34. Ono Shiori. With the Guardian healing skill. She calmly replied, Her life isn't in danger anymore. If I keep spamming my recovery skills regularly, she should be walking in about 2 weeks. Suji sighed in relief. Got it. Harry was grateful. You're a lifesaver. Oh no, the other healers gave up. This is the least I could do, Shiori said humbly. Amelia struggled to speak. Her voice weak. I counted on you. This is my fault. Harry gently reassured her. You just need to rest. Don't worry about us. I'll take command for now. His gaze sharpened. We might have retreated. But the enemy took heavy losses too. They haven't made a move yet. Looks like they're trying to reorganize. Amelia whispered. I see. Then we should be okay. Suji looked at Eric, and they gave each other a nod. Eric lowered his voice. All right. I'm counting on you. Hono-san. Shiori smiled. Yes. I'll take care of her. They turned to leave, their figures fading into the distance. Just as they left the room, Suji stopped cold. Iga-san, he blurted out. Iga stepped forward. Sorry, but I overheard your conversation. I'm glad she made it. But looks like she's out for at least 2 weeks. Suji looked over, confused. Harry, the reason you said everything's fine is... Harry explained. I didn't want to stress Amelia out. She needs to focus on healing. He frowned. We'll handle the blocked supply lines ourselves. Iga analyzed. If we ration the food daily, we can last another week. After that, who knows? We gotta fix this fast. Harry looked tense. The 7th Night Squad got wiped out along with the logistics unit. According to the survivors, the attackers were the same group that took down Amelia. Henry, captain of Squad 7, was killed in action. He was a good man, respected by everyone, Suji analyzed. Those masked assassins, probably high-rank demons. At least 5 or 6 showed up at once. They might be even more annoying than the 4 heavenly kings. Actually, I fought one of them. We can't let our guard down for a second. Ega confirmed. He reported. The high-rank Birdman Spec Ops team I sent as messengers just got back too. Looks like Natrat is prepping a new logistics unit. Suji was surprised. For real, Iga nodded seriously. Yeah, but the issue is those assassins are still lurking in the forest. They'll probably attack to cut off the supply line. Harry turned and suggested, I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the demon forest. On paper, the quest is just protecting the squad, but in reality, this problem only gets solved. Once we wipe out those masked assassins, he gave the order. If they try to run, I want you to hunt them down and end them. Am I clear? Suji nodded. Crystal, Iga calmly replied. Understood. Inside the demon forest, the air was freezing. Suji led the pack, with a few others watching their backs. They pushed deeper into the woods, fog covering the path. A blonde soldier shouted, The horses are gassed out. We should camp here for the night. Before anyone could react, Iga drew his sword. He charged forward on his horse, screaming, Incoming, right then. An axe split the blonde soldier's head open. The evil black-cloaked figure yanked the axe out. The horse neighed in panic. Another soldier, absolutely terrified, scrambled to run. Iga yelled, Stay back, I'll take him on. A massive explosion shook the whole forest. Through the smoke, Suji blocked an attack from the black-cloaked guy. He raged. You bastard, it's you from last time, Suji. Blood boiling, clenched his fist. You here to settle the score, or what? The clash was insane. The sound of wind tearing apart rang out as their swords collided violently. Suji kept attacking, pressuring the black-cloaked guy. He told himself, No time to watch. I gotta end these guys quick, to protect everyone. A massive fire erupted. The supply wagon got totally engulfed in flames. The soldiers around are panicking because their food supply is burning up. Then, spotting a black-cloaked figure in the distance. He's quietly charging up a magic circle. Boom fire sprays out, scorching everything. I won't let you wreck this. Yumi casts her spell. Screaming. Water creation hydro control. Water spikes shoot forward with insane power, piercing right through the flames. Yumi's hyped. Nice one, Yumi. Watch out, Carrie screams. Yumi turns around, clueless like, ha bam. An arrow slams right into her waist. Yumi hits the ground, screaming in pain. Carrie rushes over, frantic. You okay? But a volley of sharp iron arrows keeps flying in. Carrie's eyes go wide with terror. She ducks, barely dodging flaming arrows amidst the sea of fire. Rena raises her hand, mana flaring, eyes full of killing intent. She locks onto a shadow hiding up in the trees. A masked stranger has his bow aimed right at Rena. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the deep woods. The silver-haired guy gets knocked back, clutching his spear. The brown-haired dude is down in pain too. The masked enemy raises a massive steel hammer. Behind him, soldiers are dropping like flies. Then a voice cuts through. How about this? The masked guy is shook. Mireille launches sharp stone pillars. They're glowing and flying straight at him. He swings that hammer and shatters them instantly. She turns pale. What the then? Up in the sky, a green light spirals into a tornado. Iozia's shocked. Another wind mage. A thought races through his mind. This is bad. Can't let him get in the way, just as he moves. Iosha freezes and screams. Mireille, the masked figure in the black cloak, stands looming over her, radiating a menacing aura. She collapses at his feet, whispering her final words. Everyone. I'm sorry. The spikes on the steel hammer glint coldly. As the masked guy strikes, Mireille lies there, helpless. She instinctively raises her arm to block. Jin's voice booms. I order you to stop. The devil, preparing to crush her instantly, gets bound up tight. Jin calls out via telepathy from afar. What are you doing? Run. Hurry, Mireille replies weakly. My legs. I can't move them. A strong gust of wind sweeps in Iozia, scoops her up and dashes away. Mireille whispers. Narumi-kun. He tells her, I'm just glad you're alive. Iozia thinks. If Kanzaki-san hadn't used his domination skill, Mirai would be dead. I have to hold on a little longer. The person I want to protect is... Suddenly, dark energy blasts towards them. He quickly casts Tornado Guard. The devil watches from below. Iozia curses. Furious. These bastards. They aren't aiming at me. They're after you. She stops him. Hey. Narumi-kun Jin cuts in via telepathy. Calm down, everyone. The enemy is trying to distract us. Hearing his voice, Suzuki freezes for a second. Suji locks in too. Jin assures them. If we stay calm and coordinate, we won't lose. Iozia mumbles. Kanzaki-san is right. He tells himself. I need to keep my cool. Iozia closes his eyes. Sensing the breeze. I can detect every attack. He thinks. If I can just feel the wind's flow, he effortlessly dodges the incoming arrows. The devil archer is stunned. What? That brat just suddenly calmed down. In that instant, Narumi awakened a new potential within himself. He activates telepathy. Kanzaki-san, can you hear me? This is a skill similar to the Wind King's. Wind search. Windbook smirks. Now this is getting interesting. Jin responds. What is it? Iosha asks quietly. Can you relay my voice to everyone else? Jin answers. Yeah. I can patch you through just like we're talking now. Good. A massive fire starts swallowing everything up. The devil runs. Cursing and wondering. I'm using demon arts to erase my tracks. How do they know my position? Jin broadcasts the intel. According to Narumi-kun, the enemy is moving through the canopy towards the south. Rina mutters. Got it. Then I'll incinerate him along with the whole forest. Jin warns helplessly. Keep it moderate. You hear me? Don't cause a real forest fire. Elsewhere, Satoshi, Heike, and Kaori are fighting with everything they've got. Kenta and Kao keep rushing in. Akira is fighting for his life. A sword slash cuts through the air. Crimson blood splatters from the devil. The squad seizes the chance and unleashes a barrage of attacks. The devil panics. Crap. They got their teamwork back, Mira shouts a warning. Don't let your guard down. Their attacks are heavy, but there's a huge gap between strikes. The devil's eyes glow. He thinks, just as I predicted, I need to take out that commander brat first. He dives in to ambush her from behind. Clang, a loud crash echoes. Atsushi catches the attack with his bare hand. He scoffs. A cheap weapon like that ain't piercing this armor. Where'd my strength go? The demon got knocked back. Totally confused. How'd they predict my sneak attack? They didn't even say a word to each other. Suji just dropped a demon. And Suzuki wiped one out too, nearby. Iga slashed another one down. Up in the air, Yoshia was still going at it with another villain. His relentless attacks left the demon's body, covered in countless cuts. The demon was shook. Am I actually getting dominated right now? Yoshia thought to himself. I see it. The flow of the wind is showing me his next move. He shouted, Gotcha. Right after that, Yoshia launched his wind spear. The demon stared in terror as it closed in. Boom. The spear pierced right through his body, deep in the forest. Another demon showed up. He ordered, pull back, send the retreat signal. Now, we took heavy losses. But the main objective is complete. Suddenly, a massive fire engulfed the entire forest. Night fell. They built a small campfire and gathered around it. Iga spoke up. About 80% of our food supplies got torched. What's left is barely enough to feed the logistics team. On the way back, Midu asked sadly. We failed. Didn't we? He immediately comforted her. Even so, we managed to take out 4 of those demons. According to the reports, there are about 10 of them wearing masks. He muttered. So that leaves 6. Iga added. Actually, 2 of them, the archer and the thread user, took heavy damage. He reassured her. It's okay. Midu. Next time. We'll definitely win. Jin, however, was secret. Iga might say that. But morale is tanking hard because of the supply shortage. The soldiers mumbled while gnawing on their rations. This isn't enough. She worried. If we fail again next time, we won't be able to keep fighting. Just one demon caused this much insane damage. Suddenly, Jin sensed something. Kanzaki. Can you hear me? She snapped to attention. Shinju, yeah. Then, Isabel's voice rang out. The plan to kill the demon lord happens this year. If we miss this window, our winning chances drop to 0. Kai asked. Why? She replied coldly. The evil god Alvaresta will be revived. Though, I don't expect someone from another world to understand how dangerous this is. He lowered his voice. I've actually heard that name before. If I remember correctly, that's one of the 2 pillar gods in the Genesis book. I found some records inside the Alpha Temple City. Kai mentally recapped. The Genesis book is a record of the battle between the gods, passed down from ancient times. Legend has it that this world was created and protected by the creator god, Diggerith. Back in the ancient era, humans, elves, and beastmen worked together and lived in peace. But the evil god Alvaresta tried to take control of the world. Demons were created by the evil god as pawns to invade this realm. As a result, a massive war broke out to stop the evil god from using demons to dominate the world. The creator god bestowed powerful divine energy on certain people to help them fight the demons. Eventually, they defeated the demon lord of that time and were crowned as heroes. He thought, in ancient times, the creator god won the war, and the evil god was sealed away. That's the Genesis epic I know, Isabel replied. Since you already know the story, explaining this will be easier. That creation story is mostly true, but it's been exaggerated a bit. She began to explain. With the evil god sealed, the demons became weaker. However, they've been getting stronger over time. Kai asked. Does that mean the seal is weakening? Isabel nodded slightly. Yes. They could free that evil god. The demon lord, my father, is preparing a massive ritual. Building something like a giant temple takes a lot of time, but it will be ready this year. He asked curiously. What happens if they break the seal? Isabel answered. The demons will get drastically stronger. Once that happens, humanity stands no chance. Kai spoke softly. I understand the situation, he thought. My truth assessment skill doesn't show any lies. But Kai was still suspicious. My assassin instincts tell me she's hiding something. Whatever. I don't really care. We're just using each other anyway. Kai spoke up. So, what's the Revolutionary Army's next move? Isabel answered quickly. We plan to secretly support the Allied forces. We need them to whittle down the Demon Lord's army. We can't do that alone. He stood up and demanded. How convenient. Lend me your power then. Let's cross Folas City first. 3 days later, using Isabel's spatial demon art, Shinju and his troops transported to the demon forest. She touched down in the woods, and Kai's group started appearing one by one. Isabel's voice was incredibly weak. Just as I thought. Using this much teleportation magic is exhausting, Mayer praised. Her teleportation ability is cracked. It covers a distance that usually takes half a year in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he side-eyed her and thought, the tactical value of her skill is, it ignores the basic concept of distance. Just as I expected, to teleport this many people over such a long distance. The amount of demonic energy she used is massive. Kai calculated, counting Mayer and Sina. There are 7 high-ranking demons from the Revolutionary Army in total. Isabel's energy is drained because of her skill, so from this point on, she might be useless. But with these numbers, it should be enough. Sina stood next to him and asked Kai suspiciously, Can we trust them? Kai replied confidently. Don't do anything rash yet. We can still use them. Sina nodded in satisfaction. Got it, he muttered. Now, Kai squeezed his eyes shut and used telepathy on Kanzaki. Can you hear me, Jin? Was totally surprised. Shinju-kun, Kai explained. I was just taking a wild guess, but it looks like we can communicate this way. She rambled on. Yeah. You can contact me too, through subconscious sharing telepathy. It only works on our classmates and is limited by distance. Yeah. Jin suddenly realized. Wait. Does that mean you're nearby? Shinju-kun, he thought to himself. She's always so loud. Kai replied. Yeah. I want to see you. She directed. Understood. Just follow the trace of magic connecting us through this telepathy. A moment later, his voice rang out. Kanzaki. Jin turned to look at Kai and called out. Shinju-kun. Her eyes went wide with shock. Isabel was standing right next to him. Jin's voice trembled. Is that a demon? Kai spoke up. Let me introduce you. This is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. She said coldly. Hello. Jin was suspicious. A Princess Mayor laughed it off. Yep. Jin wondered. What is going on here? Did you betray us? He teased. Betray? Who exactly did I betray? I never took a side to begin with. She was stunned into silence. Mayor reminded him. You're teasing her too much. Kai's voice turned serious. We have something to discuss with you, he ordered. Tonight, gather Midu, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. But don't tell the people from the Holy Kingdom. The scene shifts back to the group sitting around the campfire. Kai's voice rang out. So that's the story. We all care about a common goal. This is a cooperation to defeat the Demon Lord. There's no reason to refuse. Right, Suzuka frowned. Why do you want to cooperate with such suspicious people? He stood with Mayor, Sina, and Isabel in front of the group. Kai explained. At our current pace, we can't defeat the Demon Lord. I've heard about your situation. He said, it seems like you guys are struggling in the fight against the Demon Kingdom's assassins. Akira spoke up. Assassins, if you're talking about those, high-ranking demons wearing masks. Then yes. Yoshia sighed softly. Our supply unit has been wiped out multiple times. We're having a hard time holding the defensive line now. Suzuka was furious. Those guys are even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete the mission. They risk their lives just to stall me and Midu. While trying to burn our food supplies, we managed to take out 4 of them. But I heard there are 6 left, Isabel said coldly. Then we'll do something to deal with these assassins. We, the Revolutionary Army, are better at guerrilla warfare, Yoshia shouted in excitement. You can do that. All of them are high-ranking demons, she emphasized. I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom, Isabel declared. Through this, I want to show you our value. In return, you must prove yourselves strong enough to be my partners. Suzuka and Siri fell silent. He spoke up softly. May I ask what you want? She answered frankly. After we secure the supplies, I want you to destroy Aqualia, the Water King. If we delay any longer, the 3rd Prince's army from the capital will join the war, she explained. If that happens, we'll be in trouble. We have to eliminate them one by one. The reason those assassins are trying to stall for time is to allow their main force to regroup with the 3rd Prince. He wondered. Is that prince strong? Isabel replied. Very strong. Currently, you guys aren't strong enough to beat him, Suzuka said aggressively. Then let's do this. Mirai looked at Siri and asked, Midu-kun, what do you think? He expressed. I'm glad we have such strong allies on our side. Let's follow Shinju-kun's decision. Under the glowing red firelight, Kai's voice spoke softly. Then we'll end the conversation here. I'll work with the Revolutionary Army. I'll contact you later through Kanzaki. All right. A fire crackled, the wood popping and mixing with the sound of the night wind. A white mask was placed on the ground. High-ranking assassin of the Demon Kingdom. The Fire Demon. Multiple counts of arson and killing humans. Death penalty. He was sitting there, gnawing on meat. He spoke up. I can't believe they managed to kill 4 of us, including the leader, a green-skinned guy. A high-ranking assassin of the Demon Kingdom. Committed multiple felonies and killed humans. Death penalty. He spoke up too. Those brats are actually cracked. My bad. But I can't move my right arm right now. Fan. She's a high-rank assassin of the Demon Kingdom. Uses a high-tier demon spear. Traitor to the nation. Mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War. Sentence death. Fan asked coldly. So, who's taking command now? The flame demon nodded. Right. Exactly. Can't let you guys run the show. So, I'll be your leader. Without my firepower, this whole operation is cooked. He growled. Anyone got a problem with that? Rocky shook his head. Nah. I trust you. This guy's a Demon Kingdom assassin. High-rank demon. And an earth magic artist. Serial abuser and murderer. Sentence death. Fred nodded. I agree. He's also a Demon Kingdom assassin. High-rank demon, dagger specialist. Mass executioner. Sentence death. The flame demon nodded with satisfaction. Good. All we gotta do is hit the next supply drop. And they'll starve until they drop. He ordered. Plan stays the same. We're not just messing with those hero candidates. We're cutting off their supplies. Flame Demon put on his mask and warned them. Be super careful with that swordsman kid who clapped our leader. We start in 1 hour. Got it, they all shouted. Sir, the night forest looked gloomy as hell. Someone was looking around, thinking to himself, still staying alert just in case. Up in the tree, Marius held his bow. Calculating, but this is a tiny camp with just a few guys. Deep in the woods, they'll never find us. He's a Demon Kingdom assassin. High-rank demon using a bow. Mass murderer sentenced to death. Marius's eye flashed. Or so I thought. He kept thinking, someone's coming. And they're not alone. The way they hide their presence, it's pro level. Marius readied his bow. Surely it's not those hero candidates, they're strong but lack skill. Who is it? How'd they find this place? He guessed. Well, I bet it's... The forest was silent and dark. Suddenly, a shadow dashed past. Marius revealed himself. Firing an arrow. He thought smugly. Just gotta kill 'em all and everything will be fine. The arrow tore through the air. After firing, Marius wondered, did I get him? But then... Surprise. Sina had caught the arrow tight in her mouth. She rushed straight at him. Marius gritted his teeth. Panicked. No way. That girl caught it without a scratch. Suddenly, Kai appeared behind him. You're too slow. Marius turned around in shock. A strike landed, red fluid sprayed everywhere. He took the hit and fell from the tree, still in disbelief. He stammered. A kid attacked from behind Kai stood on the tree, looking down coldly. Make sure to always move after shooting. That's the golden rule for a sniper. Nearby, the flame demon was confused. He spoke up. Someone's here. Then he wondered silently. Marius is on guard duty. What the hell is he doing? Flame demon turned and ordered. Everyone, get ready. The other high-rank assassins nodded. Roger. One with a sword. One with a knife. Suddenly, a guy in a purple mask popped out of the bushes. Wait, they took a stance. Is that a demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger for? Lady Aqualia Purple Mask shook his head. Nah. I'm from the Revolutionary Army. Flame Demon Froza. What? Purple Mask explained. Our goal is to end the Demon Lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire. The high-rank assassin shouted in confusion. What are you talking about if you're not a messenger for Lady Aqualia? How did you find this place? Purple Mask replied. Our allies are everywhere. Seems like your mission is to block the supply route for our allied forces. Flame Demon trembled, thinking. Did info get leaked? Purple Mask recited. Lady Isabel said this, abandon the mission and follow me. Flame Demon was shocked. Isabel the 5th princess, they're targeting us, wait. So the princess is working with the allied forces, I never thought. They'd plan something this serious. Another assassin asked. Boss, what do we do now? He answered. If we go against the Demon King, it's a death sentence. Besides, there's no way the 5th princess could build a revolutionary army. The guy nodded. Understood. After hearing their chat, Purple Mask snapped his fingers. Sorry to hear that. In that case, behind Purple Mask, 2 other horned masked figures appeared. Purple Mask said, I'll have to execute everyone here. Behind the other high-rank assassins, various masked figures appeared all at once. They yelled, Crap, they're high-rank demons. We're surrounded, Flame Demon hurriedly ordered. Counterattack and retreat. We gotta take this intel back. But the masked group rushed in, not letting them have their way. Like we'd let you. You criminals. I never liked you guys from the start. Both sides clashed in battle. On the other side, Kai crossed his arms, deep in thought. He was watching from the treetop. You actually pushed back the assassins messing with Minu's squad. They were trained pretty well. So this is the power of the Revolutionary Army. The high-ranking assassins and the masked squad are still throwing hands. Suddenly, a shadow pulls up. You're the mastermind behind the Great Autumn Civil War. Right. Fanko. The owner of that voice is Isabel. A shout rings out. Lady Isabel Fanko asks, Are you seriously planning a coup? She replies coldly. You're the only one here I want to recruit. The rest are just trash and criminals. Do you still want to fight for peace? The sword drops. Fanko hurriedly kneels before Isabel, bowing respectfully. Yes, the flame demon fighting nearby sees this and screams. What the hell are you doing? Fanko, another high-ranking assassin, is barely holding on. The others are getting wrecked too. At this rate, we're gonna… Kai commands. Looks like Isabel is done with her part. Let's wrap this up. Sina. Mayor Sina and Mayor get into stance. Roger, the factions rush in to clash. Thanks to the secret ops by Shinju and the Revolutionary Army, Kai's eyes glow red. The shadow unit of the Demon King's army that used to torment the Human-Beast Alliance has been completely wiped out. The battle ends, and a new day begins. As a result, supplies from Natrat City to the frontline base have started arriving safely. Every soldier's belly is full. Morale is back up now that everyone's well-fed inside the castle. Iga crosses his arms. Suspicious. Still, it's weird. He analyzes. Those annoying masked demons just stopped showing up. Suzuki sweats. Guessing. Maybe they retreated because we took down 4 of them. Iga rests his chin on his hand. Thinking. Could be, but Sir Eric smiles. Thinking. Shinjukai probably made a move. Gotta admit, Minu is a terrible liar. Trying to dodge the subject. But more importantly, shouldn't we attack soon? Everyone's morale is back. But he doesn't think so. Amelia is still recovering. Is there any reason to rush? Suzuki stammers. Suddenly, Akira opens the door and walks in. Excuse me. Sir Eric speaks up. Ninomiya. He has a question. Can I make a suggestion? Eric nods. I'll allow it. Getting the green light. Akira speaks immediately. First, as a premise, the commander of Forest City's army seems to be Aqualia, the Water Heavenly King, one of the Demon King's high commanders. Eric nods along. Sounds about right. The captured demon said the same thing. Iga rests his chin on his hand, realizing, so there really is a Heavenly King guarding this place. They didn't stand out in the last battle, but Akira continues. Aqualia seems to specialize in covert ops rather than direct combat. The masked demon sabotaging our supplies was probably Aqualia's tactic. He presents his argument. I don't want to give Aqualia time to cook up another plan. Plus, there are rumors that Lord Leonhard of Forest is returning. Sir Eric frowns. Shocked. Leonhard Ega adds. In other words, the third prince of the demon realm. Someone related by blood to the Demon King. Akira nods. Correct. That's why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leonhard joins in, occupying Forest will be way harder. Ega muses. And this whole area was originally Leonhard's territory. It'd be weird if he didn't come back during a crisis like this. Suzuki laughs awkwardly. Thinking, Ninomiya is seriously reliable. Akira chuckles to himself. Minu gets so awkward the moment he starts lying. Iga growls. All of the Demon King's relatives have boundless power. I once clashed with the first prince, Fokker, and I felt like I couldn't win. He sweats. Even Iga felt like he couldn't win. Akira speaks up. We have to fight them sooner or later. But I want to take them out one by one if possible. Eric thinks. I want to ask where you got that info. But it's from Shinjukai too. Isn't it? Then he speaks. I understand. We'll summon the soldiers immediately. Elsewhere, Aqualia is kneeling on the floor, clutching her head in pain. She whispers in panic. No way, 10 members of the Demon King's shadow unit. Completely wiped out. What the blue mask behind her confirms. Yes, he recalls. That night, when I couldn't reach anyone, I checked the base in suspicion, and I only saw corpses. Aqualia grits her teeth in rage. To wipe out such an elite squad, who dares? Suddenly, the door bursts open. Gray Mask enters, shouting, Lady Aqualia. He kneels next to Blue Mask. She snaps. What is it? Gray Mask reports. The enemy is advancing again. Aqualia worries. If supplies arrived, that was bound to happen. Lord Leonhart won't be here for at least 3 more days. She covers her face, wailing. If I tell him I lost the shadow unit, I'm definitely going to get grilled. It's over, he turns to Blue Mask. Asking, hey, what do we do? He hesitates. Do what? Comfort her, before they can finish. A chilling voice rings out. Unforgivable. How dare humans and beastmen interfere with my love for Lord Leonhardt, you filth. I'll kill every last one of you. Blue Mask stammered. Please. Calm down. Grey Mask screamed in panic. Lady Aqualia. She lost control and roared. Tsunamis materialized out of nowhere. Raging waves swept away both masked goons. He panicked. What the hell, the waves just kept rising higher. Water burst through the windows, blasting straight outside. Aqualia was completely surrounded by water. Finally, she cooled off. Aqualia looked around. Surprised. Oh, where am I? She blinked. Confused. It's all flooded. What happened? Meanwhile, Harry led the cavalry, with Iga and Suji close behind, facing the charging Beastman alliance. In peak condition, the Demon King's army switched to defense. Holing up in Forest Castle, this was a passive strat. Totally different from the last battle where they clashed on the open plains. Both sides engaged, thinking this was just a stalling tactic. The Alliance army launched an all-out attack. Suzuka charged up his fire fist and dove in. Boom. Massive explosion. Suzuka rushed in bravely. Catch me if you can. You scrubs. Ioja used his powers to blow the guards away. Rina charged the flank. Suji's sword sent the rest flying. He analyzed the situation seriously. No high-ranking demons in sight right now. If that's the case, we just push forward and crush them. He froze, face full of shock. A tsunami, dozens of meters high, was right in front of him. Heike and Satoshi yelled, "Tsunami incoming." He couldn't believe his eyes. What the? We're on land. The masked guys were just as confused. Lady Aqualia's magic, another guy in the water asked. We're allies. Why's she hitting us too? They all got swept away by the massive waves. Suji, sinking underwater. Analyzed fast. Magic, this huge can wipe out everything, friend and foe alike. He struggled to realize, this is the power of Aqualia, the heavenly king of water. Outside the castle, looking down from above, everything was drowning in a sea of water. Far away, Kai stood watching. Isabel, Sina, and Mayer gazed toward the kingdom. He spoke calmly. Now, let's see what you guys can do. She turned to Kai. I don't need to help. Right. A node. Yeah. They're on their own this time. The water magic of the four heavenly kings Aqualia. The tsunami wiped out all enemies and allies outside. Even the survivors inside the castle. Their formation got sucked into the chaos of close-quarters combat. Kai told Isabel. That magic scale is terrifying, she agreed. Aqualia's wide-range suppression is seriously nasty, even though she doesn't really like fighting. In the distance, a massive bridge crossed the river, leading to a fortress with high towers, majestic architecture. The four of them stood on the bridge looking down. Sina wondered. But why did she include her own allies from the start? Isabel explained. She might just be raging and causing chaos for no reason. Or maybe she thinks melee is better since human coordination is tough. Kai added, the gap in military power isn't something simple tactics can fix. No high-level demons showed up, so they can't stop the hero candidates like this. Aqualia's top subordinates, Dragon, Bright, and Elsa, you guys already finished all three. Plus, we also wiped out the Demon King's shadow unit that Leonhardt entrusted to her. So, they probably have no fighting power left. He concluded, it's just a matter of time. A heavenly king is annoying though, but my friends are leveling up their skills. Isabel said, explain your pieces. Kai replied, you can tell just by looking, but fine. First, that loud guy raging in the north is Arashi Suzuka. His attack power stands out among the hero candidates. And he's got guts. The one using the Evil Eye's flames is Nagasena. She's combat-oriented, the type whose power fluctuates with her mood. Mayer rested his chin on his hand. She's full of spite. He continued. The girl commanding from the back is Hashimoto Mirei, a telekinetic user with tons of applications. Well, her rigid thinking means she can only use it one way. The one fighting midair with wind power is Narumi Iozia. He's a piece with broad vision. great at support. Jack of all trades. Master of none in firepower. The rear support using buff magic is Ninomiya Akira. Smart. Calm. Understands me well. And easy to manipulate. And the one healing everyone in the back. That's Onosuri. The big guy guarding the rear army is Ozaki. He's got the Divine Guard ability. He can turn his body parts into steel. And his defense is absolutely cracked. The girl locking down demons in the west is Kanzaki Jin. Mayor Kuden. She's totally into Kai. Though, Kai didn't really care. He continued. Her dominance ability is unbeatable against lower-ranked mobs, but it's useless against higher-ranked opponents. And the swordsman dominating the center is Mitsurugi. As you can see, he's the main carry among the hero candidates. Isabel agreed. Yeah, he's strong. Might even be Heavenly King level. Kai said seriously. He's got innate talent for swordsmanship, and he never skips training. Meyer admired him. Nice. He praised. I've always rated Mitsurugi highly, though he has some issues. Those are the pawns I wanted to mention. Isabel asked. How many are there in total? Kai replied. 26. There were 40 hero candidates total. But 14 weren't cut out for combat. So they bailed, she remarked. Even if they get OP powers from God. It's meaningless without the right mindset for war, he agreed. Exactly. Isabel evaluated. 26 people with high-ranked demon-level power, some of them are even stronger. Not bad. With your cooperation. Our odds of winning just went way up. Looks like Aqualia is about to make a move again. Kai crossed his arms. Yeah. At this rate, our soldiers are going to get picked off and we'll lose. We need to split up before that happens. Suddenly, water splashed up. Everyone looked in surprise. A blue-haired woman appeared. Many people gasped. That's Lady Aqualia. Mitsurugi turned to look too. He gripped his sword and shouted. Water Heavenly King Aqualia pointed at him. The hero candidate swordsman. Looks like you're the core of this army. She launched Water Serpent. Immediately. Water snakes flew towards him. Mitsurugi defended. Evil Bane's sword. Shield mode. A shield appeared to block. But Aqualia's power was too strong. Mitsurugi gritted his teeth, thinking. That ability, she attacked again. Water Cutter. A wave of water rushed to hit him. The water pressure was so strong, it blew Mitsurugi away. He thought, the ground is collapsing. I can't get a grip. Mitsurugi shouted. Evil Bane's sword. Rope mode. The rope shot out and wrapped around a stone pillar. He used it to hold on. Aqualia laughed. This is my garden now. She quickly used freeze. Immediately, the water under Mitsurugi turned to ice, trapping him. Mitsurugi panicked. Oh no. My legs. I can't move, she said. Disappear. Hydro strike. A circle appeared with two triangles. Inverted. Shining beams of light. The beams aimed at Mitsurugi. He grimaced in pain. Red blood splashing from his leg where he got cut. Mitsurugi looked terrified. Dropping to one knee. Aqualia mocked. You actually survived that attack. You're pretty good. But you can't move freely with those legs. Can you? Meyer shouted worriedly. Mitsurugi. She laughed with delight. If I crush you, I can still win. Serpent water snakes appeared. Mouths wide open. Rushing in, Isabel watched from above and told Kai. Looks like your star player is losing. He reassured her. Don't worry, he's got a plan. The water snakes dove down from above. Mitsurugi focused intensely. He activated Shukuchi. Aqualia was confused. Mitsurugi swung his sword at the sky and yelled, Holy light, destroy the demons. Gather in my blade and show your brilliance. Light erupted from the sword. He quickly slashed down. The Water Heavenly King Aqualia. Real name Natasha Aqualia. Born as the eldest daughter of the Aqualia clan, a prestigious clan with water attribute magic. The four Heavenly Kings. The highest commanders in the Demon Lord's army, are positions passed down from generation to generation. Natasha only recently inherited the Water King seat. The prestigious water magic Aqualia clan. The prestigious fire magic Framaris clan. The prestigious earth magic Stonga clan. The prestigious wind magic Winberg clan. Currently, the Stonga and Winberg clans, after losing their heads, are in chaos trying to choose new leaders. The reason no individuals with enough ability, worthy of the Heavenly King position. No matter how prestigious the clan, it doesn't mean they have many Heavenly King-level warriors. Sometimes they have to just pick someone, even if that person lacks the power. Natasha is a prime example. She was reluctantly chosen to replace the previous head who died of illness. In other words, she took the Heavenly King seat without having the power to back it up. As the head of the Aqualia clan, she can't stand being looked down on. Natasha specializes in enemy intel and covert ops, because she's always looking for weapons other than pure power. Elsa, with the role of defending the Demon Forest paths. Bright handles intel on the Beastkin Alliance and runs the control ops. Jaganda's in charge of transporting the Cat Tribe princess. And finally, there's a mystery player gathering intel on the Holy Kingdom and recruiting for the Demon Lord. Her engagement to the third prince, Leonhardt, was just a power move to cement her status. Aqualia asked, Leonhardt, why are you so good to me? I'm useless. I'm a Heavenly King in name only. He replied, Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you. Aqualia seemed so touched hearing that back then. Now, as she lay dying, she whispered, I'm sorry. Just then, 2 minions stammered, Aqualia. No way. Mirai cheered. Midu won, Ega shouted. Just as predicted, Suzuki, jealous, muttered, I could have easily wrecked that weak woman myself. Akira argued back, but Arashi stayed calm. He didn't interfere in the fight. He snapped, I didn't have a choice. Shinju told me to stand down. Suzuki suddenly remembered Kai, saying, Let's end the chat here. I'm rolling with the Liberation Army. We'll stay in touch through Kanzaki. Cool. Jin and Midu stayed silent. On the other side, Akira, Mirei, and Iozia didn't say a word either. Arashi's face went dark. He turned to leave. But Kai called out, Arashi. He frowned. What now? Kai said. About the next battle with the Heavenly Kings, I want Midu to handle it. Arashi raged. You telling me I can't fight? They both suddenly froze, turning back to the group. Kai explained. I need Midu to grow here. And for that, he needs confidence. Arashi asked. Confidence, Kai explained. Midu always hesitates because he doesn't trust his own decisions. You get what I mean. Right, Arashi grunted. Yeah. It's a pain. But I get it. Kai continued. It's probably because the allies have bailed him out so many times. If he can solo a Heavenly King, Midu will finally gain some real confidence. Arashi shot back. But what if he loses? Wouldn't that just destroy his confidence even more? Kai smirked. You worried about Midu? Arashi snapped. Hell no, I'm just pointing out the flaws in your training plan. Kai went serious. If he loses, then he loses. If he dies here, then that's just his limit. Arashi flinched, staying silent. Then he hesitated. Still, I've got no reason to listen to you. Kai walked away, saying, Now that you realize you're carrying your teammates' lives on your shoulders, and you understand that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon Lord, don't you? Arashi cracked his knuckles and whispered. So everything goes his way in the end. Huh, back in the present. Midu thought. I won. That was insane. But I actually took down a Heavenly King by myself. Asterisk, I've seriously gotten stronger. It's all thanks to Shinju's advice. Asterisk, he recalled Kai saying, Midu, can I talk to you for a sec? He asked. What's up? I saw you talking to Arashi earlier. But Kai advised, I've got one tip for you. Stop hesitating. Trust your own gut. Midu replied, I know I'm indecisive. But how am I supposed to just get times confident? Kai looked serious. With your personality, confidence comes from results. Go take down the Heavenly King solo. Midu fell silent, thinking, asterisk, I baited them by hurting my own leg to make them cocky. Normally, I'd never do something that crazy. But I did it. Asterisk, because he told me to trust my instincts. It was risky as hell. But it worked. I wasn't wrong. Midu turned around, raised his sword, and screamed, Heavenly King Aqualia has fallen, surrender now. Demon army, stop fighting, and we'll spare your lives. The minions surrendered. Dropping their weapons, the civilians cheered. Sky, Isabel, Mayor, and Sina watched it all from the tower. Kai commented, Midu has a habit of ignoring his intuition. Meyer asked, confused. What do you mean? He gets stuck playing it safe instead of trusting his gut. Kai explained, safe moves. You can call them textbook strategies. They're low risk, but way too predictable. That puts him at a disadvantage in high-level mind games. So, I figured he'd evolve. If I broke those chains, the fight with Saintess Leonora was definitely intuition-based. I made a guess based on his power level back then. And I was right. Isabel chimed in. I think he's taking way too many risks. If she had dodged that, he would have been cooked. Kai replied. That kind of balance is actually a good sign for his future. But anyway, he did great today. Aqualia's army marched forward on horseback. The Demon Kingdom's third prince, Leonhardt, received the news. Aqualia is gone. Yes. My condolences. My league, Leonhardt scoffed. I see. I didn't think she'd be that useless. Even after I gave her the Demon Lord's shadow unit, the minion looked confused. Sir, he dismissed it. Never mind. No point talking about the dead. More importantly, Isabel's moves are super sus. We gotta make a move too. The Beastman Alliance absolutely wrecked the Aquarella Heavenly King, and they bagged Forest City. Territory-wise, they secured the supply route from Natras City, straight through the Demon Forest to Forest City. Finally snagged a corner of the big city. The Demon Kingdom citizens are starting to realize. This is a crisis. Panic mode. Meanwhile, back in Forest City, the Alliance squad is healing up. Midu calls out to Motono. She answers. Oh. Midu. He hypes her up. You're killing it out there. What's the sitch? Motono replies. Those with light injuries got discharged. And the vibes are high. The heavily injured ones are still here, but they're recovering too. Suddenly, Amelia pulls up saying, I'm good now. Midu's shook. Amelia, thank God. Amelia says, sorry for worrying you. Midu. She pats Hono's head. It's all thanks to Hono spamming healing spells. Amelia denies it. No, this is the least I could do. Amelia declares, I'm returning to the grind tomorrow. I want to map out future strats. With Harry and Ega, Midu. You gonna hop on the strategy meeting tomorrow? He agrees. Yeah. For sure. Suddenly, a voice pops in his head. Midu. Do you copy? Jin says. Shinzo is calling. He says assemble at the dorms. Midu complies. Got it. On my way. He sighs. Kanzaki's guardian share ability. Hearing a voice pop up in your head is kinda jumpy. Amelia gets curious. Something wrong. Midu. He denies it. Nah. Nothing. Just zoned out for a sec. She comforts him. I get it. You've been fighting non-stop. Take a break today. Midu beams. Okay. I'm resting today. Back at the dorms. The whole squad is gathering. Kai's sipping tea like a boss. Jin announces. Just like Shinzo said, I've gathered all the combat members. In the fight group. Kai says, good job. He sets the teacup down and goes, by the way, Midu, is it true you shared the Revolutionary Army Alliance intel with everyone here? Midu's like, yeah. I told him all about it. Kai nods. Then I'll make this quick. But just to be clear, anyone here leaks this info. Gets deleted. Don't think being classmates will save you. The room goes silent. Hideki's sweating. Scary. Satoshi goes pale. Hold up. Why does he have a strap? Do guns even exist in this world? Atsushi thinks. Arashi. Say something to Shinji. Kenta's face turns blue. Why's he sitting there with that cold-blooded face? Isn't he basically a criminal? Yet someone fearless is thinking? But the two girls behind him are kinda baddies though. Yoshia steps in to save the vibe. Come on. Nobody here is gonna leak something that important. So, why did you gather us? Kai gets serious. Regarding the next target, with the Rev Army's plan, I want to focus on 3rd Prince Leonhardt. He's moving with reinforcements. But since Forest City fell, he's staying at the nearby small city. Vernier, probably plotting future strats. I want to move with a small elite squad while we still can, and end him with a surprise attack. Midu hesitates. Tomorrow is the strat meeting with Amelia, and the others. Don't we need to direct the army? Kai shuts it down. No, we don't need allied help for this run. Instead, let's just extend their vacation. Akira steps up. I'll handle that part. Having Midu lie never ends well. Yoshia agrees. True that. He asks, but I want to confirm one thing. What's the reason we're targeting Leonhardt? Kai answers. The Aquarella Heavenly King was in the Third Prince's faction, the shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army. If we take most of Forest City, it definitely nerfed his influence. We want to crush him before he can rebuild his squad. That's our side of it. Leonhardt has a massive info network, so he's a pain to deal with. We want to crush him first. That's the Revolutionary Army's reason. Akira guesses. So our interests align. Suzuki asks, what's the Rev Army doing for us? Feels like they're just using us. Kai replies, the Revolutionary Army will spread fake news, misinformation from the inside to trap Leonhardt. The plan is to finish him once he takes the bait. He frowns. You're being too careful. Scared, we can just stomp him. Kai argues back. Those with Demon Lord blood are on a different level than Heavenly Kings. I think with the current hero candidate's power, we can catch the dub, but I'm being super cautious. I'll give you the ops details later. The people I'm nominating to join the squad against Leonhardt include Midu. Midu responds, obviously. Arashi. Narumi. Yes. Nagase. Ozaki. He agrees. Understood. Motono. She's confused. Me, Ninomiya. He obeys. Got it. 7 people. Hashimoto. You stay here and gaslight Amelia and the others. Mireille comments. Looks like I got no choice. Jin's confused. What about me? Yoshia thinks. That is maximum firepower right there. That's all we could come up with. Akira agrees. Thinking the other students would just get wrecked in a fight like this, Kai leaves the room. Jin calls out. Wait. Then he asks Kanzaki. What is it? She questions him. Why aren't you taking me with you? Kai gets serious. Real talk, you're dead weight. I can't trust your combat power in the current situation. Jin freezes. Mel yells. Hold up, Kai. That was way too harsh. Sina jumps in too. She was actually pretty proactive in the last fight. All 3 look at him. Kai says, let me rephrase that. Kanzaki's domination ability is OP against low-level trash mobs. She's reliable for group battles, but high-tier enemies will easily overpower her magic. In a fight against Leonhardt, she's gonna be useless. Jin looks crushed. No way. Is my ability seriously only good for farming creeps? He asks. You realize it, don't you? In Dragon Quest terms, you're basically a level 20 slime. She replies, I've literally never heard of Dragon Quest, but I want to help you fix that. Kai replies, just act as the bridge between me and the class. That's helping enough. Got it, Jin shouts. That's not enough, I need your power. I want you to trust me like you did with Meyer that one time. If you stop being dead weight, I don't mind you tagging along, Sina suggests. Why not train her like you did with us? He pats her head. Kanzaki. If you want to be useful, here's the strats. You need to communicate more with the class. Jin is confused. What's that supposed to mean? Kai explains. With the telepathy from your shared guardian, you can be the tactical commander. Pull that off. And I don't mind dragging you along. Me, a tactical commander. You mean I become the class leader? Normally, we wouldn't need one. But in battle, different story. Only your telepathy can mobilize the whole class without lagging. Midu is indecisive. Mireille is too stiff. And Arashi is just a musclehead who only knows how to brawl. If you can command the class calmly, that takes a load off my mind. Jin beams. I got it. I'll definitely live up to your expectations. Kai looks at her like she's crazy. Why are you so obsessed with being my pawn? Whatever. It works for me. So I don't mind. Scene switch to Venier City. The demon reports. Sir. Permission to speak. Leonhardt asks. What is it? He answers. It's been 3 days. Why are we still in this city? Forest City has fallen. We should be retreating fast. Venier City isn't built for this fight. Even with reinforcements, we're gonna struggle hard. against the enemy's 60,000-strong army. Leonhardt replies, I know. Then why the demon thinks. I get not wanting humans to take the third prince's territory. But we're not in a position to be chill about this anymore. We need to team up with the other princes. Leonhardt explains. The wiped-out dark unit of the Demon Lord's army carried a special magical mark. I can determine the cause of death from the mana residue left behind. You mean we're gathering intel? If we're too far from the dark unit's corpses, I can't use the spell. Leonhardt smiles wickedly. Isabel is betraying us. I just needed to be 100% sure. Let them take Forest City. Cut to another scene. A Vial seats on a table. This, Kai says, is the key to beating Leonhardt, the antidote. Isabel nods. Better hope it works. Leonhardt uses rare poison attribute magic, even a scratch. And the poison spreads instantly. It'll kill you. Kai is skeptical. But even with the antidote, can we tank it? Activate appraisal skill. System reports. A substance that reduces or nullifies potent toxicity. Created by high-tier poison magic. I see. Isabel clarifies. Once you drink it, it's active for 10 minutes. We have to finish Leonhardt in that window. She warns, be super careful because we don't have many antidotes. It was distributed just in case allies got poisoned. As for the game plan, we have a spy in Leonhardt's unit. We'll guide them and use disinformation, spread by our mole to lure Leonhardt into a spatial trap. We'll wait at the transfer point and end him together. Any problems? Kai adds. I'm picking the fighters right now. I'll gather them at the rendezvous point. He thinks to himself. A blood relative of the demon lord like Isabel. And a poison user. Just how broken is this guy gonna be? Meanwhile, Suji swings her sword. Iga rushes in. The impact forces Suji back. Iga's eyes go cold. The sword tip is about to pierce Suji. But, plot twist, she uses high-speed teleportation to dodge, and Iga reacts instantly. Swinging his leg. I've seen that move a million times. Suji gets knocked back, his sword wrapped tight around Iga's leg. Then boom. Lifted him straight up. Wait. What, they're going all out. Damn it, they broke apart. And the sword uncoiled from Iga's leg. He scoffed. Man, what a hassle to deal with. But when it bends like a whip, the power drops. Suji's eyes flashed. Free expansion. A head-on strike came flying in. Iga flinched, barely managing to block with his blade. Harry watched from above, thinking, no more hesitation in his style. He's way more confident after taking down a heavenly king. If there's any issue... Suddenly, someone called out, making Harry turn around. It was Jin Kanzaki. What does she want? She got straight to the point. Please, teach me tactical command. He just stood there, stunned, confused. Harry wondered to himself, why does she want to learn tactical command all of a sudden? Her eyes were locked in. Dead serious. I want to get stronger. I need advice on how to optimize my guardian. Harry thought it over. Kansaki's guardian. I'm thinking, sharing suits her better than domination. It's an ability that lets her communicate without speaking. Limited only to hero candidates. Seeing Jin standing there waiting, he knew for a fact once Kanzaki takes command, the team's coordination will skyrocket. If she can run the hero squad the army's trump card tactically, that would be perfect. Then, something clicked. He asked, by the way, who gave you that advice? Jin awkwardly looked away, dodging his gaze. It was Mido. Harry called her bluff instantly. Wrong. If it were Mido, he'd definitely say he wanted to learn together. That means this was Shinjo's idea. The hero squad's weird moves lately probably have something to do with Shinjo too. Jin hesitated, struggling to decide. Harry understands a bit about Shinjo's situation, so saying his name should be fine. But I was told to keep our cooperation strictly confidential, especially regarding the Revolutionary Army. Harry flashed a smile and agreed. Of course. I don't mind at all. We all want you to get stronger. After all, Jin's face lit up. Thank you so much. Harry watched her walk away, calculating his next move. I'll play the nice guy and cooperate, just to earn Kanzaki's trust. And if I can control her, the one leading the whole class, he looked down at the squad training hard, his mind racing. The only thing worrying me is Shinjo. He's the one pulling the strings of the hero squad from the shadows. Why hasn't he shown his face since the trip to the Beastman Alliance? Does he not trust Amelia? Amelia isn't the type to forgive Shinjo. The assassin who took out the Saintess. That theory checks out. Harry stroked his chin. Plotting. To win Shinjo's trust, I might just have to take command of the Alliance army. Suddenly, Jin's worried voice broke his train of thought. Harry, is something wrong? He switched to his perfect smile, brushing it off. Oh. No. Sorry. I'm free today. How about we start that tactical command lesson right now? Jin scrambled after him. Hyped. Yes. Sir. A simple house stood in the darkness. Light flickering through the windows. Mayor was happily swinging her legs, watching the two people on the couch. Chai was refining his skill, analyzing a drug sample in his hand. I've been trying to identify poisons that can be neutralized through detailed analysis. But the toxins in this world are totally different from the ones back home. Kai held up the sample. I have resistance to over 10 types of poison. But here, useless. She spoke up, sounding anxious. My guardian can heal sickness. But it takes time. If it's some super dangerous poison, it might be too late to save everyone. Student No. 34. Hananoi Shiori. Guardian healing. Kai chimed in. We don't have a choice. We have to rely on antidotes. During battle, she bowed her head. I'm sorry. I feel so useless. He calmly reassured her. Don't stress. You're the class healer. That's a huge role. You help plenty. Mayor suddenly perked up. By the way, Sheena's not back yet. You think something happened? He glanced at the pitch-black window. Yeah. She is late. Kai shot a look, sharp and focused. I've got a bad feeling about this. Under the starry sky, Leonhardt stood there, hands on hips, grinning wickedly. He laughed. Fake, polite, and pretending to care. Why so surprised? Isabel, who had been chatting, froze. Her eyes went wide with terror. She instantly raised her guard, locking her gaze on him. Leonhardt, what are you doing here? No way. She just bumped into him in a wasteland like this. Did Leonhardt find out about the Revolutionary Army? He sighed, sounding annoyed. Actually, something weird happened. One of my top guys, for some reason, just started lying. Hearing that, Isabel instantly broke into a cold sweat. Restless, mind racing. Did I walk right into a trap? He held the poison up high. I got curious, so I fed him some poison, the kind that brings agonizing pain, but won't let you die. Leonhardt's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he mocked her. And weirdly enough, he spit out times your time's name. Isabel. She reached into the void. Torn. If I run now, news about the revolution will spread across the whole kingdom. Isabel gripped her staff, steeling herself. I have to take Leonhardt out. Right here. Right now. She unleashed her skill, Spatial Blast, but it only sliced through his blurry afterimage. Your special magic. Cuts right through space itself. He reappeared, shaking his head in mock awe. Terrifying. Literally impossible to block. That is exactly why I spent day and night figuring out how to counter you. Isabel froze in horror. My spatial blast. It's gone. Leonhardt's voice cut in. My poison. It can even corrupt space itself. Space corrupted by toxin can't hold its shape. It just breaks. Her face went pale. Sweat poured down. High-tier magic. He's sensing the poison to interfere with the void. I can't use my space magic like this. Leonhardt sneered, bringing up the past. Isabel, you're strong. Your space magic is terrifying. That's why I've always been wary of you, ever since we were kids. He watched her take a defensive stance. I kept hoping my paranoia was groundless. Let's hope all those years plotting against you weren't a waste. Isabel instantly summoned a massive magic circle. She shouted a warning. Even with my space magic sealed, I can still fight. She launched a barrage of magical attacks straight at him. But tragically, Leonhardt wept tears of blood, radiating deathly energy. My bad premonitions. They always come true. In a blink, he incinerated her entire attack. He flicked his slender hand, effortlessly casting Poison Dance. The counterattack hit. The poison dance mist rapidly surrounded Isabel and her subordinate. She choked out a warning. Hold your breath. Isabel knew this was bad. One breath of this and I'm dead. It's over. We have to retreat. His sinister voice cut through right on cue. Poison control. The toxic mist compressed, crushing in to form a sphere of gas. Leonhardt grinned like a maniac, casting poison spike. She clamped her hand over her nose and instantly cast stone wall. The barrier blocked the poisonous spikes just before they could skewer her. She crouched behind the wall, eyes wide, waiting to react. Suddenly, the toxic gas swarmed the stone. The gas dissolved the rock. Spiderweb cracks spreading everywhere. Her subordinate shielded his eyes, bracing for death. Isabel grabbed his hand tight. She forced every ounce of mana into her skill, pushing them into the void. Teleport. At that exact second, the stone wall crumbled, letting the poison spikes tear through. Leonhardt actually looked impressed. So, you can still teleport through a dimension that I already corrupted with poison. I miscalculated. I really can't underestimate you. Isabel, he narrowed his eyes. Plotting. She couldn't have gone far, though. To stop the leak about her little revolution, she'll definitely come back to kill me. He stood alone in the silent forest clearing. Above him, Sina watched silently from a branch, her emerald eyes locked onto him. Meanwhile, amidst the silent, darkened houses, a spatial portal ripped open, right next to a house. Isabel stumbled out of the rift, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for air, her subordinate rushed over. Panicked. Lady Isabel, are you all right? She answered weakly. Yeah. Shivering as the memory hit her, forcing a teleport out of that poison zone. I burned through way too much mana. The subordinate helped her up. Anxious. It seems they've discovered the Revolutionary Army's existence. Isabel spoke softly. We've been moving too openly lately. It was bound to happen. Her face was pale, but she stayed sharp. But Leonhardt, he doesn't trust anyone. The chance of him sharing this intel with other factions is extremely low. We have to take Leonhardt out as soon as possible. Him and his lackeys. Kai looked grim, staring intensely at the window. Suddenly, the door slid open just a crack. Sina nimbly vaulted through the window. He immediately asked, "What went down?" Sina glanced to the side, reporting slowly. "I tailed Isabel like you asked, but she got jumped by the third prince. She managed to blink out of there with teleportation magic. After that, I lost her." She let out a surprised gasp. "So that means they figured out the Revolutionary Army exists," Kai analyzed, his voice chillingly calm. "Even if we're moving stealthy, we can't rule out that possibility. That's why I had Sina tail her." "Sina, did you memorize Leonhardt's scent?" She instantly covered her nose. "Ugh. That stench is revolting. I can smell that trash from a mile away." Kai sighed internally. Asterisk. It's the scent of poison. Obviously, beastkin are so dramatic. He quickly used telepathy. "Kanzaki, you reading me?" Jin jumped. "W what?" "Shinjo-kun." Her face went bright red. Asterisk. Wait. This sensation times. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "You scared me," Jin was shocked by his sudden order. "Gather the special task force. Leonhardt will be here in 30 minutes. Kai urged her. "This is an emergency." "Move," she snapped out of it, whining. "What is going on? Is this really the time for favors?" Suji froze when she heard his voice. "Can everyone hear me?" She stopped brushing her hair mid-stroke. Iozia woke up from a nap. Kai focused on his workout, then shifted his gaze. She looked up from the heater. Akira looked up from his book the moment he got the message. He glanced toward the distance. 2 hours later, the squad was geared up with masks and uniforms. "Ready to roll," a subordinate announced. "Everyone is assembled." "What about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel cut him off. "Not necessary." Sina was spotted hanging from a tree branch. Her cat ears must have already relayed the sitch back to Kai. Plus, they know about this hideout. Their first move will be regrouping. Isabel's voice suddenly shifted focus. "How do you think Leonhardt will react to my escape, Fanko?" Former member of the Demon Lord's Shadow Unit, a comrade of the Revolutionary Army. Fanko replied instantly. "Leonhardt is cautious by nature. So for him to make such a bold move, he definitely sees you as a major threat. In that case, he might have already figured out where we are. Leonhardt boomed, laughing as he praised them. Bingo, you traitor, she and her subordinates gasped, eyes wide. Leonhardt, he smirked menacingly. I've been waiting for you to come back, but you took longer than I expected. Poison surged out, fueled by his rage. Expecting someone, Isabel shouted the order. Battle stations, the squad roared back. Yes, ma'am, they all popped the caps off their high-grade antidotes and downed them in one go. Isabel tossed the empty bottle aside. He stroked his chin, amused. Antidotus. Huh. Leonhardt released a toxic mist. So you guys are fully prepped to throw hands with me. She gripped her staff tightly, gritting her teeth. Asterisk. With this, I can tank the lethal poison for 10. Asterisk. The hero candidates aren't here. We have to handle this ourselves. Asterisk. But suddenly, everyone collapsed. Paralyzed on the ground, Isabel's face went pale with confusion. He spoke calmly. Just as I predicted. It didn't work on you, Isabel. Dark Lord's Royal Guard. Among the Demon Lord's bloodline, you and Alice are built different. Truly strong, Isabel whispered. Face pale. Why? She looked at her squad lying on the floor. Everyone took the antidote. Leonhardt smirked, explaining. That antidote only works on lethal poisons created by high-tier poison magic, even if we were allies. Did you really think I'd hand out something that could neutralize all my poisons? He continued. And what I just used was a mid-tier poison spell, paralysis venom. It just numbs you. So nobody's gonna die. I'm not trying to wipe you guys out. But Isabel's vision was starting to blur. You don't want to kill us. After attacking us, what are you? Leonhardt spoke casually. I wanted to subdue you and make the same offer, since you might bolt again. I'll just say it. He forced an awkward, twisted smile and reached out his hand. Want to join the Revolutionary Army under my command? Isabel stared at him, eyes wide in total disbelief. His voice cut through her confusion. Surprised my faction is losing power fast. The Shadow Unit has been completely wiped out. The 4 Heavenly Kings are dead. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new pawns. She caught a flaw in Leonhardt's logic. First off, shouldn't you be trying to make a deal with the Allied forces? Your territory is literally being invaded. He shrugged helplessly. You get it, don't you? To be honest, humans these days are a total pain. The hero candidates and their abilities are actually pretty cracked. Leonhardt narrowed his eyes. Even so, they're nothing compared to us. The Demon Lord's bloodline. So if we actually get serious, the country won't be destroyed. Her expression hardened. You're underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you think. And they're only going to get stronger. Leonhardt didn't care, continuing to tease her. You speak like you know them personally. She couldn't help but despair, thinking that if the antidote didn't work, their chance of winning this battle was literally zero. Even if the hero candidates pulled up in time, the reality wouldn't change. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making Isabel's heart skip a beat. The guy shifted his gaze, locking onto the noise. The whole squad slow-walked in right in front of everyone's eyes. Jin led the pack. Rina and the crew were right behind him. Guardian Akira and she followed next. Finally, Suzuka covered the rear. The guy immediately started talking trash. Hero candidates, oh. I see. You lot actually want to beat me, but Isabel rushed to stop them. Don't come closer. This space is filled with poison. It causes paralysis. Siri and he stood side by side. Activating support buffs. Clear physical debuffs. Activate healing defense. Target purification magic. Divine barrier. A soothing light wrapped around the whole team. It gently healed any potential damage. She glanced to the side, signaling a silent exchange. If we combine our powers, we can nullify any poison magic ranked mid-tier or lower, and high-rank poison magic can be neutralized using the antidote. Jin's eyes burned with determination. Now we can finally fight Leonhardt. She gave the order to attack. Push forward according to Shino's plan, all right. That's the end of my video. That was the summary of the series. If you guys have any opinions, drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like. Subscribe and hit that bell to catch more interesting videos. But for now, peace out and see you later. Bye.